This year on the 11th day of the 12th lunar month. Fengchu, you must come home for the new year this year. Your aunt said there is a woman in their village 33 this year divorced for 5 or 6 years and still not seeing anyone. You should come back for a blind date with her and get your marriage settled early. Fengchu, you must come back. His mother repeatedly urged him over the phone. Zhang Fengchu hung up. It had already been 3.5 years since he last went home for the new year. At 40, he had little savings, no car, no apartment, no wife. He wanted to go home for the new year, yet he had not made any real money and his heart was full of conflicting feelings. The 15th day of the 12th lunar month. There was still half a month to go before New Year's Eve. Whether rich or poor, go home for the new year. Sitting on the rural bus, Zhang Fengchu listened to this alto familiar song playing from the speakers. Yet the closer the bus drew to the village, the less pleasant his mood became. He was a child born and raised in the countryside, the place that had given him life and raised him. Going home should have felt like returning to his mother's embrace. He should have been happy and cheerful, yet for some reason Zhang Fengchu simply could not feel joy. Not only was he not happy, his mood grew even worse. He felt that others returned in glory while he had no car, no apartment, no wife. Just a so-called golden bachelor. Going home felt rather meaningless. If not for his mother's repeated pleas, he would by no means have gone back for the new year this time. Shirtsuan has arrived. Passengers getting off, please exit from the rear door. Hearing the mechanical female voice from the rural bus loudspeaker announcing the stop, Zhang Fengchu felt a surge of mixed emotions. He immediately stood up, grabbed his suitcase, and hurried off the bus. Shirtsuan was where Zhang Fengchu had been born and raised. It was also where his childhood memories lay. Childhood had been joyful, the present was difficult to put into words. As a child, he had climbed mountains and waded in streams, caught fish, and climbed trees, quarreled with others, done farm work, stolen melons, and picked peaches, plums, and persimmons from other people's trees, just for a taste. Of course, those were all things from his childhood. Now 9 out of 10 houses in the village stood empty. The plum, loquat, and persimmon trees hung heavy with fruit, yet few children came to pick them anymore. Holding his suitcase, Zhang Fengchu stood at the village entrance. It was only 3:30 in the afternoon. In such broad daylight, should he go straight in? Thinking of the village information station that the path into the village had to pass, a shiver ran unconsciously through his whole body. Forget it. These days, even a dog walking past them would have its reputation ruined. Better to wait until the dark and windy night to go back. After a bout of inner struggle, Zhang Fengchu decided to return to the village only after night fell. So he found a patch of shade by the roadside and sat down. He took out a cigarette and a lighter, lit it, and took a drag to ease his nerves. Normally he did not smoke. Only when his mental pressure was heavy would he occasionally go through 1 or 2 cigarettes. Clearly at this moment his psychological burden was quite great. Suddenly the sound of footsteps came pattering toward him, startling him. Panicking, Zhang Fengchu grabbed his suitcase and hurriedly hid in the weeds at the side of the road, peering out. Good heavens, it was people from the village. That was close, he had almost been seen. Frightened, he realized that even waiting at the village entrance for nightfall carried its own risks. What should he do? After pondering for a moment, his eyes suddenly lit up as an idea came to him. He flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, crushed it under his foot, and began climbing up the hillside by the road. If he crossed the hill, there was a small path that could bypass the gossip hub at the village head and lead directly to the back hill of his home. Following that small path down would bring him to the back door of his family house. Though the mountain path was rough, Zhang Fengchu was determined to take the small trail home. The 100-meter slope was not high, but was very steep. Dragging a suitcase that weighed dozens of jeans and being long out of the habit of climbing mountains, he was soon gasping for breath. First going up, then having to go down again. With none to aid my soaring ambition, I shall tread alone through snow to the mountain's peak. Standing on the hilltop, Zhang Fengchu recited a line of verse, his gaze turning toward the village. From there he could see his own buildings standing lonely at the foot of a hill to one side. Times had changed, and the village had changed with them. Once the village roads had been yellow dirt tracks, now they were cement. The old tile-roofed houses of the past had mostly been replaced by small villas. Zhang Fengchu glanced at his own home, merely a red brick flat-roofed house, built more than a decade ago. Though it had 2 stories, it had never been finished inside. His father had left this world 12 years ago. Gripping his suitcase once more, he started down the opposite slope. Then by accident his foot slipped. With his suitcase, Zhang Fengchu tumbled down the slope. A buzzing hum. All of a sudden a streak of light flashed across the lower part of the hillside. Bang! Zhang Fengchu had no idea what had happened. He only knew he had taken a heavy fall. When he opened his eyes, he found himself sprawled atop a roof. And it was a thatched roof. What was going on? Where am I? Looking around in all directions, he realized he was in a strange place, not in Shirtsuan. Nor was this the foot of the 100-meter slope he had just fallen from. Thankfully, his suitcase was still clutched in his hand. The thatched house was not high, only 1 story, so it would be easy to climb down. After looking around for a while, he finally saw clearly that this too was a small mountain village. The difference was that here all the houses were low thatched huts. All of them were thatched without any other kind of building, not even a single tiled house. This was bizarre. So where exactly was this place? After thinking it over, Zhang Fengchu decided he needed to explore first. He considered for a moment and decided it would be safer to leave his suitcase on the roof for now. The roof was low. With a light leap, he dropped down into the courtyard of the house. The yard was fenced with wooden stakes with the thatched house inside and dry firewood piled under the eaves. The firewood, without a doubt, was for cooking fires. In most cases, people in the city used natural gas or bottled gas. In the countryside these days, some places still burned firewood, while in others rural households also used bottled gas. So where was this place? Perplexed, Zhang Fengchu glanced toward the inside of the house, unsure whether anyone was home. Nor did he know how he had ended up here. Could it be that after he fell from the hillside, he had directly crossed over to another place? Excuse me. Breaking into a private home was not permitted, especially in the city where entering someone's residence without permission, without so much as a greeting, could easily get one treated as a thief or a criminal, even with no ill intent. So normally, even neighbors living across the hall would not casually visit each other's apartments. Only if they were very close and exchanged visits as a matter of courtesy. In most cases, people did not just drop by others' homes. In the countryside, visiting neighbors was more common. Barring special circumstances, that was the norm. Now, however, since he had no idea where he was, he needed to find the homeowner and ask. As long as he neither stole nor robbed and bore no malicious intent, nothing should happen. Is anyone home? Hello? Is anyone there? Zhang Fengchu called toward the interior. But the only answer was silence. It was almost certain that no one was inside. The door was not even closed. Zhang Fengchu had not intended to enter, but in order to find out where he was, he had no choice but to go in and see if he could discover anything. He walked into the house extremely alert and cautious, unsure whether there might be danger. He was after all merely flesh and blood. No one is unafraid of being hurt. Once injured, the most troublesome part was treatment. In such a remote and impoverished place, medical conditions were lacking. For minor injuries, one might still make do with wild herbs or a village doctor. But if he were badly injured, he would have to travel dozens of li over mountain roads to a town hospital, which would be far more troublesome and delay treatment even more. Inside the house, apart from some worn tables and stools, there was nothing else of note. What shocked him even more was that there was not the slightest trace of modern technology. There was no television, no light bulbs, not even electrical wiring or a phone charger. Strange. This was far too strange. He could not figure it out. In the 2020s, how could a village bear no sign at all of modern technology? He could not even find a calendar. Why? It should not be like this. Stepping outside, Zhang Fengchu looked toward the village and saw that not even an electric pole had been erected. This village had not even been connected to electricity. Looking again at the village road, he saw that it was not cement, but a rutted, uneven dirt track. There was not a single trace of modern society, so had he actually crossed over into ancient times? By now, Zhang Fengchu could basically be certain that he had transmigrated. Yet he still was not sure whether this place belonged to ancient times. If it was the past, then which dynasty could it be? Xiaoshang Zhou Spring and Autumn Warring States Qin Han. The three kingdoms, the two Jin dynasties, the northern and southern dynasties Sui, and Tang, the five dynasties and 10 kingdoms, or perhaps Song Yuan Ming Qing, or the Republic. Or could it be the early years after the founding of the nation? Suddenly, the rapid sound of footsteps echoed, cutting off Zhang Fengchu's train of thought. He focused his gaze and saw two youths walking toward him. One of the boys looked around 15 or 16. The other seemed only 13 or 14. They wore coarse hemp clothing covered with patches, and their bare feet had no shoes at all. Their bare feet stepped on the dry, hardened mud road caked in dust so thick their original skin tone could no longer be seen. Each boy carried a hoe across his shoulder. They had clearly just returned from working the fields. Seeing the way they were dressed, Zhang Fengchu became increasingly certain that this was indeed the ancient past. In a modern society, no one would be wearing patched hemp garments like these. Unless it were for shooting a film, a television drama, or a short skit. Only then would these clothes of impoverished ancients be used as costumes. Very soon the two youths arrived at the gate, pushed open the courtyard door, and stepped inside. Zhang Fengchu was almost certain that these two were members of the household that owned this place. More precisely, they were the children of this family. In haste, he grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and smeared it over his face and clothes. He needed to make himself appear more wretched to fit the role he was about to play. He then took off his short-sleeved shirt and stuffed it into his trouser pocket. In the next instant, the two youths noticed that there was suddenly a strange man in their home. His head and face were dusty, yet his skin color looked normal and his body seemed healthy. He wore jeans and red sports shoes without a single patch on them. Such clothing and appearance were unlike anything they had ever seen and thus filled them with astonishment. "Uncle, who are you? Where did you come from?" What are you doing in my house? The older boy was the first to muster his courage and speak. The younger boy also stared at him without blinking. Both of them held hoes in their hands, and Zhang Fengchu could not help fearing that the brothers might rush at him and swing those tools at him. Who am I? Where did I come from? And where is this place? Zhang Fengchu muttered to himself, as if reciting lines from a script. With acting this practiced, he could have walked away with an Oscar statuette. Brother, do you think he might be mad? Mad or not, he could also be a simpleton. We don't know him at all. Look at him. His upper body is bare, but his lower body is dressed so well. No one in our countryside dresses like that, so he must have come from the city, right? You mean he hurt his head and lost his memory? The older boy said, rubbing his chin. Or maybe he fell and knocked his brain silly, and that's why he wandered all the way to our Yangshan, the younger boy guessed. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Fengchu finally learned that this small mountain village was called Yangshan. The two youths exchanged a look, though no one knew what was passing through their minds. Zhang Fengchu spoke slowly. I only remember that my name is Zhang Fengchu. As for everything else, I recall nothing at all. So you really have lost your memory? The older boy asked. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. I don't remember. Brother, it seems he truly has lost his memory, the younger boy said. The older boy nodded. He thought so as well. To Zhang Fengchu, the two seemed a bit too naive, believing his nonsense so easily. Where are your parents? He asked. They're gone. Gone where? Not gone anywhere. They've been dead for many years. He had not expected that the brothers' parents had long since left them forever. My name is Dahu, and he is my younger brother Eru. So it's only the two of you at home. There's also an older sister and a little younger sister. They've gone up the mountain to dig wild vegetables. Which dynasty is this? That was the key point. The Yin dynasty, Dahu replied. Zhang Fengchu wondered. Had there ever been a Yin dynasty in ancient history? There truly had not. But there was no longer any need to doubt it. This Yin dynasty was an ancient nation in its own right. Suddenly, another burst of footsteps sounded from the road. Zhang Fengchu looked over and saw a girl of 17 or 18 and a little girl of about 5 or 6. These must be the elder sister and younger sister Dahu had mentioned. My big sister and little sister are back, Eru said, gazing toward them. Zhang Fengchu moved to stand beside Dahu. What are your sister and little sister called? He asked. Our family name is Shui. My elder sister is called Dalong and my little sister is called Erlong. The names sounded rather pleasant to the ear. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Once they came close, he finally saw Shui Dalong's true face. Her figure was extremely tall and slender, her features delicate, and she was exceptionally beautiful. Uncle, isn't my sister beautiful? Dahu said proudly. Beautiful she was, but far too thin. Not only Dalong, but Dahu, Eru, and Erlong were all terribly skinny. At a glance, it was clear that long-term malnutrition had left them as skinny as dried stalks. Very beautiful. I didn't expect such a lovely girl to be found in your village, he said. Dahu grinned. Of course. My sister is acknowledged as the #1 village beauty in all the nearby hamlets. It's just that. The boy trailed off mid-sentence. What is it? Zhang Fengchu pressed. Dahu replied, her fate is poor. My parents died early, and every matter inside and outside the house, big and small, has fallen on my sister's shoulders. If she weren't unable to let go of us, if not for taking care of us, she would have been married off 2 years ago. Married 2 years ago. Zhang Fengchu grew pensive. How old is your sister now? 17. 17, and she was to marry 2 years ago. Do girls here marry so early? You don't know? Dahu asked in return. I've lost my memory. Zhang Fengchu had no choice but to continue the act. Oh, well, here lads and girls of 15 or 16 can already marry. And it's not just our village. All the nearby hamlets and the entire Yin dynasty are like this. So that was how it was. Zhang Fengchu nodded. This was indeed the ancient world where boys and girls of 15 or 16 already began to marry. But next year my sister will have to marry whether she wishes to or not, Dahu said, and his expression darkened. Why? Zhang Fengchu was curious. Could someone really be forced into marriage if she refused? Only then did Dahu explain slowly, because next year my sister will be 18. If a woman of 18 has not yet married, the authorities will collect double the poll tax. Our family simply cannot afford it. So that was the reason. Zhang Fengchu knew a bit of history, as such things had indeed occurred in ancient times. Continuous conscription and warfare along with heavy corvée labor had caused enormous male casualties. Women outnumbered men, and to increase the population the court resorted to such desperate measures. In the Warring States era, a certain general surnamed by once buried 400,000 soldiers alive in a single stroke. That meant a nation suddenly lost 400,000 men at once. Moreover, the ancient population was already small with scant clothing and food. Survival rates were low and labor was in short supply. In ancient warfare, battles were fought hand to hand. You with a blade, I with a sword, he with a spear. It was almost always a struggle of either you die or I perish. On top of that, public security was poor, the land seldom peaceful, technology undeveloped, famines and disasters frequent, plagues rampant, and medicine primitive. All of these factors prevented the population from growing. To boost numbers, any unmarried woman beyond a certain age in each household would incur increasing poll taxes, double, even more. If the family could not pay, the policy had to be enforced regardless. The government even sent officials down to the villages to forcibly assign wives to men, pushing hard to raise the birth rate. In other words, the imperial court had exhausted itself in trying to increase the population. Whether men wanted wives or not, they were forced to take them. Some years a new wife would be assigned every year. Even if a man could not afford to support her, he still had to accept. Refusal was a crime and meant arrest or fines, so he had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. And how old are you? I'm 15, my younger brother is 13, and my little sister is 5. So you're almost of an age to take a wife yourself then. Dahu nodded, and a bit embarrassed reached up to scratch his head. Who are you? Suddenly a voice sounded right beside Zhang Fengchu's ear. The voice was clear and ethereal, pleasing to the ear. Was this Shui Dalong's voice? Zhang Fengchu turned his gaze to the girl. Shui Erlong also looked at him. Zhang Fengchu walked toward the girl and let his gaze travel up and down her figure. Beautiful she was, with a fine figure, but still far too thin. Being stared at so directly by a man, the girl's face flushed with embarrassment. Big sister, this uncle is called Zhang Fengchu, and he's lost his memory because of an injury. Dahu stepped forward to explain. Era nodded. Big sister, uncle has lost his memory and has nowhere to go. He's quite pitiful. Should we take him in for now? Dahu also stepped forward. Yes, big sister, he's lost his memory. If we don't take him in, he'll be homeless and starve to death. Their hearts, it had to be said, were truly kind. Zhang Fengchu looked at the brothers with newfound respect. Listening to her younger brothers, Shui Dalong studied him again for a long moment. His upper body was bare, his face smeared with dirt. Although his trousers and shoes were intact, he did not look as though he were merely pretending. Now he truly has nowhere to go. If no one takes him in, he would be homeless. How can he survive in this ancient society? Thinking of this, Zhang Fengchu also hoped that Shui Dalong would take him in. If you really have lost your memory, then stay temporarily until you recover your memories, and then leave. Shui Dalong agreed. Zhang Fengchu nodded in gratitude. Sitting under the eaves with Dahu and Er, who he learned about the customs and culture of this ancient society. Currency consists of copper coins, silver, and gold ingots. Generally speaking, the currency in ancient times differed from dynasty to dynasty. Copper coins, gold, and silver jewelry could all be used as currency. Bartering should be the oldest form of trade. Later currency was invented. Uncle, it's time to eat. Shui Erlong ran out of the kitchen to say. Zhang Fengchu nodded, patted the little girl's head, and walked into the kitchen, sitting at the dining table with the siblings. In front of each person was a bowl, which contained no rice, no noodles, and certainly no corn porridge, only a mash of wild vegetables. Zhang Fengchu glanced at his bowl, which was full, while the bowls in front of the 4 siblings contained only half a bowl. No doubt the family was short on food. Not only was there no rice or noodles, but even wild vegetables had to be rationed. Uncle, eat quickly. Shui Dalong called out with a smile. He picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily. Erhu Erlong and Dahu also grabbed their chopsticks, enjoying their meal. As for the taste of the wild vegetable mash, Zhang Fengchu picked up his chopsticks to taste a bite. To be honest, it wasn't that he was picky, but the taste was really not good. The wild vegetables were somewhat old and had a bitter taste. The key was that there was no oil or salt. It was no wonder it tasted bad. Perhaps because he was truly hungry, Zhang Fengchu picked up his chopsticks and finished it. Looking at the siblings, Dahu, do you usually eat this? Dahu nodded. Yes, it's the off-season now, and the family has no stored food, so we can only go up the mountain to gather mushrooms and dig for wild vegetables to eat. Zhang Fengchu nodded, and this meal came to an end. Gurgle, gurgle. After the siblings finished eating, their stomachs began to rumble. He also didn't feel full. But there was nothing to be done. There was no rice, no noodles, and a bowl of wild vegetable mash was already generous of the host. The siblings, after working all day, had only eaten half a bowl. The thatched cottage contained just 3 rooms. Dalong shared a room with his sister Dahu and Er, who shared another. He slept alone in one. Dahu said that this room was where his parents slept when they were alive. Zhang Fengchu didn't care much about that. Having a place to spend the night was enough, no need for too many requirements. When working away from home, regardless of whether it was a hotel, inn, or factory dormitory, all places had people living in them. Wasn't it the same? Zhang Fengchu was already accustomed to it. In the ancient countryside, there were no entertainment activities at night, not even electricity, no television to watch, only an oil lamp to light. As night fell, the entire Yangtree village became pitch black. It was truly an early to bed, early to rise situation. Zhang Fengchu got into bed, but found himself unable to sleep. The events of today were too bizarre. How could he possibly sleep? Can I go back? Zhang Fengchu pondered. Buzz. A wave of energy fluctuation caused him to disappear from the bed. In the next moment, Zhang Fengchu found himself in an unfamiliar place. Where is this again? Zhang Fengchu looked around, realizing he had appeared in another location within a completely enclosed space. How strange. Zhang Fengchu estimated that this enclosed space was about the size of one of the zero standard football fields, though not large, it was also not small. Buzz. Suddenly a wave of energy fluctuation resonated from his back. What was going on? Zhang Fengchu turned around to see a ball of golden light. What kind of light is this? Will it endanger my life? He felt that the light was abnormal, but it did indeed seem strange, yet he didn't know what was wrong. Not daring to approach, he was afraid it was some bizarre entity in this enclosed space that would endanger his life. After observing for a while, he remained still, and the light also did not move. Unable to bear it any longer, Zhang Fengchu wasn't curious, he just wanted to know if it posed any harm to him. So he stepped forward to take a closer look. As he got closer, he realized that it was indeed a ball of golden light suspended in midair. Its size was just right about the size of an adult's fist. It had become liquid. What is it? He stared at it for a long time, and it remained still. It seemed harmless, yet it also looked very dangerous. Zhang Fengchu finally couldn't hold back. He extended his hand and reached out with his index finger to touch the ball of light. Buzz. As expected, an unexpected event occurred. When his finger touched the golden light, it sucked his finger in. Zhang Fengchu exerted all his strength, but couldn't pull his finger back. What the heck is this? Let go of me. However, the ball of golden light did not heed his words. Not only did it not listen, but it also climbed up his finger and onto his entire hand. It spread from his hand to his arm, shoulder, and even up to his neck, finally reaching the top of his head and drilling into his brow. Suddenly, Zhang Fengchu was astonished to discover that a surge of external knowledge flooded into his mind. Inheritance. Yes, this was a form of inheritance. It was also the inheritance of this space. To be more precise, it was the inheritance of the master of this enclosed space. Divine Physician Inheritance. Indeed, this ball of golden light was the Divine Physician inheritance left behind by the mysterious master of this space. And this space was also known as the Divine Physician space. It was a space capable of storing items neither too big nor too small, just the size of ones of a zero football fields. Within the Divine Physician inheritance, there were medical skills to heal and save lives, powerful techniques, and various medicinal knowledge, among other things. To receive such an inheritance, Zhang Fengchu cried. Not from sadness, but from overwhelming joy. I am amazing now. Zhang Fengchu shouted. Having inherited the Divine Physician inheritance, from now on his path would be broadened. With one thought, he exited the space. He actually returned not to the ancient era, but to the modern age. More than half a day had passed over there, yet time here had not changed. It was still the moment he fell. It was evident that time flowed differently there. Here time would not change at all. Could he still go back there? Buzz. In the next moment, Zhang Fengchu found himself back into He's home in the ancient era. This meant he could now travel back and forth between the modern and ancient times. Going back. In the next moment, Zhang Fengchu found himself back in the modern era, and he also discovered that whether he traveled to the modern or the ancient times, the time on both sides remained unchanged. This discovery brought him another surprise. When Zhang Fengchu walked to the mirror, he had already transformed. Not only had he grown taller, measuring at least 182 cm, but he had also become handsome, very handsome, in a stunning way. Although he wasn't as handsome as some readers, he still looked good. Zhang Fengchu was overjoyed. The Divine Physician inheritance not only inherited his diverse abilities, but also transformed his height, facial features, and even his entire being. Perfect. He returned to the ancient home of the He family, storing the luggage in the space, before finally coming back to the modern era. Then he traversed mountains and valleys, heading home. If one can traverse to ancient times, then exchanging resources should bring wealth to oneself. As Zhang Fengchu walked, he pondered that this was evidently the case. What exists in modern times is absent in ancient times, and vice versa. With mutual exchanges, it would be difficult not to prosper. Zhang Fengchu discovered a secret. He had mastered the code to wealth. He could no longer contain himself and burst into laughter. The startled birds and beasts took flight, screeching as if scolding him, as if to say this human was not normal, had gone mad, truly mad. Don't pick the wildflowers by the roadside, don't pick them. Zhang Fengchu sang a song as he plucked a wildflower by the roadside and placed it in his mouth. There was no one at home. The front door was locked. Zhang Fengchu sat at the entrance waiting for his mother to return. Where had she gone? Zhang Fengchu thought, when would his mother come back? Since he had nothing to do, should he return to the ancient times first? He touched the jade pendant hanging on his chest. This pendant was the space of the medicine god. With a single thought, he returned to the home of He in ancient times. Lying in bed, he still couldn't fall asleep, tossing and turning. Unable to do anything else, Zhang Fengchu got up and went to the room where He and He were sleeping. He called He awake. He had been sleeping soundly, and being awakened, he was quite grumpy. Uncle Zhang, what's wrong? Can you come out with me for a moment? Zhang Fengchu did not explain and turned to leave the room. He opened the door and sat down under the eaves. Looking up, he saw the sky filled with stars and the moon. The sky here was very clear with a bright moon hanging in the sky, and the ground was bathed in pure moonlight. It was beautiful, yet gave a sense of desolate beauty. After a while, De came out and sat down next to Zhang Fengchu, saying, "Uncle, why are you awake at this late hour? Did you call me out for something?" Zhang Fengchu nodded, stood up, and took a wooden ladder from under the eaves to climb onto the roof. De was puzzled, but followed him up, sitting together on the roof. Zhang Fengchu surveyed the surroundings of Yangshu village. The village was surrounded by layers of mountains with peaks higher than the last. With so many mountains, there should be plenty of mountain treasures, right? If there are wild ginseng or lingzhi, especially the century-old ones, they would be even more valuable. Or perhaps cordyceps, which are also quite valuable along with other medicinal herbs. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel delighted. But it's also possible that there are none. One should not be too optimistic too early. Let's ask him first, Zhang Fengchu thought, and then patted De on the shoulder. With so many mountains around here, there should be ginseng and lingzhi growing, right? De thought he was going to ask something else, but it turned out to be this. He lay back on the roof, resting his hands behind his head and crossing his legs. There are, but they are deep in the mountains. There are none outside. Because the people from our village and nearby villages during the off-season often go up the mountain to dig wild vegetables, gather mushrooms, and pick wild fruits, they have long since dug them out. Zhang Fengchu nodded. So to find wild ginseng and lingzhi, one must enter the deep mountains. De, can you take me up the mountain tomorrow? Why, oi? De became alert. Is it safe to wander up the mountain? I want to find ginseng and lingzhi, Zhang Fengchu admitted. No way. De immediately rejected the idea. Why not? De's expression turned serious. The outskirts of the forest are okay, but we cannot enter the deep mountains because there are wolves, tigers, leopards, wild boars, big brown bears, and large snakes that can eat people. The hunters from our village do not dare to go deep into the forest. In the past, a few hunters ignored warnings and went deep into the mountains to hunt, and they never returned. They were all eaten by wild beasts, leaving no bones behind. Zhang Fengchu nodded. It seemed quite dangerous. But now that he had the space and the medicine god legacy, these dangers could be disregarded. Gurgle, gurgle, suddenly De's stomach began to protest again. He quickly covered it with both hands. I'm so hungry. If I could have a full meal, I would be willing to do anything. Zhang Fengchu looked at the skinny boy in front of him, who was already hungry enough that his stomach was touching his back. It was evident that the people in this village had been suffering from a lack of food for a long time. When one is hungry, their only worry is filling their stomach. If I can make you full, will you then agree to take me into the deep mountains to search for ginseng? Is that true? De was a bit incredulous. A person who couldn't even feed himself, how could he provide food for himself? Are you sure? Zhang Fengchu understood the boy's doubts. But he truly wasn't lying about being able to feed him. Being able to traverse between two realms, making him full, was not a big deal. Organizing his words, De, I'm sorry. Huh? What does that mean? De was confused, not understanding what he meant. Sorry for what? Actually, I lied to you. Huh? The boy was bewildered. Why are you lying to us? What's your purpose? He became wary. Not having lost his memory, he suspected that he might be a bad person and could pose a threat to him and his family. Seeing De, who's suddenly afraid of him, Zhang Fengchu organized his words again. Boy, here's the thing, please listen to me carefully. My name is indeed Zhang Fengchu, who I did not lie to you. However, I am not amnesiac. I am a medicine boy who makes a living by gathering herbs. I have a friend who specializes in collecting medicinal herbs. He asked me to gather herbs, I sell them to him, and he pays me with silver. That's how it works. Ginseng and lingzhi are both medicinal materials and precious ones. If I can gather them, I can exchange them for copper coins or silver, which can also be traded for food. Wouldn't that allow you and your family to have enough to eat? Oh, hearing this, the boy's heart was stirred, and he thought of something else. But Uncle Zhang, there are fierce wild beasts roaming in the deep mountains. Are you sure you can come back alive? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fengchu laughed rather than feeling scared. This left the boy looking bewildered. Why did this uncle laugh suddenly? What are you laughing at? Coughing, Zhang Fengchu suddenly realized he had lost his composure and then said seriously, as someone who has been gathering herbs for many years, what haven't I experienced? When I was 10, I apprenticed with my master and began gathering herbs running around the mountains. I've been doing this for 30 years and a half. Do you know how I have survived these 30 years? De quickly shook his head. Zhang Fengchu continued boasting, as there were no taxes to pay. I have faced countless dangers. I have enough experience, or else I wouldn't be here today, would I? De was momentarily stunned. A person who had gathered herbs for 30 years and a half and had not died must be quite capable. All right, I will trust you once, but you must fulfill your promise and let me have a good meal. Go back to sleep. Zhang Fengchu patted the boy's head and gazed into the distance. Then you should go to bed early too, Shui Dao said as he stood up to head back to sleep. After some contemplation, Zhang Fengchu decided it was time to return, and with a single thought he returned to the modern era. Sitting at his doorstep, he pondered that he could go to the convenience store to buy some items to take back to the ancient times. Since the village was nearby, he would buy some first, and then go to the city for a larger shopping spree later. There was a small convenience store run by the village chief's daughter-in-law right at the village entrance. He stood up and headed towards the convenience store. In the village, there weren't many young people, only some elderly folks or middle-aged men with just a few young individuals. Most of them were working elsewhere or had bought houses in the city, and since it wasn't yet the new year, they hadn't returned home. On the way, Zhang Fengchu didn't encounter anyone and soon arrived at the small convenience store at the edge of the village. How strange. Where did everyone in the village go? As soon as Zhang Fengchu reached the entrance of the convenience store, he saw a crowd of people of all ages gathered outside, children and elderly folks sitting there eating sunflower seeds and chatting. Inside, a table of mahjong players was making quite a noise. All eyes at that moment were focused on him. Goodness, so the villagers were all here. Had he known, he would have come after dinner. Zhang Fengchu feigned calmness, maintaining a composed expression as he walked into the convenience store under the watchful gaze of the crowd, not taking even a leaf with him. Yet he felt extremely flustered inside. In one corner of the store, 4 people were hunched over playing mahjong. Around the table, several others were watching intently. Zhang Fengchu approached the counter of the convenience store, but didn't see the village chief's daughter-in-law inside. As he scanned the mahjong table, he finally spotted her sitting there playing with 2 men and a woman. They were so engrossed in the game that they didn't even notice him. Zhang Fengchu walked over and stood behind the village chief's daughter-in-law, Miao Renfeng, observing her play mahjong. The village chief's daughter-in-law was the wife of the village chief's youngest son, now in her 30s, resembling a flower with a voluptuous figure and fair skin. Although she was in her 30s, she still exuded charm. Her name was Lin Weining. While playing the village chief's daughter-in-law, sensed something was off. The atmosphere felt different. Turning around, she immediately recognized him. Zhang Fengchu, when did you come back? The others turned to look at him as well. Since they were all from the same village, they recognized him. Zhang Fengchu smiled. Just now. Did you bring your wife back? Lin Weining was blunt. The others glanced at him with mixed expressions. Zhang Fengchu replied, I did. Where is she? Lin Weining pressed further, glancing behind him. Zhang Fengchu replied, no need to look. Not here. Far away, yet close at hand. She finally realized that Zhang Fengchu was teasing her. Don't make such jokes. The others looked at him with disdain. Zhang Fengchu said, I'm not joking with you. Do you deliver the goods to the door? The village chief's daughter-in-law stared at him in disbelief. What do you mean by delivery? The others also looked at him with unfriendly expressions. They suspected he was making a pass at the village chief's daughter-in-law, but they had no evidence. Lin Weining also felt he had that intention and was somewhat annoyed. Zhang Fengchu noticed their misunderstanding and clarified, what I bought, do you deliver it to the door? The village chief's daughter-in-law finally realized she had overthought it and felt a bit embarrassed. If it's a lot, I can deliver it, but if it's just a little, you can take it back yourself. It's quite a bit. Then what are you buying? Lin Weining asked while continuing to play mahjong. The others still looked disdainful, thinking he was presumptuous to ask for delivery for just some items. Zhang Fengchu replied, 10 boxes of old-style instant noodles, 10 boxes of pure milk, 10 bags of salt, 10 bags of chicken essence, 10 bottles of soy sauce, 10 bottles of Moutai, 10 jean of milk candy, 10 jean of white sugar, 10 jean of flour, 10 buckets of rapeseed oil, 10 jean of sunflower seeds, 10 jean of 5-spice peanuts, and 10 packs of cigarettes. Lin Weining and the others turned to look at him in unison. They doubted he was joking. Buying this much would easily cost over 10,000 yuan. Are you sure? Lin Weining seemed skeptical that he would buy so much at once. If not, I'll have to go buy it from the neighboring village. As Zhang Fengchu said this, he prepared to turn away. We do have it. The village chief's daughter-in-law quickly stood up, grabbing his hand as they walked to the counter. With a smile, she asked, buying so much, are you going on a blind date? Can't I just eat by myself? Are you selling it or not? If you keep babbling, I might just leave. Zhang Fengchu was genuinely annoyed with her. She had asked too many questions. Sure, you can do whatever you want. She didn't want to miss out on a big customer. What do you want to buy? Say it again, I'll take note. She quickly grabbed a pen and paper to jot down the order. Zhang Fengchu had no choice but to repeat it. The village chief's daughter-in-law recorded the order while preparing the goods. Then she calculated the total. Brother, it's a total of 19999 yuan. You owe 19999 yuan. Zhang Fengchu picked up his phone to make the payment. Can you deliver it to me now? Sure, brother Zhang, I'll send it right away. Lin Weining agreed with a smile. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much as he walked out of the convenience store. Who is he? Don't you remember? Do you know him? He's the son of Jin Xiu, don't you recognize him? So he's Jin Xiu's son. I thought he was someone else. Seems like he hasn't been home for 3 years, right? Yes, he's 40 years old and still hasn't married. What a confirmed bachelor. 40 years old and still unmarried, that's quite rare. Indeed, he might just be a lifelong bachelor. The crowd at the entrance of the convenience store watched Zhang Fengchu's departing figure discussing among themselves. Fengchu, you're back. As soon as he reached his doorstep, his mother came out from the house. Zhao Genxiu smiled. I went to your aunt's village to check out the girls there. They're quite pretty, only 33 years old. Although she's been divorced, she's still 7 years younger than you. Zhang Fengchu nodded, sitting down on a chair under the eaves. Zhao Genxiu sat down beside him and continued, Mom has already made arrangements with your aunt. Tomorrow morning you'll go to your aunt's house, and she'll take you to meet her. Dress nicely, tidy up, buy some milk, get a pack of cigarettes, be sweet-tongued, and make her happy. She will definitely agree. Definitely. All right. Zhang Fengchu weakly agreed. This was not his first blind date, so he was already immune to it. Being quiet and letting things flow naturally is best. Please pay attention, reversing. Please pay attention, reversing. Please pay attention, reversing. Just then the village chief's daughter-in-law rode her electric tricycle, delivering the goods he bought right to his doorstep. Fengchu, where should I put the things? The village chief's daughter-in-law asked. Move them to my bedroom. Zhang Fengchu stood up, opened the bedroom door, and returned to sit under the eaves. The village chief's daughter-in-law began unloading the goods, moving box after box into his bedroom and arranging them neatly. Zhao Shogun looked at Lin Weining's voluptuous figure with fondness and said to his son sitting beside him, Fengchu, when you marry, you should marry a woman like Weining with a big bottom and ample figure, perfect for childbearing. Zhang Fengchu nodded, but she hasn't had any children, right? No, she hasn't, not because Weining doesn't want to have children, but because her husband is incapable, otherwise they would have had children long ago. Zhao Shogun lamented. What a waste of Weining's figure. She would be great for childbearing, but unfortunately her husband can't do it, and even if she wanted to have children, she couldn't. Zhang Fengchu was left speechless. Zhao Shogun continued, Son, you must work hard tomorrow. If you succeed in your blind date, put in some effort and give your mother a few chubby grandsons. Zhang Fengchu. I've even thought of names. If it's a grandson, we'll name him Wang Kai. If it's a granddaughter, we'll name her Tsuehua. Zhang Fengchu had a bewildered expression. By the way, Fengchu, why did you buy so many things? You don't need to buy so much for a blind date, do you? Zhao Shogun suddenly realized, feeling distressed at how much his son had spent on the blind date. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. No, Mom, these things are for a friend who asked me to buy them as gifts for his family, since he won't be going home. I'm just delivering them. He certainly couldn't tell her that he planned to take them back to the ancient times to make a fortune. He could only find an excuse and put them into the space later. Zhao Shogun nodded. That's more like it. Zhang Fengchu stood up, took a box of pure milk down from the tricycle, opened it, and took out 2 bags of milk. He handed one bottle to his mother and started drinking the other himself. Zhao Shogun smiled and started drinking with a straw. While drinking the milk, Zhang Fengchu watched the village chief's daughter-in-law unload the goods and had to admit that Lin Weining's figure was indeed voluptuous and attractive. After unloading, the village chief's daughter-in-law approached, panting, Brother Zhang, can you come and check? Zhang Fengchu stood up, followed Lin Weining into his bedroom, checked, and confirmed, it's fine. Lin Weining smiled at him, took out her phone. Brother Zhang, I don't have your WeChat, let's scan and add each other. If you need anything, just send me a message and I can deliver it anytime. That works too. Zhang Fengchu took out his phone, scanned with the village chief's daughter-in-law, they added each other, and then she left. Weining is truly wonderful, with a big bottom and ample figure, perfect for childbearing. If you could marry such a good wife, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. Here we go again. Zhang Fengchu. He really didn't know how to respond to his mother. Fengchu, you must work hard tomorrow, do you understand? I understand. Be a little sweeter with your words, be charming, and make the girl happy, then she will like you. Okay. Zhang Fengchu began to feel impatient. Dress nicely, shave your beard. Then Zhao Shogun kept on talking, and it seemed never-ending. Zhang Fengchu sat there with a stiff expression, gazing into the distance, looking utterly disinterested, while listening to his mother repeat her well-worn advice again and again. I endured, I could no longer endure. Finally Zhang Fengchu exploded, shouting in his heart. Half an hour later, Zhao Shogun began to prepare dinner by catching chickens and ducks. Zhang Fengchu was stuffed, took a shower, watched some TV, played on his phone, and went to bed early. Waking up from a nap. It was 3:30 in the morning. Zhang Fengchu no longer felt sleepy, so he decided to head to the ancient side. He put all the things he bought during the day into the space. With a single thought, he returned to Dehu's home in ancient times. Having just gotten enough sleep, he now felt wide awake and planned to explore this ancient village under the cover of darkness. The moon was bright tonight, visibility was high, and Zhang Fengchu walked along the rural road, looking around and surveying the village. The village was neither too big nor too small, with about 100 households. Every household had thatched cottages, but 2 families had large houses made of blue bricks. Zhang Fengchu glanced at the large houses. During the day, Dehu had mentioned that there were 2 landowners in Yanshu village. No doubt these 2 large houses belonged to the landowners. Farmers who rent land to grow crops are called tenants. Although they are free after the harvest, they must pay rent ranging from 30 to 70%. Additionally, there are official taxes. Besides land tax, there is also a head tax applicable to adults and children, which must be paid. Generally, those aged 7 to 14 are subject to head tax. From 15 to 56, they are considered adults. The head tax is several times higher than the child tax. Typically, the child tax is around 20 coins while the head tax is over 100 coins. Those over 56 are exempt from tax. Of course, in ancient times it was rare for people to live past 60. Surrounding the village were fields filled with crops. However, the crops were not thriving. The fields at higher elevations were directly suffering from drought. With insufficient fertilizer, the crops were yellow and the yield would not be high. Additionally, severe pest damage led to extremely low production per acre. This was the reason for the food shortage. Zhang Fengchu walked through the village from start to finish and returned to De's home. It was already 3:30 in the morning. He entered the room to catch a few more hours of sleep. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Fengchu heard someone calling him, stretched, and sat up to see Dehu and who standing in front of his bed. Glancing at his wristwatch, it was already 6:30 in the morning. Looking outside, the sun was shining brightly. This was also his first night. In ancient times, quite a unique experience. Gurgle, as soon as he got up, his stomach began to rumble. Dehu, have you had breakfast? Breakfast? What breakfast? The two brothers looked at him in confusion. Was it that people in ancient times didn't eat breakfast, or was it just De's family that didn't eat breakfast? Seeing their expressions, Zhang Fengchu guessed that his family must not have the habit of eating breakfast. It should be due to a lack of food that they did not have the habit of eating breakfast. Even last night's dinner, each person only had half a bowl of wild vegetable porridge. Without breakfast, it seemed they would only eat 2 meals a day, lunch and dinner. So you guys don't eat after getting up in the morning? Dehu quickly shook his head. No, we don't eat. It's already hard to dig up wild vegetables. Having 2 meals a day is already great, and there's nothing to eat in the morning. Erhu added, breakfast. No one in the whole village eats it, but there are 2 families that do. Those are the 2 landowner families who have stored grain and eat 3 meals a day. Moreover, they even have supper. Just as he had guessed, people here only eat 2 meals a day and they aren't even full. Eating wild vegetable porridge every day and having to work is a complete drain on their energy. No wonder the average lifespan in ancient times was only around 30. This is the result of exhausting one's physical capabilities, leading to illness and a lack of resistance. Where's your sister? She's gone to the river to wash clothes. Dehu replied. Zhang Fengchu glanced around the courtyard. There was no well, and all the water for drinking and cooking was fetched from the river. Washing clothes naturally meant going to the river. Fortunately, this village lay at the foot of the mountain, and the river's water was clean, sourced from the mountain springs. Today's breakfast was certainly a must-have. Not only should it be eaten, but it should also be enjoyable. As a modern person, if he couldn't even fill his stomach in ancient times, wouldn't that be a disgrace for a time traveler? Dehu, could you boil a small pot of water in the kitchen? Erhu, please prepare 5 large bowls and bring them to my bedroom. Huh? The 2 brothers were stunned, not understanding the situation. Don't ask why, you'll find out soon enough. Seeing that the brothers were still, Zhang Fengchu directly instructed, all right, uncle. The 2 brothers stopped asking questions and got to work. Before long, who brought 5 stacked bowls to his bedroom. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Wait outside for a moment, till call you in. Who agreed and exited the room, closing the door behind him. Zhang Fengchu arranged the 5 bowls. He then took out a box of instant noodles from his space, opened it, and placed 2 packs of noodles in each bowl. After opening the seasonings, he poured them into each bowl. Then he took out a pack of ham sausages, opened the packaging, and placed 2 sausages in each bowl. The task was complete. He gathered the packaging and returned it to his space to dispose of it. Who, come in. Bang. Who immediately pushed the door open and was greeted by a delicious aroma. The enticing scent made him dizzy with delight. He looked into the bowls, which were filled with food, and swallowed hard. It looked incredibly appetizing. Wow, Uncle Zhang, what is this? Noodles and ham sausages, it's edible. Zhang Fengchu explained. As for the rest, he couldn't be bothered to explain. Ancient people had never seen such things. Even if he told them, they wouldn't understand. Who was eager to eat, his stomach growling even louder. But he also knew it wasn't his own food. Without Zhang Fengchu's permission, he didn't dare to eat. Is this how we eat it? Instant noodles can be eaten dry as well. However, they can be a bit spicy. Soaking them will make them softer and tastier. Eating them dry is only suitable as a snack. Let's take them to the kitchen first. Zhang Fengchu didn't elaborate, picking up 3 bowls and heading towards the kitchen. Who quickly stepped forward, taking a bowl in each hand, and followed him to the kitchen, placing them on the table. Uncle, I've boiled the water. Dehu stepped forward, glancing at the food in the bowls, his mouth watering. Wow, it smells amazing. At that moment, 5-year-old Long and 17-year-old De Long also walked into the kitchen. They simultaneously caught a whiff of the delicious aroma and hurried to the table to check, astonished to see food in the bowls. Uncle, what's in there? De Long asked eagerly. This was also the first time she had seen such food, so her curiosity was understandable. It was sent by a friend. It seems to be called instant noodles, a delightful food that people of all ages find delicious. Zhang Fengchu fabricated. The girl looked around, but didn't see his friend. Where's your friend? Oh, they left after delivering the goods. So you haven't lost your memory. DeLong looked at him, a hint of suspicion in her eyes. Zhang Fengchu didn't want to explain again. He turned to Da-Hu. Why don't you tell your sister about my situation? Da-Hu pulled his sister aside and recounted Zhang Fengchu's story word for word to DeLong. Upon hearing this, DeLong realized he wasn't suffering from amnesia, but was a herbalist from afar, which relieved her. At this point, Zhang Fengchu had already fetched a wooden basin of water from the pot and used a ladle to pour the boiling water into the large bowls of instant noodles. The boiling water poured over the noodles intensified their fragrance, and the broth began to shimmer with oil from the seasonings. He soaked 5 large bowls, just enough for himself and the other 4. Zhang Fengchu picked up chopsticks and called the 4 siblings to sit down. DeLong, Da-Hu Long, why don't you try the taste? Huh? The 4 siblings looked at each other, then at him, momentarily silent. Uncle, can we really eat it? Hu asked. Of course, unless you don't want to eat. Does it cost money? We have no money at home. Hu inquired again. Consider it rent. I'm staying at your home, and you're eating my food. Doesn't that balance things out? Zhang Fengchu picked up his chopsticks and started eating. The 4 siblings were drooling at the sight. Da-Hu and Long all looked at their elder sister to see her reaction. DeLong nodded and picked up her chopsticks. Seeing that their elder sister had already started eating, the others didn't hesitate and picked up their chopsticks to taste. With the first bite, their faces immediately lit up with joy as they feasted eagerly. Before long, the bowls were empty. Each one still felt unsatisfied. By the way, DeLong, I need to go up the mountain to gather herbs. Can Da-Hu lead me? Is that all right? This was the main point. DeLong hesitated. Zhang Fengchu understood that she was worried about her brother's safety. Don't worry, I've been gathering herbs since I was 10. I've been doing this for 30.5 years. Now at 40, I have ample experience in herb gathering. I also have sufficient safety awareness and wilderness survival experience. I will ensure Da-Hu's safety. Of course, I won't let Da-Hu go for free. If I find ginseng or something similar, I will provide you some food, and it will be quality food. Elder sister, please let me go. I'm already 15 this year. I'm not a child anymore. I should contribute to this family and share some of the burden with you. DeLong was silent for a while before saying, Uncle, I hope you keep your word. If anything happens to my younger brother, I won't be able to explain it to our parents in the afterlife. Zhang Fengchu nodded affirmatively. Thus it was settled. Shortly after, with a backpack, Zhang Fengchu, under Da-Hu's guidance, headed towards the large mountain at the edge of the village. Hu also wanted to go, but DeLong wouldn't allow it, so he couldn't go. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu and Da-Hu traversed mountains and valleys, entering the forest to search for traces of wild ginseng. After searching for quite some time, they found nothing. Indeed, on the outskirts of the forest, even the wild vegetables had been dug up by villagers. There was no sign of ginseng. As a result, Zhang Fengchu had no choice but to travel deeper into the mountains with Da-Hu in search of herbs. Time passed quickly. As they walked and paused, it was already noon. Exhausted and hungry, they needed to eat something to replenish their energy. Da-Hu, let's rest here for a bit and eat something. Zhang Fengchu found a shady spot under a tree and sat down. Okay, uncle. Da-Hu sat down beside him, obediently listening to his words. After sitting for a while, Zhang Fengchu took out 2 packs of milk and a pack of ham sausage from his backpack. He shared half with Da-Hu. Da-Hu enjoyed his meal, curious about the food, but didn't ask too many questions. Even if he asked, Zhang Fengchu didn't want to explain. It was good to leave him with some mystery. This little food can only fill the stomach slightly. However, for a great tiger who has always faced hunger, it is already quite satisfactory. Uncle Zhang, thank you for this delicious food. After finishing, the great tiger did not forget to express his gratitude. This was a heartfelt sentiment from the boy, and he could see it clearly. Zhang Fengchu patted his shoulders, saying, It's nothing, you let me stay at your home and guided me up the mountain, so it's only right that I provide you with food and drink. Lying down in the shade of a tree, he planned to rest for a while to gain more energy for finding wild ginseng in the afternoon. The great tiger nodded and, feeling a bit urgent, walked to the nearby bushes. Uncle. Suddenly, the great tiger rushed over in alarm, startling him, making him think something dangerous had happened, and he quickly got up to check. What happened? I think I saw the ginseng you were looking for. Zhang Fengchu's eyes lit up, quickly following the great tiger to the bushes. Look, isn't this ginseng? Huh? Zhang Fengchu leaned in closer, took a look, and indeed it was ginseng. Moreover, it was a 5-leaf ginseng. Wild ginseng with 5 leaves is rare to see. Having found it, it must be at least several decades old. If a 6-leaf one is found, it could be 70, 80, or even over 100 years old. Since no one has seen a 7-leaf ginseng, in most cases ginseng caps out at 6 leaves. Zhang Fengchu observed for a while, and based on the medical knowledge passed down from the pharmaceutical god heritage, he determined that this 5-leaf wild ginseng was about 50 years old. Wild ginseng becomes quite valuable after 10 years. A 50-year-old one is definitely worth even more. Great tiger, well done, this is indeed a wild ginseng. Zhang Fengchu praised. The great tiger was also grinning from ear to ear, feeling a sense of accomplishment for helping find a ginseng after eating his food. Next comes the task of digging it out. This requires patience and time. To sell the ginseng at a good price, its integrity must be ensured or it won't be valuable. No root hair can be missing. Currently, he had no good tools for digging ginseng, so he had to make do with what he had and start digging. Next time, he would bring some better tools which would be much more convenient. Zhang Fengchu prepared a bit, tied it with red string, and started digging. The great tiger helped a little from the side. Unknowingly, time passed quickly. The sun began to set. A roar echoed through the distant mountains along with wolf howls. I dug it out. Zhang Fengchu smiled happily. Having spent the entire afternoon, he finally unearthed the 50-year-old ginseng. With nightfall, the mountains became unsafe. He had to take the great tiger down immediately. Carefully wrapping the ginseng and placing it in his backpack, Zhang Fengchu hurried down the mountain with the great tiger. Because it was summer, the night fell late, so it wouldn't get dark immediately after sunset. By the time they reached the edge of Yangshu village, the sky had darkened, and it was nearly night. At the entrance, Dalong, Eru, and Erlong were already peering outside, hoping for their safe return. Seeing them, Zhang Fengchu was also very happy, feeling that he had already integrated into this family, considering himself a part of it. Dalong had already prepared the meal. Although it was called a meal, it was actually just a mush of wild vegetables. Dalong and the great tiger each had a bowl, while Erlong and Eru only had half a bowl. It seemed they were forced to save even on wild vegetable mush. This little food surely wouldn't fill them up, especially since there was no oil in it, making it not very tasty. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment, returned to his room, and took out a bucket of oil, a dozen eggs, a bottle of soy sauce, a packet of salt, and a pack of chicken essence. He planned to fry eggs to go with the wild vegetable mush, at least to add some flavor and make it filling. Noticing that Zhang Fengchu wasn't eating, the siblings also didn't pick up their chopsticks and followed him into the kitchen to see what he was doing. Great tiger, help me start a fire while I'll prepare some food. Okay, uncle. The great tiger replied and quickly set up a fire. Zhang Fengchu washed the pan, heated it until the moisture evaporated. Opening the lid, he poured in the oil, sprinkled a small amount of salt and chicken essence, mixing it with the oil before adding the eggs. He then fried each egg until golden brown and placed them in a bowl. Oh, the siblings were stunned by Zhang Fengchu's series of actions. Without chicken essence, they rarely had oil and salt in their meals. Most of the time, they couldn't even manage to eat, let alone frying eggs in so much oil. For their current lives, frying eggs in oil was a luxury. Too extravagant. Throughout the year, only during festivals, New Year's or New Year's Eve, could they have such fried eggs. Today, Zhang Fengchu's fried eggs, with so much oil, completely overturned the siblings' worldview. Sister, it smells so good. Shui Erlong couldn't help but drool. Shui Dalong nodded, also getting tempted. The great tiger and Eru were no better off. For the 5 of them, Zhang Fengchu fried a total of 10 eggs. 2 for each, just the right amount. For Dalong and his siblings, after going through hunger, they could not eat too well at first, nor could they eat too much at once, as it might cause discomfort or directly lead to diarrhea, which would be counterproductive. They needed to take it slow and gradually improve their diet. The final touch was to drizzle a bit of soy sauce over the fried eggs to enhance the flavor and make them tastier. Zhang Fengchu served the table, distributing 2 eggs to each sibling and keeping 2 for himself. Eating the wild vegetable mush alongside the fried eggs was quite delicious. Dalong, the great tiger, Eru, and Erlong looked at the 2 fried eggs in front of them, their appetites fully aroused. Tears flowed down as they swallowed hard before picking up their chopsticks to try. Taking a bite of the fried egg, they were amazed by how delicious it was, far beyond their expectations. In the next moment, the siblings began to feast heartily. In an instant, the food on the table was cleared. Uncle Zhang, did you find the wild ginseng on the mountain today? Dalong asked, putting down his chopsticks. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Yes, we were lucky. It was the great tiger who found it, and he made a significant contribution. The great tiger beamed with pride at his praise. Giggling, Erlong and Eru laughed out loud, satisfied after eating. The countryside at night was quite peaceful, with little entertainment. After taking a bath and chatting about daily life, they went to bed early. Waking up, it was already the middle of the night. Zhang Fengchu planned to return and sell the 50-year-old wild ginseng he had dug up to see how much it was worth. A thought. Zhang Fengchu returned to his modern home. It was still night. He decided to catch a few more hours of sleep. Fengchu, it's time for breakfast. Early in the morning, Zhang Fengchu heard his mother shouting for him to eat. He picked up his phone. It was only a little past 6, quite early, and he had little appetite. Zhang Fengchu got up, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and sat at the table in one go. In winter, the weather was very cold, The sun hadn't come out today, and the north wind was howling. Without a down jacket or a sweater, it was unbearable. Breakfast was simple. Zhao Fengchu had boiled some noodles and 2 eggs, 1 bowl for each of them. Even though they were homegrown free-range eggs, the noodles were not particularly tasty. There were no side dishes, and since he had little appetite, he ate reluctantly. Fengchu, after you finish eating, dress a bit nicer. We're going to your aunt's place, and she'll take you to see a girl to try and make a match. Zhao Fengchu suddenly said. Huh. Zhang Fengchu recalled that he had almost forgotten about the blind date today. Originally, he was supposed to go to the county to sell ginseng, but if he went on the blind date in the morning, he would have to wait until the afternoon to go to the county to sell ginseng. Buzz buzz. Suddenly, Zhao Jingxia's phone rang. She hurriedly picked it up and said, "It's your aunt calling." Zhang Fengchu remained silent, continuing to eat the bland boiled egg. Okay, good. Zhao Fengchu answered the phone from her aunt, then said to him, "Your aunt said not to go to her house, just go directly to the county. This is the girl's phone number. Add her on V and contact her to see where to meet." Zhang Fengchu took his mother's phone, entered the girl's number into his phone, and added her on V. They connected immediately, and she mentioned they would meet at a cafe in the county. Zhang Fengchu quickly changed into a suit, tied a tie, put on pointed shoes, and sprayed some gel to make his hair shine. After getting approval from his mother through her inspection, Zhang Fengchu rode out on the only vehicle in the house, an electric tricycle. After an hour or so on the winding mountain roads, Zhang Fengchu arrived at the county and stopped at the cafe. His phone had a picture sent by the woman. As soon as Zhang Fengchu entered the cafe, he found the woman's table, walked over, and sat down opposite her, handing her the flowers he had bought. The woman glanced at him reluctantly, accepted the flowers, but did not give him a smile. Zhang Fengchu observed her closely. She was average-looking, but had heavy makeup on. After a moment, they ordered coffee and desserts, and the waiter brought them to the table. They chatted while drinking coffee. "You're Zhang Fengchu?" "Yes," Zhang Fengchu replied very politely. "I heard from your aunt that you are already 39. In technical terms, he was 39. One could also say he was 40. According to the Gregorian calendar, he was 40. In the lunar calendar, he was 39. But it was close enough." Zhang Fengchu nodded yes. "Your aunt should have told you that I'm only 33, quite a bit younger than you." Zhang Fengchu nodded. "I've been married, but am divorced, you know that, right?" "I know. Can you accept a woman who has been divorced?" Zhang Fengchu nodded affirmatively. "If I couldn't accept it, I wouldn't be here." The woman nodded, seemingly pleased with his response, and continued, "Now that you know about me, I want to learn about you. You must tell the truth." Zhang Fengchu nodded. "Don't worry, I never lie." "That's good." The woman began to inquire about Zhang Fengchu. "What is your education level? Is this a census?" "High school," Zhang Fengchu replied honestly. The woman paused for a moment. "Why didn't you go to college?" "I failed English." The woman: "I heard you've been working outside." "Yes." "What kind of work have you done?" "I've farmed, pulled bricks at a brick factory, worked at construction sites, sold at street stalls, learned cooking, opened a breakfast shop, cooked fast food, worked as a mover, delivered takeout, learned tailoring, sold vegetables, worked as a waiter, did security, operated a forklift, and excavator, acted as a background actor, tried being an internet celebrity, but didn't succeed." The woman frowned. "I meant what you do now, not in the past. Currently, I'm working at a factory assembling screws." "How much do you earn a month?" "My salary is around 5,000 to 6,000 with accommodation provided, but no meals, switching between morning and night shifts." "What is your total savings?" "So far, I've saved 100,000 yuan." Zhang Fengchu answered every question. The woman paused for a moment. "Have you bought a car?" "A car?" Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. "What kind of car do you mean?" "Of course, a small car. You aren't talking about a tricycle, are you?" "A bicycle? An electric scooter?" the woman asked somewhat angrily. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. "Not at the moment." "Then how did you get here?" "I came on an electric tricycle." The woman fell silent. After a moment, she asked, "Do you have a house?" "Yes, in the countryside, 2 stories." "I meant, have you bought one in the city?" "No, I only have 100,000 savings. Houses in the county cost at least 8 to 900,000. I can't afford one yet." "What else do you have?" the woman pressed. Zhang Fengchu: "You're already 40, and at such an age without a house, car, or savings, and with a low salary, how can you support a family?" "Well, I'll go pay for the bill." Zhang Fengchu stood up and walked toward the counter. "How much?" 500 yuan, the waitress said with a smile. Zhang Fengchu took out his phone, scanned the code, and paid 250 yuan, split the bill. The waitress understood, immediately smiled, and said nothing. To her, it was just a cashier job. Whether it was split or not didn't matter as long as he didn't dine and dash. Zhang Fengchu returned to his seat and looked at the woman. "Are you going to continue?" Seeing that he had already settled the bill, the woman looked at him again. "I feel that the age gap between us is too great, and there's a generational divide. It's not suitable. You should leave now." She picked up her bag and headed toward the restroom. Zhang Fengchu stood up, looked at the beautiful lilies he had bought for 200 yuan on the table, picked them up, and walked to the front desk. "For you." The waitress was surprised, but looked at the flowers, which were indeed beautiful, and smiled as she took them. "Thank you for the flowers." Zhang Fengchu smiled and turned to leave. "Wow, this uncle is handsome," the waitress said as she watched the man leave. The woman came out of the restroom, returned to the table, and saw that the bouquet was gone. She got very angry. What a cheapskate coming for a blind date. Just stay single for life. "Excuse me. Miss, can you pay the bill?" As the woman walked past the counter and headed for the door, she suddenly heard someone calling her to settle the bill. Irritated, she walked over and asked the cashier, "Pay the bill. Didn't that person just pay?" The cashier smiled apologetically. "Yes, that boss has already paid, but he paid for a split bill, so you'll need to pay your half. Check the payment record if you don't believe me." "Zhang Fengchu, you bastard. How dare you trick me? I won't let this go." The woman, furious, pulled out her phone to pay her half before storming out. In the next moment, Zhang Fengchu rode his electric tricycle to a pharmacy, walked in, and asked the cashier, "Boss, do you buy ginseng?" A woman in her 20s stood before him, tall, elegant, and radiating quiet allure in her crisp uniform. She appraised him carefully, a man in his late 30s dressed in a tailored suit, silk tie, and pointed dress shoes, somewhat older, yet undeniably distinguished in bearing. "What kind of ginseng?" she asked with a gentle smile, her expression warm and open. Zhang Fengchu, finding her charm disarming, replied, "Wild ginseng, dug fresh from the mountains, just now 50 years old." 50-year-old wild ginseng. Ning Qiqi raised an eyebrow, skepticism flickering in her eyes. Does such a thing still exist today? Without further explanation, Zhang Fengchu placed the cloth-wrapped root upon the counter. Guaranteed authentic. Tenfold compensation for any falsity. She examined it closely. How it truly appeared wild. Yet uncertainty lingered, perhaps from inexperience. "Wait, I'll call someone," she said. Zhang Fengchu nodded silently as she stepped into the back room. Moments later, she returned with a man nearing 50. "This is him." Ning Ke nodded, then lifted a magnifying lens and scanned the ginseng from tip to root, finally breaking into a satisfied smile. "Indeed, it is genuine wild ginseng. Exquisite in form, potent in medicinal virtue, and exceptionally rare, a full-fledged 50-year specimen." Hearing the verdict, the young woman's gaze shifted instantly, awestruck and newly respectful. "So it really is wild ginseng?" Ning Ke chuckled. "Naturally, it's 100% authentic, freshly unearthed. See the soil clinging to its roots. Still damp and vivid." He spoke truthfully. Zhang Fengchu had excavated this root in ancient times and sealed it within his spatial realm, a dimension where time stood utterly still. No matter how long it remained, it would never decay. What entered that space unchanged would emerge unchanged. Ning Qiqi nodded, placing full trust in the elder's seasoned judgment. "Brother, are you selling this ginseng?" Zhang Fengchu smiled faintly. "Yes. Do you purchase such items?" A 50-year wild root was never difficult to sell, only the price remained in question. An honest buyer who recognized true value would offer generously. A shrewd merchant might underbid, or worse, an untrained eye might dismiss its worth entirely, yielding a pittance. Of course, Zhang Fengchu would not part with it cheaply. He understood well the principle: rarity commands reverence, and this ginseng, 5 decades old and untamed by cultivation, would never be sold at a discount. "How much will you offer?" he countered calmly. Only after hearing their bid could negotiation begin. Having lived half a lifetime beyond his years, he carried deep, hard-won experience. Though he claimed no brilliance, neither was he foolish. After brief reflection, Ning Ke proposed 20,000 yuan. "Would you accept it?" Zhang Fengchu considered 20,000 was no trivial sum, but this was true wild ginseng, aged half a century in untouched wilderness. Seeing his silence, Ning Ke quickly added, "If unsatisfied, we could raise it by 1 or 2,000. No trouble at all." Zhang Fengchu held up 3 fingers. "One fixed price. What do you say?" 30,000. The man fell silent. The woman glanced between the ginseng and the man. He withdrew his phone and dialed. Zhang Fengchu re-wrapped the root and leaned against the counter, his gaze drifting toward the street, but his ears remained keenly tuned to the call. "We've just acquired a 50-year-old naturally grown wild ginseng here at the shop. The seller asks 30,000. Shall we proceed with acquisition? You wish to inspect it in person?" "Yes, absolutely. I'll inform him immediately." "Understood." Ning Ke hung up. "Brother, please wait. The pharmacy's owner himself is coming to see it. Should he approve, I'm certain he'll meet your asking price of 30,000. Zhang Fengchu merely nodded. Ning Qiqi fetched a stool for him to sit. He accepted without hesitation, settling near the doorway. Half an hour passed. A sleek Alfred pulled alongside the curb, and out stepped a small, venerable man, 67 or 68, with a neatly trimmed goatee and impeccably tailored attire. Zhang Fengchu recognized him instantly as the master of the house, and rose respectfully aside. The middle-aged man hurried to the entrance, greeting the elder warmly and whispering a few words into his ear. The elder nodded, then took his place behind the counter. Brother, our chairman has arrived, the man announced to Zhang Fengchu. Zhang Fengchu stepped forward and laid the ginseng upon the counter. Without a word, the elder donned his reading glasses and brought the magnifier close, examining every contour node and fibrous tendril with meticulous care. After a measured pause, he lowered the lens and fixed his gaze upon Zhang Fengchu. This ginseng belongs to you. Zhang Fengchu nodded once, waiting watchful, saying nothing. Did you dig it yourself? Yes. Where? That remains confidential, Zhang Fengchu replied firmly. Such matters were not meant for disclosure, not even to those closest to him. To speak of traversing time into antiquity was to utter an impossibility too staggering to share. Ning Yuhai continued, this is authentic wild ginseng. I will pay 30,000, but I have one modest request. A modest request. All others are declined. Zhang Fengchu paused, then said, speak. The elder smiled. If you unearth more such ginseng in future, will you notify me first? Ah, so he sought exclusivity. His offer had been fair, granting this condition was not unreasonable. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Agreed. Provided the price remains equitable, selling to a trusted acquaintance is far wiser than to strangers. Ning Yuhai burst into hearty laughter. Turning to the young woman beside him, he said, Chi-Chi you, and then turned back. Young man, what is your name? Zhang Fengchu. Chi-Chi, add Fengchu on WeChat and exchange contact numbers for seamless communication. Fengchu, should you find wild ginseng again, simply contact Chi-Chi. She'll collect it directly from your home. No need for you to make another trip. Zhang Fengchu nodded and exchanged WeChat IDs and numbers with the woman. I'm Ning Chi-Chi, she introduced herself. Excellent. Zhang Fengchu tapped his screen. 30,000 yuan credited successfully. Instantly, Ning Chi-Chi transferred the full amount to his account. He verified the sum, exactly 30,000, then politely took his leave. He did not return home immediately. Instead, he intended to procure supplies to store in his spatial realm, goods he could carry back into antiquity. Soon afterward, he paused before a fruit shop ready to stock up. Stepping inside, he surveyed the selection. Apples, bananas, pears, all suitable. He'd also buy some for his mother. While you have, sir, the vendor called out. Zhang Fengchu made his selections deliberately. 10 crates of these apples, 10 crates of those pears, 100 jin of bananas, 10 durians, and 100 jin of tangerines. Oh, the proprietress was very happy to see him buy so much at once, her face filled with smiles. Originally, he wanted to buy watermelon, but winter watermelons are not very tasty, so he didn't buy any. That's all. The proprietress nodded and immediately called 2 shop assistants for help. She smiled again. Boss, you bought so much it will be hard to carry back. We can deliver it to your door. They could deliver it, but it was a bit far. Zhang Fengchu said, I live in Shizhuan, are you really going to deliver? The proprietress was stunned, unsure of what to say. Shizhuan is 39 miles away from the county seat, a long round trip. But since she had already made the offer, it would be awkward to refuse, especially since he had bought so much. Building rapport can lead to customers recommending friends and family, which is beneficial. So she smiled. Although it's far, we can deliver. After all, the cement road has reached the countryside, and we have a tricycle. Just give me an address, and I will load it up for you right away. Zhang Fengchu thought about it, and decided it wasn't a bad idea. Although he had a tricycle himself, he still needed to buy a few more things. How much? 3,000. Zhang Fengchu scanned the code to pay, left his address, and was about to leave. Boss, wait a moment. The proprietress caught up to him. Add me on WeChat for easy communication. Zhang Fengchu had no choice but to scan her code. My name is Lung Bingbing, what's yours? Zhang Fengchu. In the next moment, he arrived at a small goods store intending to buy some small items. He spent over 300 and bought a tang knife. After all, ancient times were not very safe with various dangers such as bandits and robbers. Having a good knife could provide protection. He also purchased some hoes, shovels, mountain picks, machetes, saws, nails, and pliers, agricultural tools that could be useful in ancient times. Then he went to the vegetable market and bought some vegetables along with beef and pork and loaded them onto the tricycle. Adding it all up, Zhang Fengchu calculated that he spent over 10,000 today. However, he had earned 300,000 today, so spending 10,000 was nothing significant. It was already noon and it was time to go home. He couldn't make it back for lunch, so he found a noodle shop by the roadside, ordered a bowl of beef noodles, and filled his stomach. Fengchu, is that really you? Suddenly a voice sounded in his ear. Meeting an acquaintance while having noodles. Zhang Fengchu turned around and recognized the familiar face. Oh, it was a villager, his childhood playmate Chen Xiaoshui. Xiaoshui, long time no see. Yes. Chen Xiaoshui smiled and sat down opposite him. Have you ordered? If not, let's order together, I'll treat you. I ordered beef noodles, what do you want to eat? I'll have beef noodles too. Zhang Fengchu said, boss, another bowl of beef noodles. Sure, just a moment, the proprietress replied with a smile. Seeing Chen Xiaoshui's large bags and travel-worn appearance, she wondered if he had just returned from afar. Fengchu, when did you come back? Yesterday, how about you? I just got back today. I just got off the bus. I'm starving. I'll have a bowl of noodles before taking a taxi home. Zhang Fengchu nodded. It seemed Xiao Shuai had returned from working out of town as well. Then the two chatted while eating noodles. Perhaps it had been a long time since they last met, and they shared common interests, making for a lively conversation. After finishing, Zhang Fengchu prepared to head back. Fengchu, what vehicle are you taking back? Chen Xiaoshuai asked while carrying his suitcase. He pointed to the electric tricycle parked by the roadside without saying much and got on the vehicle. Fengchu, let me hitch a ride. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoshuai jumped into the back of the trailer. Aren't you taking a taxi back? Zhang Fengchu asked as he climbed onto the tricycle and headed toward the countryside. I want to ride with you, Chen Xiaoshuai said as he lay back in the trailer. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much and focused on driving. They arrived at the entrance of Shizhuan. Fengchu, wait a moment. Suddenly Chen Xiaoshuai called out to him. Zhang Fengchu stopped and turned to see him pulling out several coats from his bag to cover himself tightly. From the outside, it was impossible to tell that there was someone in the trailer. Fengchu, can you drop me off right at my doorstep? All right. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much more. He believed in being a good person and went the extra mile, directly dropping him off at his home. Fengchu is back. Just as they arrived at Chen Zishuai's home, his brawny wife Lin Xiyun happened to be at home and came forward to greet. Oh, Xiaoshuai is back, right? Zhang Fengchu glanced into the trailer. Yes, he came back today. He'll be home soon, right? Lin Xiyun smiled. He hasn't come back yet. Once he does, I'll let him come find you. Zhang Fengchu nodded, rode the tricycle away, turned a corner, and stopped at the wall, revealing the coat he was wearing. Get up. Chen Xiaoshuai saw there was no one around and quickly climbed up from the vehicle. Thanks for the help. Come over for drinks at my place in a couple of days. No problem. Seeing him carrying his luggage back home, Zhang Fengchu then rode his tricycle back to his house. As soon as he returned, his mother came out from the house to greet him. You're back. Yeah, he replied and began unloading everything from the trailer, taking it back to his bedroom. Seeing the miscellaneous items he bought, Zhao Genxiu felt displeased. Do you have too much money? Why buy these things? Zhang Fengchu naturally wouldn't tell her. Mom, it's not mine, but it's my friend's. I have to deliver it to his house tomorrow. You're quite enthusiastic. Hearing it wasn't her son's purchase, Zhao Genxiu stopped nagging. Then she thought of something. How about the blind date? Now that was the main point. Zhang Fengchu replied. It didn't work out. I'm older, and she said it wasn't suitable. Zhao Genxiu fell silent for a moment, and then said, It's all right, son. If it didn't work this time, you'll succeed next time. Zhang Fengchu had no words to respond. After unloading the goods, he glanced at the living room and noticed the fruit proprietress had sent someone over. He left a box of each for his mother to eat, while the rest he moved into his own bedroom. Zhao Genxiu was puzzled. Son, why are you moving them into your bedroom? I'm afraid they'll get lost. After all, these aren't mine, and if something goes missing, I'll have to compensate. That's true. Zhao Genxiu agreed and helped move them. By the way, Mom, leave a box of each. Guy bought those for you, and leave 3 durians too, as those are also for you. You're just wasting money. Spending so extravagantly, you need to save some money for marrying a wife you know. Zhao Genxiu started scolding, but a smile had already appeared on her face as her son was filial, which made her genuinely happy. Got it. Zhang Fengchu didn't know what to say. His mother mentioned marrying a wife every 3 sentences. It seemed that as long as he didn't marry a wife, his mother would never be satisfied. After falling asleep, he woke up in the middle of the night. Zhang Fengchu got out of bed and stored all the things he bought into his space. With a single thought, he vanished from the spot and went to ancient times. The next moment, Zhang Fengchu appeared in the bedroom of the village beauty from ancient times. He climbed into bed and took a nap. By the time dawn broke, the sun was shining. In the village Bowtie's house, there was no breakfast to eat in the morning. He took out a few packs of instant noodles and handed 1 pack of sausage to DeLong, asking her to prepare it to fill their stomachs before heading out to work. The family ate instant noodles, their faces showing happiness. Uncle, are we going to the mountain to gather medicinal herbs today? DeLong suddenly asked. Yes, should I take Hu with me? Zhang Fengchu replied. A ginseng was sold for 300,000. How could he not go? Then can I go too? DeLong asked tentatively. She wants to go too. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. Aren't you afraid of wolves, tigers, leopards, and black bears? No, I'm not afraid. In truth, she was scared, but to avoid taking his food for free, she had to muster the courage to go. Sister, I want to go too. Who suddenly chimed in. Me too, I want to go. Long also wanted to join. They both looked towards their sister, hoping she would agree. You two can't go, but it's too dangerous. Stay home and guard the door. DeLong refused her siblings, not wanting them to take risks. Long and Hu dared not oppose and had to stay at home to guard the door. Long, come with me. The siblings nodded and came to his bedroom. Zhang Fengchu closed the door, took out some food from his storage space, and packed it into a basket, covering it with cloth. He also took out 2 apples and 2 bananas, pushing the door open and presenting them to his siblings. Stay at home and watch the door well. This is a reward for you two. Watch the door well, and when I come back tonight, I'll make braised pork for you to eat." Oh, hearing that there would be braised pork, the siblings were overjoyed, taking the apples and bananas from his hands, bouncing with happiness. It must be known that the siblings had never eaten such things since they were young. Now that they had something to eat, they naturally felt happy. Zhang Fengchu said no more and entered the mountains with De Long and De-Hu to gather herbs. A few hours later, the three returned to the grove from yesterday. The reason was simple. The wild ginseng they found yesterday was dug up from here, so they wanted to see if there were any others. However, things did not go as well as imagined. The three searched for a long time, panting from exhaustion, and did not even catch sight of a ginseng. Seeing that they had no harvest in the morning, De Long and De-Hu felt somewhat disappointed, thinking they had let Zhang Fengchu down. They felt useless as they had eaten his food, but found nothing. Zhang Fengchu was not anxious, believing that if good things were so easily obtained, they wouldn't be considered good. There is a saying, if you don't open the shop for 3 years, you can eat for 3 years when you do. The wild ginseng from yesterday earned him 300,000 in one day. As long as he did not spend extravagantly, it wouldn't be a problem to eat for 10 years. De Long, De-Hu, it's already noon. Let's take a break and continue searching in the afternoon. Zhang Fengchu called the siblings and sat down under the shade of a tree. They were somewhat distracted, sitting on either side of him, clearly tired. De Long kept quiet while De-Hu said to him, "Uncle, why don't we go check the grove over there in the afternoon? There shouldn't be any ginseng in this grove." "That works." Zhang Fengchu smiled. Seeing him smile, they felt relieved, as he was not angry and did not blame them for not finding anything. De Long gritted her teeth and said, "Uncle, I'm sorry. It's our fault for not being useful. We searched all morning and found nothing." This girl was overthinking. How could he possibly blame them? Zhang Fengchu reached out to pat her head, saying, "It's fine. Don't carry any psychological burden. Ginseng is inherently rare. Being able to find one is already lucky. I won't blame you if you can find it. That's great. If not, it's fine too. Just consider it a trip to enjoy the mountains." After hearing this, the siblings' eyes turned red. They felt he was a good person and were very moved, developing even more fondness for him. After working hard for a morning, Zhang Fengchu felt hungry himself. He took the basket in front of him and pulled out a durian. The siblings saw the large object in his hand and had no idea what it was, but they could smell a strong odor. "Uncle, what is this?" De-Hu asked curiously. Zhang Fengchu took out a small knife and began to peel it, saying, "Durian, a type of fruit. Have you ever eaten it?" He shook his head repeatedly. "No, I've never even seen it." De Long nodded, indicating she had also not seen it. "Is it edible, eh?" "Yes, it's soft, sticky, and sweet." She nodded, unsure of its truth. De-Hu was eager to taste it. His stomach also audibly protested. Shortly after, Zhang Fengchu finished peeling the durian, handing a piece to each sibling and taking a piece for himself. De-Hu took a bite immediately and brightened up, saying, "Sister, it's really delicious." De Long smiled and tasted a piece as well, revealing a joyful expression. "Delicious, really delicious." Zhang Fengchu smiled without speaking. Soon the three of them finished the large durian and lay down to rest. In the afternoon, Zhang Fengchu and the siblings went to another forest to continue searching for ginseng. Uncle, come here quickly." Zhang Fengchu was searching for wild ginseng in the forest when he suddenly heard De Long's voice not far away and hurried over with De-Hu. "Sister, what's wrong? Look over there." De Long stood at the edge of a cliff, pointing down. Zhang Fengchu quickly approached and looked in the direction she was pointing, suddenly brightening up. A lingji mushroom, one growing on the cliff, was about 50 meters away, making it difficult to harvest. "Is this a lingji?" De-Hu asked. Zhang Fengchu nodded. "Yes, and it's a century-old lingji." A century-old lingji is even rarer and naturally worth more. This one is estimated to sell for over 1 million. With good fortune comes a refreshed spirit. Zhang Fengchu's smile widened. "De Long, this time you've done a great job." Receiving Zhang Fengchu's praise, Shui De Long felt a great sense of accomplishment, her red lips showing her teeth as she smiled, feeling very accomplished. Shui De, who also smiled widely, finally having a harvest, making the day not a wasted trip. Next, they needed to figure out how to harvest it. The mountain people have their methods. "Let's find some vines, who I'll go down shortly." "Okay." The siblings responded, taking a machete with him into the woods to look for vines. Vines were very common in the woods, and Zhang Fengchu quickly found some and started cutting them with the machete. Next time he returns, he still needs to buy more climbing tools online, especially ropes, as they would be more convenient. Soon after, De Long and De-Hu also found some and brought them back. Zhang Fengchu then tied them together. After securing one end to a tree at the top of the cliff and the other end around his waist, he began to climb down. De Long and De-Hu watched him from above, feeling quite worried. After inheriting the medicine god legacy, Zhang Fengchu not only gained medical skills and knowledge of various herbs. His physical strength and power were also greatly enhanced, and he inherited the techniques of the medicine god along with martial arts, turning him from an ordinary person into someone with many abilities. Climbing a cliff to gather lingji is just a piece of cake for him now. A century-old Lingji is a rare treasure. Zhang Fengchu murmured to himself as he climbed down the cliff further and further down. Finally, he stood before the precious Lingji. He examined it from the left, right above, and below. Sure enough, it was not a millennia-old Lingji, merely a century-old one. With a slight smile, Zhang Fengchu carefully harvested it, wrapped it in cloth, and placed it in his backpack. Oh, DeLong and De-Hu were very pleased to see him succeed. Uncle, be careful, De-Hu reminded. Together with DeLong, they pulled on the vines to hoist him up. Fortunately, Zhang Fengchu made it safely to the top of the cliff, landing with a thud on the ground. The siblings rushed over to examine the century-old Lingji he had collected. Zhang Fengchu carefully took it out, unwrapped the cloth, and let the siblings marvel at it. Having made a successful harvest, the siblings were filled with laughter and joy. While the siblings were distracted, Zhang Fengchu stored the century-old Lingji in his space for preservation. He then took out a bunch of bananas, about 10, and presented them. Here, want some bananas? Bananas. The siblings recognized this fruit, but had never tasted it before. They were astonished to see him pull out such a large bunch. They stood there awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. They had just eaten his durian, and now they were offered his bananas, making them feel they were taking advantage of him. Each person gets 3. Hurry up and eat. We still have 20 miles of mountain road to return. As Zhang Fengchu spoke, he picked one up and began to eat. The siblings exchanged glances and smiled before each taking one to eat. Each had 3. While one ate, the other 2 discreetly stashed 2 in their backpack for their younger siblings. In truth, their little antics didn't escape his notice. He was simply turning a blind eye. Uncle, isn't there still time? Shouldn't we look for a bit longer? De-Hu inquired. DeLong also glanced at him, thinking there was still time to search a bit longer. Zhang Fengchu checked his watch. It was already 2:30. If they returned home, it would be dark soon, so he decided not to continue searching. Moreover, today's harvest of a century-old Lingji was worth hundreds of thousands. There was no need to push their luck further. We'll come back next time. Today, let's call it a day. Zhang Fengchu insisted as he and the siblings began their descent down the mountain. It was dark by the time they returned to the village. As Zhang Fengchu walked along the dirt road of the small village, he noticed the thatched roofs of each household were already emitting wisps of smoke, indicating dinner was being prepared. Uncle, sister, brother, you're back. Before they reached the door, Shui Eru and Shui Erlong ran over to greet them. The 4 siblings laughed joyfully. Zhang Fengchu observed the bond among the siblings and felt they were truly happy. The only downside was their lack of clothing and food. In times of famine, without stored grain or money, they could only starve or flee from hunger. There was even the risk of starving to death. This was not uncommon in ancient times. Natural disasters like floods, droughts, locust plagues, and wars could all lead to famine. Once DeLong got home, he grabbed a handful of wild vegetables and began to cook up a porridge. After all, in this household, it was just wild vegetable porridge day in and day out. Moreover, even the wild vegetable porridge had to be rationed or they wouldn't have enough to eat. They only ate 2 meals a day, and sometimes there wasn't enough, leading to days where they only ate once. Zhang Fengchu witnessed this scene and had no choice but to step into the bedroom and take out a piece of beef from his space. He also grabbed a few potatoes and a pound of pork, planning to improve this family's living conditions. He placed these in a bag and walked into the kitchen. Shui Erlong was sitting by the stove starting a fire. Shui DeLong was already pouring wild vegetable porridge into a pot. De-Hu and Eru stood by the stove, peering in the hungry brothers, hoping for food to fill their bellies. As for what to eat, the family wasn't too picky. As long as it filled their stomachs, the 4 siblings were satisfied, even if they had wild vegetable porridge every single day. Zhang Fengchu didn't stop DeLong from making the wild vegetable porridge. Instead, he walked over to the cutting board to take out the potatoes, beef, and pork. First, he peeled the potatoes, cutting them into chunks and placing them in a bowl. Then he cut the beef into pieces. De-Hu and Eru immediately gathered around, astonished to see him cutting meat. At this moment, DeLong had already finished preparing the wild vegetable porridge, portioning it into 5 bowls. Zhang Fengchu walked over, washed the pot, took the spatula, heated the pot with oil, and began to make braised pork. The pork belly was blanched first, then cut into pieces and further processed. Shui DeLong was stunned by his actions, standing there in shock. Meat? Where did Uncle get the beef? And what is this? Clearly the girl had never seen a potato before, which is why she didn't recognize it. You, Uncle, are you making braised pork? Zhang Fengchu responded, not stopping his hands as he cut the blanched pork into pieces, heating the pot with oil to cook the braised pork. While making the braised pork, he also added a small amount of sugar to enhance the flavor of the pork, making it rich and not greasy. In no time, the savory aroma of braised pork wafted through the kitchen. While Shui Erlong, who was tending the fire, couldn't help but drool at the delicious scent. Shui DeLong, De-Hu, and Eru were not far behind in their reactions. Each of them stared in awe at the beautifully fragrant braised pork in the pot. All right, it's done. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly as he transferred the freshly made braised pork into a bowl emitting fragrant steam. He picked up chopsticks, grabbed a piece, and tasted it himself. He had to admit his culinary skills were remarkable. Wang Pe selling melon self-praise. Gulp. The four siblings saw him eat and immediately swallowed the sound, catching his attention. Zhang Fengchu thought he couldn't eat alone, so he picked up a piece and held it to Erlong's small mouth. Erlong, quickly try this braised pork made by uncle. Is it delicious? The little girl wanted to eat, but felt shy, glancing toward her sister. Shuai Long hesitated for a moment before nodding to his little sister, signaling her it was okay to eat. Only then did Erlong open her little mouth, biting down on one end of the meat and savoring it. Wow, after just one bite her eyes sparkled. Uncle, your braised pork is so delicious. Isn't it? Zhang Fengchu chuckled. The little girl nodded continuously. He picked up another piece and held it to Dahu's mouth. The boy opened his mouth and tasted it, as well praising it repeatedly. Eru was salivating, swallowing hard. Zhang Fengchu picked up another piece for him, and Eru enjoyed it so much that before he could even savor the flavor, he had already swallowed it. Lastly, Zhang Fengchu picked up another piece and held it to Delong's mouth, saying, today you are our great benefactor. You found the century-old Lingji, so you should eat this biggest piece of braised pork. Ha. Seeing how kind Zhang Fengchu was to them, Dahu, Eru, and Erlong all wore happy smiles. The praise from him made Shuai Dalong feel embarrassed and shy. Since childhood, she had only eaten braised pork once. This was her second time. However, this time it evidently caught her by surprise. Braised pork was delicious, but the flavor of the one made by the man in front of her was simply extraordinary. She began to regard him with newfound respect. Next, Zhang Fengchu started making potato stew with beef. About half an hour later, the dish was ready, and he sat down to eat with the siblings. Each person had a bowl of wild vegetable porridge in front of them, with 2 plates in the center, braised pork and potato stew. Uncle, what is this thing? Eru also did not recognize the potato and couldn't help but ask. Zhang Fengchu had to explain, potato, a type of root vegetable, tastes quite good. Would you like to try it? Potato. The siblings had never heard of such a thing, but it didn't matter. As long as it was edible, they were fine with it. Where did it come from? Dalong asked tentatively. Since they didn't know him well, they wanted to learn more. Of course, he couldn't tell the whole truth, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Zhang Fengchu smiled. It's from a friend of mine who collects medicinal herbs. They brought it to me. The others nodded, choosing to believe him selectively. They didn't have any evidence to prove he was lying. As for his friend, the siblings felt very mysterious, as if they were capable of anything. So did your friend also bring the pork and beef? Dahu asked curiously. Zhang Fengchu laughed. Haha, Dahu is clever, you guessed it right. Exactly, my friend takes very good care of me. Afraid that I would suffer while foraging for herbs in the mountains, they bought meat for me to eat well and regain strength for herb collecting. Sure, I believe you. The siblings, hearing this, were already convinced and truly believed he had such an omnipotent friend. In fact, Zhang Fengchu wasn't exactly lying. The space of the jade pendant was basically his omnipotent friend, or rather his friend was himself. So the 4 siblings each took a piece of potato to taste. The result was a delightful surprise. It was indeed delicious. Before long, they finished all the food on the table. The siblings were very grateful to Zhang Fengchu. After all, before he arrived, they had to eat wild vegetable porridge sparingly, with each person only having half a bowl, and they hadn't even eaten breakfast. After he came, not only did they have breakfast, but they also ate well with meat and fruit to enjoy. After waking up from a nap, Zhang Fengchu planned to go back and sell the century-old Ganoderma he had. The century-old Ganoderma is precious due to its rarity. Selling it for around 100,000 should not be a problem. With a thought, he returned to his home in the modern world. It was still dark, so he went back to bed for a little while longer. When he woke up, his mother had already prepared breakfast. There were only 2 people in the house. There was a younger sister who had married after graduating from college. There was also a younger brother who had gotten a girlfriend and had become a live-in son-in-law, so he was not home either. Thus, breakfast was just Zhang Fengchu and his mother. Fengchu, the millet we planted this year hasn't been sold yet. I'll call the buyer to come over and collect it. If you're free, please help out. During breakfast, Zhao Genxiu said to her son, Millet. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. Mom, how many kilograms do we have? About 1,000 kilograms. Selling it to others wouldn't be as good as buying it back himself and taking it to the ancient side. Mom, what's the purchase price for millet per 100 kilograms now? Zhao Genxiu thought for a moment. It's around 120 to 130 for 100 kilograms, roughly this price. If it's 130 for 100 kilograms, 1,000 kilograms would be 1,300 yuan. Zhang Fengchu calculated, perfect, I have a friend who wants to buy grain, so there's no need to sell it elsewhere. I'll contact my friend, and he can come pick it up in a couple of days. Zhao Genxiu was very pleased to hear this. Then let's sell it to your friend. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Fengchu drove his electric tricycle to the county town, planning to sell the century-old Ganoderma. Without a doubt, he would still go find Ning Yuhai to see how much he could offer this time. Originally, he could just call Ning Qiqi to come to the village to collect it. However, since he was going to the city to buy some things anyway, there was no need to make that call. Once Zhang Fengchu arrived in the city, he first went to Ning's pharmacy to sell the Ganoderma. Upon entering, he saw Ning Qiqi sitting at the counter. Just then she looked up, and their eyes met. She was surprised. "Uncle, you just came yesterday. Has someone brought ginseng to sell again today?" While saying this, she brought over a stool for him to sit, and poured him a glass of water. "This time it's not ginseng." Zhang Fengchu smiled, deliberately teasing her. "Not ginseng." She thought about what it could be. "You definitely won't guess it," Zhang Fengchu joked. She honestly couldn't guess. She directly asked, "Then what is it?" "Ganoderma." Oh, upon hearing it was Ganoderma, Ning Qiqi wasn't too surprised. "How many years?" "How many years?" Zhang Fengchu realized from her words that she wasn't thinking too highly of it. 100 years. Ning Qiqi thought she had misheard. "What did you say?" "I said this Ganoderma is 100 years old." Now she understood it was indeed 100 years. But is there really 100-year-old Ganoderma? She had never seen it, only heard about it. Is it real, eh? Zhang Fengchu didn't say much. He just took it out directly, opened the cloth wrapping, and immediately a large, glistening Ganoderma was revealed before her. Ning Qiqi only took a glance and felt that it was different. Although she couldn't definitively say this was a 100-year-old Ganoderma growing up in a family of traditional medicine, she had some discerning ability. "Uncle Zhang, can I take a picture and send it to our chairman to let him see before we discuss further?" "Sure." Zhang Fengchu wasn't worried. As long as the money wasn't in place, no one could take this 100-year-old Ganoderma away. After getting his permission, Ning Qiqi quickly took out her phone to take a picture and sent it out. Shortly after, she said to Zhang Fengchu, "Uncle Zhang, our chairman has replied. He has something to attend to and asked me to take you to his house. Is that convenient for you?" Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. It seemed feasible. "That works." "Did you drive here?" Ning Qiqi asked as she walked out of the pharmacy. Zhang Fengchu pointed to the tricycle by the roadside. "Isn't that it?" "Then can I ride in your tricycle, eh? Don't you have a car, eh?" "I didn't drive to work today. If I don't ride with you, I'll have to take a taxi. Anyway, I've never been in a tricycle and would like to experience it." Ning Qiqi smiled. Seeing that she wasn't joking, Zhang Fengchu had no choice but to let her sit in the back of the cargo area. Although two people could sit in the front, it would be cramped, so it was better to let her sit in the back. Soon after, Ning Qiqi brought him to a luxurious villa in a residential area where they sat together in the hall waiting. The maid served coffee. Zhang Fengchu picked up his coffee and sat facing her. "Uncle Zhang, do you live in Shitsuan?" Ning Qiqi suddenly asked. "Yes." Zhang Fengchu replied, having drunk more than half of his coffee. He placed it back on the table, leaned back on the sofa, and waited. "It's about 39 miles from the county town to your village, right?" "Yes, it's a bit far." "Ah." Suddenly Ning Qiqi's face turned pale, and she clutched her stomach, crying out in agony, as if she were suffering from severe abdominal pain. Before long, she was rolling on the floor, her teeth chattering from the pain, in extreme distress. "Qiqi, what's wrong?" Seeing her condition, the maid rushed over to inquire. "It hurts. My stomach hurts so much." Ning Qiqi responded in agony. Still clutching her stomach, she continued to roll on the ground. "Write the ambulance." "I'll call for an ambulance." The maid hurriedly took out her phone to dial for emergency services. Zhang Fengchu approached, checked her pulse, picked her up, and laid her down on the spacious floor of the hall. He also lifted her shirt to expose her abdomen and began pressing his hands on her stomach, massaging up and down. When the maid returned after calling for an ambulance, she saw Zhang Fengchu massaging Ning Qiqi and anxiously approached him. "Young man, what are you doing to Qiqi?" While continuing to massage, Zhang Fengchu replied, "I just checked Ning's pulse, and she is experiencing an acute gastrointestinal inflammation attack." "You know medicine, eh?" "Yes, I apprenticed under a traditional Chinese medicine master and know some pulse diagnosis, massage, acupuncture, and Tuina therapy." Upon hearing this, the maid felt a bit relieved. "So can massage cure Qiqi's ailment?" "Massage can temporarily relieve the pain, and if combined with medication, it will be even better," Zhang Fengchu briefly explained. After obtaining the pharmaceutical god inheritance, his medical skills had reached an extraordinary level. For him, Ning Qiqi's condition was a trivial matter, easy to treat. The maid nodded, believing his words as he spoke so convincingly. A minute later, Ning Qiqi calmed down, gazing at the uncle, who was massaging her, feeling somewhat surprised. She had thought he only sold ginseng. Unexpectedly, he was also skilled in medicine, and after just a short while of massage, the effect was immediate. As she felt his hands moving across her abdomen, Ning Qiqi experienced a strange sensation. From childhood to now, it was her first time being massaged like this by a man. 3 minutes later, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hands. "Get up and see how you feel." "Okay." Ning Qiqi responded, and the maid came over to help her up. "Qiqi, does it still hurt?" Ning Qiqi walked back and forth a few steps and jumped a few times. To her surprise, not only did it not hurt, but she felt completely fine. It was as if nothing had happened moments ago. "It doesn't hurt at all." She was as happy as a little girl, smiling brightly, while the maid was also delighted and looked at him with newfound respect. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly sat beside him. "What's your name, young man?" By Ma, this uncle's name is Zhang Fengchu. Ning Qiqi quickly answered for him before he could respond. Dr. Zhang. By Ma, please don't call me doctor. I just know a bit of medicine. Bai Qiwei understood his meaning and changed her words. Then can I call you Fengchu? Sure. Fengchu, I have a chronic backache. I've seen many doctors, but it hasn't been cured. Just a few days ago it started hurting again. Can you take a look at it for me? Do you trust me? Zhang Fengchu asked. Bai Ma nodded. You just cured Qiqi, isn't that a good proof? Don't worry, once I cure you, I will surely reward you well. Zhang Fengchu looked at Bai Ma for a moment. Although she was 48, her skin was as fair as snow, her charms inherent, and her grace still intact. There was no doubt that Bai Ma in her youth was also a stunning beauty with an alluring figure. Even at nearly 50, she still possessed ample curves and great allure. Well, how about I check your pulse? Bai Qiwei exclaimed joyfully, quickly extending her fair hand towards him. Zhang Fengchu accepted it and began to check her pulse. Ning Qiqi, sitting to the side, focused entirely on him, suddenly feeling a surge of curiosity towards this uncle. After checking her pulse for a while, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hand and looked into Bai Qiwei's eyes. Your back pain is due to severe lumbar spine damage. Generally speaking, it's difficult to cure completely, or it can only be alleviated, which is why it keeps recurring. Typically, if I were to use acupuncture, it would have a quicker effect. But I didn't bring any acupuncture needles, so let's start with massage and see how it goes. Okay. Sure. Bai Qiwei agreed. This way you lie on the bed, it'll be easier for me to operate. Bai Qiwei nodded and quickly led him to her room, lying down on the bed. Zhang Fengchu and Ning Qiqi followed closely behind and entered her room as well. Without further ado, he lifted Bai Ma's shirt and began to massage her. Ning Qiqi, sitting to the side, watched intently. She hadn't expected that a man who sold ginseng would also know medicine, and quite well at that. After a while of massage, Bai Ma could tell the difference. She immediately felt that after Zhang Fengchu's massage, her lumbar spine was no longer sore or painful, but rather very comfortable. This further confirmed for her that Zhang Fengchu not only had medical skills, but was also very proficient, though otherwise the effect wouldn't have been so fast. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hands and said to Bai Qiwei, Sister Bai, get up and move around to see how it feels. Bai Ma nodded and quickly got up, walking around a bit, bending over, twisting her waist, and repeating various movements several times. The result was that her back didn't hurt, her legs weren't sore, and she felt energetic while walking. All right, I'm healed, Bai Qiwei exclaimed with delight. Ning Qiqi also looked at this man with newfound respect. He cured one person perfectly. His medical skills were definitely superb, otherwise such results wouldn't be possible. Bai Ma stepped forward and tightly grasped his hands. Young man, how should I thank you? Zhang Fengchu smiled. It was just a small effort, nothing to mention. So am I completely healed now? Not entirely. To be fully healed, in addition to massage, acupuncture, and medication, must be combined to achieve the best treatment effect, even a complete cure. Then let's add each other on WeChat, and I'll come find you to treat me when I have time. Bai Ma immediately took out her phone. Zhang Fengchu took out his phone, and after scanning, they added each other as friends and exchanged phone numbers. From then on, Bai Ma was even more enthusiastic towards him, preparing tea, cutting fruit, and inquiring about his well-being. Suddenly her warmth was overwhelming, making Zhang Fengchu feel somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao Zhang, how old are you this year? Bai Qiwei asked curiously. Zhang Fengchu sighed, just turned 40. How old is your child? Why not find someone? I have no money, so I can't find anyone. No money. You sold a ginseng yesterday for 300,000. Bai Qiwei nodded in agreement with Zhang Fengchu. He shook his head. They only knew his current situation, but not his past, which was hard to explain. Unable to articulate, he could only remain silent. The three chatted for a while until Ning Yuhai returned. Grandpa, you finally came back. Ning Qiqi ran up and hugged one of his hands, acting cute. Zhang Fengchu suddenly realized why Ning Qiqi was so familiar with this villa, and Bai Ma, she was Ning Yuhai's granddaughter. Haha, Ning Yuhai smiled broadly upon seeing Zhang Fengchu and sat down in front of him. I heard from Qiqi that you found another 100-year-old Ganoderma. Can I see it? Zhang Fengchu took it out and placed it on the table. Ning Yuhai carefully picked it up, gently unwrapping the cloth, and was immediately amazed. Oh, this size, this color, this medicinal fragrance, it is indeed a pure wild Ganoderma. He quickly took out his reading glasses and magnifying glass for a closer look. Half an hour later, he finally set down the magnifying glass and looked at the young man seriously. This is indeed a rare 100-year-old Ganoderma. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Ever since he gained the medicine god inheritance, he could identify medicinal materials with absolute certainty. Are you selling it? How much? Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. I'm not sure how much the old gentleman is willing to pay. Ning Yuhai pondered. 3,500,000. Will you sell it? 350,000. Zhang Fengchu thought it was an acceptable price deal. You have received 3,500,000. Ning Yuhai immediately transferred the money to him. It was truly a case of money for goods. One must say buyers like Ning Yuhai are indeed very reasonable. Zhang Fengchu enjoyed trading with such people. Even if he sold it cheaply, he felt good. Ning Yuhai, having acquired the 100-year-old Ganoderma, carefully wrapped it up and went upstairs to hide it in his secret chamber. Zhang Fengchu stood up to leave, but was stopped by Ning Qiqi and by Qi insisting he stay for lunch before heading back. Thus Zhang Fengchu was playfully pulled back by the three who insisted he stay. Unable to refuse their hospitality, he resigned himself to enjoy. Bai Qi quickly entered the kitchen and instructed the cook to prepare lunch. Moments later, a table full of delicious dishes was set. At the host's invitation, Zhang Fengchu joined the grandfather and granddaughter at the table, beginning to enjoy the meal while Bai Ma served. Oh! Halfway through lunch, Ning Yuhai touched his neck and exclaimed, "Grandpa, is your neck pain acting up again?" Ning Qiqi asked with concern, walking over to gently massage his back to relieve the pain. Bai Ma brought over a bottle of spray and applied it to his neck. No doubt this bottle should be a remedy for neck pain. Suddenly, Bai Qi thought of something, her eyes brightening as she turned to Zhang Fengchu and whispered a few words in Ning Yuhai's ear. After hearing Bai Ma's words, Ning Yuhai looked deeply at the young man. "Xiao Zhang, I heard from Bai Ma that you know medicine." Zhang Fengchu nodded. "I know a bit." "Then can you treat my neck pain?" Ning Yuhai clarified his request. What a situation. Was he here to sell Ganoderma or to treat this family? Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. "I can give it a try." "Give me your hand, I will check your pulse first." Without hesitation, Ning Yuhai extended his hand for him to check. Traditional Chinese medicine involves 4 examinations: observation, listening, inquiry, and pulse taking. After checking his pulse for a while, Zhang Fengchu moved behind him to examine his neck. After feeling around for a bit, he said, "Your neck pain is an old issue and is quite difficult to cure completely." Ning Yuhai nodded. "Yes, I've seen many doctors, but they only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. It can only be alleviated. It acts up from time to time. Especially in spring and winter, it flares up very frequently." Zhang Fengchu interjected, "That's very normal. In spring and winter, the dampness and coldness, along with issues like poor circulation and blood flow, can easily trigger joint rheumatism, skin disorders, and old ailments. In contrast, it occurs less in summer and autumn." "Yes, that's exactly how it is," Ning Yuhai agreed. "So Mr. Ning, after lunch, let's go to the living room, and I'll give you a massage to relieve it first. If we want to cure it thoroughly, we'll need acupuncture along with some medicinal treatments for better results." Ning Yuhai nodded repeatedly, though he wasn't sure if Zhang Fengchu's medical skills were as impressive as his granddaughter and Bai Ma claimed. But letting him try wouldn't hurt. After all, he trusted Bai Ma and his granddaughter and thought they wouldn't deceive him. After the meal, Bai Qi brought over a cup of hot tea. After chatting for a while, Zhang Fengchu said, "Mr. Ning, shall I give you a massage now?" "Sure, Fengchu." Ning Yuhai agreed and lay comfortably on the central table. Zhang Fengchu cleaned his hands and began the massage. Ning Qiqi and Bai Qi watched from the side, having great confidence in his medical skills. Oh, Ning Yuhai's eyes lit up. He didn't expect this massage treatment to be truly effective. After a short while of massage, he could tell whether it was effective. Comfortable. Ning Yuhai was pleasantly surprised. This Fengchu was certainly not an ordinary person. No wonder he could find 50-year and 100-year Ganoderma. His medical skills were remarkable as well. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hands and said, "Mr. Ning, now try moving around and see how the treatment worked." Good. Ning Yuhai beamed, quickly sitting up and twisting his neck. "Goodness, there's no pain at all. It feels as if it has been taken away entirely. His neck feels light, and the pain in his head has disappeared, as if he has been cured. Fengchu, your medical skills are truly exceptional." Ning Yuhai expressed his gratitude, feeling as if he had discovered a treasure, joyfully, like a child. "Sir, I told you Fengchu's medical skills are remarkable. My back pain has persisted for years, but after Fengchu's treatment it no longer hurts," Bai Qi said happily. Ning Qiqi also cheerfully added, "And my earlier stomach pain was also alleviated by Uncle's massage. It's truly like the work of a divine doctor." Just now Ning Yuhai had some doubts, but now he no longer had any doubts at all. He stepped forward and patted Zhang Fengchu on the shoulder, saying, "Fengchu, I must express my gratitude to you properly." He picked up his phone and transferred money to Zhang Fengchu. "You have received 50000 yuan." Zhang Fengchu looked at the 500 yuan on his phone and transferred it back to him. "You have received 50000 yuan." Ning Yuhai saw the 500 yuan he had just sent turned back and looked at him in confusion. "Fengchu, why did you transfer it back?" Zhang Fengchu had to explain, "It's just a small effort, nothing to worry about. Moreover, I don't have a medical qualification certificate, and practicing medicine without a license is illegal, so please don't put me in a difficult position, Mr. Ning." Ning Yuhai nodded, appreciating him even more. He thought to himself, with such good medical skills, it shouldn't be a problem for Fengchu to get a medical qualification certificate. Without saying much, he planned to ask an old friend if Fengchu could qualify for a certificate under such circumstances. Once he had the certificate, Fengchu would be able to practice medicine normally. Ning Yuhai thought for a moment and said, Fengchu, since your medical skills are so good, can you help me completely cure my illness? I can try. If I use acupuncture and medicinal treatment, it should be possible to cure it. Although it would be a bit troublesome, being able to cure the illness and eradicate the root cause would be the real good. Oh, upon hearing this, Ning Yuhai was overjoyed. He wasn't short on money, but life and death have nothing to do with money. No amount of money can grant eternal life. But if medical skills are good, being able to cure his illness and relieve him from suffering is always a good thing. No one wishes to be alive, yet suffering from a terminal illness, living a life worse than death. If it can be cured, no one would refuse. By the way, Mr. Ning, I see your back doesn't seem very well. Would you like to have it treated too? Oh, he didn't expect him to notice. Ning Yuhai was delighted again. My back pain and leg pain have been chronic issues for many years. If you can treat them, that would be wonderful. Saying this, he lay back comfortably on the sofa. Zhang Fengchu shook his head and massaged his back and legs for a while. After about half an hour, he finally withdrew his hands. Try moving again. Ning Yuhai got up and felt invigorated. His back no longer ached. His legs no longer hurt. He felt relaxed all over. Originally, with age, it was inconvenient for him to move around, but after being treated, he could even go to a nightclub without issue. Fengchu, you truly are a divine doctor. I can't claim that title, you don't have to be so polite. After chatting for a while, Zhang Fengchu took his leave. Uncle, wait a moment, I'll take your car back to the pharmacy. Behind him, Ning Chichi caught up. Once on the vehicle, unexpectedly Ning Chichi sat right beside him. Aren't you going to sit in the back? Ning Chichi said unhappily, there's enough room for two in the front, why sit in the back? As she spoke, she squeezed closer to him. Zhang Fengchu felt her soft presence beside him. He couldn't tell if it was intentional or accidental. Starting the tricycle, he rode forward. Uncle, can you stop for a moment? Ning Chichi called out to him midway. It was right at the entrance of the shopping mall. Wait a moment, I'm going to buy something. Ning Chichi hopped off the tricycle and walked into the mall. 10 minutes later, she came out. Once seated, she handed him a box. Uncle, this is a gift my grandpa asked me to deliver to you. Zhang Fengchu took the box and looked. Patek Philippe. Patek Philippe. Opening it revealed a watch. A Patek Philippe watch costs at least several tens of thousands. The more expensive ones can reach tens of millions to over 100 million, which is extraordinarily expensive. Looking at it, it was still a new watch, so it must be worth several tens of thousands. Several tens of thousands. Don't ask me, it's a gift from my grandpa to you, just accept it, okay? Ning Chichi was unwilling to quote a price. But in reality, this watch was worth more than several tens of thousands. It was actually $1 million. Originally, it was ordered by Ning Yuhai. However, just now Zhang Fengchu refused to accept his treatment fee. Unable to refuse such kindness, Zhang Fengchu could only reluctantly agree and accepted the watch. Come on, uncle, let me help you put it on. Ning Chichi took the box, took out the watch, and helped him wear it. Zhang Fengchu looked at it, and the watch suited him quite well. He said no more and took Ning Chichi back to the pharmacy. Then he went to the supermarket to buy some items to bring home. Rice, flour, noodles, fruits, and vegetables. He bought some of each as he could bring them to the ancient times. Instant noodles, cakes, and milk candies. He also bought a few boxes. These items wouldn't be found in the ancient times, so taking them over would definitely be a rare treat. After purchasing everything, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. After a day of wandering, it was time to go home. Uncle Zhang, wait for me for a moment. Zhang Fengchu was about to head home on the tricycle when he heard someone calling from behind. Turning back, he saw a girl about 19 years old wearing a white short sleeve and brown long pants. She had snow-white skin, a tall and curvy figure, long flowing hair, delicate features, and lively eyes, young and beautiful. Seeing him stop, the girl quickly ran over. Uncle Zhang, such a coincidence. What does that mean? Do I know her? Zhang Fengchu was a bit confused. Little girl, do you know me? Little girl? Doesn't Uncle Zhang recognize her? The girl was also confused for a moment, then said, Uncle Zhang, don't you remember me? I'm Qin Wanwan, the daughter of Qin Xiaoshui. Wanwan, so she is Zai Shuai's daughter. No wonder she looks familiar, he just didn't recognize her right away. Young girls change a lot as they grow up, and it's not without reason. Qin Xiaoshui is about the same age as him, got married early, and his eldest daughter is already 18 or 19. Meanwhile, he still hasn't married. Zhang Fengchu felt a bit awkward saying, Wanwan, I'm sorry. I haven't seen you for years and my memory is still stuck in your childhood. Now that you're already 18. Uncle Zhang, I'm 19 this year in my second year of college. I'm no longer a little girl. Qin Wanwan added. Already in my second year, it's true that girls change a lot as they grow up. You've become so tall and beautiful that I didn't recognize you at all. Ignorance is no crime. I forgive you. Qin Wanwan waved her hand, not angry at all. But Uncle Zhang, you can't call me a little girl anymore, all right? In my eyes, you're still a little girl. Oh, after all, when I was 20, you hadn't been born yet. But now I'm 19, an adult, not a little girl anymore. Zhang Fengchu smiled and said, no more. I'm going home now. When are you going home? I just got back too. I was going home now. I was going to take a taxi, but I happened to run into you, so I'm taking your tricycle back. She is the daughter of a childhood friend from a village, so taking her along isn't a problem. Then you sit in the back, Zhang Fengchu agreed. No, I want to sit in the front. Chen Wanwan plopped down right next to him. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. What a coincidence. Yesterday, he ran into her father. Today, he ran into his daughter. Without saying more, he drove the tricycle out of the county town and headed back to Shurtsuan. My dad came back yesterday, right? Chen Wanwan suddenly spoke up. Zhang Fengchu replied. Yes, I ran into your dad yesterday and ran into you today. Haha, so my dad also took your vehicle back yesterday. Yes. Chen Wanwan found it very interesting, laughing heartily. What a coincidence. But Uncle Zhang, you ran to the street yesterday and came back again today. Is there something going on? Buying things. Look in the back of the tricycle, instant noodles, rice, milk, candies. I couldn't finish shopping in one day, so I made 2 trips. Naturally, he wouldn't tell her about selling wild ginseng and century-old rasher. Ah, she nodded. By the way, Uncle Zhang, I remember you haven't gone home for the new year in 3 or 4 years. When did you come back this year? I just came back the day before yesterday. She nodded, then fell silent. The next moment, Chen Wanwan said again, You're the same age as my dad, 40. Why aren't you married? Isn't that a sensitive topic? Zhang Fengchu didn't want to engage with her. Chen Wanwan pressed on, Have you had a girlfriend? Why are you asking so many questions? Zhang Fengchu grew a bit impatient. She was asking too much. The key was he didn't want to answer those questions. Chen Wanwan pouted, If you don't talk, it means you haven't found anyone. Zhang Fengchu. Seeing he didn't respond, Chen Wanwan finally quieted down. Half an hour later. Uncle Zhang, pull over to the side. I need to relieve myself. Chen Wanwan urgently said, her small face already red from holding it in. Lazy people pee a lot. Zhang Fengchu pulled over. Chen Wanwan stuck her tongue out at him, eagerly jumped out of the vehicle, and dashed into the small woods by the roadside. Before long, Zhang Fengchu heard the sound of rain coming from the bushes. He looked up at the sky, pondering whether there was really another sky beyond this one. Is there another universe outside the cosmos? This is unknown, no one knows. With the current lifespan and physical condition of humanity, we can't explore very far. The solar system, the Milky Way, and beyond the universe is far too distant. Suddenly a scream came from the woods by the roadside. Uncle Zhang, help me. Even while peeing, something could happen. Zhang Fengchu was startled. If something really happened to her, it wouldn't be easy to explain to her father. Rushing into the bushes, he found Chen Wanwan sitting on the ground, not knowing what had happened. Uncle Zhang, save me. Upon seeing him, Chen Wanwan immediately cried for help. Zhang Fengchu approached to check and saw that she was fine, so why was she shouting for help? Are you okay? I've been bitten by a snake. Oh, I see. That is indeed possible. It's quite normal to have snakes in the wild woods. Where did it bite you? Chen Wanwan's face turned red as she stammered, I'm on my butt. This. Zhang Fengchu didn't know what to say, but being bitten on the butt is normal. Women squat to pee, which is close to the ground, and if there is a snake, it would certainly bite the butt when they look up. So she wasn't lying. What kind of snake? If it's a non-venomous snake, there's no need to extract the venom, just apply some medicine to reduce inflammation. Chen Wanwan thought for a moment. It wasn't a big snake, but I didn't see clearly what kind of snake it was. That's a problem. Zhang Fengchu's expression became serious. If it's non-venomous, I can help you gather some herbs to apply, and you should recover in a few days with proper care. But if it's a venomous snake like a bamboo viper, 5-step snake, king cobra, or silver-ringed snake, if the venom isn't extracted immediately regardless of size, you could be in life-threatening danger. Uncle Zhang, then. You need to save me quickly. Oh, it might be a venomous snake. Chen Wanwan grew frightened, truly terrified. She was still young and didn't want to die from a snake bite. Her biggest fear was being half of unable to be treated properly, neither dead nor alive, ending up paralyzed for life and having to spend a lot of money on treatment. Her family wasn't very well off. Zhang Fengchu had inherited the medicine god inheritance, so treating snake venom wasn't a problem, but the location of the bite made treatment inconvenient. Wanwan, we're not strangers, they'll be honest with you. I can treat the snake venom, but the problem is that the bite is on your butt. It's not appropriate for men and women to be too familiar, right? Chen Wanwan's face turned red, realizing that was indeed the case. But life was at stake, and she understood some common knowledge. If a person is bitten by a venomous snake, the venom quickly spreads through the blood. If not treated quickly, she would soon feel unwell, and with the distance to the hospital for anti-venom, it wouldn't be a short trip. Every minute of delay increases the risk to her life and causes more harm to her body. Thinking of this, she gritted her teeth and turned, saying, Uncle Zhang, just come. Besides, there's no one else here. You're helping me treat the snake venom, not taking advantage of me. It's a matter of life and death, and if I delay any longer until the venom takes effect, I'm done for. True. Zhang Fengchu nodded. To save her life, he could only reluctantly agree. He stepped forward to examine her and see if it was a venomous snake bite. Zhang Fengchu checked her wound and saw 2 visible small puncture wounds on her butt. Just as Chun Wanwan described based on the size of the puncture wounds, it was evident that it was done by a small snake. As for whether it was a venomous snake, generally people who aren't knowledgeable about medicine can't tell right away. But one thing is clear: a venomous snake bite would leave a different kind of wound, and it would show symptoms immediately. Non-venomous snakes wouldn't have these issues. But her wound had already started to swell and hurt, indicating it was venomous. After examining for a while, Zhang Fengchu discovered it was just a bite from a mildly venomous snake and sighed in relief. Fortunately, this snake isn't highly venomous. It should be a juvenile bamboo viper that ambushed you in the bushes. Though this little bamboo viper is small, its venom is less potent than that of an adult's, primarily depending on how much venom is injected. That's the key. But it still has some toxicity. Even if it doesn't inject venom into your body, you could still get poisoned. However, as long as we extract the venom, I'll find some nearby herbs to apply for inflammation, and if you rest at home for a few days without getting wet, you'll be fine very soon. The bamboo viper is tricky. It can be toxic or non-toxic depending on how much venom is injected after a bite. If too much venom is injected and it isn't treated immediately, or you don't reach the hospital in time for anti-venom, there can still be life-threatening danger. In fact, juvenile bamboo vipers are more dangerous because they can't control the amount of venom they inject and will inject all their venom into the bitten animal. Then, "Uncle Zhang, please suck it out quickly. I'm begging you, I don't want to get poisoned," Chun Wanwan said helplessly, clearly frightened. Zhang Fengchu was in a dilemma. "I can't do that." Chun Wanwan didn't want to either. She didn't want to be bitten by a venomous snake. But what could she do? It's fine, Uncle Zhang, you are helping me detoxify, not taking advantage of me. I still need you to suck out the venom to save my life." A few minutes later, Zhang Fengchu finally helped Chun Wanwan draw out the snake venom, brought some mineral water, rinsed her mouth, and cleaned her wound. "All right, the snake venom is cleared. I'll find some herbs to apply on your wound. You won't have any further issues." Chun Wanwan nodded, finally letting out a sigh of relief. "Uncle Zhang, thank you for treating me. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do." "Wanwan, there's no need to be so formal. When you were little, I held you in my arms. I've seen you grow up. Besides, your father, Qin Xiaoshui, is my childhood friend. We come from the same village. If I don't help you, who will?" Zhang Fengchu waved his hand and went to look for herbs nearby. Chun Wanwan sat on the ground, still a bit worried. If she had known, she would have waited a bit longer and just gone home to relieve herself. Now, having been bitten by the bamboo viper, it hurt terribly. Fortunately, Uncle Zhang knows how to treat it. Otherwise, going to the hospital would mean a long trip of dozens of miles, which would only worsen her pain. Soon, Zhang Fengchu found some herbs, chewed them in his mouth, and applied them to Chun Wanwan's wound. "Don't move yet. I rest for about 10 minutes. Once the medicine takes effect, you'll be fine." Chun Wanwan nodded and sat beside him to rest, curious. "Uncle Zhang, when did you learn to detoxify snake venom?" If he said he just learned it the day before, she would definitely not believe him. Zhang Fengchu didn't tell her the whole truth. "I learned a little from an old Chinese medicine practitioner while studying outside. It's nothing remarkable." "So that's how it is." She nodded, believing him. 10 minutes later. "All right, get up and take a few steps to see how you feel." Chun Wanwan immediately got up, tried to walk a few steps, and then hopped around, realizing she was indeed fine. The wound didn't hurt anymore. Only then did she believe that Zhang Fengchu truly had medical skills, otherwise it wouldn't have healed so quickly, and she started to see him in a new light. "Uncle Zhang, thank you for saving my life. It's the heart of a healer. No need to be polite. Let's go home before your parents get worried." Chun Wanwan happily nodded. With the snake venom detoxified, her mood brightened considerably. "Oh, Patek Philippe. Uncle Zhang is actually wearing a Patek Philippe. Has he struck it rich?" Suddenly, Chun Wanwan noticed the watch on Zhang Fengchu's wrist, took a closer look, snapped a photo with her phone, and posted it online. Suddenly, the price she found left her astonished. 1 million. This Patek Philippe that Uncle Zhang is wearing is worth $1 million. No doubt about it, anyone who can wear $1 million watch must have struck it rich, otherwise they wouldn't buy such an expensive watch. She grew curious about how he made his fortune. "Uncle Zhang, when did you buy the watch on your wrist?" Zhang Fengchu glanced at it, saying someone just gifted it to him. "Who gave it to you?" "He's one of my patients, the chairman of a pharmacy. I went up the mountain to collect some herbs to sell and met him. He happened to be unwell, so I treated him. He wanted to pay me, but I don't have a medical license, so I didn't take his money. Then he gifted me this watch." "Was it a man or a woman?" "A man, an elderly gentleman." Chun Wanwan nodded. A man, especially an old one, giving him $1 million watch shows that Uncle Zhang indeed has medical skills, otherwise he wouldn't receive such a valuable gift. So Uncle Zhang didn't strike it rich. Instead, he has good medical skills and cured the suddenly ill chairman of the pharmacy, who then gifted him the watch. Afterward, Zhang Fengchu first dropped Chun Wanwan off at her childhood friend's house. After seeing her enter, he returned home. After having dinner with his mother, he had no other entertainment in the evening and went to bed early. Waking up from a deep sleep before dawn with a thought, Zhang Fengchu disappeared from the room and went back to ancient times. Uncle Zhang, are we going up the mountain to collect herbs today? During breakfast, Shui Dahu suddenly asked. For him, being able to have 3 meals a day, including meat, was entirely due to Zhang Fengchu's help. Without him, none of this would be possible. Thus, he wanted to do more for him. Shui Dalong Eru and Erlong also turned their gazes toward him, waiting to see what he would say. Of course, they had to go. Wild ginseng was incredibly profitable. They were waiting to dig it up and get rich. As for the century-old Ganoderma, they couldn't hope for it. Even finding one was a rare occurrence if they were lucky. Zhang Fengchu smiled. Let's go, the weather is nice today. Let's go look for some. The siblings were very happy to hear this. Uncle Zhang, take me along. I want to go with you too. Shui Eru immediately said. He wanted to go yesterday, but his older sister didn't agree, so he couldn't go. Today he skipped asking his older sister and directly asked Zhang Fengchu. Because he understood that as long as he agreed, his older sister would likely agree too. And Uncle Zhang, I want to go too. Immediately Shui Erlong also requested. No, it's too dangerous in the deep mountains. You two kids can't go. Shui Dalong firmly disagreed. Shui Eru, dissatisfied, said, Sister, I'm already 13, well, I'm not a kid anymore. My little sister is the only child here. Hearing her second brother say this, the little girl pouted and said unhappily, I'm already 5 years old, I'm not a kid. Second brother is the real kid. Anyway, you're not allowed to go. Just not allowed. Shui Dalong remained unconvinced. Wah, wah, wah. Immediately Shui Erlong burst into tears. Sister, didn't I also go with you to the mountains to dig wild vegetables and mushrooms before? Why can't I go now? Shui Dalong was so angry that his head hurt. That was on the outskirts of the deep mountains, not so dangerous. Now we are going into the deep mountains where there are wolves, tigers, leopards, black bears, and wild boars. It's very dangerous. I'm not afraid. Shui Erlong insisted on going, not caring about anything else. Shui Eru anxiously said, no, I must go today. If big brother can go, I can go too. Uncle Zhang, please take me along, okay? Seeing how eager they were to go, Zhang Fengchu found it hard to refuse. With him around, it was actually not a big problem. Hearing the call, Zhang Fengchu turned around to take a glance. Behind him were 3 people, one 12 years old, one 10 years old, and one 30. Chuanfeng Xiayue and Qin. Shui Dalong called out the names of the few individuals. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. There was no doubt that these 3 were from Yangshudan. As the 3 approached and exchanged a few words, they suddenly noticed a stranger among the 4 sisters looking at him with some confusion. He also assessed the 2 little girls in coarse linen clothes, dirty and patched up. Their faces were pale and weak, skin lacking color, with their bellies pressed against their backs and their arms and legs as thin as sticks. Their hair was dry and yellow, and they walked with little strength. It was obvious that they were suffering from long-term malnutrition. Looking at the woman, she was dressed similarly to the 2 girls. Her black hair was tied up at the back. Her round face had well-defined features with a curvy figure that had some beauty. Although she had strong shoulders and a wide waist, her hunger left her unable to support her own body, and she walked with a slight sway, as if she might collapse at any moment. Dalong, who is this brother? The woman was the first to ask, her large eyes seeming to speak as they scrutinized him. Mature and handsome, he had a clean complexion, tidy clothes, sturdy build, and a healthy color on his face. It was clear he was not someone who had gone hungry. Upon hearing the woman's question, Shui Dalong smiled and began to introduce. Aunt Qin, this uncle's name is Zhang Fengchu, a herbalist from outside, who is staying at my home. He then introduced Zhang Fengchu, saying, this is Qin Mingxue, who lives next door to me, 30 years old, from our village. These 2 are Aunt Qin's eldest daughter Chunfeng and second daughter Xiayue, aged 12 and 10 respectively. Zhang Fengchu nodded, acknowledging their acquaintance. As they walked together, he learned that Qin Mingxue's husband had died in a hunting accident a few months prior. Qin Mingxue had thus become a widow with 4 daughters. Chunfeng and Xiayue were the eldest and second daughters. The 2 younger ones, Qiuxia and Donggu, were only 8 and 6. A widow with 4 daughters losing her husband's labor force made it even harder to sustain the basic livelihood of the family. The 3 women were out gathering wild vegetables and mushrooms. However, as they walked along, they found no wild vegetables to collect. The key issue was that the village was currently in a precarious situation, with villagers' first task each day being for men to work the fields, while women took children to the mountains to gather wild vegetables and mushrooms to fill their stomachs. With people gathering and digging every day, the resources naturally dwindled. The group walked without even seeing the shadow of wild vegetables. It was evident that the wild vegetables and mushrooms on the forest outskirts had been completely harvested, with even the roots dug out. The 3 women searched fruitlessly, their faces filled with disappointment. As fatigue set in, they walked even more slowly, frequently falling behind. Bang! Mother, mother, what's wrong with you? Mother, wake up, don't leave us behind. Suddenly, as Zhang Fengchu and the others walked, they heard crying behind them. Turning around, they saw that the widow Qin had collapsed on the ground. Chunfeng and Xiayue were kneeling beside the woman, already in tears. Shui Dalong and the others upon seeing this would certainly not ignore her plight and hurried over to ask what was happening. Zhang Fengchu shook his head and approached as well. Sister Dalong, can you save my mother? Li Chunfeng immediately pleaded with Shui Dalong. Shui Dalong squatted down, checked the widow Qin's breath, and found she was still alive. Aunt Qin, Aunt. She called out several times, but couldn't wake her, feeling helpless as she looked to Zhang Fengchu. Uncle Zhang, do you have a way to wake Aunt Qin? I can give it a try. Zhang Fengchu stepped forward and began to massage the widow Qin. The others watched him, unsure if his massage would work, but with no other options they could only place their hopes on him, wishing he could save their mother. The next moment, suddenly Qin Ningxue called out and opened her eyes, her heartbeat quickening, but she lacked the strength to rise. Everyone rejoiced and looked at him with newfound respect as he had indeed woken Aunt Qin. Mother, you're not dead, that's great. Chunfeng and Xiaoyu sighed in relief, feeling happy. What happened to me? Qin Ningxue asked her eldest daughter in confusion. Li Chunfeng wiped her tears, saying, You fainted just now, and it was this uncle who helped you with a massage and woke you up. Thank you. Thank you, big brother. Qin Ningxue expressed her gratitude, attempting to rise, but finding herself too weak, helplessly lying on the ground as tears streamed down her face. Dalong, I have a request. I can't move. Can you take a little time to help me back home? Shui Dalong nodded, of course. In such a life-threatening situation, the siblings would certainly help and not ignore her plight. Turning to Zhang Fengchu, they said, Uncle Zhang, I'm sorry, but we cannot go up the mountain with you to look for ginseng today. We need to take Aunt Qin back home. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. Dalong, she just fainted from extreme hunger, malnutrition, fatigue, and the hot weather. So taking her home won't solve the problem. Then, what should we do? Shui Dalong asked helplessly. Mother. Chunfeng and Xiaoyu again shed tears of helplessness. Just eat something. Zhang Fengchu replied calmly. The group exchanged glances, realizing there was no food. They hadn't even dug up wild vegetables, and now they were on the mountain. Where could they find food? They still needed to return home to find a solution. Shui Dalong said, But we didn't bring any food. Zhang Fengchu patted Dalong on the head, saying, It's all right, I brought some. Everyone's gaze turned towards him. Li Ziamun was already ravenous. She took the milk carton and gulped down a few mouthfuls. Oh, this is truly delicious. In an instant, she forgot her mother's words. She drained the remaining milk to the last drop. Afraid of her mother and elder sister's reproach, the little girl suddenly cried out in fright. The others were puzzled, and Shui Dalong asked, Yeah, why are you crying after eating? Li Ziamun wiped her tears and said, Sister Dalong, I drank it all at once and forgot to save some for my two younger sisters at home. Shui Dalong, Hu and Long looked towards widow Qin, unsure of what to say. Qin Ningxue shed more tears, not blaming her second daughter, but cursing her own helplessness for being unable to find wild vegetables, falling ill instead, and feeling utterly lost. Alas, this is the life of commoners in ancient times. It is truly difficult to secure a meal with a small box of milk to be shared among the family. Zhang Fengchu sighed, inwardly gently patting the little girl's head, wiping her tears away, and taking out another box of milk from his bag. He reached out to her, saying, This whole box is yours. Li Ziamun was taken aback, looking at him, then at the box of milk in his hand, and finally at her mother. Widow Qin shook her head. The little girl wanted it, but her mother wouldn't let her take it, and she dared not take it herself. Zhang Fengchu said nothing more, placing it directly into the little girl's hands. He took out a few more boxes, giving one to Chunfeng and 3 to widow Qin, saying, Take 2 boxes back, drink this one yourself, so you have the strength to gather wild vegetables. Qin Ningxue accepted them and suddenly knelt in front of him with a thud, saying, Brother Zhang, thank you for saving me and my family. We will definitely be grateful to you. Zhang Fengchu helped her up and seated her aside, calling out to Dalong and the others, Dahu, let's rest for a while before continuing our journey. All right, Uncle Zhang. The siblings responded, gathering around him. Long and Hus gazes lingered on widow Qin and her daughters, wishing to also drink something like that. Though they didn't know what it was and had never had it, they felt it must be delicious. Widow Qin also felt guilty and promptly returned the 3 boxes of milk in her hands, saying, Brother Zhang, you haven't had any either. You and Dalong can share those 2 boxes. We can each drink a box, leaving some to take back. This woman still has a bit of conscience. Zhang Fengchu was quite satisfied with widow Qin's gesture. She was not selfish, ungrateful, or heartless. Otherwise, if he only helped her once, there would be no next time. Smiling, he pushed it back, saying, We still have some. Widow Qin was somewhat surprised. Zhang Fengchu said nothing more and took out a few more boxes of milk from his backpack, giving 1 each to Shui Dalong, Hu and Long, while keeping 1 for himself. He also took out a handful of bananas, counting out 2 for each person. Looking at Li Chunfeng, he asked, You want some? Uncle. Li Chunfeng hurriedly stepped forward, standing before him, looking quite nervous, clutching her pants and bowing her head in a cautious manner, genuinely afraid of him. Zhang Fengchu said nothing more, looking at the 10 bananas in his hand, and handed them all to her, saying, Chuanfeng, you get 2, Air, Mei gets 2, and San Mei, and Si Mei each get 2, and your mother gets 2. Li Chunfeng received the 10 bananas and couldn't help but cry out loud. From childhood to now, she had never eaten such bananas, and now this man had given her 10 at once, leaving her deeply moved. In an instant she knelt down in front of him, saying, Uncle, thank you for saving my mother and for giving us food. Widow Qin and Li Xiaomun immediately got up and knelt down in front of him together, thanking him, while crying uncontrollably. Zhang Fengchu quickly helped the mother and daughter up, said nothing more, and began to drink the milk while eating the bananas. Dalong and his siblings, along with Widow Qin and her daughters, drank the milk and ate the bananas, laughing joyfully and feeling incredibly happy. After eating and drinking their fill, Qin Ningxue and her daughters immediately regained their strength and spirit, feeling invigorated for the journey ahead. The path ahead led into the deep mountains and forests, and Shui Dalong glanced back at the 3 women, saying, Aunt Qin, Brother Zhang, and I will go into the forest ahead to gather herbs. It's very dangerous, so you shouldn't come with us. Zhang Fengchu stood to the side silent. Chunfeng and Xiaomun looked to their mother, waiting for her decision. Aunt Qin glanced at Air Long and Air, who before saying, So are you all going to go into the forest with Brother Zhang to gather herbs? Yes, Uncle Zhang is very strong. He will protect us. Qin Ningxu's eyes lit up. After what had just happened, she had developed a strong trust in this man and firmly decided, Dalong, Brother Zhang, can I follow you? The wild vegetables and mushrooms on the outskirts of this forest have already been picked, and we might find some deeper inside. Plus, we can help you find wild ginseng. Oh, please take us along, okay? Shui Dalong listened to Widow Qin's words and turned to look at Zhang Fengchu. This matter still required his consent. Uncle Zhang, what do you think? Zhang Fengchu glanced at the 3 women, and despite having drunk a box of milk and eaten a banana, he still felt weak. He couldn't move quickly without a staple food. It's possible, but to maintain our strength and not fall behind, we should eat something first. They nodded in agreement, and Shui Dalong Dahu and Qin Ningxue sat down beside him. Zhang Fengchu reached into the bag from his backpack, taking out some cakes and bread along with 8 bottles of fresh orange drink. He handed 1 bottle and a few cakes to each person. With sugar and pastries, although it wouldn't fill them completely, it was more than enough to satisfy their hunger. Eat up, but it's good to have energy for work, Zhang Fengchu called out, and took a sip from the fresh orange drink. As for the cakes, he had no desire to eat. Dalong and the others stared at the bottles and cakes in their hands, completely unaware of what kind of food it was. Uncle Zhang, what is this? Air, who couldn't help but ask. Widow Qin and her daughters, along with Dalong Dahu and Air Long, also cast curious glances. It's delicious. You'll know once you try it. Zhang Fengchu did not explain. The key was that these items were not available here, making them difficult to introduce. Only by tasting could they determine if it was good or not. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, they didn't ask further and began to try tasting. Wow, mother, this drink is so sweet and delicious, Xiaomun exclaimed after taking a sip of the fresh orange drink. Mother, this cake is also quite tasty, fragrant, sweet, and soft. Chunfeng directly referred to the cake and bread as pastries. Uncle Zhang, this drink is really good. Dahu took a sip as well, praising it endlessly. Zhang Fengchu smiled, but said nothing. He understood that regardless of the food, eating too much would not be very pleasant. It was simply because they were starving and were trying these foods for the first time that they found them so extraordinary. Dalong and Qin Ningxue enjoyed the orange drink and cake, while occasionally glancing at him, unsure of what they were thinking. Zhang Fengchu pretended not to see, lying on the hillside with his eyes closed, resting. After a while, he went deeper into the mountains and forests. His primary goal at the moment was to find wild ginseng. Other medicinal herbs could be addressed later. An hour later, a few individuals ventured deep into the mountains, beginning their search for ginseng. As long as you find ginseng, it'll provide you with food. Zhang Fengchu said this mainly to prevent them from falling behind while foraging for wild vegetables and mushrooms, thereby wasting time in the search for ginseng. Providing them with food was nothing to him, a person who could traverse 2 realms. There was no need to waste time on such matters. All right, Uncle Zhang, I will listen to you. So will I. Yes, me too. Big Brother Zhang, my mother, and I will listen to you as well. Whatever you say goes. The 4 siblings and the 3 mother-daughter pairs all readily agreed. Zhang Fengchu nodded in satisfaction, casually pulling out 2 pieces of milk candy from his pocket and handing them to Dao. This is milk candy. Each person gets 5 pieces. Distribute them. All right, Uncle Zhang. Dahu happily accepted, looking at the candies in his hand, unsure of how good they would taste. He walked over and distributed 5 pieces, each to Chuanfeng, Sheyue, and Widow Qin. Eru and Erlong immediately gathered around, eagerly looking at their older brother, wanting some too. Dahu, of course, would not forget his younger siblings, giving each of them 5 pieces, then handed 5 pieces to Dalong, leaving himself with 5, and eagerly peeled one to taste. As soon as he took a bite, his eyes lit up. It was milky, sweet, and delicious. He couldn't bear to bite down, savoring the sugary syrup as he enjoyed the milk candy. "Mother, this is so sweet and fragrant, it's really delicious," Li Xiayue exclaimed, having just taken a bite. Qin Yuxue and Chunfeng immediately tried a piece as well, and as the second said, it was fragrant, sweet, and had a smooth texture. It was the first time they tasted such delicious candy, and they looked at him with newfound admiration. Dalong, Erlong, and Eru also sampled some, and were astonished. They had never known such delicious food existed in this world. They looked towards Zhang Fengchu's back, feeling even more respect for him. As long as they followed him, there would be a variety of food to enjoy. They hoped he would not leave and would stay with them forever. "Ginseng, ginseng, mother, is this ginseng?" Suddenly Chunfeng shouted to her mother. Qin Ningxue hurried over to take a look, and indeed it was ginseng. She recognized it immediately, having seen ginseng before. Big brother Zhang, come here quickly." Chunfeng found ginseng. Upon hearing Widow Qin's call, Zhang Fengchu and Dahu rushed over to inspect. Sure enough, it was a wild ginseng with 5 leaves. Zhang Fengchu approached, observed it, and smiled slightly, not expecting it to be a 60-year-old ginseng. Though it wasn't worth as much as a 100-year-old ginseng, it was still worth hundreds of thousands. Zhang Fengchu gave Li Chunfeng a thumbs up, very impressive. The girl smiled widely, feeling a sense of achievement for having received a piece of milk candy. She took out another handful from her backpack and stuffed it into her pocket. With a slight smile, she took out her tools and began to dig. Shui Dalong and Ergo sat by the side to rest. Originally they wanted to help, but Zhang Fengchu had not allowed them to. It wasn't that he didn't want them to go, but rather that without their own protection their lives would be in danger if they encountered venomous creatures or ferocious beasts. After all, encountering tigers, wild boars, or black bears would mean certain death for them in an instant, and there would be no time to save themselves. Although Dahu and the others wanted to search, they were also afraid of those beasts and didn't dare disobey Zhang Fengchu, so they stayed close to him, occasionally lending a hand. At noon, Zhang Fengchu finally unearthed the 60-year-old ginseng, wrapped it up, and placed it into his backpack. He urgently went to relieve himself in the nearby bushes, secretly storing the ginseng in his spatial pocket to keep it fresh. Lunchtime arrived. Zhang Fengchu glanced at Dalong, Widow Qin, and the others. Being on the mountain, they didn't have many preferences, so they would just eat something casually. He quickly took out 8 buckets of old pickled vegetable beef noodles, distributing 1 bucket to each person. Then he took out a small iron pot from the backpack, set up a temporary stove with stones, placed the pot on top, gathered some dry twigs, and lit a fire with a lighter. He also took out a large bucket of water and poured it into the pot. Now they just had to wait for the water to boil. Qin Ningxue and her daughters each held a bucket of old pickled noodles, unsure of what it was. They sealed it up again, looking around, not knowing how to eat it. "Mother, what is this?" the second daughter asked her. Li Chunfeng also looked at her mother, equally confused. Qin Ningxue turned to Zhang Fengchu, not knowing either. "Big brother Zhang, what is this?" Zhang Fengchu looked at Dao. "Could you introduce it to them?" Shui Dao nodded and quickly explained to Widow Qin and her daughters. The 3 women finally learned that this was called instant noodles, and all they had to do was soak it in boiling water to eat it. Since the water still needed some time to boil, Zhang Fengchu took out 3 packs of ham sausages from his backpack. He distributed 3 sausages to each person. Peeling one, he began to eat. Chunfeng looked puzzled and imitated him, peeling one to eat. To her surprise, it was very delicious, which made her smile brightly. Shui Dalong chuckled. "Chuanfeng, if you soak this in the instant noodles, it tastes even better." "Sure, big sister Dalong." Chuanfeng, Xiayue, and Widow Qin quickly imitated Erlong and the others, peeling the skins off the sausages and adding them to the instant noodles. At that moment, the water in the pot had boiled. Zhang Fengchu picked up a spoon, and Dahu and the others lined up to fill their bowls with hot water. Wow! As the instant noodles and seasoning packets soaked in the boiling water, a fragrant aroma wafted out, causing Qin Ningxue and her daughter's eyes to light up. They quickly grabbed forks and began to taste it. "Wow, mother, instant noodles are really delicious," Xiayue exclaimed happily. Yes, the ham sausage tastes better after soaking," Chunfeng also said with a smile. Seeing her 2 daughters happily eating and having food to fill their stomachs, Qin Ningxue felt content. She looked deeply at Zhang Fengchu, this old man who had given her so many surprises and unexpected delights today. His kindness towards her and her daughters made her feel a surge of admiration. Picking up a fork, she tasted this instant noodle for the first time and was pleasantly surprised by how delicious it was, fragrant with oil and garnished with meat and vegetables. Taking a sip of the soup made her eyes squint with happiness. She didn't expect the flavor of the instant noodles to be so exquisite. Soon they were eating and laughing joyfully. Zhang Fengchu listened to their laughter, realizing that a bucket of instant noodles could bring them satisfaction and a sense of happiness. Indeed, when people are hungry, happiness is quite simple. He smiled and continued to eat his own. Today he had also unearthed a 60-year-old wild ginseng, which he could take to Ning Yuhai for a sale of 400,000 to 500,000. After eating and drinking to their satisfaction, They all comfortably lay down in place to rest for a while, planning to search for ginseng for a few more hours in the afternoon before heading back. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Suddenly a sound jolted Zhang Fengchu awake from his dream. What is it? He looked around. In the grass ahead some plants were rustling. A wild beast. At this moment Shui Dalong and the others also opened their eyes to take a look. Clearly she also heard the sound of wild boars. Wild boars are fierce, but they cannot climb trees. If one can climb a tree before they attack, it would be safe. However, after they attack, it would be too late to climb. For four-legged creatures, they are much faster than two-legged ones. Qin Ningxue and the others were somewhat afraid. In the deep mountains and old forests, they typically gathered mushrooms and wild vegetables, but dared not venture deeper. Once they encounter fierce beasts, they are utterly defenseless. Moreover, being malnourished and not having enough to eat daily, they wouldn't have the strength to resist. Uncle Zhang, what should we do now? Dahe stepped forward and quietly asked him. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment, then stood up and walked toward the thicket, pushing through to look ahead. Goodness, there isn't just one wild boar, but a group of them around 17 or 18. With so many wild boars, bringing one back would provide meat. He reached into his backpack to take out the tang knife he had bought, planning to engage in hand-to-hand combat with the wild boars. Primarily because he had no hunting rifle or bow, there was no other option. Uncle Zhang, what are you doing with the knife? Dalong asked in confusion. To fight the wild boars. With the knife in hand, Zhang Fengchu advanced towards the group of wild boars. Dahe was shocked, and Shui Dalong and Qin Ningxue were also astounded by his actions. Is this man really charging into a group of wild boars with just a knife? They couldn't help but feel a bit anxious for him. They couldn't stop him as Zhang Fengchu had already approached the group of wild boars. Chirp, chirp. Soon the wild boars noticed him and turned their heads to stare at this human. Among the wild boars there were piglet sows, medium-sized boars weighing about 100 pounds, and a large boar weighing 600 or 700 pounds. The largest one among them was estimated to weigh no less than 800 pounds. Without a doubt, this 800-pound wild boar was the king of the wild boars. As expected, that 800-pound male boar charged straight at Zhang Fengchu with incredible speed. Ordinary people could never evade such a sudden lightning-fast attack. From a distance, Shui Dalong and the others felt their hearts leap into their throats. They all thought that Zhang Fengchu was doomed to perish. Just as they thought at the moment the wild boar king reached Zhang Fengchu, his knife had already swung out, and he had already dodged to the side. The wild boar king missed its target and slid forward, coming to a halt. Zhang Fengchu, however, did not stop his feet. He charged into the group of wild boars with both man and knife striking down. A small sow weighing about 100 pounds collapsed on the spot. Chirp, chirp. The remaining wild boars, having lost their fighting spirit, rushed towards the nearby bushes and fled. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly and sheathed his knife. Shui Dalong, Dahe, Qin Ningxue, and the others were left stunned, as if they had been frozen for 800 years. They never expected that in such a short amount of time he had killed 2 wild boars, and that large male boar weighing 800 pounds was the king of the wild boars. How did he do it? Even Dalong, Dahe, and Widow Qin didn't see when he drew his knife. But in reality, Zhang Fengchu had drawn his knife just not more than twice. The reason Dalong and the others didn't see, it was simple. Zhang Fengchu's speed in drawing the knife was so fast that it was beyond their ability to capture. The inheritance of the divine physician not only passed on his medical skills and knowledge, but also his superlative martial arts. Among them not only were there super knife techniques, but also super sword techniques, super gun techniques, super lightness skills, super internal arts, and super defensive techniques. Whether it be attack, agility, or defense, all were consolidated into his being. 2 mere wild boars were simply no match for him. Uncle Zhang, are you okay? Shui Dalong was the first to rush over to check him for injuries. Dahu Eru and the mother-daughter duo of Qin Ningxue also rushed over, circling around him to check his body, hoping he was unharmed. As it turned out, he was completely unscathed. It was simply unimaginable for them that Zhang Fengchu, a mere herbalist, possessed such formidable martial prowess. Now Shui Dalong and the others finally understood why Zhang Fengchu had survived for 30 years gathering herbs in the remote mountains. It turned out his martial arts were so remarkable that for a moment they held a deeper respect for him. Zhang Fengchu paid no mind to their thoughts. After all, in this ancient Yin dynasty, he was merely an outsider. No one recognized him, and without a home they could think whatever they liked. Soon after, Dalong and Dahu noticed 2 deep wounds on the necks of the 2 wild boars. This was the reason why the 2 wild boars had died. It turned out that the knife in Zhang Fengchu's hand had struck their vital points in a flash, killing them in one move. Next, Dahu, Eru, Erlong, Chuanfeng, and Sheiyue surrounded the 2 wild boars, utterly delighted. Having not eaten meat for a long time, they were already drooling. At this moment, they had only one thought in their minds: tonight they might have meat to eat. Uncle Zhang, how do we carry back such a large wild boar? Shui Dalong asked. Qin Ningxue nodded. This large male boar must weigh 700 or 800 pounds. It would be impossible to carry it back without at least 5 strong men. Dahu and Eru scratched their heads as well. The brothers were only in their teens and felt helpless to help. Zhang Fengchu smiled, without speaking stepped forward, embraced the wild boar king, and effortlessly placed it on his shoulder. Look, this is done. You guys can carry back the 100-pound wild boar together. That should be manageable. Oh, Dalong and the others were once again astonished. They never expected this man not only had impressive martial arts, but also immense strength. He effortlessly lifted the 800-pound wild boar king. In an instant, their awe for him grew even deeper. Such formidable skills and strength made him a truly unrivaled figure. Uncle Zhang, you are truly amazing. Dahu, Eru, and the others surrounded him, filled with joy. Shui Dalong and Qi Ningxue also smiled widely. Soon after, Qi Ningxue and Dalong gathered some wood and vines to make a frame, placing the 100-pound sow on it, securing it, and taking turns to pull it back. The sky isn't dark yet, let's wait a while before we head back, Shui Dalong suggested as they reached the edge of the village. Zhang Fengchu nodded, placing the wild boar on the ground, thinking that resting for a while wouldn't hurt. It was quite unexpected for him to hear such words from Qi Ningxue. One must know that in ancient times, girls, especially those in rural areas, had little access to education. Even the daughters of wealthy families or prestigious clans would read only a bit. Thus, it could be inferred that Qi Ningxue's family must have some status. Little Qin, where are your parents from? Scholar. My father is a scholar, Qi Ningxue replied. That explains it. In ancient times, scholars held a certain status, having already distanced themselves from commoners. In ancient times, scholars were also divided into classes, mainly categorized into 5 ranks: Tongxing Xiuzai, Jiren Gongshi, and Jinshi. Jinshi was further divided into 3 categories. The first category included the top 3, the champion, the second place, and the third place. The second category allowed one to intern in the Hanlin Academy, while the third category permitted one to hold local official positions. After passing the county and provincial examinations, one would be considered a Tongxing. Only after passing the academy examination could one become a Xiuzai. Once one became a Xiuzai, they enjoyed certain privileges and status, such as exemption from corvée labor and taxes, and their family could also enjoy certain benefits. Moreover, when meeting officials, they were not required to kneel. Additionally, they could establish private schools to teach and serve as bureaucratic aides, among other privileges. Of course, they could also strive to become Jiren Gongshi and Jinshi. However, the difficulty of this was immense. But Qi Ningxue paused, not continuing. Zhang Fengchu could tell that she must have gone through a painful past. Later, my father offended someone who held a grudge against him and sent assassins. In one night, all 7 members of my family, my parents' brothers and sisters, were killed by thugs, and I was the only one who escaped, wandering to Yangshutan, fainting from hunger by the roadside, only to be saved and taken home by Chunfeng's father, and then married him. It turned out to be a massacre. One must say little Qin's experience was indeed tragic. Zhang Fengchu didn't know how to comfort her, so he just patted her head, which was a form of consolation. In the next moment, the sky had completely darkened. Zhang Fengchu picked up the wild boar again and headed home with Dalong and the others. There would be meat to eat tonight, of that there was no doubt. Dalong. As soon as Zhang Fengchu and the others returned home and sat for a while, they heard Qin Guofa's urgent voice outside. Upon hearing her voice, Dalong hurried outside to check. Seeing her face full of anxiety, he knew something serious had happened. Aunt Qin, what's wrong? Wu Qin Ningxue, cried Dalong. My autumn haze and winter mushroom are both unconscious. I can't wake them. Can you ask Brother Zhang to take a look? Upon hearing this, Shui Dalong realized the severity of the situation and rushed back to Zhang Fengchu, saying, Uncle Zhang, Aunt Qin said her 3rd and 4th children are sick. Can you take a look? Zhang Fengchu stood up and walked over, with Dalong following closely behind, and they arrived at Aunt Qin's house next door. He surveyed the surroundings, which were no different from Dalong's home, also a thatched cottage, but even more dilapidated. It seemed that if it rained outside, it would be pouring, while inside it would be drizzling. Qin Guofu led Zhang Fengchu into the bedroom, where on the large Kong lay 2 little girls, their skin waxy yellow, and their arms and legs as thin as bamboo sticks. They appeared to be between 8 and 6 years old, and were not even wearing clothes. This was true poverty. At such an age, they had no clothes to wear. Fortunately, it was now April, or May, not after October. If it were winter, and they had no clothes, they would surely freeze to death, too afraid to leave the house, lying on the Kong every day to keep warm. Brother Zhang, you must save my 3rd and 4th children. I'm begging you. As long as you can save my 2 daughters, I will repay you by serving you for the rest of my life. Uncle, please save my 3rd and 4th sisters, okay? We will also repay you. Qin Ningxue, Chunfeng, and Xie immediately knelt at his feet, hugging his legs and crying for help. All right, let me take a look first. Zhang Fengchu held Qin Guofa's hands, helping her up from the ground. He then took the hands of Qiu Xia and Xie, helping them up as well, and walked towards the bed to check Xiaoxia and Donggu's pulses. He examined the two little girls' complexions, breathing open their mouths, and took a look at their oral cavities and tongues before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Little Qin, actually they are not sick, they are just severely malnourished and fainted from extreme hunger. Their bodies are depleted, which is a type of extreme malnutrition and deficiency. So after a fever it's easy to become unconscious or even die or suffer serious bodily harm. Although it sounded not serious, it was indeed very serious. Qin Ningxno knew nothing about this and was at a loss. Brother Zhang, can you treat them? Could you bring a basin of water? Mother'll go. Li Chunfeng immediately went into the kitchen to fetch water. In a short while the water was brought. Dalong stood by wanting to help, but not knowing how, feeling anxious on the sidelines. Zhang Fengchu placed his hands in the basin of water to wash them before beginning to massage Xiaoxia. 10 minutes later, he also massaged Donggu. In the next moment, the two little girls opened their eyes and woke up. One must say that after inheriting the herbal god legacy, treating illnesses and saving people became much simpler. Mainly these medical techniques were very profound, able to reach the root of the illness and treat it accordingly. Zhang Fengchu smiled, reached into his pocket, took out a box of cold medicine, and handed it to Xia. This is a fever reducer. Each person takes 1 packet 3 times a day, dissolving it in a bowl of water for them to drink, and they should be fine. Okay, Uncle Zhang. Li Xia received the medicine and went into the kitchen. In no time, she brought out 2 bowls of the prepared medicine soup. She fed the 3rd and 4th children. Mother, this medicine is sweet and tastes good, Xiaoxia said happily while drinking the medicine soup. Donggu also said, it's not bitter at all, it's sweet and tastes great. Sweet medicine. Qin Ningxno was a bit skeptical, so she took a spoon, dipped her tongue in it, and found it was indeed sweet. She glanced at Zhang Fengchu and felt very moved, guessing that Brother Zhang must have added sugar to make it sweet. After finishing the 2 bowls of medicine soup, the sisters perked up a lot. Donggu hugged her little belly saying, Mother, I'm hungry, oh I'm really hungry. Mother, I'm also very hungry, Xiaoxia said, patting her stomach. During the day Zhang Fengchu had given them food, but they only ate half and left the rest for home. Xia, go get the stuff. Xia immediately left the bedroom. In the next moment, she came back holding a basket. Qin Ningxno took out 2 bananas from inside and reached out to her daughters. Xiaoxia and Xia took them without asking if they could eat, and without peeling them they opened their mouths and devoured them. They were truly starving. In less than a minute the 2 banana skins and all were completely consumed by the sisters. Mother, what is this? It's so delicious, Donggu curiously asked. It's really good, Xiaoxia said. It's fragrant, sweet, and a very tasty fruit. Banana, Qin Ningxno replied. The sisters were very happy to be able to eat such delicious things. Are you still hungry? The 2 sisters nodded and then shook their heads. Knowing that there was no food at home, being able to eat a banana each was already quite good. Usually, they only had half a bowl of wild vegetable mush for a meal and often ran out of food, so they dared not hope for more. But in the next scene, the sisters saw their mother handing over 2 pieces of something. They looked very appetizing. Xiaoxia curiously asked, Mother, what is this? Brother Zhang said, this is cake, Qin Ningxue replied. Mother, what is cake? Donggu asked curiously. Qin Ningxue was not very sure either. It's a pastry made from fine grains. Upon hearing it was a delicacy made from fine grains, the sisters' eyes lit up, and they quickly took it to taste a bite. After just 1 bite, tears sparkled in their eyes. It was so delicious that it moved them to tears. Then while shedding tears, they continued to eat the cake. A little later, Qin Ningxue took out 2 boxes of milk, inserted straws, and handed them to her 2 daughters. This is milk, it will nourish your bodies and you will recover from your illnesses quickly. If it weren't for her daughters being sick and in need of nourishment, she wouldn't have given them so much food all at once. There was no choice during this time of scarcity and famine. Food was squeezed out from between the teeth. Every little saved was a blessing. Once eaten, there would be no food to replenish, and getting food would be even more difficult. Moreover, it wasn't just 1 or 2 places suffering from famine, it was widespread. With nothing to eat, tree roots, grass, and leaves could be consumed completely. In dire situations, even guanine soil could be eaten. This thing, while edible, would lead to dire consequences equating to suicide. Eating too much would cause indigestion, leading to bloating and death. Zhang Fengchu and Dalong returned home and began processing the wild boar meat with Dahu and others. The weather was hot, and if they didn't process it immediately, the meat would surely spoil, becoming inedible and potentially poisonous. The pig's blood had already been drained on the mountain, so it wouldn't affect the meat quality. Next, they just needed to remove the internal organs. First, they processed the pig hair, then took out the internal organs, and finally, they could dismember it. For the 800-pound wild boar, Zhang Fengchu didn't plan to dismember it. He wouldn't finish it anytime soon and intended to take it to the town or city tomorrow to see if he could sell some for money. As for the smaller 100-pound female pig, they would keep it for themselves to eat. Soon Zhang Fengchu, Dalong, and Dahu got busy. A little later, Qin Ningxue brought her eldest and 2nd child over to help. For the 2 wild boars, there were plenty of pig offals. Especially for the 800-pound wild boar, there were even more offals. Pig liver, pig lungs, pig heart, pig large intestine, pig small intestine, lard, pig tail. All could be made into delicacies, so they naturally couldn't be discarded. If it weren't for already draining the blood on the mountain, they could have made a delicious dish, pig blood hot pot. Before long, Zhang Fengchu and Dahu had processed the 2 wild boars and walked into their bedroom. From the space, he took out a stainless steel round pot with a lid. He carried it to the yard, set up a temporary stove with stones, placed the steel pot on top, added water, and heated it. Dahu and Eru helped build the fire. Once the water boiled, Zhang Fengchu added the pig's head, pig feet, all the offals, including the pig tail, into the pot to blanch. Dalong, Qin, Ningxue, Erlong, and Chunfeng looked on, not knowing what he was going to do. After blanching, they would add more water to boil. Zhang Fengchu opened a bag and took out spices like cinnamon, Sichuan pepper, star anise, and cloves, putting them all into the pot to simmer. He also added dried chili to enhance the flavor. Then he stir-fried a little sugar in a small pot and added it in. Finally, he added some rock sugar, salt, and MSG, and the marinade was almost ready. Then he covered the pot and simmered it slowly until it was flavorful. Seeing that the busy work was done, Qin Ningxue took her eldest and second child back to their home. Several hours later, when Zhang Fengchu opened the pot lid again, a fragrant aroma of braised meat wafted out from the pot, filling the entire yard. Wow, it smells so good! Dalong, Dahu, and the others swallowed their saliva upon smelling the fragrance. The 4 siblings looked at Zhang Fengchu with admiration on their faces. Dalong, bring over a big wooden basin. Okay, Uncle Zhang. Hearing his command, Dalong hurriedly ran into the kitchen and brought out a big wooden basin. Zhang Fengchu picked up a ladle and scooped out the braised pig head, pig feet, and all the offals from the marinade. Then he took it into the kitchen and cut up a small portion for plating. With meat, one can't eat too much at one meal, especially after being hungry for a long time. Eating too well in one sitting would cause diarrhea, which is not worth the trouble. He took a braised pig foot, a fresh pig hind leg, and a 5-pound piece of lard, packed them in a bag, and handed them to Dahu and Eru, saying, "Take this to little Qin next door." By the way, the braised pig foot can be eaten directly when cut open. Okay, Uncle Zhang. The brothers happily accepted it and carried the pork towards the neighbor. Aunt Qin, Aunt Qin. Qin Ningxue had just finished her bath and was about to go to bed when she heard Dahu's voice calling from outside. She hurriedly covered herself with her clothes and went out to check, seeing Dahu and Eru in the yard, quickly opening the door. "Come in." "No, Aunt Qin, Uncle Zhang asked me to bring you wild boar meat," Dahu said while handing over the 2 bags in his hands. Oh, when Qin, the widow, saw a pig hind leg and a piece of lard, her eyes lit up. She originally thought that Zhang Fengchu wouldn't share wild boar meat with her family. After all, he had already given them food during the day and treated her and her 2 daughters' illnesses, providing medicine, which was already quite generous. She didn't expect that he would distribute so much wild boar meat to her family now, especially this piece of lard, which was particularly precious. Her family hadn't had any oily food for a long time. With this 5-pound piece of lard, if she's careful, she can make lard and sustain her family for more than half a year. Moreover, the cracklings are also delicious and nutritious. They can serve as snacks for the children and supplement their nutrition to help her 4 daughters grow strong. By the way, this is also from Uncle Zhang. He said this is a braised pig foot already cooked and can be eaten once cut open. This. Qin Ningxue was once again moved to tears, sobbing, thinking how kind brother Zhang was to her and how she should thank him. "What do I have?" Turning around, she saw her 4 daughters standing behind her, gazing longingly at the 3 bags in her hands, drooling. Qin Ningxue wiped the tears from her face, mustered a brave smile, and said, "Let's go back inside. I'll make something delicious for you." Giggling, her 4 daughters smiled with joy, knowing they would have meat to eat tonight. Zhang Fengchu and Dalong sat around the table, which had several plates of delicious food on it. There were cold dishes of braised pig head meat cut, braised pig feet cut, braised pig large intestine and small intestine, braised pig liver, and cut braised pig tail. Each person had a large bowl of wild vegetable soup in front of them, which was tonight's meal. Qin Ningxue entered the kitchen holding the meat. 4 daughters closely followed her, eager to taste the meat. Qin, the widow, took out the braised pig's trotters, and the enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing her large eyes to sparkle. This pig's trotter braised by brother Zhang smells so good. She picked up a knife, placed the pig's trotter on the cutting board, and with a swift motion chopped it into 4 small pieces, saving them, as she couldn't bear to eat them all at once. Such a delicacy isn't something one can have every day, one must be frugal. Although she wished to eat it, and could easily finish an entire pig's trotter in one go. However, her current strength did not allow for such indulgence. Thus, she decided to save as much as possible for her 4 daughters, ensuring their health for a brighter future. She did not want to see them starve or fall ill, suffering an early demise. Turning around, she handed each daughter a piece, all equal in size. "Mother, aren't you eating?" Chunfeng asked as she noticed her mother wasn't having any. If mother isn't eating, then you should. Qin Ningxue stubbornly replied. Desiring to eat yet reluctant to do so, Chunfeng said, if you don't eat, then I won't either. She held the piece of pig's trotter up to her mother's mouth, urging her to take a bite first. Seeing her eldest daughter's determined gaze, Qin Ningxue opened her mouth and took a small bite. That single bite made her eyes shine brightly. Delicious. Absolutely delightful. She never expected Brother Zhang's braised pig's trotter to be so incredibly tasty. Truly, Brother Zhang is no ordinary man. Chunfeng, it's really delicious, said Qin the widow joyfully. Chunfeng nodded, taking a bite herself, and indeed, as her mother had said, it was so delicious it nearly brought her to tears. Mother, will you eat? Immediately, the second, third, and fourth daughters mimicked her, holding their pieces of pig's trotter up to their mother's mouth. Qin Ningxue smiled happily at the scene and didn't say much. After each daughter took a bite, she let them enjoy their meal. Wow, this is really delicious. The three sisters praised the braised pig's trotter as they savored it. Growing up, the sisters had only occasionally eaten meat, and when they did, it was merely boiled in water without any oil or salt, making it hardly appetizing. Following that, Qin the widow took the pork lard, washed it clean, and placed it on the cutting board, slicing it into small pieces, preparing to render lard. The third daughter, Qiuxiao, immediately sprang into action, helping to ignite the fire in the stove. Meanwhile, Qin Ningxue had already cut the 5 pounds of pork lard and placed it in the pot to render. Before long, a generous amount of oil was rendered from the pot, along with the fragrant smell of lard. The four daughters stood by the stove, gazing at the pot filled with rendered lard and golden brown cracklings, all wearing delighted smiles, their mouths watering with anticipation. Qin Ningxue looked at the rendered lard, her face beaming with happiness. Seeing the longing looks from her four daughters, she scooped out about 10 pieces of cracklings with a spatula, placing them in a bowl and handing it to her eldest daughter. Chunfeng, share these with your sisters. Chunfeng happily accepted, counted 12 pieces of cracklings in total, and told her 3 younger sisters, 2 pieces each, no taking more than that. The 3 younger sisters nodded. Donggu grabbed 2 pieces, eagerly smiling widely. Then Qiuxiao and Xiaoyue each took 2 pieces as well. Having taken 6 pieces, 4 remained. Chunfeng took 2 pieces for herself and returned the bowl to her mother, saying, Mother, the rest are all yours. Qin Ningxue accepted the bowl with 4 pieces left inside, realizing she had received the most. Without saying much, she picked up a piece and put it in her mouth, her face lighting up with a smile, so delicious. Meanwhile, the siblings of Shui Dalong were also rendering lard. With a half pot of pork lard, they could yield 10 to 20 pounds of oil. Each of their faces radiated happiness. In the days that followed, their family would not worry about food or lack of oil. In truth, as long as Zhang Fengchu was around, their family would never have to worry about a shortage of oil. At dawn at 3:30 in the morning, Zhang Fengchu awoke to find someone lying at the foot of his bed. It was none other than Dalong, who was holding a fan. She must have stayed up last night running to his room with the fan because it was hot, and there was no fan in this place, using it to fan him and drive away mosquitoes. Now that she was tired, she had fallen asleep at the edge of his bed. One must admit Dalong was a good girl. Zhang Fengchu got up from the Kong bed, picked up Dalong, and placed her on the Kong to let her sleep a bit longer. Stepping out of the bedroom, he closed the door. Zhang Fengchu planned to return. With a thought, he disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, Zhang Fengchu returned to the modern world, still shrouded in night. After a brief nap, daylight broke. He got up, brushed his teeth, and washed his face, finding his mother already in the kitchen preparing breakfast. He entered the room used for storing grains, putting away 1,000 pounds of millet into his space. Walking into the kitchen, he took out several stacks of cash and held them out to his mother. Mom, the 1,000 pounds of millet you wanted to sell has been taken by my friend. Here's the money, can you count it? Zhao Ginxiu happily accepted, counted again, and said, this isn't right. It's not 1,300, why is it 1,005? Did your friend give 200 more? Zhang Fengchu smiled. He said your grains are good, so he paid a bit more, adding an extra 200. Haha, Zhao Ginxiu laughed heartily, unable to contain her joy. She didn't expect to earn an extra 200, putting the money into her pocket, while smiling as she finished preparing breakfast. Mom, I have some things to take care of in town today, so I won't be back for lunch, Zhang Fengchu said as they ate breakfast. Zhao Ginxiang replied, be safe on the road. Uncle Zhang, wait a moment. Zhang Fengchu drove the tricycle to the village entrance, where he saw Chun Wanwan standing there, running over to greet him. Wanwan, where are you going? Uncle Zhang, I need to go to the market to buy some things, and am waiting for the bus. Where are you headed? Chun Wanwan replied. I'm going to the market. Perfect, I don't need to wait for the bus, so I'll ride with you, she said, not waiting for Zhang Fengchu to agree before sitting down. Zhang Fengchu couldn't help but be amused by her as he drove on. Today he was going to the market not only to buy things, but also to sell the 60-year-old ginseng he had dug up from ancient times. He quickly calculated his current savings to be over 3 million. His previous savings from working amounted to 100,000 plus 300,000 earned from selling a 50-year-old ginseng, and 350,000 from selling a century-old lingji, totaling 390,000. He was already a millionaire. Ouch! Suddenly Chen Wanwan let out a sound as she adjusted her position. That hurts. What happened? The bamboo leaf green bit me on the butt, you know that. Zhang Fengchu almost forgot. Uncle Zhang, don't you change the medicine every few days? Once a day is best. Can you change it for me now? It hurts so much. Chen Wanwan said, looking at him with a pitiful expression. That's different. Chen Wanwan pressed, looking at his face. Zhang Fengchu replied, at that time you were bitten by the bamboo leaf green and were in a life-threatening situation. If I hadn't saved you, you would have been in danger. Now that the poison is cured and there's no life danger, it's just the pain from the wound. There's no need for emergency treatment. You can just go to a clinic or a hospital to get it treated. If you can treat it, why should I go to a clinic or hospital? Zhang Fengchu was rendered speechless. Chen Wanwan continued, since you have treated me once, what's wrong with treating me again? Moreover, you have seen what you should see and what you shouldn't see. You even used your mouth on me. Zhang Fengchu could only remain silent. And right now I only trust you. If you don't change the dressing for me, they'll tell my parents about what you did to me. Zhang Fengchu slammed the brakes. Wanwan, that's not right. I treated you to save you. Don't say nonsense. How can I face your parents then? Chen Wanwan smiled and said, I was just joking. Just change the dressing and I promise I won't tell my parents anything. If you don't change it, then the mouth is on my body. How I explain it is my business. You're ruthless. Zhang Fengchu pulled out the car key, got out of the car, and dashed into the small forest by the roadside. Chen Wanwan chuckled as she watched his back and followed him into the woods. Zhang Fengchu wandered in the small forest for a while, picked some herbs for treating wounds, chewed them in his mouth, and then applied them to Chen Wanwan's wound, bandaging it properly. After a while, the two of them emerged from the small forest and rode the tricycle into the city. At the entrance of Ning's pharmacy, Zhang Fengchu parked the tricycle and walked inside. Tap, tap, tap. Chen Wanwan followed closely behind him. Zhang Fengchu turned around and looked at her. Wanwan were already on the street. I have something to do. You should go on your own and not follow me. Chen Wanwan laughed. Uncle, who is following you? I'm just going to the pharmacy to buy some medicine. What are you thinking? He was left speechless. Shaking his head, he entered the pharmacy. As soon as Zhang Fengchu stepped inside, Chen Wanwan also entered, looking around. Huh. Ning Qiqi, who was sitting at the counter, was surprised to see Zhang Fengchu again and quickly stood up. He had come 2 days ago and sold a 50-year-old ginseng. Yesterday, he came again and sold a 100-year-old reishi mushroom. What was he going to sell today? Could it be that Uncle Zhang could find good things every day? Ning Qiqi smiled and approached him. Uncle Zhang, are you selling ginseng or reishi today? Huh. Is Uncle Zhang coming to the pharmacy to sell medicinal materials? Chen Wanwan was curious. Could it be that Uncle Zhang has started a medicinal material business? Moreover, he seemed to be quite familiar with the cashier of this pharmacy, indicating that he had visited multiple times and was already well acquainted. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Yes, it's still wild ginseng this time. How many years? 60 years. Will you take it? Oh, 60 years. Ning Qiqi was shocked. It seemed that Uncle Zhang really could dig up good wild ginseng. Last time it was 50 years, and this time it was 60 years. Of course we will take it. My grandfather has said that as long as the ginseng and reishi you bring us, we will accept them. Ginseng. 60 years old. Where did Uncle Zhang dig up this wild ginseng? Chen Wanwan was confused. Zhang Fengchu said no more and opened the bag, taking out a box and placing it on the counter for her to see. Ning Qiqi took the box, opened it, and indeed found a fat white wild ginseng inside. Huh. Chen Wanwan saw this big ginseng and realized it was extraordinary. A wild ginseng of several decades should also be quite valuable, right? Ning Qiqi looked at it and smiled broadly. This ginseng is indeed 60 years old. How much do you want to sell it for? What can you offer? Zhang Fengchu countered. Ning Qiqi thought for a moment. How about 500,000? 500,000 was quite in line with his psychological price. Deal. Ning Qiqi picked up her phone and began operating it. You have received a total of 500,000 yuan. Uncle Zhang just made 500,000 in one go. Chen Wanwan did not expect that the people in this village were discussing him, claiming he was a 40-year-old old bachelor, without money, car, or house, a useless man. In reality, this was not the case. Rather, he was quietly making a fortune selling a single ginseng for 500,000. Plus, he had medical skills, and the watch on his wrist was a $1 million Patek Philippe. How could such a capable and wealthy man be called the #1 useless person in the village? Is there no justice in the world? If she hadn't followed him today, she would have remained oblivious and misled by them. Unexpectedly, this hidden treasure had been discovered by her, the first in the village. Chen Wanwan thought of this and smiled. Qiqi, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Zhang Fengchu turned around and headed out the door. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't finished speaking yet. Ning Qiqi unhappily rushed out, arms wide open, blocking his way. Zhang Fengchu felt helpless and also realized something. Ever since he gained the inheritance of the medicine god space, his popularity with women had improved. This should be called the butterfly effect, right? Because the medicine god space changed his future destiny, it also altered his life trajectory, leading him in different directions. He also came to know and meet different people, including Ning Qiqi, and through her he met Ning Yuhai. After visiting her home, he also met by Ma, healed their ailments, and thus opened up his interpersonal network. What is it, young lady? It's like this: my grandfather said he would go to your village tomorrow to seek treatment. Coincidentally, by Ma, my mother and I all have some minor ailments, so we are planning to visit your home together tomorrow. I see. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. Now that he had a partnership with Ning Qiqi's pharmacy, how could he refuse them entry into his home? He smiled. When will you come? I need to prepare in advance. In the morning around 8 or 9 o'clock, we should arrive at your village. All right, see you tomorrow. Zhang Fengchu waved and walked out of the pharmacy. Chen Wanwan followed closely behind and got onto the tricycle with him. Ning Qiqi watched the two leave and thought that girl is quite pretty. Oh, I wonder what her relationship with Uncle Zhang is. Uncle Zhang, where did your ginseng come from? And it's wild ginseng, worth 500,000 for one. You've sold it several times. You really are a quiet man making a fortune. As soon as Chen Wanwan got into the car, she chattered endlessly. Zhang Fengchu was a bit annoyed and naturally couldn't tell her the origins, commercial secret. If you don't want to say, then forget it. Seeing that he wouldn't say, Chen Wanwan had no choice. Then the Patek Philippe on your wrist is also quite valuable. They say it was a gift to you. That's really impressive. The more Chen Wanwan spoke, the more excited she became, and the more excited she got, the more she rambled on, unable to stop. Zhang Fengchu focused on driving and did not pay her any more attention. In the next moment, click. Zhang Fengchu stopped the car at the delivery point and walked inside. Chen Wanwan waited for him in the car, her mind wandering. Uncle Zhang, how many secrets do you still have that remain unknown? After a short while, Zhang Fengchu walked out holding several packages and placed them in the truck. Inside there were silver needles for acupuncture. There were also tools for digging ginseng, having bought several sets for emergencies. With these tools it would be easier and quicker to dig wild ginseng in ancient times. Uncle Zhang, where are we going next? Where do you want to go? I need to buy some personal items like sanitary pad, shower gel, shampoo, toothpaste, and a toothbrush. Zhang Fengchu said no more and parked the tricycle at the supermarket entrance, walking in together. Chen Wanwan wanted to buy things, and he also needed to buy things. After shopping, they exited the supermarket. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment, and then went to the market to buy some kitchenware such as pots and bowls. These kitchen utensils are everywhere in modern society, but they are not available in ancient times. For example, barbecue grills, pressure cookers, and steaming baskets for making rice rolls. Of course, there was no electricity in ancient times, so all the pots purchased were fire-powered. After buying these items, there was nothing else to do, and they prepared to go home. Sleeping until a little after 4 in the morning, Zhang Fengchu woke up, and with a single thought, he traversed back to ancient times. After a brief nap, he slept until dawn. Dalong had already prepared breakfast, and Zhang Fengchu began enjoying the meal with his siblings. Halfway through, Zhang Fengchu turned to her and asked, Dalong, does your village have carriages or ox carts going to the city? There are ox carts specifically running to the city. Uncle Nio is the owner of the ox cart. If someone in the village needs to go to the city, they take his ox cart, but it comes at a fee. For adults, it's 1 win for a round trip. If you have little stuff, it's free, but if you have more, it's priced separately. Children under 3 don't have to pay. Zhang Fengchu nodded. So how much for a full day? Dalong thought for a moment. About 10 won. Uncle Zhang, why are you asking this? Zhang Fengchu smiled. We caught that big wild boar weighing 800 pounds yesterday, and we can't finish it. In this hot weather, it will spoil. It's better to sell it in the city for some silver. What do you think? Oh, that's a good idea. Dalong nodded. After breakfast, I will go with Dahua to ask Uncle Nio. Sounds good. Upon hearing they were going to the city, Eru and Erlong's eyes sparkled with excitement. Having never been to the city, they also wanted to go and see. Soon Dalong and Dahua returned. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Nio is coming soon. Hearing Dalong's response, Zhang Fengchu nodded. Returning to his bedroom, he took out the wild boar from his space, and Dahua and Erlong used several burlap bags to pack it up. Suddenly, Uncle Nio drove the ox cart to the gate of Dalong's house. Dalong, Dahua. We're here, Uncle Nio. Dahua went to open the door, while Zhang Fengchu, Erlong, and Dalong helped carry the wild boar meat onto the cart. Widow Qin, hearing the commotion, also brought her eldest daughter and second daughter to help. In no time, the 800 pounds of wild boar meat was loaded onto the cart. Xiao Qin, do you want to go to the city to have a look? Mom, I also want to go to the city. Donggu suddenly spoke up. Can we go? Qin Ningxue asked softly. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Of course, but we may have to walk. After all, the cart is loaded with 800 pounds of wild boar meat, and with so many people, the ox can't pull it. Qin Ningxue smiled brightly. It's okay, Brother Zhang, walking is easy for us. Then it's settled. So Widow Qin went home to tidy up a bit, and then took her 4 daughters along with Zhang Fengchu and the others to the city. Of course, Dalong Dahua Erlong and Erlong also went together. Qiuxia Donggu and Erlong, you 3 can sit in the ox cart. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. The 3 little girls cheered, giggling with joy. They were particularly happy to sit on the cart and not have to walk. Then Uncle Niu drove the ox cart ahead, while Zhang Fengchu, Dalong Dahua Erlong, Widow Qin Xuanfeng, and Shewa walked behind the cart. This road is opened by me. This tree is planted by me. Plant it, if you want to pass through this place. Leave a toll. Suddenly 3 masked men rushed out from the woods, blocking the cart and the group. Each held a broad knife in their hands. Uncle Niu saw this and immediately stopped the ox cart, afraid to move forward another step. Dalong, Widow Qin, and others also became frightened. Zhang Fengchu did not expect to encounter robbers on his first trip to the city in ancient times. He took down his tang sword from his back and walked toward the 3 robbers, standing face to face with them. Who are you? The short and stout robber asked. Zhang Fengchu replied calmly, Master, I am the owner of this group. The 3 robbers exchanged glances, and after scanning the items on the cart, the tall robber grinned sinisterly. Leave the goods and money, and we will let you go. Otherwise what? Zhang Fengchu asked with a smile. He was not afraid of them at all. The 3 men felt something was off. Oh, why was he not scared at all? Is it a case of a young calf not fearing a tiger? No, this person is already in his 30s or 40s. He shouldn't be so ignorant. Or is he just pretending? Yes, he must be pretending. The 3 robbers thought of this and exchanged smiles. The thin robber laughed. Otherwise we will kill you. Is that so? Zhang Fengchu remained unfazed, observing every move of the 3. Go for it, leave none alive, the short and stout robber commanded. The other 2 said no more, raised their broad knives, and charged at Zhang Fengchu together. Swish, swish, swish. A flurry of blades and flashes. After a series of shrieks of agony, Zhang Fengchu stood there holding the tang sword. The 3 robbers had already collapsed on the ground lifeless. The 3 knives had also fallen to the ground. Dahua and Erlong hurried forward to pick up the 3 broad knives and brought them to Zhang Fengchu. Dalong, Widow Qin, and the others also came forward to check him, relieved to see he was unharmed. Zhang Fengchu searched the bodies and found 100 copper coins and 10 taels of silver. Uncle Niu got off the cart and inspected the 3 robbers, seeing they were already dead. He looked at Zhang Fengchu with newfound respect. He approached respectfully and said, Hero, your skills are truly remarkable. They deserve to die, and it's good that everyone is fine. Zhang Fengchu nodded, realizing that Uncle Niu was a person of experience. Uncle Niu said no more. He took a shovel from the cart, walked to the nearby woods, and dug a large pit. He came back, dragged the bodies of the 3 robbers over, and threw them into the pit he had just dug. He covered it with soil and laid down some leaves. Zhang Fengchu and Dahua were dumbfounded, seeing Uncle Niu handle this matter with such proficiency and ease, suspecting if he often did this kind of thing. After Uncle Niu finished the task, he returned to the ox cart as if nothing had happened and continued driving the cart forward. Dalong, Widow Qin, and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to say, but they felt a sense of awe towards Uncle Niu. Several hours later, Zhang Fengchu and his companions finally arrived in the city. Fengchu, where will you unload your goods? Uncle Niu suddenly asked. Zhang Fengchu glanced around the streets of this ancient county town, naturally choosing to stop where there were more people. Let's go ahead. There are a lot of people ahead. He pointed to a spot 100 meters away where many street vendors were set up. Some were selling grain, others eggs, fruits, and vegetables, as well as fish, pork, and various miscellaneous daily necessities. For instance, there were grass mats, straw sandals, baskets, chairs, stools, and boxes. Uncle Niu said no more, drove the ox cart over, and Zhang Fengchu, along with Dahu and the others, began unloading the wild boar meat from the cart. There was also a table, a scale, a butcher's knife, and a cutting board, all essential tools for selling meat. Of course, the scale and butcher's knife, as well as the meat cleaver, were all purchased by Zhang Fengchu from over there. Without these tools, selling the meat would be quite inconvenient. Fengchu, Dalong, I'll head off first. Shall we meet here at 4 in the afternoon? All right, Uncle Niu. Uncle Niu said no more and left with the ox cart. Zhang Fengchu opened the burlap sack, and all the wild boar meat was piled on the table, displaying it for customers to see would attract them and create a desire to buy. Shui, Dalong, Qin Guaf, and Da, who stood by him, starting today's business. Zhang Fengchu surveyed the street, noting a few inns and a small restaurant across the way. Ancient inns were quite similar to modern hotels, providing both accommodation and meals. Restaurants generally only provided food and banquets without accommodation. Post houses were scattered, offering lodging and transportation services for officials and envoys. Selling meat, fresh wild boar meat, delicious, nutritious, and healthy. Only this time, don't miss it as you pass by. If you miss this chance, you'll regret it for a lifetime. Pig heads, pig feet, pig tails, pig legs, and more come quickly and buy. Zhang Fengchu immediately started his sales pitch. Hearing his calls, Da-Hu and the others were stunned. Feeling embarrassed, they thought, could business really be done like this? And without blushing or skipping a beat, if they were to call out like him, they wouldn't be able to. Zhang Fengchu turned his gaze toward them. Da-Hu, come join me. Da-Hu's face flushed, too shy to shout. Uncle Zhang, can I really do it? Zhang Fengchu looked at him encouragingly. Repeat after me, you'll say a line, you say a line. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Once accustomed, it becomes quite ordinary. Having thick skin and good speaking skills can be cultivated over time. Zhang Fengchu deeply understood this. Still, the saying goes, the first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Mastering something to perfection is not a difficult task. A so-called difficult task is simply the result of having already denied the outcome before starting. If there's no beginning, how can there be an outcome? While results require costs to experiment and make mistakes, if one does not take action, one will never know the outcome and the goal cannot be achieved. Da-Hu, be a bit bolder. Even if you have to shout with your eyes closed, you must shout it out loud for me. Da-Hu nodded, feeling anxious, not knowing what he was saying. Zhang Fengchu already shouted. It's closed down, it's closed down. The Jiangnan leather factory has shut down, the boss has run away with his sister-in-law. The crowd fell silent, all turning to look at Zhang Fengchu, as if the air had stopped at that moment. Only then did Zhang Fengchu realize that he had shouted the wrong lines, quickly changing his tone. Selling meat, selling meat. Wild boar meat, fresh and delicious, just hunted from the mountains, very nourishing. Men eat it, and call it baby. Women eat it, and call it old ghost. After eating, the elderly feel no more back pain, no leg pain, and can walk with vigor. Regardless if you are 80 or 18, as long as you eat my wild boar meat, you will feel revitalized and ready to dance on the spot. The crowd was once again taken aback. It's just wild boar meat, I've eaten it before. Exactly how could eating wild boar be such a big deal? I can't believe you. This uncle is quite the character, trying to sell wild boar meat, now claiming it can make you fly. You really have some skill. The crowd couldn't help but start to criticize his pitch. Da-Hu, Dalong, and Qingguo felt embarrassed as they saw the crowd gathering at the stall, pointing and whispering, and they covered their faces, feeling their ears turn red. Despite the crowd's criticism, Zhang Fengchu remained unfazed, saying, my wild boar meat is not just any wild boar meat, it is the meat of the wild boar king. The crowd looked puzzled. Zhang Fengchu pointed to the table and continued, look at this wild boar meat. It comes from a wild boar weighing 700 or 800 pounds, the leader of a group of wild boars, the wild boar king. Think about it, can the meat of the wild boar king be compared to regular wild boar? Upon hearing his explanation and observing the 700 or 800 pounds of wild boar, the crowd began to believe him. Boss, how much is this wild boar king's meat per pound? Immediately, an elderly man came forward to inquire. The crowd turned to look at him, curious about the price. Not 100 coins nor 30 coins, just 20 coins. 20 coins. It's a bargain for 20 coins. First come, first served. Pork is only 15 coins a pound. Your wild boar meat isn't that fatty, yet you want 20 coins. Do you take us for fools? That's too expensive. I'd buy it for 15 coins, but 20 coins is simply too much. Exactly. The crowd felt he was pricing it too high. Zhang Fengchu smiled unhurried and said, indeed, it is 5 coins more than pork, but you must understand this is not ordinary wild boar meat. It is the meat of the wild boar king, weighing 700 or 800 pounds, and I risked my life to hunt it in the deep mountains. Usually it's hard to come by, and this is a unique opportunity. If you miss it, you won't find it anywhere else, right? The crowd nodded, appearing convinced. It'll take 10 pounds, the elderly man spoke up. All right, sir. Zhang Fengchu said no more and cut 10 pounds of meat for the elderly man. The elderly man handed over 200 coins, exchanging money for goods. With the elderly man's lead, the rest of the crowd surged forward, each asking for 1 pound, half a pound, 5 pounds, or 10 pounds. Zhang Fengchu got busy while Dalong, Da-Hu, and Qingguo helped collect money and shout out. In less than an hour, all 800 pounds of wild boar meat were snatched away by customers. It directly brought in 16,000 coins, which is 16 strings or 16 taels of silver. In just this short time, Zhang Fengchu earned 16 taels of silver, quite a significant amount. This astonished Dalong and the siblings, as well as Qin Ningxue and her daughter. Bang! Suddenly a group of people rushed in, surrounding Zhang Fengchu and his companions. Zhang Fengchu cast a glance at the group. There were 10 in total, all dressed quite neatly. 9 of them were in plain clothes, while 1 wore silk. No need to doubt, judging by his attire, the man in his 30s was clearly the leader of the 10. The silk-clad man stepped forward and asked, which of you is in charge? Zhang Fengchu did not say much. He stepped forward and replied, I am. Is there a problem? The round-faced man scrutinized Zhang Fengchu for a moment, noting his peculiar attire, and questioned, do you have my permission to set up stall here? I see. I didn't expect that even setting up a stall in ancient times required paying protection fees. Zhang Fengchu remained silent, letting them continue. The round-faced man arrogantly pointed at his forehead, declaring this territory is under my control. Setting up stall here without my permission is not allowed. Therefore you must pay a fee. How much? Zhang Fengchu asked without changing his expression. The round-faced man looked him over and smirked. All the silver you make today will be confiscated. Next time it will be 10 taels of silver per month. Confiscated all. Zhang Fengchu was genuinely angry. These bloodsuckers truly thought of themselves as untouchable and easy to bully. What if I refuse? Then don't blame me for being ruthless. The round-faced man's expression changed as he revealed a fierce glare. Turning to the 9 men beside him, he commanded, hit him. Hit him hard. Show him the consequences of offending me. The 9 burly men wasted no time surrounding Zhang Fengchu and raising their fists as large as sandbags to rain blows down upon him. Oh! Suddenly, after a series of horrifying screams, the 9 burly men lay on the ground, their arms and legs broken, wailing in agony. Oda, who everyone was stunned. He single-handedly faced 9 burly men and took them down in an instant. His martial skills were far beyond what they had expected. The round-faced man, seeing his prowess, was also frightened and retreated repeatedly, saying, Do you know what happens to those who dare to touch my people? Zhang Fengchu sneered, You're robbing people in broad daylight, and you think you're justified. You want to beat me to death, and I'm not allowed to fight back. He stepped forward. The round-faced man retreated another step, asking, Do you know who I am? I don't need to know. Zhang Fengchu stepped forward again. My name is Lu Kai, steward of Lu Yuanwai's household. This street is under Lu Yuanwai's control. Are you afraid? Lu Yuanwai. Zhang Fengchu pondered. In ancient times, Yuanwai referred to wealthy individuals, such as landlords, rich households, or merchants, a title for the powerful. These were officials not officially recognized, holding symbolic status acquired through donations, representing a kind of privilege. In essence, it was a symbol of wealth in ancient times, lacking real power, but still possessing some influence. Is this your justification for robbing others in broad daylight? Zhang Fengchu inquired. You disagree. The round-faced man remained arrogant. Today I will rid the world of this evil. Swish. Zhang Fengchu struck down Lu Kai, eliminating the threat to the populace. Good. The crowd cheered, Hero, well done. Lu Kai has bullied the weak and trampled on lives. Today he receives his retribution. It is well deserved. Indeed, even dying 1,000 times would not be excessive. It seemed Lu Kai and his gang had often offended others, and now they were applauding his demise. With the wild boar meat sold out, and still early, Zhang Fengchu planned to take DeLong and the others for a stroll. It was their first time in an ancient city, and it would be good to familiarize themselves with the environment while shopping. Not good. Not good. Someone has fainted. While Zhang Fengchu and the others were shopping, they suddenly heard shouts ahead. Not knowing what had happened, they hurried forward to investigate. In the crowd, they saw an elderly man with a goatee, around 60, lying on the ground motionless. People had tried to wake him, but to no avail. Let me have a look. Suddenly, a strangely dressed man with short hair stepped out of the crowd. It was none other than Zhang Fengchu. To modernize, Zhang Fengchu's outfit was nothing out of the ordinary. However, in the ancient context, his modern attire seemed quite unconventional, especially since people in ancient times typically had long hair, while his was very short, almost like a buzz cut, leading the onlookers to find him peculiar. Though odd, they saw no difference in skin tone and did not regard him as a foreigner, merely finding his attire and style unconventional. It was akin to the initial perception of the shamade and non-mainstream looks when they first appeared, as they had yet to be accepted by the majority. Zhang Fengchu paid no mind to the gazes of others, as he was the only time traveler in this ancient age. If questioned, he would simply say it was an invention by a friend. After checking the pulse of the elderly man, he quickly identified the cause of his ailment as a heart condition. If not treated immediately, it could be life-threatening. Zhang Fengchu wasted no time. He reached into his pocket and took out the silver needles he had bought for acupuncture. Removing the elderly man's outer garment, he began to insert the needles into his chest. His needlework was swift and precise, as if guided by divine inspiration. The onlookers watched in admiration at his skill. After all, ancient people understood acupuncture, a technique passed down from their ancestors. After inserting 12 needles, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hands and sat down to wait for the elderly man to awaken. Is he cured? A young man couldn't help but ask. Zhang Fengchu replied, He's not healed, yet just temporarily stabilized and rescued. When will he wake up? Within a minute. Really? Zhang Fengchu did not respond. They would find out soon enough. DeLong and the others gathered around, trusting in his medical skills to heal the man. After all, he had successfully treated Widow Qin and her 2 sons previously. A minute later, the elderly man stirred, truly opening his eyes to see the crowd around him, realizing he had suffered a heart attack. He was already familiar with this ailment. However, he quickly noticed the silver needles in his chest and understood someone had come to his rescue. He looked at the crowd and asked who saved me. It's him. The crowd pointed towards Zhang Fengchu. The elderly man examined the man before him, noting his unusual attire, and asked, "Are you a doctor?" "Sort of." Zhang Fengchu nodded. The elderly man smiled. "Is my condition serious?" "Very serious. If you hadn't been rescued in time, you would have been in grave danger." The old man had a sense of understanding and thus did not doubt him. "If you can save me, does that mean you can also cure me?" Zhang Fengchu nodded. "I can, but it will require some time. After all, your heart condition has persisted for quite some time, and it will require a combination of acupuncture and medication along with massage for better results." The old man was very pleased to hear this. If he could be cured, then he would no longer suffer from illness, and he could live a few more years. Later, after Zhang Fengchu helped the old man with the acupuncture needles and saw that he was fine, he turned to leave. "Doctor, please wait." Suddenly, the old man with the goat beard stepped forward, blocking his path. "You have cured me, and I must thank you. How about coming to my home for a meal?" Zhang Fengchu initially intended to refuse the old man's invitation. However, thinking about it again, this was ancient times, and he did not know anyone in the city, so it wouldn't hurt to get acquainted with the locals. He glanced at DeLong and the others. "We are quite a few, aren't you afraid?" "Ha ha ha," the old man laughed heartily. "You have saved my life. Even if I went bankrupt, I would not let you go hungry. Then I can rest assured. Follow me then." The old man with the goat beard said no more and led Zhang Fengchu and the others into a nearby alley. "By the way, I still don't know your esteemed name, doctor." "My name is Zhang Fengchu, and you?" "I am Yi Zhongxiao." Zhang Fengchu nodded and began to chat with the old man. Soon they arrived at the gate of a residence and pushed the door open. Zhang Fengchu did not enter immediately, but glanced at the plaque above the door which read Shaolu Academy in large characters. So this old man is a teacher. In ancient times, only those who were Shoucai, a degree holder, were qualified to open private schools. "What do you do?" Zhang Fengchu asked. Yi Zhongxiao smiled. "This Shaolu Academy is run by me, so I am the teacher here." Just as I suspected, his status is not ordinary. "Doctor, have you ever participated in the imperial examination?" Zhang Fengchu shook his head. "No." "Not even the preliminary exam?" "No." "Then have you ever attended a private school?" "No." "So you cannot read?" "I can read." Yi Zhongxiao nodded and did not elaborate further, calling out inside, "Linglong, Linglong." "Yes, grandfather." Suddenly a girl in a red dress around 18 or 19 years old ran out from the backyard and came to Yi Zhongxiao smiling and asking, "Grandfather, what is it?" After sizing up Zhang Fengchu and the others, she found one she did not recognize. Yi Zhongxiao looked at Zhang Fengchu and introduced, "Fengchu, this is my granddaughter Yi Linglong." "Hello." Zhang Fengchu greeted the girl while looking her up and down. She was graceful and had a beauty that could outshine the moon and flowers. With good living conditions, she had developed well and was quite stunning, her skin fair with a rosy hue. She appeared like a flower, exquisite and enchanting. "Hello." Yi Linglong also greeted him, sizing him up. Seeing his unique attire and short hair, she found him rather strange. "I wonder what Uncle Zhang does." "Fengchu is a doctor. Oh, just now grandfather had a heart attack." Thus Yi Zhongxiao recounted how he got to know him. Yi Linglong, who had initially looked down on him, now regarded him with newfound respect upon hearing that he saved her grandfather's life. She immediately bowed, saying, "Dr. Zhang, thank you for saving my grandfather." Having lost her parents early on, she depended solely on her grandfather. If her grandfather were to pass away, she would have no other relatives in this world. Thus, someone who saved her grandfather's life was equivalent to saving her own life, naturally deserving her respect. "Miss, you need not be so polite." Zhang Fengchu smiled. "By the way, Linglong, please instruct the kitchen to prepare a feast." Yi Zhongxiao ordered. "All right, grandfather." Yi Linglong replied and headed towards the corridor. Soon after, the sound of reading could be heard from inside. Yi Zhongxiao smiled. "The students in the academy are currently studying. Let me take you to visit." "All right." Zhang Fengchu, along with DeLong Dehu and the Qin widow and her daughter, followed Yi Zhongxiao to tour his Shaolu Academy. Though the academy did not have many students, there were still over 100. Moreover, they ranged in age. The youngest were around 7 or 8, while the oldest were about 30. Dehu and the others certainly gained new insights. They had grown up in the countryside and had never attended a private school, so this was their first time visiting a place of learning, and they seemed very happy. However, in this academy, not a single female student was seen. In ancient times, girls were generally allowed to study, but typically academies did not admit female students. The reason is simple: women could not take the imperial examination or hold official positions in ancient times. Even if they did hold office, they had no real power. It seems that the Yin dynasty was no different. Nevertheless, girls could still read, such as learning the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. In ancient times, there were female top scholars, but they were rare. Generally speaking, women who received education in ancient times were not common. Most were daughters of powerful families, nobility, or scholarly households who either studied at home or hired knowledgeable private tutors. Some were specially trained like the courtesans who were taught music, chess, calligraphy, and painting for the enjoyment of customers, bringing substantial returns to their investors. There were also courtesans who were already skilled in these arts, not needing training. The reason is simple: they came from prestigious families or official households, but due to family crimes or the confiscation of property, the males were reduced to slavery, while the females, especially the young ones with talent, were either sent to become courtesans or sold off as slaves. Thus, courtesans could be found who were illiterate as well as those with exceptional talents, merely suffering the indignity of their circumstances, relying on others for survival. Zhang Fengchu took a sip of tea and looked at Yi Zhongxiao, saying, "Sir, I noticed that there seems to be no female students in your academy." Yi Zhongxiao nodded. "Yes, there are no female students, nor do we accept female students. In fact, it's not just our Shaolu Academy. All academies and private schools throughout the Yin dynasty do not accept female students." "Why is that?" Zhang Fengchu pressed for an explanation. "Don't you know?" Yi Zhongxiao countered. Zhang Fengchu thought to himself, "If I knew, would I still be asking you? After all, I am a modern person who has crossed into the ancient times, not even in the familiar feudal dynasties, but in the Yin dynasty, which does not exist in history. How would I know?" "I know a little, but not much, which is why I wanted to consult with you, sir." To avoid raising suspicion, Zhang Fengchu responded quite tactfully. Yi Zhongxiao listened to his words without further thought. "Yes, our Shaolu Academy does not accept female students, nor do the academies and private schools across the entire Yin dynasty. According to the imperial examination system of our dynasty, women merchants and the descendants of criminals are not qualified to take the exams. Although academies and private schools do not accept female students, they can be taught at home with a teacher or a knowledgeable elder to instruct them." "Oh, I see." Zhang Fengchu nodded, understanding some of the laws and regulations regarding the imperial examination in the Yin dynasty. "Then, sir, is there an age limit for the examination?" Yi Zhongxiao shook his head. "There is none. Children as young as 7 or 8, and those as old as 80 or 90 can participate." The age limit for the exams was indeed quite lenient in ancient times. Zhang Fengchu was aware of this. In the scholars, there is a character named Fan Jin. The story of Fan Jin passing the examination tells of how he began taking the exams at 20, and it took him 35 years. He took the exams over 20 times without even achieving the status of a Shouzai, and by this time Fan Jin was already in his 50s. Butcher, who scolded him as a living treasure, saying he was like a toad wishing to eat swan meat, deluding himself, and faced gossip from neighbors. Fortunately, when he was 54, he finally passed the Shouzai exam and passed the imperial examination in the same year. After 35 years, when his dream became a reality, he became so overwhelmed with joy that he lost his sanity, only to be awakened by his father-in-law. At the same time, he shed the title of a waste and embarked on a new life. Although Fan Jin is a fictional character, he reflects the arduous journey of scholars in ancient times, like dancing ballet with shackles. 10 years of hard study, all for a single moment of success on the golden list. Because of Fan Jin's perseverance, he ultimately achieved his dream of passing the examination. From then on, he turned his life around and fulfilled his dreams. Yet within the vast currents of history, how many individuals like Fan Jin have lived unremarkable lives, being buried in the river of history without ever being recorded, unknown to anyone. The ancient imperial examination tested poetry, prose, the 4 books and 5 classics, and the 8-legged essay, among other subjects. "Fengchu, didn't you say you could read and write?" Suddenly, Yi Zhongxiao asked. Zhang Fengchu nodded, unsure why he asked this. "Follow me." Yi Zhongxiao did not elaborate further and walked toward the corridor nearby. "Dalong, you all stay here." "Okay, Uncle Zhang." Dalong and Dahu responded. The next moment, Yi Zhongxiao brought him to a door, pushed it open, and entered first. Zhang Fengchu followed closely behind, stepping inside and glancing around, suddenly shocked. It was a large room filled with bookshelves. On the shelves were neatly arranged numerous books. However, these books were not bound with paper, but written on bamboo slips, wooden strips, and silk. In other words, in this Yin dynasty, people had not yet invented paper for writing books. "Sir, you have collected so many books," Zhang Fengchu said in admiration. Yi Zhongxiao proudly nodded. "Yes, many books. This collection is the culmination of my life's work. Almost everything is here." Zhang Fengchu said nothing and gave him a thumbs up. Yi Zhongxiao brought him to a bookshelf, selected a book, and extended it to him. "Fengchu, you said you can read. Could you read the first 10 pages of this book for me?" Zhang Fengchu took the book from Yi Zhongxiao and began to read. Suddenly, he discovered something marvelous. His eyesight had become extraordinarily sharp, allowing him to read a page at a glance and remember it perfectly. With just one look, he could memorize the contents of the book in his mind like a storage device, saving it instantly, and as long as he did not manually delete it, it would not be lost. As a result, his brain felt like a vast database, breaking limitations, expanding, reaching a perfect state, the most powerful mind. Zhang Fengchu thought that the abilities he possessed were not innate, but rather acquired. The medium, without a doubt, was the awakening of the jade pendant space, which granted him the heritage of the medicine god. Unconsciously, Zhang Fengchu finished flipping through the book, and only on the last page did he close it. Originally, Yi Zhongxiao intended for him to read the text word by word, but now he could recite the entire book flawlessly without any trouble. Fengchu, have you finished reading? Zhang Fengchu nodded. Just now you asked me to read 10 pages, but now I have finished the entire book, so I can only recite it. Oh, he was completely astonished. He could really recite it from beginning to end after just one read. Such a remarkable memory, he had never encountered anything like it in his life. Yi Zhongxiao was also half convinced. Fengchu, you're not joking, are you? Zhang Fengchu smiled and shook his head. Not only that, I can recite it backwards as well. Yi Zhongxiao found this even harder to believe. Is there really such a genius? Really? Facts speak louder than words. He'll recite it from start to finish, then from finish to start. All right, then give it a try. Facing the challenge, it would be clear as day whether he was genuine or not. Zhang Fengchu did not say much and began reciting from the beginning. The master said. Yi Zhongxiao listened as he recited each word, flowing smoothly, flawlessly, as if he had already memorized it thoroughly. Before long, Zhang Fengchu had recited the entire book from start to finish. Yi Zhongxiao listened, nodding repeatedly in satisfaction, completely convinced of his capabilities. Continue. Zhang Fengchu began reciting backwards. The gentleman. In the next moment, he again recited the entire book backwards without a single mistake and without hesitation. Good, incredible. It's truly a shame for someone like you, a scholar, not to take the imperial examination. Yi Zhongxiao praised, genuinely impressed and increasingly appreciative of him. Previously, he had admired Zhang Fengchu solely for his exceptional medical skills that saved his life, inviting him to the academy as a gesture of gratitude. But now he looked at him with a different perspective, entirely viewing him as a rare talent, cherishing his potential. To further demonstrate Zhang Fengchu's abilities, Yi Zhongxiao selected several other books from the shelf, allowing him to read each one, then asking him to recite them from start to finish. As a result, Zhang Fengchu did not disappoint him, finishing 10 books in one go and reciting them consecutively without error. Not yet done, he increased the difficulty and recited the last 10 books backwards, also completely correct and without hesitation. A genius. Truly a genius. Yi Zhongxiao immediately began to sing his praises, a bold thought forming in his mind. A scholar like Fengchu is truly a rare gem, and we cannot let him slip away like this. Yi Zhongxiao looked him over from head to toe, again his voice filled with excitement, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. Fengchu, have you ever thought about taking the imperial examination? The imperial examination in ancient times. Zhang Fengchu had not considered it. No, why? Yi Zhongxiao looked at him very seriously. If you want to take the examination, I can help you. The imperial examination in ancient times consisted of the ranks of Tongxing Xiuzai, Jiren Gongshi, and Jinshi. The top 3 winners were known as the first place scholar, the second, and the third. The Jinshi first place is the top scholar. Do I really want to participate in the imperial examination? Zhang Fengchu pondered. Back in modern times, he graduated from high school, but did not get into university, so should he try for the Jinshi here? In ancient times, perhaps even aim for the top scholar. Sir, can I really take the imperial examination? Yi Zhongxiao smiled as he stroked his goat beard, clearly delighted that Fengchu had finally opened up. I believe with your talent it's not a problem. Even if you can't become a Jinshi, getting a Jiren should not be an issue. But I think if we are going to take the examination, we should aim higher. Let's set our sights on the top scholar. It turns out that the old scholar had higher aspirations than himself. Zhang Fengchu smiled. Sir, please don't raise my hopes too high. I fear that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Yi Zhongxiao laughed, saying, the heavens are vigorous, and a gentleman should strive unceasingly. What is there to fear? As long as you strive for it, even if you fail, you won't have regrets, will you? I must say the old scholar's words were quite insightful. So Fengchu, have you thought it over? If you are ready, then acknowledge me as your teacher, and I will do my utmost to guide you towards your dreams and help you achieve success in the examinations. Done. Zhang Fengchu finally made up his mind. Sir, I have decided I will take you as my teacher. Ha ha ha. Yi Zhongxiao beamed with joy that Zhang Fengchu could become his student. He hurriedly patted him on the shoulder. Fengchu, you are doing great. I have high hopes for you. Zhang Fengchu nodded with a smile, suddenly recalling something. Sir, you have only bamboo slips, wooden slips, and silk books here. Do you not have any paper books? Paper books. Yi Zhongxiao had never heard of it and did not even know what paper books were. It's not surprising he didn't know, as this ancient Yin dynasty had yet to invent paper as a writing material. They wrote books using bamboo slips, wooden slips, and silk, so how could he know about something called paper? Thus it was indeed confirmed that this ancient Yin dynasty did not have paper. This represented another path to prosperity. With paper, whether for drawing or writing books, it would be much more convenient. Moreover, the paper is thin and soft, making it easier to bind into books. Not only is it light, but but it is also convenient to carry, read, and write upon. There is no doubt that once sold it would definitely be a hot commodity. Fengchu, what is this paper you speak of? Yi Zhongxiao inquired. Zhang Fengchu thought to himself that he didn't have any on him. He would buy some next time and show it to the teacher. He then said, I have a friend who invented something called paper. It is pure white, thin and soft, and you can write on it clearly in black and white. It can also be bound into books, is lightweight, convenient for writing, reading, and carrying. Oh, there is such a wonderful thing. Yi Zhongxiao was half convinced just hearing about this thing called paper sounded impressive. He also wanted to see it for himself. Is there really such a thing called paper? Zhang Fengchu nodded. Well, I didn't bring any this time. Next time I'll visit my friend and bring some for you to see. Yi Zhongxiao was very pleased to hear this, looking forward to it. Then it's a promise. Grandpa, lunch is ready, time to eat. Suddenly the voice of Yi Linglong came from outside. Yi Zhongxiao, feeling joyful, called for him and stepped out of the book collection room to have dinner together. In the dining hall, the table was filled with a sumptuous feast. There were fish, meat, and vegetables. Although it wasn't the best meal, it was better than what most families could afford in this ancient time. Zhang Fengchu de Long de Huer Long Qi Ningxue Chun Feng Xia Yue Qiu Xia and Dong Gu, totaling 9 people. Adding the host Yi Zhongxiao and Yi Linglong, there were 11 people, enough to fill a table. Under Yi Zongxiao's warm hospitality, Zhang Fengchu and De Long began to eat. Halfway through lunch, Yi Zhongxiao suddenly looked at his granddaughter and said, Linglong, I have some good news for you. Yi Linglong glanced at her grandfather, noticing he seemed particularly cheerful today, unsure of what had happened. Grandpa, just tell me directly, why so polite? Haha. Yi Zhongxiao remained cheerful, but turned his gaze toward Zhang Fengchu. Starting today, Fengchu will officially become my student and will participate in this year's imperial examination. Oh, not only was Yi Linglong shocked, even De Long and Widow Qin were taken aback. Grandpa, are you serious? Yi Linglong was quite surprised. It was one thing for her grandfather to suddenly bring a stranger home, but he was also taking him as a student and sending him to the imperial examination. Of course, when has Grandpa ever lied to you? Yi Zhongxiao said irritably. Hearing his grandfather's words, it seemed he wasn't joking. Yi Linglong scrutinized Zhang Fengchu again. Uncle Zhang, how old are you now? 40, Zhang Fengchu answered truthfully. Yi Linglong fell silent for a moment. Grandpa, Uncle Zhang is already 40 and hasn't even taken the Tongxing exam. How old will he be when he finally succeeds? Moreover, whether he can succeed or not is still uncertain. Even for Tongsheng and Shouzai, it is not so easy to pass. Yi Zhongxiao, upon hearing his granddaughter's words, disagreed, saying, ambition is not limited by age. People continue to learn throughout their lives. What does it matter being 40? Some scholars are still taking the exam at 70 or 80. Besides, Fengchu is only 40 and has plenty of opportunities ahead. Don't underestimate Fengchu. He might progress rapidly and achieve the Jinshi title in one go. Becoming the top scholar is not impossible. Grandpa has great confidence in Fengchu. Something feels off. It feels very off. Oh, when did Grandpa ever speak so frivolously? Grandpa has many students, some of whom are very outstanding, but he has never had such an arrogant attitude towards them as he does today. But since meeting this uncle named Zhang Fengchu today, the old man seemed to drift away from reality and had a somewhat lofty attitude. Could it be that this uncle truly possesses exceptional qualities that make Grandpa appreciate him so much? Yi Linglong thought for a moment and scanned Zhang Fengchu again, but she did not see anything particularly remarkable about him. If anything was special, it was that he hadn't grown long hair. Could it be that this is the reason Grandpa values him? Ridiculous. Yi Linglong chuckled at her own thoughts. Grandpa, do you really have that much faith in this uncle, eh? Yi Zhongxiao affirmed. With Fengchu's talent combined with my guidance, he will definitely become a distinguished figure in the future. I assure you of that today. With Grandpa's knowledge to value a person so highly and have such confidence in him, it seems this is not a fleeting whim. It is evident that the individual possesses talents that attract Grandpa's admiration, and these talents are extraordinary. Therefore, I want to see what abilities he possesses that make Grandpa regard him so highly. Suddenly, Yi Linglong clutched her stomach and screamed as she rolled under the table, her cries of agony echoing. This scene terrified the old man. It is known that Yi Zhongxiao had already lost a son and his daughter-in-law had also passed away early. Yi Linglong is his only granddaughter and his sole remaining blood relative. He usually dotes on her, treating her delicately, as if she were made of glass, but now seeing her in such distress, Yi Zhongxiao felt helpless. Linglong, what's wrong? Where does it hurt? Please don't scare Grandpa. It hurts so much, Grandpa. I am in so much pain. I want die will I. Yi Linglong continued to wail. Ugh. Immediately she began to retch again. You silly girl, what are you talking about? How could you possibly die? Yi Zhongxiao scolded. Suddenly he thought of something and looked up at Zhang Fengchu, as if he had grasped onto a lifeline. Right, Fengchu, you know medicine, don't you? Quickly help me take a look at Linglong. Yes, sir. Zhang Fengchu stepped forward, took Yi Linglong's hand, and began to check her pulse. Yi Zhongxiao de Long de Huqin widow and Yi Linglong herself all focused on the expression on his face. They wondered if he could discern what illness Yi Linglong was suffering from, how serious it was, and if there was a way to treat it. Within a few breaths, Zhang Fengchu concluded the pulse check for Yi Linglong, saying, It's not a big issue. Her period has just started. Her period has started? What do you mean by that? Where is it? The few people present exchanged confused glances, looking around, not seeing anything related to a period. They all looked at him in bewilderment. Zhang Fengchu suddenly remembered that he was in ancient times, not modern times, and that this period was something they could not comprehend. It refers to the normal physiological reaction of adult women, specifically the symptoms of menstrual pain caused by her menstrual period. Yi Zhongxiao finally breathed a sigh of relief. Being a scholar and a sage, he was quite knowledgeable about women's monthly cycles. Fengchu, can you treat her? Zhang Fengchu nodded confidently, saying, It's not a big issue, just some massage for a while, and she'll be completely fine. Yi Zhongxiao sighed with relief. Fengchu's medical skills were indeed impressive, and he could tell right away. Then Fengchu, please help, and carry Linglong to her room for treatment. Zhang Fengchu agreed, and Long de Hu and Air who stepped forward to help. The four of them lifted her, guided by Yi Zhongxiao, and carried her to her room, placing her on the bed. Yi Zhongxiao then led Da Hu and the others out, closing the door, and they waited outside for the results of his treatment. Yi Linglong lay on the bed, unable to bear the pain, looking at Zhang Fengchu in front of her, her mind racing. In ancient times, an unmarried woman's boudoir was considered a symbol of chastity, and no man from outside the family was allowed to enter. But now a stranger not only appeared in her boudoir, but also sat at the foot of her bed. With the door closed, a man and a woman were alone in a room. Just thinking about it made her blush. Though she was already 19 and of age, having never had any intimate relations before marriage, she was still a pure maiden. Facing a stranger alone in a room for the first time in her life, it was perfectly normal for her to feel shy and anxious. Moreover, with the added discomfort from her menstrual pain, it made her even more bashful. Uncle Zhang, can you really cure me? Zhang Fengchu nodded firmly, reaching out to lift her clothing over her abdomen, beginning the massage treatment. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Linglong gripping her clothes tightly, preventing him from lifting them. Miss Yi, what's this? Is it really necessary? Yi Linglong asked, her face flushed. Indeed, she was still hesitant. Yes, this method will yield better results. Yi Linglong hesitated for a moment, and due to her abdominal pain, she finally let go of her grip. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much. Treating the illness was paramount, so he lifted her clothing and began to massage her. Before long, Yi Linglong's eyes brightened. Under his massage treatment, the pain began to alleviate immediately. After another quarter of an hour, she noticed her stomach not only stopped hurting, but felt incredibly comfortable. She then realized just how skilled he was in medicine. Suddenly, she looked at him with newfound respect. After massaging her for a while longer, Zhang Fengchu retracted his hands and helped her pull her clothing back down, asking, Does it still hurt? Yi Linglong hurriedly shook her head. It doesn't hurt at all, not even a bit, and it feels even better than before. Then it's all good, it shouldn't hurt anymore. Zhang Fengchu smiled and turned to leave the room. Yi Linglong watched the back of this man, and suddenly a spark of emotion lit up in her eyes. Bang! Zhang Fengchu stepped out, and Yi Linglong quickly followed him outside. Yi Zhongxiao hurriedly stepped forward to ask, Linglong, are you better? Yi Linglong smiled brightly, turned around, and bounced a few times, indicating she was perfectly fine. The old sage sighed with relief, feeling even more confident in Zhang Fengchu's medical skills. Dinner was finished, and Zhang Fengchu planned to take De Long and the others back. Sir, we are heading back now. Yi Zhongxiao nodded. When will you come to Xiaolu Academy to study? Zhang Fengchu pondered for a moment. We'll see you once I'm done with my current tasks, he'll come. Okay, I'll wait for you. Zhang Fengchu said no more and left Xiaolu Academy with De Long. Yi Zhongxiao accompanied his granddaughter all the way to the gate, displaying genuine warmth. Yi Linglong gazed at Zhang Fengchu's back, feeling inexplicably reluctant to part. Grandpa, do you really think Uncle Zhang can pass the imperial examination and become the top scholar? Yi Zhongxiao nodded confidently. Becoming the top scholar is a bit of a stretch, but I believe he can achieve a first-class position. There's also a chance he could achieve the Triple Crown. Triple Crown. Yi Linglong gasped. Triple Crown. Grandpa, how could there be such an amazing person? Of course there is. Fengchu is one. Yi Zhongxiao was very confident. All right. Whatever you say is true. Yi Linglong stuck out her playful little tongue, clearly not fully convinced. The so-called Triple Crown refers to being the top scorer in the local examination, the joint examination, and the palace examination. The top scorer in the local examination is called the Jiyuan, the second in the joint examination is the Huiyuan I, and the top scorer in the palace examination is the Zhuang Yuan, commonly referred to as the Triple Crown. Buns, get your buns here. Zhang Fengchu and his companions exited the Xiaolu Academy, and found a bun shop on the roadside. Glancing at Dahu and the others, he stepped forward. Erlong and the others swallowed as they saw the buns. "Dear customer, would you like to buy some buns?" The shopkeeper's wife asked with a cheerful smile. Zhang Fengchu counted the number of people totaling 10, including himself, so they would need 20 buns. "How much is one?" "One bun costs one when delicious and affordable large fillings to fill you up." "How many would you like, dear customer?" Although one is not expensive, prices were different in ancient times. "I'll take 30. All right." The shopkeeper's wife beamed delighted at the large order, as it was rare to see such a customer. The sooner it sold out, the sooner she could close for the day. "Everyone take 2. Zhang Fengchu called out to Dalong Qin Guafu and the others, who were surprised, yet pleased, stepping forward to grab 2 each. "The rest will be packaged to go." The shopkeeper's wife complied and began to wrap them up. Uncle Nyo had been waiting at the street corner for some time. Seeing them approach, he waved. Erlong and Donggu were eating their buns, laughing as they ran to the ox cart and sat on top. "Uncle Nyo, this is for you." Zhang Fengchu, munching on a bun, handed the packaged 10 buns into his hands. Uncle Nyo was a bit taken aback, feeling overwhelmed by the kindness, but he couldn't refuse and took one, saying, "The rest are for my wife and kids." "No, take it all. I specifically bought these for you. If you don't accept them, I'll have to throw them away." Hearing this, Uncle Nyo finally accepted, feeling deeply grateful. "By the way, here's the fare." Zhang Fengchu took out 10 won in copper coins and handed them to him before climbing onto the ox cart. On the way here, the ox cart was loaded with 800 jin of wild boar meat, making it impossible for anyone to ride. Now with the cart empty, it was no problem for everyone to sit on it. "Giddy up." Uncle Nyo was all smiles as he drove the ox cart home. Halfway there, they heard a rustling sound. The group heard sounds of a fight ahead. Uncle Nyo quickly pulled the reins, looking forward. Zhang Fengchu also looked ahead and saw a commotion of fighting. About 100 people in black were surrounding a charming woman in a yellow robe. She held a long sword in her hand, but her face was hidden behind a mask. The 100 black-clad individuals were all masked, each wielding a large blade as they engaged in combat with the masked woman, creating a flurry of blades and sparks. It was evident that the woman had sustained multiple injuries and was bleeding. Both she and the black-clad attackers were skilled fighters, proficient in their respective techniques. Zhang Fengchu could tell that if the woman didn't break through soon, she would be defeated by the 100 black-clad individuals, either captured or killed on the spot. "Uncle Zhang, what should we do?" Dalong and the others felt a bit frightened. They were not afraid of anything else, just worried about being implicated. "I'll go take a look, you all stay put." Zhang Fengchu, holding a tang knife, dismounted and walked towards the fighting scene. Immediately, a black-clad man noticed the approaching figure and led a few others to surround him. Zhang Fengchu remained calm, cupping his hands in greeting, saying, "I'm just passing through. Would you mind moving aside to let us through?" After speaking, he pointed to the ox cart and the people behind him. The black-clad men quickly glanced back, and indeed there was an ox cart and several people. The long-faced black-clad man smirked coldly, saying, "Not one will escape." Following his order, 9 men brandished their blades towards Zhang Fengchu. They also intended to eliminate Dalong Dahu, Uncle Nyo, and the others on the ox cart. Without a doubt, they planned to kill everyone present to silence them. Zhang Fengchu understood that the woman being besieged was certainly not an ordinary person. They aimed to kill everyone to prevent their wicked deeds from being exposed. After a series of screams, silence returned. Among the 10 men nearby, 9 had already fallen. Zhang Fengchu stood in place, surrounded by the 9 corpses and the long-faced black-clad man facing him. He was shocked, staring at the 9 bodies of his companions on the ground. He gazed at the man standing opposite him, who held a long knife. He couldn't understand how it was possible for one man with one knife to kill 9 of his subordinates in just a few breaths. The speed was too fast. He couldn't even see how the strikes were made. If it weren't for the blood dripping from Zhang Fengchu's knife, he would have thought it wasn't him. "Who are you?" "That's not important." "Then what is important?" "You can't kill me. Hurry and run," Zhang Fengchu urged. "Humph." The long-faced black-clad man sneered, suddenly drawing his knife and slashing towards Zhang Fengchu's neck, catching him off guard with a sneak attack. Just as he was about to strike, Zhang Fengchu used a teleportation technique and appeared behind the long-faced killer. With a swift motion, a long knife pierced through his heart from behind. "Oh!" The long-faced killer screamed, turning around to see that it was indeed his own blade, saying, You actually know martial arts. And your skills are so high. Why? I can die at your hands. It's not unjust." After speaking, the long-faced killer fell to the ground, devoid of life. Another 10 fell beneath his blade. Alas, Zhang Fengchu didn't know what to say. He was just taking a stroll in ancient streets, yet some ruffians wanted to harm him. Then he couldn't blame himself. Holding the long knife, Zhang Fengchu charged towards the remaining enemies, his blade flashing. Blade light and shadows danced, screams echoed. One by one, black-clad men fell under his blade. In no time, all 90 remaining black-clad assassins lay on the ground. The masked woman couldn't believe that suddenly a man would come to her rescue. The key was that his martial arts were so formidable. In just a few breaths, he had slain 100 black-clad assassins without any hesitation or delay. Moreover, he was completely unscathed. The masked woman looked at him with newfound respect. She approached quickly saying, "Thank you, hero, for saving my life." Zhang Fengchu ignored her and bent down to search the bodies. 1 or 2 silver coins. A total of 10 taels of silver. 101. The masked woman was speechless at his actions. Before long, Zhang Fengchu finished searching the bodies of the 100 black-clad assassins. Although it wasn't much collectively, it added up to over 100 taels of silver, quite a sum. Taking advantage of their unawareness, he stored them all in his spatial ring. He waved to Uncle Nyo behind him. Immediately, Uncle Nyo drove the ox cart forward, grabbed a shovel, and began to dig a pit. He then tossed the 100 corpses into the pit, filled it up, and returned to the ox cart. "Thank you, hero, for saving my life." Seeing Zhang Fengchu finish, the masked woman approached to thank him again. Zhang Fengchu nodded and jumped onto the cart, intending to head home. Suddenly, a scream rang out. The masked woman had fallen to the ground. Uncle Nyo glanced over, asking Fengchu, "Should we save her?" Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin deep in thought. Zhang Fengchu said no more. He jumped off the carriage and approached the masked woman, removing the mask from her face, revealing her features. He was also astonished. The woman appeared to be around 27 or 28 with well-defined and exquisite features of breathtaking beauty. Her alluring figure combined with her flawless features made her an extraordinary beauty, captivating and enchanting. Such an enchanting beauty, it's no wonder she wore a mask. A beautiful woman could easily attract unwanted attention if her looks were fully revealed. He checked her pulse. There was still breath, but she was severely injured, having lost too much blood, and with her strength depleted, she was in danger if not rescued. He put the mask back on her and called for Big Tiger to help carry her onto the ox cart. "Fengchu, is she still alive?" Uncle Nyo asked, continuing to drive the cart. Zhang Fengchu replied, "She's not dead yet, but she needs treatment." DeLong said, "You know medicine?" Uncle Nyo shifted the topic. "Yeah, I've studied a bit." "Then could you do me a favor?" He nodded. Uncle Nyo said, "My wife has been bedridden for many years. Can you see if she can be treated?" "I see. It's a simple task, so I'll agree." Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. "I'll take a look after dinner tonight, so I can prescribe the right treatment." Uncle Nyo was very happy to hear this and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. They returned to the village. Upon reaching DeLong's house, Zhang Fengchu treated the masked woman's wounds, bandaged her well, and then placed her on the bed, allowing her to rest and recover. By this time, the sun had set, and DeLong began preparing dinner. After a hearty meal, Zhang Fengchu sat resting under the eaves. "DeLongjia, DeLongjia." Suddenly, a voice called from outside. Zhang Fengchu looked towards the sound to see a 17-year-old girl standing outside the courtyard. At this age, she was similar to DeLong, but her physique was stronger and much taller. Hearing the call, DeLong immediately came out of the kitchen, opened the courtyard door, chatted with the girl for a moment, and then led her inside to Zhang Fengchu. "Zhang Shu, this is Uncle Nyo's daughter, Nyo Pingping." Zhang Fengchu nodded, roughly understanding the purpose of her visit. He then introduced her to the girl. "This is Zhang Shu. If you have anything to discuss, you can talk to him." The girl nodded, seemingly a bit shy and hesitant in front of Zhang Fengchu. "Hello. Zhang Shu, my father sent me to ask you to help treat my mother." Zhang Fengchu nodded, stood up, and went into his bedroom to get a bag. He then went with Nyo Pingping to her house. Her home was located in the east of the village, several hundred meters from DeLong's house. After a considerable walk, they arrived at her doorstep. Dad, I've brought Zhang Shu." Nyo Pingping called out to the inside. At this moment, Zhang Fengchu also went to Uncle Nyo's house to take a look. Their situation was somewhat better than DeLong's. Soon Uncle Nyo came out from the house, and upon seeing Zhang Fengchu, he was very pleased and stepped forward, saying, "Fengchu, have a glass of water first." "Dad'll get it." Nyo Pingping immediately ran into the kitchen, poured a bowl of water for Zhang Fengchu, and handed it to him. Zhang Fengchu accepted it and drank before entering the bedroom with Uncle Nyo, where he saw the woman lying in bed. She appeared to be around 31 or 32, but she looked much older than her actual age. Having been bedridden for years and tormented by illness, it was natural for her to age quickly. Uncle Nyo looked at his wife on the bed and said with a pained expression, "Fengchu, my wife is in this condition, or if you can cure her, I would repay you with whatever it takes." Nyo Pingping, standing aside, was already in tears. Zhang Fengchu said little. Actions speak louder than words. Whether or not he could treat her was not something to be said, but rather shown through action. He took a stool, sat in front of the bed, grasped her hand, and checked her pulse. After several breaths, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hand, saying, "Although her condition is not very optimistic, it is not without hope. I will first give her a full-body massage. Tomorrow, I will come back for acupuncture and some medication. With this combination of massage, acupuncture, and medication, she should be able to walk again after a treatment cycle." Oh, both father and daughter smiled brightly upon hearing this. Aunt Nyo also looked at Zhang Fengchu, her eyes glimmering with hope, even though she was unsure of the outcome. Having been bedridden for many years, she required family help for everything, and she had dreamed of recovery, but improvement had eluded her. Now with a doctor who could heal her, how could she not be happy? Uncle Nyo and Ping Ping, please step outside for a moment. I need to start treating Aunt Nyo. They both complied and closed the door behind them. Zhang Fengchu then began the massage treatment for Aunt Nyo. As he worked, her eyes began to brighten. Her previously unresponsive hands and feet gradually showed signs of reaction and sensation. There was no doubt she had encountered a highly skilled doctor who just one treatment had already yielded results. An hour later, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hands, went outside to bid farewell to the father and daughter, and returned to rest. As the child's mother improved, Uncle Nyo looked toward his wife. Nyo Pingping stood nearby watching her mother, hoping to hear good news. Aunt Nyo nodded, her face beaming with a smile. Yes, Dr. Zhang's medical skills are remarkable. After just one treatment, I can already feel my hands and feet. Both father and daughter were both surprised and delighted, never expecting his medical skills to be so excellent. Uncle Nyo was overjoyed, holding his wife's hand and saying, thanks to Dalong for telling me that Fengchu knows medicine. Otherwise, I wouldn't have found such a great doctor. Aunt Nyo too was full of joy. By the way, Nyo, where did Dr. Zhang come from? How does Dalong know him? It's like this. Uncle Nyo then recounted the story to his wife. Aunt Nyo finally understood that Zhang Fengchu had come to Yangshutan to collect herbs and was staying at Dalong's house, so that's how it is. Yes, I hope Fengchu can cure your illness. I believe Dr. Zhang can cure me, but what about the medical fees? You don't need to worry about that. I will find a way to repay him. Nyo Pingping nodded. Dad, Mom, I will help repay him too. Ha! The family of three, who hadn't laughed in a long time, suddenly burst into joyful laughter. The next day, Zhang Fengchu woke up and the sun was already bright. Looking out the window, it was another sunny day. Today he needed to go up the mountain to gather herbs. Zhang Fengchu got up early and exercised in the courtyard. Dalong was already up, busy making breakfast in the kitchen. While eating halfway, Big Tiger asked Zhang Shu, are we going up the mountain to gather herbs today? Yes, who wants to come with me? I. Immediately all four siblings raised their hands, eagerly wanting to go along. Zhang Fengchu hesitated for a moment. All right, let's go together then. Wow, that's great. Eru and Erlong were the happiest. After finishing their meal, the group prepared their tools, closed the door, and set off together up the mountain. As Zhang Fengchu and the others stepped out, Widow Qin followed closely behind with her four daughters. Uncle Zhang's sister Dalong, wait for me. As they reached the edge of the village, someone chased after them from behind. Zhang Fengchu turned around to see it was the little girl from Uncle Nyo's family. Pingping, are you going up the mountain too? Dalong asked. Nyo Pingping nodded, looking at Zhang Fengchu. Uncle Zhang, can I join you to collect herbs on the mountain? Zhang Fengchu appraised the young girl and nodded, continuing on his way. Nyo Pingping sighed in relief and followed closely behind. After several hours, they entered deep into the mountains, continuing to traverse the hills and into a more profound forest. They walked from morning until noon with the sun already high in the sky. Zhang Fengchu raised his hand. The watch's hands pointed to 12 o'clock. It's noon. Zhang Fengchu looked at his panting companions. Especially Nyo Pingping, who probably hadn't even had breakfast that morning, was already exhausted and out of breath. All right, it's noon, let's sit down and rest for a while, Dalong said, and the group collectively sat on the hillside, feeling a sense of relief. Gurgle gurgle. As soon as Nyo Pingping sat down, her stomach began to grumble incessantly. Dalong and Widow Qin were slightly better as they had eaten something before leaving, but Nyo Pingping hadn't had breakfast and felt dizzy with hunger. However, she had eaten something last night, having had buns. Those buns were brought back by Zhang Fengchu for Uncle Nyo. But without breakfast, and after climbing all morning, she was already starved. If she hadn't been toughing it out, she would have collapsed by now. Zhang Fengchu placed his backpack in front of him and took out some items. Oranges, sausages, cakes, and bread were distributed along with a bottle of water to fill their stomachs a bit. Nyo Pingping also received 3 oranges, 3 cakes, 3 pieces of bread, and 3 sausages, along with a bottle of mineral water. The key was that she had never eaten these things before, so she leaned over to Shui Dalong and whispered, Sister Dalong, do you know what these treats Uncle Zhang gave us are? Shui Dalong nodded. This is cake, and this is. She introduced them to her and explained how to eat them. Nyo Pingping understood and began to taste them. She first opened the cake bag and took a bite. Wow, immediately Nyo Pingping was stunned. This cake was absolutely the best pastry she had ever tasted. Sweet but not greasy, fragrant, delicate with a hint of egg flavor. She immediately devoured it, finishing one in a single breath and placing the remaining 2 in her backpack to take home for her parents. She also ate a piece of bread, which was very tasty, and saved the other 2 for the return trip. She had a sausage too, which was delicious, but she only ate 1, keeping the other 2 for her parents. Of the 3 oranges, she only ate 1, leaving 2 to take back. Then she grabbed the bottle of mineral water, opened it, and took a few sips. Her spirit lifted immediately. Dalong Dao Eru Erlong Widow Qin Chuanfeng Shiua Chioxia and Donggu all ate happily, but they also left half uneaten, not finishing everything. They were used to frugality and would not finish everything at once, wanting to save some to eat slowly and sustain themselves. Zhang Fengchu turned a blind eye. The food had already been given to them. Whether they ate or not was their own business, as long as it didn't delay the search for ginseng. After resting for half an hour, Zhang Fengchu stood up and led Dalong and the others to continue into the woods ahead. Ginseng. Uncle Zhang, I found ginseng. Suddenly Zhang Fengchu heard Niu Pingping's shout and hurried forward to take a look. Indeed, it was ginseng. He gave her a thumbs up, checked it, and confirmed it was a 5th grade leaf. Zhang Fengchu took out a red string and tied it up, then began to check its age. Suddenly his eyes brightened. This ginseng was an exceptional 70-year-old specimen. Without further ado, he grabbed a handful of milk candies from his pocket and gave them to her. Niu Pingping was puzzled. Uncle Zhang, what's this? Milk candy, a delicious treat, Zhang Fengchu said, while unwrapping one and bringing it to her lips. The young girl's face flushed as she opened her mouth and bit down, swallowing it. Oh, immediately her mouth was filled with sweetness, a milky flavor that was so delicious it nearly brought her to tears. This was her first time tasting such a snack, and such a delightful flavor, so naturally she found it delicious. She squatted down, took out her tools, and began to dig. In the next moment, Uncle Zhang, I found a wild ginseng too. Suddenly Donggu ran over to call him. Oh, Zhang Fengchu was overjoyed and immediately stopped his work, following Donggu forward 100 meters. Sure enough, there was a ginseng sprout growing there, and it had 6th grade leaves. A 6th grade leaf ginseng could be a century old, or perhaps 80 or 90 years old. He was ecstatic. He quickly tied it up with the red string, checked it, and found it was not yet a century old, only 80 years of wild ginseng, but still quite impressive. He patted Donggu's head and rewarded her with a handful of milk candies, making the little girl laugh joyfully. Just then Eru ran up to Zhang Fengchu saying, Uncle Zhang, I found ginseng too. Hearing his excited tone, Zhang Fengchu was also astonished. They had already found 2 plants, and now Eru had found another. It seemed they had come to the right place today. They had found 3 wild ginseng plants, all around 70 to 80 years old. With a slight smile, he followed Eru to see it, and it was also a wild ginseng with 6th grade leaves. Upon checking, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on Zhang Fengchu's face. It was a 9-year-old wild ginseng, 10 years short of a century. He quickly grabbed 2 handfuls of milk candies from his pocket and handed them to Eru. Ha! Eru was thrilled and stuffed the candies into his own pocket. His pocket was soon filled to the brim. He felt a deep sense of satisfaction. For Eru, milk candy was not just a snack but a source of nutrition. In times of food scarcity, it could be life-saving, so it was wise to save it for later when food was scarce. Where am I? Where am I again? The masked woman woke up, looking at her surroundings, realizing she was lying on a kong in a thatched cottage. It wasn't until the sun had set and darkness fell that Zhang Fengchu had dug up the 3 wild ginseng plants and was ready to lead Dalong and the others back down the mountain. Awoo! Suddenly the sounds of wolves and leopards echoed through the forest, sending Donggu and Eru shivering in fear. These carnivorous animals that could eat people were naturally terrifying. Not just the children, even the adults were afraid of these wild beasts. Fortunately, with Zhang Fengchu as their pillar of support, they safely walked out of the deep mountains and returned to the village, making it home safely. Pingping Xiao Qin Chuanfeng Shiwa, Xiao Xia Donggu. Skip dinner at home tonight. Oh, join us for a meal at Dalong's place and lend a hand. Today, Niu Pingping and her mother Qin Ningxua had gone up the mountain to gather ginseng. Treating them to a meal was only fitting. Uncle, isn't that inappropriate? Niu Pingping wasn't reluctant. Rather, in their village where food and clothing were scarce, people rarely dined together unless for momentous occasions. No one casually imposed upon another's hospitality. Madame Qin also said, Brother Zhang, we won't go either. You will go, all of you. If you refuse, I won't ask for your help on future herb-gathering trips. Hearing that he might exclude them next time, Niu Pingping and Madame Qin and her daughters grew anxious. Accompanying him into the mountains brought no wages, yet it spared them from hunger and ensured hearty, nourishing meals. Without his guidance, they would revert to their former existence, subsisting on wild vegetable gruel, barely satiated. Worse still, those very vegetables relentlessly foraged were now dwindling. Thus all eagerly agreed to join his medicinal forays. Moreover, the provisions he offered were not only abundant, but also extraordinary. Delicacies they'd never before seen or tasted. Uncle Zhang, I'll go. Brother Zhang will go too. Uncle, we're coming as well. Instantly, Niu Pingping, Madame Qin, and her 4 daughters accepted. They forewent, returning home, and proceeded together to Dalong's residence. Zhang Fengchu entered the bedroom and retrieved fruits, vegetables, and other provisions from his spatial realm. He also took out pork, leftover braised wild boar meat, and offal beef, a large bucket of oil, all packed neatly and carried into the kitchen, plus 10 jin of rice. Whoa! When Zhang Fengchu laid these provisions upon the kitchen table, Niu Pingping, Madame Qin, and her daughters stood utterly stunned. Even Dahu Dalong Erlong and Eru, brothers and sisters alike, were no less awestruck, gazing dumbfounded at the feast before them. Such abundance, especially meat, was beyond even their wildest dreams. Merely filling their bellies had long been their sole concern. Yet now what had once existed only in fantasy was about to become reality. Xiaoqin Dalong, who'll cook tonight? Zhang Fengchu turned toward the two young women. They exchanged glances, then Dalong spoke first. Uncle Zhang, please let Aunt Qin take charge. Her culinary skill far surpasses mine. This was indeed true. Yet since they were guests in Shui Dalong's home, she hesitated to overstep. Instead, she looked to Zhang Fengchu for his decision. Having observed Madame Qin's demeanor, Zhang Fengchu smiled. Then let Xiaoqin prepare the meal. Would that be agreeable? Yes, Brother Zhang. Madame Qin assented and rose immediately. Dahu and the others likewise sprang into action, lending hands to prepare the evening meal. No need for Zhang Fengchu to lift a finger himself. Still, he guided her through each step. After all, this was ancient times. Many modern dishes would be unfamiliar to Qin Ningxue, requiring instruction. Zhang Fengchu promptly began teaching her how to prepare contemporary dishes. Once finished, she smiled faintly and stepped out of the kitchen, suddenly recalling the injured patient waiting at home who'd taken neither food nor water all day and whose condition remained uncertain. She resolved to check on him. Tap, tap, tap. Hearing footsteps approach the door, the masked woman hastily lay still, feigning sleep. Zhang Fengchu pushed open the door. The chamber lay pitch black. He lit a candle and approached the bed. Finding her motionless, he reached out and grasped her wrist to take her pulse. After a moment, he withdrew his hand, removed her mask, and held the light close. She was undeniably beautiful, yet strikingly aloof and severe. Particularly arresting were her imposing, majestic curves, so lofty they invited assent. He gently touched her pallid cheek, a natural consequence of injury and blood loss. Well then, I'll strip you bare and administer a full-body massage. It'll speed your recovery. Zhang Fengchu knew she was pretending to sleep. One who feigns slumber cannot be roused by mere calling. Yet awakening her required no fewer than 1,000 methods. Stripping her clothes was merely one such method, unscrupulous perhaps, yet unavoidable. Some individuals demanded unconventional measures. As he reached for her garments, what do you think you're doing? Indeed, the tactic proved startlingly effective. The moment his hands moved, she snapped awake. Alive, that's all that matters. Was it you who saved me? She sat upright, locking eyes with him directly. As Zhang Fengchu met her gaze, he sensed an aura of solemn authority in her eyes and bearing, one forged not overnight, but through years of rigorous discipline and real-world application. And only prolonged, deliberate training could cultivate such presence. You know the answer. Why ask? Then was it you who engaged a physician to treat my wounds, eh? No. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. With medical expertise like his, why would he ever pay another to heal? A thoughtful silence fell over her. Then sudden realization flushed her cheeks. Not someone else, it was you. Zhang Fengchu inwardly acknowledged her sharpness. She'd guessed correctly. Yes, it was me. It truly was him. Then, she'd been completely exposed to him. The implications struck her like ice. Her 27 years of unbroken chastity, now laid bare before a simple peasant man. She felt profoundly wronged. Yet circumstances afforded no alternative. Had it not been for this man yesterday, she would have perished, or worse, fallen captive to those assassins. He had intervened, without hesitation, slaying the 100 killers and rescuing her. He'd carried her unconscious body home, tended her wounds, and bandaged her injuries. Though she'd been exposed, his intent had been purely compassionate. Thus reprimanding him felt unjustified. Your martial prowess is exceptional and your medical knowledge profound. You could achieve boundless success beyond this remote village. Why seclude yourself here as a humble farmer? Or is there some hidden hardship compelling you to live in obscurity? This woman was no ordinary soul. Every word she uttered bore deliberate purpose. In truth, he'd only just transmigrated a few days prior. What did she expect him to discuss about life's grand design? What was wrong with farming? Did extraordinary martial skill preclude rural life? Did it forbid tilling the soil? Zhang Fengchu retorted, I simply prefer it. Mind your own business. His words instantly silenced her. She could only glare helplessly. Never before had she endured such insolence. The audacity of this rustic elder knew no bounds. And you? Who are you? Who sent those assassins after you? She paused in silence before replying. My name is Zhao Yuqi. I am 27. Uncle, what of you? Ah, so she deftly sidestepped the central question. Zhang Fengchu, observing her reticence, asked no further. Everyone guards secrets. What one wishes to share needs no prompting. What one refuses to reveal remains inaccessible, however persistently queried. I am Zhang Fengchu, skilled in medicine, herb gathering, farming, classical scholarship, and cuisine. Surprised? Amazed? Is it true? Zhao Yuqi found it hard to believe that one person could possess so many skills. However, it was indeed true that he was skilled in martial arts, as she had witnessed it with her own eyes yesterday. It was also true that he knew medicine, for he had treated her serious injuries. You saved my life twice, but what do you want in return? I can fulfill anything for you. What can you fulfill? Is this for real? Zhang Fengchu scrutinized her for a moment, unsure of her sincerity. Really, can you fulfill anything for me? Yes, Zhao Yuqi nodded with certainty. As long as I can do it, anything is possible. It seemed to be true. Zhang Fengchu nodded. I want nothing, can you do that? Moi. Zhao Yuqi was astonished. She never expected that he would ask for this. But now that the words were out, there was no reason to take them back. What about something else? Something else. Zhang Fengchu looked her over for a moment. Right now you're injured, and I have to treat you, cover your medical expenses, and take care of your needs. What else can you give me? Well, Zhao Yuqi glanced at herself, feeling embarrassed. Just as he said, she truly had nothing to offer at the moment. Besides needing his help and treatment, she truly had nothing else to give him. Then let's leave it as a debt for now. I'll repay you when I can. Okay. All right, Zhang Fengchu nodded. I won't pressure you. Words alone aren't enough. I need to collect some interest, right? But I have nothing on me right now. I can't give you any interest. Can I? I think you do. Zhang Fengchu leaned closer to her. What do I have? Zhao Yuqi asked. You'll find out soon enough. Suddenly Zhang Fengchu moved in and kissed her red lips. Zhao Yuqi was stunned, wide-eyed, never expecting that the interest he wanted was this. After all, this was her first kiss. She never imagined it would be taken by an ordinary farmer. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. However, since she owed him, she couldn't refuse, so she gritted her teeth and allowed him to have his way. Half an hour later. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhang. Suddenly a voice from outside interrupted Zhang Fengchu and Zhao Yuqi's kiss. Where are you? Have you eaten yet, Uncle Zhang? Sister asked me to come get you for dinner. Have you had enough kissing? Zhao Yuqi asked. Only then did Zhang Fengchu release her, wiping his mouth, which seemed a bit swollen. All right, Erlong, I'm coming right now. Hurry up. Okay, I'm on my way. I'm going to eat. You rest, well, call me if you need anything. Zhang Fengchu turned to head to the door for dinner. Wait a moment. Before he could exit, Zhao Yuqi called out to him. Is there something you need? I'm hungry too. Can I join you for dinner? Come to the kitchen. Zhang Fengchu replied as he stepped out the door. Zhao Yuqi climbed out of bed feeling pain all over, but her stomach was too hungry to bear. She couldn't recover without eating, so she needed to fill her stomach first. After all, people are made of iron and meals are like steel. Missing a meal makes one feel famished. Hunger leads to weakness, and weakness means true hunger. However, when she limped into the kitchen, she discovered that this farmhouse was not home to just Zhang Fengchu. There were also two other boys and a group of girls. What is going on? Her gaze swept over everyone before landing on Qin Ningxue. Could she be Zhang Fengchu's wife? And were all these boys and girls his children? So he is already married with a family. It made sense. Zhang Fengchu was already a middle-aged man in his 40s, so having a bunch of children was quite normal. Upon seeing her come out, several people made room for her to sit facing Zhang Fengchu. A large pot of white rice was placed next to Zhang Fengchu. It wasn't arranged by him, it was placed there by Dalong, waiting for him to distribute. Zhang Fengchu scanned the table, counting the number of people. Dalong and his 3 siblings, 5 from Widow Qin, and her daughter 1 from Niu Pingping, 1 from Zhao Yuqi, and himself, made a total of 12 people, requiring 12 bowls of rice. Without saying much, he picked up a bowl and filled it to the brim, placing it on the table before going for a second bowl. Zhao Yuqi was astonished when she sat down at the table. Oh, she never expected his family to live so well. In other families, it was either wild vegetable porridge or rough rice. But in his home, there was a table full of fish and meat along with fruits and vegetables she had never seen before. Moreover, every dish was generously oiled, making the meal seem more befitting of a wealthy household than that of a farmer. So is Zhang Fengchu really just a simple farmer? Zhao Yuqi found it hard to believe. Before long, Zhang Fengchu had filled 12 bowls of rice. He took 1 bowl for himself, leaving the remaining 11 people with 1 bowl each. Zhao Yuqi stared at the large bowl of rice in front of her, equally astonished. The fluffy white rice was a sight she had never encountered before. How could rice be cooked so perfectly white? She found it unbelievable. Picking up her chopsticks, she took a bite, only to discover that not only was the rice fluffy and white, but it was also fragrant, soft, and delicious, going down smoothly, without getting stuck in her throat. She tasted the meat and vegetables on the table, realizing they were indeed different and very special. Dishes like braised wild boar feet, cold pork head meat, and pig ears, along with beef stew and potatoes, were things she had never heard of before. It was her first time trying potatoes, and she found it very unique and fresh. Before long, Dahu and Erlong had finished their first bowls of rice. They had no choice. This fluffy, soft rice was their first experience. Without needing any side dishes, they could easily eat several bowls. Besides, with such good dishes available, 1 bowl was simply not enough. Yet they felt embarrassed to go to Zhang Fengchu for a refill after finishing. Zhang Fengchu quickly noticed that Erlong and the others had empty bowls, but chose not to say anything. There's plenty of rice if you need more help yourselves. He lifted the pot of rice beside him and placed it directly next to them. Dahu then stood up, took Erlong's bowl, filled it for her, and filled another for himself. Eru also stood up to refill his bowl, while Dalong Widow Qin, her daughter, and Niu Pingping each took another bowl. Finally, the rice pot was placed beside Zhao Yuqi, who stood up to refill her own bowl. Zhang Fengchu didn't eat as much as they did. One bowl of rice, a bit of vegetables, and some water was enough for him, so he didn't refill. After eating his fill, Zhang Fengchu rested under the eaves for a while before heading to Niu Pingping's home to help treat her mother. Uncle Niu had been waiting for a long time. Seeing his daughter and Zhang Fengchu arrive, he welcomed them with great joy, saying, "Fengchu, have you eaten? I've already prepared food, just waiting for you." Zhang Fengchu smiled. "Uncle Niu, we've already eaten, no need for formality." Niu Pingping immediately chimed in, "Dad, I just ate at Dalong's place. Uncle Zhang invited me to eat." She even patted her stomach. Uncle Niu nodded, "Then sit for a while, he'll get you a glass of water." Zhang Fengchu said nothing more and entered Aunt Niu's bedroom to give her acupuncture treatment. Another half an hour passed. Zhang Fengchu put down the needle and stood up, looking at Aunt Niu on the bed. "Aunt Niu, try again and see if you can sit up." Aunt Niu responded, moving her hands slightly, and surprisingly, she was able to move. She raised her feet a bit as well, and she could lift them. Unbelievably, after just 2 treatments, his wife's condition improved so quickly. Aunt Niu tried to support herself with her hands to sit up. Though it was not easy as she attempted with little effort, she actually managed to sit up on her own without anyone's help. This scene delighted the father and daughter watching. It also proved that Zhang Fengchu's medical skills were indeed remarkable, and they immediately looked at him with renewed respect. "This is the medicine. I'll take 1 dose every noon. This is a 7-day supply." Zhang Fengchu took out 7 packets of medicine from his bag and handed them to Uncle Niu before taking his leave. After waking up, it was already the 4th watch, and Zhang Fengchu was no longer sleepy, planning to return to the modern world. With just a thought, Zhang Fengchu vanished from the bedroom. Back in modern times, it was still dark, and Zhang Fengchu went back to sleep. When he woke up again, the sun was bright, and he picked up his phone to find several unread messages on V. Upon opening them, he realized they were from Ning Qiqi. The message said that she and her grandfather would be coming to visit their home in Shizuan today. Ning Qiqi had mentioned this yesterday, so he was already prepared. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he had breakfast with his mother. "Mom, we have guests coming today," Zhang Fengchu suddenly mentioned to her halfway through breakfast. Zhao Genxiu was momentarily taken aback. Shortly after, she smiled broadly. "Fengchu, have you found a girlfriend? Are they coming to see you?" Zhang Fengchu responded, "No, just a friend from business in the city." "A business friend? Didn't his son just come back? Where did this city business friend come from?" Zhao Genxiu was confused. "Fengchu, are you doing any business lately?" "Just digging up a few ginseng roots to sell." "Yes, I have a friend who digs ginseng, and to open up the market, he asked me to help him sell it." Zhang Fengchu used the excuse of a friend. "He sent the ginseng to me, and I take it to the pharmacy in the city to sell, earning a little profit in between, which can help make some money. I also got to know the pharmacy owner. Once we got along, well, he came to our village to relax and unwind." Hearing that her son could earn some money selling ginseng at home, Zhao Genxiu was very happy. "How many people are coming?" "How many people?" Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. "Maybe just Ning Qiqi and her grandfather. 2 or 3 people. Then we need to prepare." Zhao Genxiu muttered. "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhang." Suddenly a voice called from outside the door. "Fengchu, is someone calling you?" Zhao Genxiu was a bit confused, not knowing when someone started calling her son uncle. In her mind, her son was still very young, unmarried, without children, and not yet at the age to be an uncle, so hearing someone call Zhang Fengchu uncle caught her off guard. In fact, Zhang Fengchu was also similar. Suddenly being called uncle took him a moment to react, realizing that he was indeed getting older and had reached the age of being an uncle. But age was a fact that could not be ignored. At 40, he was no longer young. In modern times, getting married later plus working in the city, he still looked quite young without sun exposure. If it were ancient times, a 40-year-old person would already be of the grandfather generation. So he accepted it. "Mom, this is the eldest daughter of the Xiaoshui family, Wanwan." Zhang Fengchu prompted. Zhao Genxiu immediately nodded, just not hearing her voice for a moment. "Wanwan's father is the same age as you. Calling you uncle is indeed normal." She looked at her son. If her son had married early, his grandson would be the same age as Wanwan now. "Is there something?" Zhang Fengchu stepped out to ask. Today she was dressed quite glamorously and was very beautiful. Chen Wanwan stepped forward, twirling in front of him. "Uncle, do you have time today?" "What's up?" "I want to go hiking, but I have no companion, so I came to invite you to go with me." "No time." Zhang Fengchu wasn't lying. He genuinely had no time. "You're not going to the city again, are you?" "No, it's just that the pharmacy owner from yesterday is coming to our village to play today." Is it that woman? Yes, her and her grandfather. Chen Wanwan pouted slightly, betraying friends for love. But there's one thing I need your help with it. Zhang Fengchu suddenly changed the subject. Upon hearing this, Chen Wanwan smiled again. What is it? Doesn't your family have a large fish pond? Since guests are coming and there aren't many dishes at home, it would be nice to catch a few fish as a side dish. Chen Wanwan thought for a moment. That's fine, but if I help you, it can't be for free, right? This little girl was quite opportunistic. What do you want? If I help you, treating me to a meal is not excessive, right? I see. Zhang Fengchu smiled. It's a trivial matter. As long as you're willing, I'll cover your meals for the day. That's more like it. Just then a minivan pulled up at the entrance. The two turned to look and saw 4 people getting out of the car. Among them, Zhang Fengchu recognized 3 Ning Qiqi Ning Yuhai and Bai Ma Bai Chiwei. The other was an elderly man around 70 whom he did not recognize. Chen Wanwan glanced at the 4 people, only recognizing Ning Qiqi. As Zhang Fengchu approached, Ning Qiqi saw him and immediately came forward. Uncle Zhang, we asked a villager and finally found your home. It's good you came. He stepped forward to greet Ning Yuhai and Bai Ma. Fengchu, let me introduce you. This is Elder Qi Feng from Qi's Medical Hall, a master of medicine. He heard that your medical skills are excellent and came to witness them for himself. He then introduced Qi Feng. Old Qi, this is Zhang Fengchu. Hello. The two shook hands, and that was how they got acquainted. Aren't you going fishing? Chen Wanwan tugged at his sleeve, reminding him. Zhang Fengchu nodded and said to Ning Yuhai, Mr. Ning, please sit in the house for a while. I'll go to Wanwan's home to catch a few fish to add to the dishes. I want to go too. Ning Qiqi followed closely behind. Old Qi, why not come along? I have fishing gear in my car, Ning Yuhai said to him. All right. Since there was nothing else to do, Qi Feng decided to go along. A fishing in the countryside was quite a nice choice. Bai Ma did not go as she didn't fish and did not want to join the excitement, so she stayed to chat with Zhao Genxiu. Fengchu's mom, how old are you this year? The two women sat down and started chatting. Zhao Genxiu thought for a moment. I got married at 18 and had 3 children. Fengchu is the eldest and just turned 40 this year. Bai Chiwei calculated. Then you are 58, I am 48. You are just 10 years older than me, so I should call you elder sister, and you can call me younger sister. Zhao Genxiu nodded. Younger sister, what do you do? A nanny. Bai Chiwei replied. Zhao Genxiu nodded. Bai Chiwei added immediately, Fengchu possesses exceptional medical skill. My chronic lower back pain had never been relieved yet. After just one massage from him, the pain vanished entirely. Today I've come specifically to ask Fengchu for another treatment. Also Mr. Ning's stiff neck and Qiqi's acute gastroenteritis. Both were swiftly alleviated after a single session of massage from Fengchu. So truly your Fengchu is extraordinary. Huh. Zhao Genxiu froze on the spot, utterly bewildered. Fengchu practiced medicine, and she, his own mother, had no idea. She assumed Bai Chiwei must be referring to someone else. Little sister, did you just say my Fengchu practices medicine? Huh. Could it be that Sister Zhao was unaware? Bai Chiwei too looked puzzled. Yes, sister. Surely you know. Zhao Genxiu was momentarily at a loss for words. Could it be true that Fengchu genuinely possessed medical skill? Yet he'd never studied medicine. Where then had such expertise originated? She fell into deep contemplation. Soon afterward, Chen Wanwan led Zhang Fengchu and the others to her family's pond. This is our family pond. My mother stocked it with many fish. Now that the Lunar New Year approaches, they've grown large enough for fishing. Zhang Fengchu nodded, called out to Ning Yuhai, and the others then sat by the pond's edge and began fishing. Chen Wanwan, having no gear, simply sat beside him. Ning Qiqi, likewise lacking equipment, also settled beside Zhang Fengchu to watch him fish. Ning Yuhai and Qi Feng, however, arrived fully prepared. Folding stools, fish baskets, pre-baited spots, baited hooks, and precise casts, all executed with seamless fluency. Their practiced ease instantly marked them as seasoned anglers, men who fished often and well. Zhang Fengchu, by contrast, cast no bait. Instead, he scanned the pond's surface with a slow, deliberate gaze before baiting his hook and casting. His omission of pre-baiting wasn't due to inexperience, but because he didn't need it. After inheriting the divine pharmacist legacy, Zhang Fengchu's eyes gained an extraordinary ability, X-ray vision. Though the pond water was turbid, so murky that no fish could be seen beneath its surface. What remained invisible to others became plainly discernible to Zhang Fengchu. With a single glance, he could locate entire schools of fish and place his hook precisely among them without any pre-baiting whatsoever. One cast, one catch, unfailingly accurate. Uncle Zhang, don't you usually pre-bait first when fishing? Why skip it? Ning Qiqi asked, curious. Her question was also a subtle hint. She suspected he simply didn't know how. Chen Wanwan too recognized this implication and gazed at him with equal curiosity. Zhang Fengchu merely smiled and cast his line. You see, I never pre-bait, and I never need to. Why not? Doesn't pre-baiting increase your chances of catching fish? Ning Qiqi asked, perplexed. Chen Wanwan said nothing, but silently agreed with her. Pre-baiting may raise success rates, but it's cheating, not skill. True mastery lies in dispensing with shortcuts, one hook, one bait, no artifice. And I fish with pure skill, no cheating, no pre-baiting, yet still outfish those who rely on it, he declared with unwavering confidence. Though his X-ray vision was technically a form of advantage, it remained utterly imperceptible to others. As long as he revealed nothing, no one would ever discover it. But pre-baiting, that was visible to all, undeniable, blatant cheating. Ha ha ha. Ning Qiqi burst into laughter, convinced he was boasting though she lacked proof. Is that really true? Chen Wanwan, too, couldn't suppress a smile, likewise certain he was exaggerating, yet equally unable to disprove it. Suddenly Zhang Fengchu's float dipped, and with a swift lift of his rod of fish, surged from the water. It was no ordinary catch, a massive bighead carp easily weighing 6 jin. Huh. Ning Qiqi and Chen Wanwan stared dumbfounded. Could this be what he meant by skill? Qi Feng and Ning Yuhai glanced over equally astonished. How could he land a fish before them despite having cast no pre-bait? And not just any fish, a large one. Could this truly be skill? Zhang Fengchu smiled faintly, dropped the carp into his fish basket, and cast again. Ning Qiqi and the others exchanged glances. Perhaps it was mere coincidence. 3 strikes make a pattern, though only 3 consecutive catches would prove genuine mastery. The first for now counted for nothing. Ning Yuhai and Qi Feng exchanged a knowing look. They too accepted that logic and dismissed the matter lightly. Splash. Suddenly the float plunged downward. Zhang Fengchu lifted his rod, and another fish leapt skyward. This time it was a large hybrid crucian carp, about 3 jin. Unlike wild varieties, these bred hybrids grew substantially larger, often reaching 10 jin or more, so 3 jin was unremarkable. Another one. The group's expressions shifted again. Was this real skill, or merely luck? Ning Yuhai and the others still hesitated to believe. Surely it was just chance. Let him catch one more. Zhang Fengchu had already cast his 3rd line, all eyes fixed upon him, determined to witness whether he could defy odds once more. But almost instantly they were humbled, thoroughly, utterly, from every angle. With a single fluid motion, Zhang Fengchu hauled up a colossal carp, 10 jin or more, its gleaming scales flashing in the sun. He placed it in the basket. 3 fish, 3 flawless catches. Denial was no longer possible. Splash, splash, splash. Yet this was only the beginning. Thereafter Zhang Fengchu fished with relentless precision, 1 fish after another, each landing with uncanny regularity. Anyone lacking composure would have long since unraveled. In under half an hour his fish basket overflowed. Once full he reeled in his gear, packed up, and prepared to head home. Wanwan, would 1,000 yuan suffice for these? Chen Wanwan quickly shook her head. Uncle Zhang, I can't accept your money. After all, last time I was bitten by a venomous snake you saved me, and I never even paid you medical fees. What's a few fish compared to that? Chen Wanwan, matters must be kept distinct. These fish belong to your mother, not to you, so payment is non-negotiable. Chen Wanwan paused, then nodded. She owed him, not her mother. So yes, debts must be settled separately, and hers alone. She pulled out her phone. A Zhang Fengchu scanned her QR code. You have received 100000. Having accepted the money, Chen Wanwan flushed slightly and said nothing further. Zhang Fengchu loaded the fish onto his tricycle and turned to Ning Yuhai and the others. You keep fishing. I'll take these home to prepare lunch. TCH. The 2 elders shook their heads speechless. He'd filled his basket, without pre-baiting. They, meanwhile, experienced anglers who had pre-baited, had caught only 2 or 3 small fry in over half an hour, each barely half a jin. It was frankly humiliating. Old Qi, do you think Fengchu's success stems from luck or genuine mastery? Ning Yuhai mused aloud. Qi Feng pondered a moment. That's impossible. It cannot be mere luck. Even extraordinary fortune demands skill to sustain it continuously. So I'm convinced he possesses true ability. Ning Yuhai nodded slowly, agreeing wholeheartedly. You have received a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Lin Siyun, who was chatting with the uncles and aunties at the village store, suddenly received a transfer of 1,000 yuan and was puzzled about the situation. After withdrawing the 1,000 yuan, she realized it was a transfer from her daughter. There was also a short video accompanying the message recording the origin of this 1,000 yuan. After watching, Lin Siyun learned that it was Zhang Fengchu who took people to fish in her family's pond, which is why he sent 1,000 yuan. She smiled, feeling very happy. Siyun, who transferred 1,000 to you? Asked an aunt sitting nearby. The other uncles and aunties also turned their attention to her, curious to know. Lin Siyun smiled slightly. It was Fengchu. He took 2 city folks to fish in my family's pond and gave 1,000 yuan, which Wanwan transferred to me. Oh, the aunt and uncles nodded. Fengchu knows city folks. Lin Siyun nodded. I don't know, they were 2 old men and a pretty girl. She opened her phone and directly showed the video her daughter sent to the uncles and aunties. They watched and had to believe it. Isn't Jinxie his son about 40 now? Pretty much he seems to be 40 after the new year. Hasn't he brought a girlfriend home this year? Bringing a ghost, he is useless without a house, car, or savings. The house has not even been painted, and there is no renovation or new furniture inside. People his age who isn't successful. Either they are bosses, high-ranking company executives, or have stable jobs, or are doing business and making money. Who doesn't have money, a car, or a house? Their homes are all villas or small Western-style buildings. What does he have? Just an old shabby place. His father died early, and now he is 40, still moving bricks and tightening screws, earning $4,000 to $5,000 a month. What girl would look at such an old bachelor? What is there to admire about him? Is it because he is old? Or is it because he is a poor loser? Useless. Right, he is so useless and old he probably can't even get a second marriage right. Second marriage. The requirements are higher for a second marriage. No one would want him even for a third or fourth. A third or fourth marriage. No one would want him even for an eighth marriage. I can assure you Zhang Fengchu is destined to be a bachelor for life, useless, not even as good as his younger brother. Although his younger brother became a son-in-law, at least he has a wife and a son and a daughter living in a high-rise building in the city. What does he have? Every day he rides the broken tricycle his mother bought, running up and down, embarrassing himself and losing face for the villagers. Such a person shouldn't come back. He should just die outside. Yes, truly embarrassing. The crowd began to gossip about Zhang Fengchu. Lin Siyun could no longer bear to listen, saying, "Why are your words so harsh? Isn't that cursing someone to death? He hasn't stolen or robbed nor cheated. He earns a living through labor, eats his own, drinks his own, hasn't taken anything from you nor drank from you. Your words are really harsh. This is the truth. He is indeed useless, and can't people say that? Exactly who would talk about him if he were useful? I won't argue with you." Lin Siyun, feeling very angry, stood up and walked away. Suddenly, a burst of cheerful laughter came from the fields at the village entrance. Hearing the sound, everyone turned their gazes while Lin Siyun also paused to look. She saw a tricycle slowly approaching the entrance of the store. On the front seat of the tricycle sat a man and two women closely together. A handsome man in his 40s was driving in the middle, flanked by two long-legged beauties in their 20s. The two young beauties were almost half leaning against the man, holding his waist with their hands, chatting and laughing, almost touching his face. It's him, it's definitely him, Jinxie's son. Isn't this Zhang Fengchu? Everyone was shocked. A 40-year-old bachelor riding a broken tricycle actually had two beautiful young women hugging him and laughing, directly shocking the worldviews of the uncles and aunties at the store. Did I see wrong? Zhang Fengchu. Is this really Jinxie's son? Weren't we told he didn't bring a girlfriend home? How come he has two all of a sudden? Something's off. Could they be hired companions? Huh. Companions. Even if they are, this is too extravagant. Indeed, Fengchu is too honest to find a wife, but the current him embracing two beauties playing so extravagantly, is it really him? This kid, could it be that he has experienced some kind of mental stimulation to behave so unusually? It's not impossible. While everyone was discussing, the tricycle stopped directly in front of the store. Ning Qiqi, wearing red high heels and a stunning red long dress with fair skin and a beautiful figure, gracefully stepped out of the vehicle, radiating brilliance and a radiant smile. For a moment, all the uncles and the elderly were mesmerized, staring intently at Ning Qiqi from head to toe, truly amazed. The aunties were all stunned. Then Shen Wanwan, with flowing long hair, wearing jeans, a white t-shirt, and white shoes, slim and beautiful, also stepped down from the tricycle, standing beside Ning Qiqi. Snap! Zhang Fengchu snapped his fingers, his lips curling upwards. Dressed in a suit, tie, and pointed shoes, he also stepped off the tricycle and walked over to Ning Qiqi and Shen Wanwan, raising his wrists. Ning Qiqi, with a radiant smile, raised her long jade-like arm and wrapped it around Zhang Fengchu's arm. Shen Wanwan smiled slightly, glowing with the aura of a youthful beauty, and also wrapped her arm around Zhang Fengchu's other arm. Zhang Fengchu's lips curled up, with long eyebrows, large eyes, and deep-set features, standing at 182 meters tall, crew-cut, well-defined features. A simple smile radiated the aura of a mature man's charisma across the scene. Oh, all the aunties were completely enamored. The uncles were filled with envy and jealousy. Is this really Zhang Fengchu? Is he really Jinxie's son? This is too handsome. Why didn't I notice before that he was so handsome? Zhang Fengchu is so charming. If I were single, I would definitely marry him. Is this really the old bachelor from our village? How did he become so handsome? Was I blind before, unable to see clearly? When did our village have such a handsome guy? In an instant, Zhang Fengchu's handsomeness nearly dazzled their titanium alloy dog eyes. Zhang Fengchu, embracing beauties, walked with the stride of one who recognizes no kin, stepping into the store, looking at the mahjong table on the right with 4 players, and said, "Boss lady, bring me a pack of cigarettes." Lin Weiniang looked up and was directly shocked. This The onlooking villagers were also shocked, staring at the three, unable to recognize who they were at first. Seeing such a rare type of handsome uncle, Lin Weiniang stopped playing mahjong and stood up to check. This handsome guy, have we met somewhere before? Zhang Fengchu smiled. Boss lady, you are indeed someone who forgets easily. My name is Zhang Fengchu. Didn't we just meet a few days ago? Zhang, you are Zhang Fengchu. Moreover, he is incredibly handsome. Lin Wanqing felt she was losing her composure and hurriedly grabbed a tissue from the counter to wipe her nose. She panicked. Zhang Fengchu, am I going to die? Not yet. Zhang Fengchu raised his hand and tapped her nose with his index finger. Instantly, her nosebleed stopped. It really worked. Lin Wanqing was astonished, gazing at him with starry eyes. Huazi, can I have a Huazi? Seeing her expression, Zhang Fengchu forgot the matter at hand and had to remind her, all right, brother Zhang, I'll get it for you right now. Lin Wanqing's voice trembled slightly from nervousness as she hurriedly fetched a Huazi from the counter and held it out to him. Zhang Fengchu took it, pulled out his phone to scan the code. How much? No money. Lin Wanqing stammered in response. Zhang Fengchu. The crowd. Lin Wanqing hurriedly explained, brother Zhang, you bought so many things from me last time. So this Huazi is my way of giving back to loyal customers. Oi, I won't charge a dime as long as you often visit my shop in the future. Since it was like this, there was no need for him to insist. He waved his hand and left. Thus Lin Wanqing and the aunties gazed at Zhang Fengchu's handsome figure, revealing their infatuation. Meanwhile, the uncles were all envious and resentful. Zhang Fengchu sat in the middle of the car with Ning Qiqi on the left and Chun Wanwan on the right, opening a pack of Huazi and taking one to his lips. Zhang Fengchu parted his lips slightly to take the cigarette, while Ning Qiqi took out a lighter from her pocket and brought it to his mouth, clicking it to light it. He took a deep breath and exhaled a large smoke ring. His gaze shifted to the crowd at the entrance of the store. Hush! He whistled, flashed a sly smile, and raised his right hand to give them the middle finger. The crowd. So arrogant. It's simply outrageous. This young man is quite audacious. The crowd was fuming, yet felt powerless against him. The tricycle turned a corner. Ning Qiqi and Chun Wanwan were still clinging to him, and Zhang Fengchu had to remind them, you two don't take this too seriously. You wish. Ning Qiqi replied irritably. Good people never get rewarded. Chun Wanwan also said unhappily. They both simultaneously released their grip on him. You're just tearing down the bridge after crossing it, ungrateful. Ning Qiqi said with a hint of grievance. Is it that easy to discard someone once they become useless? Chun Wanwan was also sulking. Zhang Fengchu didn't know what to say. It was just an act. Why were they taking it seriously? He wondered when he had become so attractive to these two young girls. You two cooperated with me in this act. I will definitely not let you suffer, so tell me, what do you want? As long as it's within my ability to give, I can't help if it's beyond that. As they had guessed, the previous scene with Zhang Fengchu being embraced by the two girls was something they had planned together. They had dressed up specifically to perform this act of a mature uncle with two spirited little girls in front of the villagers. Although it was staged, the effect was perfect, garnering both love and hate from the audience. Ning Qiqi quickly thought, I don't need anything else. Since you can do acupuncture, just cure my gastroenteritis. No problem. This minor ailment posed no challenge for him. Ning Qiqi was very happy, trusting his medical skills immensely. Zhang Fengchu turned to Chun Wanwan. What about you? I want you to check my entire body to see if I'm ill, no matter if it's a major or minor illness. Just help me cure it. How about that? Chun Wanwan also stated her request. This was even simpler. Zhang Fengchu nodded. With his current medical skills, it was not a problem. He couldn't agree to consider it done. Ha ha, the two girls were also delighted. Also, I want to have lunch at your place today. Chun Wanwan requested. Zhang Fengchu thought that since he had guests at home, it would be too tiring for his mother to cook alone, so it would be better to ask Wanwan's mom to help. Besides, Wanwan's mother was a good cook, so having her come over to cook was just right. So he said to her, Wanwan, call your parents over. It's just right. I need your mom to help with the cooking. Is that okay? Sure. Chun Wanwan was very happy and immediately ran home to call her parents. As she reached her doorstep, she happened to bump into her mother returning home at that moment. Lin Siyun looked at her daughter and waved her hand. Chun Wanwan felt a bit scared. Her mother had seen what happened at the village store earlier. She approached her mother slowly. Lin Siyun pretended to be angry, raising her hand, and Chun Wanwan quickly dodged. But after waiting for a long time, her mother's hand still hadn't come down, so she looked up to see her mother had already lowered her hand and sighed in relief. So what was that? Were you and Uncle Zhang just acting? Chun Wanwan quickly nodded. Mom, as long as you know, I was indeed acting with Uncle Zhang. Okay, Lin Siyun nodded, no longer angry. She had already guessed that her daughter was acting with Zhang Fengchu. Such a relationship couldn't possibly occur. After all, they were 20 years apart, and being neighbors and childhood friends, even rabbits wouldn't eat the grass near their burrow. She believed Zhang Fengchu wouldn't have any ill intentions toward her daughter. But Mom, we didn't know much about Uncle Zhang before. Chen Wanwan suddenly changed the subject. Lin Siyun didn't quite understand what her daughter meant. What's wrong with Uncle Zhang? He, speaking of Zhang Fengchu, am all energetic now. Uncle Zhang is very impressive and has many secrets. Brother Zhang has secrets. What secrets? Lin Siyun knew Zhang Fengchu quite well. After all, she was his childhood friend's wife and a fellow villager. Knowing him inside and out, there couldn't possibly be any secrets. Does Uncle Zhang have a girlfriend? To her, Zhang Fengchu was already 40. If he had any secrets, it would just be whether or not he had a girlfriend. She couldn't think of any other secrets. Ha. Upon hearing girlfriend, Chen Wanwan couldn't help but laugh again. Mom, why do you sound just like Grandma Zhao, always talking about girlfriends? Is it that apart from a girlfriend, Uncle Zhang has no other secrets? Lin Siyun thought for a while, but couldn't come up with what other secrets Zhang Fengchu could have. Just say it directly. Chen Wanwan shook her head. It seemed that in the eyes of the villagers, Uncle Zhang truly had no presence. If there was any presence, it was only that Uncle Zhang had been single for 40 years. Chen Wanwan no longer beat around the bush. Mom, actually, Uncle Zhang is skilled in medicine, and he's quite good at it. Lin Siyun was somewhat skeptical. She had never heard of it before. Moreover, she had no idea he had any medical skills. Not only did she not know, but neither did Uncle Zhang's mother. Thus, she found it hard to believe. Not only that, last time Uncle Zhang went to the pharmacy in the city and sold a wild ginseng that was decades old for 500,000 directly. Lin Siyun was shocked again. A single ginseng sold for 500,000. Didn't that mean Uncle Zhang had made a fortune? Mom, actually, that's not all of Uncle Zhang. You should have also noticed that he was wearing a new watch on his wrist, right? Lin Siyun nodded. She did notice it, but didn't think much of it. What's up with the watch? Chen Wanwan laughed. This watch is worth as much as those small cars that cost over 100,000. You could buy 5 of them with it. How much do you think it's worth? 5 cars. Lin Siyun calculated 1 million. Is a watch really worth $1 million? Chen Wanwan nodded. If it were an ordinary watch, it indeed wouldn't be worth $1 million, but that's a Patek Philippe. Such watches start at several tens of thousands, while the expensive ones can reach hundreds of thousands to millions, and some even exceed $1 billion. Lin Siyun was shocked for the third time, as she usually didn't pay attention to luxury goods, so it was natural not to know. She didn't expect a watch to cost $1 million. What was even more shocking was that someone like Zhang Fengchu, who had little presence in the village, was poor, and hadn't married by the age of 40, was wearing a watch worth $1 million. This wave of information truly shattered her worldview. Yet she still found it hard to believe that someone like Zhang Fengchu, who seemed to lack presence, could own a watch worth $1 million. Where did he dig up the wild ginseng that sold for 500,000? Did your Uncle Zhang buy this watch himself? It was a gift. A gift? Lin Siyun was puzzled. Who has the capability to give him a watch worth $1 million? The key question was, why would someone give him such an expensive watch? Without some solid connections, such things simply couldn't happen. Who gave it to him? It was the grandfather of that beautiful lady from earlier, who is the chairman of a chain pharmacy. Because Uncle Zhang's medical skills are exceptional, he treated her grandfather and cured him. Uncle Zhang didn't charge any money, and they directly gifted him a watch worth $1 million. Therefore, Uncle Zhang appears to be humble and unassuming. He just doesn't flaunt his abilities, not that he is useless. It's just that others are unaware of Uncle Zhang's strength, leading them to criticize him as useless, saying he can't even find a wife and will remain a bachelor for life. Mom, do you think someone with such excellent medical skills, who sold a ginseng for 500,000 and wears $1 million watch, is incapable of marrying a wife? Furthermore, this is just what I can see. There might be even more that I cannot see. So we cannot even begin to imagine how much money Uncle Zhang has. Lin Siyun was shocked and shocked again. She never expected that someone who was looked down upon in the village, called useless and marginalized, could be hiding such a huge secret. He was not truly useless. He merely concealed himself and pretended to be poor. It turned out that the expert was right beside her, yet she mistook him for the most useless man in the village. Isn't this a case of looking down on others? Lin Siyun sighed, although she usually wouldn't criticize Zhang Dage or speak ill of him behind his back. The fact is, she also thought like everyone else, believing that Zhang Dage was indeed, as they said, without much prospects and unable to even find a wife. Lacking money, lacking a car, lacking savings, without a stable job, and certainly not a high-paying one. She also thought Zhang Dage was incapable, believing that his life would remain the same and he would never achieve success. So in saying that, she was only saying it out loud in her heart. She actually agreed with others' evaluations of Zhang Dage. Realizing this, Lin Siyun began to feel a bit guilty. However, she was still half in disbelief. But whether he had medical skills or not was very simple. It was a trial by fire. If he can treat her illness successfully, then he indeed possesses medical skills. If not, then it's all fake. With this thought, Lin Siyun looked at her daughter and smiled. Just right, your Uncle Zhang can treat illnesses. I have a recurring issue with my lumbar disc herniation that often hurts. How about letting your Uncle Zhang treat it for me? Chen Wanwan smiled. Mom, that shouldn't be a problem. Besides, Uncle Zhang has guests at his house today, and he asked me to invite you to help him out. You can just tell him yourself later. Lin Suyun's eyes lit up with excitement. Good, then I'll go right now. By the way, where's Dad? Chen Wanwan glanced inside the house, but didn't see her father's figure. Lin Siyun didn't know either. He should have gone out. I just came back and don't know. Then I'll go look for him. Chen Wanwan turned and left to search for him in the village. Lin Siyun changed her clothes and put on an apron, then went to help at Zhang Fengchu's house. Seeing his son return, Zhao Shogun immediately called Zhang Fengchu to a corner and whispered, "Fengchu, I heard from Baidajie that you know medicine. Is that true?" Baidajie by Ma by Chiwei. At this point, there was no harm in telling his mother. After all, this was not a small matter. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Yes, when I was working outside, I met a benefactor who is a skilled old Chinese doctor. After taking me as his disciple, he passed on his lifetime of medical knowledge to me. So now I do indeed possess medical skills. Although this wasn't entirely true, it was okay to tell a benevolent lie about the space matter. Zhao Genshio believed it, otherwise several people of status and wealth wouldn't have suddenly shown up at their home. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. She watched Douyin every day, listened to short dramas, and heard novels, so she understood some of this. Why hadn't such wealthy people visited before? It was because her son didn't have such excellent medical skills and couldn't treat their illnesses, meaning there was no opportunity to interact. Now that her son had learned superb medical skills from that old Chinese doctor and could treat people of status and wealth naturally, they would come to seek him out. This is the so-called when poor no one asks in the bustling market, when rich distant relatives come from the deep mountains. Zhao Genshio wiped away 2 lines of tears from her eyes, not out of sadness, but from overwhelming joy. Lunch was ready, and Ning Yuhai and Chi Feng returned from fishing. They didn't catch much, but the 2 old men were happy about it. The farmhouse dishes occasionally made them happy, and Ning Chi and the others also enjoyed the meal, chatting and laughing. By the way, Wanwan, is your dad not at home? Zhang Fengchu asked her when he saw his childhood friend Chen Xiaoshui hadn't arrived yet. Chen Wanwan shook her head. I don't know. I just want to look for him in the village and didn't see him. My mom also doesn't know where Dad went. Lin Siyun also said, yes, I don't know where Xiaoshui went either. Wanwan couldn't find him. Zhang Fengchu nodded. There must be something going on, and he didn't think much of it. Should we call and ask? Chen Wanwan took out her phone. I've called many times, but it's all turned off. Could it be that there's no power? Zhang Fengchu pondered, considering only this possibility. Fengchu, I heard from old Ning that your medical skills are quite remarkable. I wonder if that's true. While they were halfway through the meal, Chi Feng suddenly spoke to him. Zhang Fengchu also looked at him. That's just old Ning flattering me. In reality, my skills are quite ordinary. Ning Yuhai, having heard this, immediately said, Fengchu, you're just being modest. If your medical skills are merely ordinary, then there would be no such ordinary medical skills in the world. Bai Chiwei also nodded in agreement, just as Mr. Ning said. At least in my understanding, your medical skills are absolutely top tier. Ning Chi added, yes, Uncle Zhang, I also believe your medical skills are exceptional. Uncle Zhang, stop being modest. You treated me when I was bitten by a bamboo leaf green snake. Chun Wanwan also affirmed. When Lin Suyun and Zhao Genshio heard this, they had just doubted Zhang Fengchu's medical abilities, but now they were convinced he must possess some skills. Chi Feng thought for a moment, and then said, Fengchu, don't be fooled by my experience as an old Chinese medicine practitioner. I believe my skills are quite good, but there are some conditions that even I find difficult to handle. For example, congenital heart disease can only be treated but cannot be cured, and some cardiovascular diseases as well. Some difficult and complicated diseases, severe patients, mutated viruses, and other ailments are in reality beyond the capabilities of doctors. For instance, uremia, late-stage cancer, etc. There are diseases that are easy to treat and others that simply cannot be treated, and some may be beyond remedy, or when the cause is unknown, blind treatment can not only fail to improve, but may worsen the condition. Moreover, even with 10 people suffering from the same disease, one method may not necessarily work, well, as each person's constitution, condition, and various factors differ, so different treatment methods need to be applied accordingly to be effective. Everyone nodded. Even outsiders knew a bit about these matters. The difference was that doctors have professional knowledge and clinical experience. Zhang Fengchu did not express his opinion, everything should be based on strength, while other matters were just superficial. Chi Feng then said, Fengchu, later could you take a look at my health? Everyone looked at Chi Feng, who was a doctor himself. Did he really need someone else to treat him? Zhang Fengchu was unsure how to respond. Old Chi, I can't dare to. You're an experienced old Chinese medicine practitioner. How could I compare my skills with yours? However, Chi Feng shook his head. A physician cannot treat himself does not mean that just because I am a doctor, I cannot become ill, nor can I guarantee to cure my own conditions or live to 100 years. It's not like that. There are conditions I cannot treat myself, so Fengchu, I'm serious. Would you be willing to take a look for me? Don't feel any psychological burden, just treat me as your patient. Since he said so, Zhang Fengchu could only reluctantly agree to take a look. He nodded. Then I will heed your request. After dinner, I will check on you. Thank you, thank you. Qi Feng nodded, smiling. After dinner, they all went to the living room, where Zhang Fengchu sat, facing Qi Feng. Old Qi, shall I take your pulse first? Okay. Qi Feng was not being pretentious and extended his hand for treatment. In the next moment, Zhang Fengchu released his hand, but did not speak immediately. Everyone waited to see what he would say. Qi Feng also did not ask, just waiting for him to speak. After a while, Zhang Fengchu seriously said to him, Old Qi, forgive my bluntness, but your illness is quite severe, and it has already reached a critical stage where it is beyond cure. Ah, everyone was shocked. How could this be? He seemed to be fine. How could it be so serious? Everyone looked at Zhang Fengchu in confusion, not understanding what illness Qi Feng had. Yet Qi Feng remained unfazed, calmly looking at Zhang Fengchu, nodding in satisfaction. Fengchu, you are correct. I know how my body is. Old Qi, has your heart condition become that serious? Ning Yuhai asked. Qi Feng was aware he had heart disease, but he didn't know it had become this serious. Yes, old Ning, you just weren't aware of it. Qi Feng replied, then looked at Zhang Fengchu. I must say your diagnosis has proven your abilities. So, I am convinced, truly convinced. Zhang Fengchu did not become complacent. Then how much longer can I live? Qi Feng asked the crucial question. Ha ha ha, Zhang Fengchu suddenly burst into laughter. Ning, Qi and the others exchanged glances, including Qi Feng himself. This was originally a very serious matter, yet he laughed. It truly seemed inappropriate. But no one knew why he suddenly laughed. There must be a reason. Therefore, they did not interrupt his laughter, waiting for him to finish to understand the reason. After laughing for a while, Zhang Fengchu looked at Qi Feng and slowly said, To be honest, your life expectancy, due to heart failure, has not been a matter of days, but has been ongoing for some years. Based on the current situation, you have at most 3 months left to live. But fortunately, you have met me, so living for another 3 years or 30 years is not a problem. Oh, Qi Feng was delighted. If that were the case, then he could extend his life by several years rather than just 3 months. As for being cured, he dared not think about it. However, regarding Zhang Fengchu's medical skills, he remained somewhat skeptical, unsure of their authenticity. After all, they had just met, and without personal experience, it was unreasonable to trust someone completely. Fengchu, when will you treat me? Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin. Tomorrow, I need to go to the city for some matters. Please give me your home address, and I will prepare and come to find you. All right. Qi Feng nodded without saying much, providing him with the address. They exchanged contact information and added each other on WeChat. Old Ning, I will treat you first. Ning Yuhai was overjoyed, quickly removing his upper clothing and lying down on his stomach to receive treatment. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Zhang Fengchu took out the silver needles, sterilized them, and then swiftly inserted a needle into Ning Yuhai's neck. After 9 needles, he withdrew his hand. However, Ning Yuhai also had a back injury, so he treated that as well, inserting another 9 needles into his back. Qi Feng, seeing his technique, realized whether he had the skills or not. It was something he himself could not manage, and was the first time he had seen such a method of acupuncture. The movements were fluid, swift, precise, and stable. It was clear that his acupuncture skills had completely surpassed his own. Moreover, it was not just a slight improvement, but a tremendous leap. With his current level of acupuncture, he was worlds apart from Fengchu. Thus, Fengchu was not merely boasting, he truly possessed medical skills, and his experience was rich. In that moment, Qi Feng's confidence in him grew even stronger. Old Ning, please lie down for a while. I will remove the needles after half an hour. No problem. Ning Yuhai replied with a smile. As long as he could be cured, he was willing to wait half an hour, even if it took 10 days or half a month. What he feared most was waiting without knowing if he would be cured, wasting time and effort, incurring expenses, suffering greatly, and still not getting better, which would be the most unfortunate outcome. But he had great faith in Zhang Fengchu. Among those present, the one who was undoubtedly the happiest was Zhao Ganxiu. She used to think that her son had no talent, could not make a fortune, and would never marry. But now, with his medical skills able to heal and save lives, and with such remarkable proficiency, there was no need to worry anymore. Zhang Fengchu turned his gaze to Bai Qiwei's sister. Bai, shall I help you treat your condition again? Bai Qiwei replied affirmatively, following Zhang Fengchu into the room, removing her top and lying down on the bed. Zhang Fengchu took out some silver needles, disinfected them, and then began to apply acupuncture to her waist. Bai Qiwei lay on the bed, expecting that the needles would hurt. However, after the needling, she felt no pain at all, which pleasantly surprised her and proved his exceptional medical skills, instilling even more confidence in him. Fengchu, how long does acupuncture like this usually take to be effective? For acupuncture, it should take about a week. They'll also prepare some medicinal wine for you, which should cure the ailment effectively. However, I haven't started making the medicinal wine yet. Once it's ready, I will inform you, and applying it will heal you without requiring any special treatment. Bai Qiwei nodded, fully trusting him. After 9 needles, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hand. I'll remove the needles for you in half an hour. Bai Qiwei nodded. Zhang Fengchu stepped out and walked towards Ning Qiqi, bringing her into another room. Before he could give instructions, Ning Qiqi had already laid down on the bed. Zhang Fengchu uncovered her abdomen and began to apply the needles. After 9 needles, he completed her treatment. He would also remove the needles after half an hour. Brother Zhang, my back hurts too. Can you take a look at me? Lin Siyun suddenly stepped forward and asked. Her back pain was real, but she mainly wanted to test whether his medical skills were truly remarkable. Zhang Fengchu nodded and led Lin Siyun into another room. Lin Siyun undressed and lay down on the bed facing up. Zhang Fengchu disinfected his hands and began to massage her waist. Initially, she had been somewhat skeptical about his medical skills, but after just a few minutes of massage, Lin Siyun felt her back pain disappear. There was no longer any discomfort, and it felt incredibly pleasant and warm, as if all her pain had been taken away, leaving her feeling exceptionally comfortable. Initially, she had doubts about his medical skills. Now she was 100% convinced of his abilities. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hand. Siyun, if you come to me for treatment once a week, you should be completely healed after a course of treatment. Lin Siyun nodded repeatedly, already having great confidence in his medical skills. Naturally, she would not doubt him. She quickly got up and moved around a bit. Her back, which she couldn't move before, now felt fine no matter how she twisted. She couldn't stop smiling. Chen Wanwan stepped forward and asked, Mom, I'm not lying to you, am I? Lin Siyun grinned widely. It doesn't hurt at all anymore. Fengchu's medical skills are truly extraordinary. Afterward, Zhang Fengchu also removed the needles from Ning Yuhai, Ning Qiqi, and Bai Qiwei. After moving around for a bit, they all felt that this acupuncture treatment was even better than before. The painful areas not only no longer hurt, but the stiff muscle lumps had also disappeared significantly. Ning Qiqi and the others were equally delighted and praised Zhang Fengchu's medical skills endlessly. Lin Siyun and Zhao Genxiu tidied up the table and went to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Suddenly, Zhang Fengchu remembered something. He had 3 wild ginseng plants dug up from ancient times, which he planned to sell together. Coincidentally, the buyer was also present, so he turned to Ning Yuhai. By the way, old Ning, I still have a few wild ginseng plants. Would you like to buy them too? Oh, old Ning said happily, of course, let me take a look at the goods first. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much and walked into the bedroom, merely trying to keep it discreet, but in reality, he was retrieving the ginseng from his storage. Old Ning, has Fengchu been growing ginseng? Qi Feng asked curiously. Ning Yuhai shook his head. They're not cultivated, they're 100% wild ginseng. Wild ginseng? That's quite valuable. Qi Feng didn't ask further. As an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he could easily discern the authenticity of the herbs. Ning Qiqi was also puzzled. Why did Uncle Zhang have wild ginseng to sell every day? Soon after, Zhang Fengchu brought 3 cloth bags and placed them in front of him. 3. Ning Yuhai and Ning Qiqi were very surprised, not expecting there to be a total of 3 wild ginseng plants this time. They quickly opened the bags one by one, and Ning Yuhai's eyes lit up. Clearly, the 3 ginseng plants that Zhang Fengchu had dug up this time were larger and of better quality. Qi Feng's eyes also brightened as he began to inspect them alongside Ning Yuhai. Chen Wanwan watched from the side, unsure of what to say, but she felt that he was very impressive. 70 years, 80 years, wow. And there's even one that's 90 years old. After examining for a while, Ning Yuhai quickly determined the ages of the 3 wild ginseng plants, smiling from ear to ear. Especially the 90-year-old wild ginseng, which was incredibly rare, just 10 years short of being a 100-year-old ginseng. Its rarity made it a precious find, and Ning Yuhai was definitely going to acquire it. However, Qi Feng had also set his sights on them. Fengchu, sell me this ginseng, the price is negotiable. Ning Yuhai hadn't expected that Qi Feng would speak up first, and he felt a bit troubled. Originally, he intended to buy it regardless, but Qi Feng was his friend. Moreover, Qi Feng acted quickly, and if he were to compete with him, it would be somewhat inconsiderate. Thus, he looked to Zhang Fengchu to make the decision so he could proceed to buy it. Zhang Fengchu saw that Qi Feng also wanted it, but he had already made an agreement with Ning Yuhai, so he felt it was inappropriate to sell it to someone else first. In business, maintaining basic credibility is essential. Qi Feng wanted to cut in line, but he still needed to ask Ning Yuhai if he agreed. Zhang Fengchu smiled. Old Qi, I'm sorry. Actually, I have an agreement with old Ning. Wild ginseng will be sold to him first. If you need it, you can buy it from old Ning later. I see. After hearing Zhang Fengchu's words, Qi Feng looked at him with newfound respect. He did not betray his trust due to profit. Similarly, Ning Yuhai and Ning Qiqi also admired him. He did not break their agreement for profit, which made them regard him more favorably. Qi Feng nodded, saying no more. Only then did Ning Yuhai ask Fengchu, how much are you planning to sell these 3 wild ginseng plants for? Zhang Fengchu wasn't sure about the price and found it hard to say. The key was to see what price Ning Yuhai would offer. If he was satisfied, he would sell. If not, they could negotiate further. It was a simple matter. After all, this was not a small sum. Ning Yuhai did not make an immediate offer, but paused before saying 80,000 for the 70-year-old, 100,000 for the 80-year-old, and how about 200,000 for the 90-year-old? In total, that's 380,000. Fengchu, are you satisfied with this price? If not, we can discuss it further. 380,000. Chen Wanwan was stunned. For her, a girl from an ordinary rural family, her parents were neither business owners nor wealthy, and they had no power or influence. Her mother farmed at home, and her father worked outside, not providing her with much, so she had never possessed so much money from childhood to adulthood. Moreover, she was only in her second year of college and hadn't entered society to earn money. Even if she were to earn money, it would be impossible to earn hundreds of thousands at once. Besides, she currently didn't even have 10,000 yuan on her, so how could she come up with more than 100,000? Having witnessed this transaction firsthand rather than hearing about it, and not experiencing some virtual online scenario added to the shock. Plus, Zhang Fengchu had not done well previously, being quite ordinary and having a low presence in the village. At 40, still single, he was looked down upon and had become a topic of gossip among the villagers. They called him useless and a poor wretch destined to be single for life. Now Chen Wanwan suddenly realized he was not like that, and not only was he adept in medicine, but he was also selling 3 ginseng plants for 3 to 400,000. The feelings of witnessing it all firsthand are something only she could understand, filled with surprise and shock. Sure, Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. 3.8 million was quite in line with his psychological price. Of course, selling a bit more wouldn't be a bad thing either. However, business partners like Ning Yuhai are truly excellent, a long-term cooperation, and his offers are quite fair, so there's no need to be overly calculating. On the other hand, the key is to exchange money for goods. In this regard, Ning Yuhai has been doing very well, so he decided to sell to him. You have received a total of 3.8 million yuan. Immediately, Zhang Fengchu received a transfer from Ning Yuhai. Adding to the previous sales, he now had 8.2 million. With just over a million left, he would have 10 million. 8 million may not be much for a true billionaire, but for his current situation, it was a significant amount. Wanwan, are you home? Suddenly, Lin Suyan's call came from the doorway. Chen Wanwan reluctantly got up, saying, Uncle Zhang, don't forget what you promised me. After she finished speaking, she quickly turned and left, leaving Ning Chi and the others exchanging glances. However, Ning Chi and Zhang Fengchu both understood the implication of Chen Wanwan's words, because at that time both of them were present, and Zhang Fengchu was one of the parties involved. Ning Chi was also in the know. Wanwan, brother Zhang's medical skills are really impressive. Your mother has had this back pain for a long time, and no medicine has worked. But after brother Zhang massaged her for half an hour, it felt as if it had vanished, and now she feels no pain at all. Brother Zhang also said that if she gets a few more massages, your mother's back pain can be completely cured. Chen Wanwan chuckled. Mom, now you believe that Uncle Zhang's medical skills are absolutely number one. And just now Uncle Zhang sold 3 wild ginseng roots for a total of 3.8 million. Huh, 3.8 million. This startled her. Lin Suyan was a bit skeptical. Wanwan, is that true? Of course it's true, I was there just now, could I possibly lie to you? She nodded. Her daughter had no reason to deceive her. Wanwan, we don't have any wild ginseng here, so where did brother Zhang's wild ginseng come from? It should have been sourced from someone else, and then he sold it for a profit, Chen Wanwan guessed. This makes sense. Lin Suyu nodded. Shortly after, Ning Chi and the others also took their leave. Just then Zhao Jingxi's phone rang as she quickly answered. Hello. Oh, it's Guiying. Alright, I'll tell Fengchu. Okay, let's do it this way. After hanging up, Zhao Genxiu approached Zhang Fengchu. Your aunt called. There's a woman 39 years old, about your age, divorced with 2 children. The boy was given to her ex-husband and the girl to her. According to your aunt, this woman is very honest and devoted to her family, so marrying her would surely be a good choice. What your mother means is that it's fine to meet, and we can marry right away. Your aunt will send you the woman's phone number, and you can add each other to chat a bit and see where to meet. Zhang Fengchu nodded. This wasn't his first blind date, so he wasn't surprised. He had seen all kinds of strange characters and was used to it by now. Did you hear? Zhao Genxiu pressed. Zhang Fengchu replied, Okay. Ding dong. Soon he received a message from his aunt. The message contained a string of numbers, the phone number of the blind date. Zhang Fengchu added her on V, and it wasn't long before he was accepted. After chatting a bit, they decided to meet at a cafe in the county tomorrow. And this cafe was the same one he had visited last time, called Natural Forest Cafe. What an incredible coincidence. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. After a deep sleep, it was already 3:55 in the morning. He planned to stay in the ancient times for a few days. With a single thought, he vanished from the spot. Oh. The rooster crowed and dawn broke. After waking up from a short nap, Shui Dalong had already prepared breakfast, and they all sat together to eat. Uncle Zhang, are we going up the mountain today? Dehu suddenly asked. We are, Zhang Fengchu replied. By the way, Dalong, I can go up the mountain with Dehu today. Do I not need to go? Dalong asked. She wanted to pitch in as well. Mainly the deep mountains were too dangerous with wolves, tigers, leopards, wild boars, and grizzlies. It was hard to take care of many people, so bringing just one was enough. You can go next time, I'll take you then. Shui Dalong nodded, understanding that the mountains were dangerous. It wasn't that he was unwilling to bring her, otherwise he would want more people along. Dalong, can you come to my room after breakfast? Okay, Uncle Zhang. Shui Dalong nodded obediently. Unknowingly, she had already become the backbone of the family. Zhao Yuqi sat there eating breakfast, not saying a word, but listening to the others talk. No one really paid her any mind. After breakfast, Dalong followed Zhang Fengchu into his bedroom. Bang! The girl blushed and felt nervous when she saw him close the door. She grabbed the hem of her clothes with both hands, lowered her head, and didn't dare to meet his eyes. Zhang Fengchu looked her over. She was quite tall and well-proportioned with delicate features, good-looking, but rather thin, needing some nourishment to grow better. Dalong, can I have your hand? Huh, so soon. But she wasn't ready yet. Shui Dalong nodded and extended her left hand toward him. Her face turned even redder. Thump thump, her heart raced faster. Zhang Fengchu finally reached out and grasped her wrist. In an instant, the girl's body trembled as if shocked. Don't be nervous, checking your pulse doesn't hurt. Zhang Fengchu comforted her. Checking the pulse. Shui Dalong sighed in relief, but was also a bit disappointed, thinking he wanted something else. After checking her pulse for a while, Zhang Fengchu released her hand. The issue wasn't major, but not small either. She was severely deficient in health. Luckily, she was young. Otherwise, if her body were a bit weaker, she could fall ill. Have you been experiencing symptoms like dizziness occasionally? Huh. How did Uncle Zhang know? Oh right, he's skilled in medicine. He just diagnosed it. Shui Dalong nodded. Uncle Zhang, is it serious? It depends. The earlier you find it, the earlier you treat it. Supplementing nutrition is important. If conditions allow, using medicine for adjustment would be better. The girl nodded. The family conditions were such that they went hungry one meal and stuffed the next, eating wild vegetable porridge every day, and they couldn't even afford to find a doctor for medicine. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much more. He walked to the table, picked up a bag, and handed it to her. Inside is a can of milk powder and a pound of brown sugar. Use small amounts with hot water to drink and supplement your nutrition well. Dalong took the sack from his hand, his face brimming with emotion. His eyes reddened, tears already rolling down his cheeks. Uncle Zhang, why are you so kind to me? The young girl looked up at the man before her, struck by the depth of his kindness. Zhang Fengchu gently patted her head. There's no need for so many whys. Kindness is simply kindness, and unkindness is unkindness. Then he turned and retrieved 2 sacks from beneath the bed. The girl glanced at them, uncertain what they contained. These hold rice, 50 jin per sack. We'll keep one for ourselves and deliver the other to Aunt Qin's household. Once again moved to tears, Dalong lifted the 2 heavy sacks and stepped out the door. Without further words, Zhang Fengchu shouldered his bamboo basket and set off for the mountains with Hu to search for wild ginseng. Dap! After walking a stretch, footsteps echoed behind them. Hu turned, and there she was. Uncle Zhang, its elder sister, Zhao, who's followed us. Why had she come? Zhang Fengchu glanced back, and indeed Zhao Yuqi was approaching. He paused briefly until she drew near. Why have you left your rest so soon? Zhao Yuqi shook her head. I'm fully recovered. I merely wish to stretch my limbs and accompany you into the mountains. This woman possessed martial prowess, and formidable skill at that. Her presence on the mountain posed no liability, as she could well defend herself. So long as you're not afraid, then follow along. Zhang Fengchu turned and resumed his pace. Hu, unfamiliar with her and sensing her aloof, icy demeanor, found no reason to strike up conversation. Chunfeng. As instructed by Zhang Fengchu, Shui Dalong delivered the 50 jin sack of rice to the widowed Aunt Qin. Thump! The courtyard gate swung open immediately. Xiaoxia appeared outside, recognized him, and beamed. Big Sister Dalong. Mama's in the kitchen. Do you need something? Dalong nodded and entered the courtyard carrying the sack. There he found Aunt Qin and her daughters thoroughly cleaning the kitchen. He approached and asked, any tidying up? Yes, Aunt Qin replied, stepping forward. Dalong, what brings you? Uncle Zhang sent me with this sack of rice, 50 jin. Please accept it. Aunt Qin stood frozen in astonishment. At this time of year, when grain stocks ran low and even wild vegetables were scarce, 50 jin of rice was nothing short of life-saving sustenance. It was like delivering charcoal in the snow, a gesture so profoundly moving that she opened the sack at once. Inside lay polished, plump, snow-white rice grains, her breath catching at the sight. She never imagined Brother Zhang would send such fine rice. Not just any rice, but half a sack of premium grain. What could she possibly offer in return? The 3 travelers pressed onward without pause. Among them, Zhang Fengchu possessed the greatest stamina. Ever since inheriting the divine pharmacist legacy, his physical constitution had become extraordinary. His endurance, resilience, and agility all far surpassed his former self. Zhao Yuqi walked behind him, her gaze never straying from his back. Her curiosity burned fiercely. Not only was he a master of martial arts and medicine, but he remained enigmatic like a hidden grandmaster whose depths no one could fathom. Yet no record of such a figure existed in the martial world, only deepening her intrigue. Suddenly she broke the silence. Who are you truly? Zhang Fengchu blinked. What did she mean? Had this woman gone peculiar again? My name is Zhang Fengchu. I gather herbs for a living. I've already told you that. But I wish to know more, Zhao Yuqi insisted. Zhang Fengchu fell silent. You possess both medical mastery and martial skill surpassing mine. May I ask under whose sect did you train? Under whose sect? The divine pharmacist. She'd never heard of him. It was impossible to explain. My master forbade me from speaking of it, so don't ask. Even if you do, you'll gain no answer. The existence of his spatial realm was a secret he would entrust to no soul but himself. At that, Zhao Yuqi ceased her questioning. She understood. Some truths must remain buried. Even she harbored secrets she could not yet reveal. The trio advanced deeper into the mountains, entering ancient dense forests to hunt for ginseng. Yesterday they discovered 3 decades-old specimens on this very ridge, selling them for 3.8 million. Today they combed the area anew, searching for overlooked treasures. After all, each mature root fetched hundreds of thousands, or even millions. Finding just one in a day meant sudden fortune. Uncle Zhang, shall we search this same woodland again today? Yes, let's scour it thoroughly first. If nothing appears, we'll move elsewhere. Dahu nodded wordlessly and joined the search. Zhang Fengchu's vision possessed X-ray clarity. Obstacles dissolved before his gaze, rendering every concealed object transparent. His perception spanned 360 degrees, accelerating the hunt exponentially. Uncle, what exactly are you searching for? Zhao Yuqi approached to inquire. She knew only that they ascended the mountain to gather herbs, but not which ones. Do you know ginseng? So, they were hunting wild ginseng. Zhao Yuqi nodded, said nothing more, and joined their search. After an hour, however, the three found nothing. To Zhang Fengchu's discerning eye, this woodland held no wild ginseng over 20 years old. Time to shift to the forest ahead. The woods ahead were far more perilous. In these primeval depths, wolves, tigers, leopards, black bears, and brown bears lurked. Any misstep could cost a life. Uncle Zhang, it seems this woodland holds no ginseng. We must relocate. Indeed. Let's venture deeper. Dahu nodded, but fear flickered across his face. The deeper they ventured into these untamed ancient woods, the greater the threat from venomous insects and savage beasts. Yet Zhang Fengchu's presence steadied him. Zhao Yuqi, by contrast, remained utterly unruffled. Wherever he went, she followed, fearless as a newborn calf confronting tigers. Such boldness suggested either profound naivety, unscarred by life's cruelties, or extraordinary capability, terrifying strength, or unmatched self-reliance. For her danger held no weight. She could resolve any threat herself, her life and safety beyond question. Zhang Fengchu had long sensed her exceptional nature, yet her true identity remained veiled. Half an hour later, they entered the deeper forest. Towering trees soared skyward, stretching endlessly into a boundless sea of green. Such forests teemed with venomous creatures and predators, the most treacherous terrain of all. Zhang Fengchu led with a machete, Dahu followed second, and Zhao Yuqi brought up the rear, ensuring mutual protection in case of danger. Fortunately, their path remained uneventful, and gradually, they ventured farther still. They searched tirelessly. By noon, if no ginseng appeared, the morning's efforts would yield nothing, and hope would rest solely on the afternoon. Suddenly, Zhao Yuqi halted, stepping aside into the underbrush to examine a plant. Ah, her eyes lit up. Wasn't this a wild ginseng? Uncle, have I found ginseng? Zhang Fengchu and Dahu, searching elsewhere, rushed over upon hearing her cry, and confirmed it a genuine wild ginseng root. To his delight, it bore 6 prongs, a rare 6-leaf specimen. He smiled faintly, withdrew a handful of caramel candies from his pocket, and placed them in her palm. Then he tied a red cord around the root and assessed its age, his grin widening into unrestrained joy. Astonishingly, this was a century-old wild ginseng. A century-old wild ginseng, the undisputed king of wild ginseng, possessed unparalleled medicinal potency and immense value. Uncle Zhang, how many years has this ginseng been growing? Shuidahu asked while helping to clear the debris around the ginseng. Zhang Fengchu smiled and said, It's a rare find. This is a century-old wild ginseng. Wow. Shuidahu and Zhao Yuqi were both astonished, never expecting this to be a century-old wild ginseng. Zhao Yuqi also didn't expect to find a century-old ginseng on her first trip up the mountain to gather herbs. It was indeed good luck. She looked at the milk candy in her hand, wrapped in paper, and had never eaten it before, unsure of its taste. She put it in her pocket, took one piece, unwrapped the paper, revealing a creamy white chunk. She licked it with her tongue. It was milky and sweet, quite delicious, so she tossed it into her mouth to taste. Oh, this milk candy was so good that her eyes sparkled, and a smile spread across her face. It's really delicious. She never thought that with her status it would be her first time tasting such a delightful snack. She glanced at Zhang Fengchu. This man was far from the simple person she imagined. He was quite interesting. She grew increasingly curious about him. Zhang Fengchu took out his tools and began to dig up the ginseng. SII. Suddenly Zhang Fengchu's ears perked up as he heard an unusual sound coming from behind. He immediately became alert, turned around, and exclaimed, "Good heavens!" A large snake was approaching them. Indeed, the century-old ginseng was guarded by a giant snake. It was about 20 meters long with a head as large as a basin capable of swallowing a person with ease. He drew out his long knife and said to the two of them, "Dahu, something is approaching. You two should climb up the big tree right now." Dahu was shocked. It turned out that this deep mountain forest was indeed unsafe. "What about you? I have my ways." Dahu didn't insist any further and climbed up a big tree behind him. Zhao Yuqi hesitated for a moment and also climbed up another tree. The two of them climbed up a tree simultaneously. From their vantage point, they could see what Zhang Fengchu was looking at, a 20-meter-long snake, as thick as a barrel, slithering through the bushes about to approach him. "Uncle Zhang, it's coming," Shuidahu warned. Zhang Fengchu said nothing more, gripping the knife's handle tightly as a battle between man and beast was about to begin. SII. The snake moved quickly, soon lunging in front of him, its upper body rearing up, staring at Zhang Fengchu from a distance of 10 feet, yet it did not attack immediately. Seeing such a large snake startled Zhao Yuqi as well. She wanted to see what this old man would do to deal with such a massive serpent. If he couldn't defeat it, she would definitely go down to help. Shuidahu was sweating for him. Such a large snake was indeed far more formidable than a wild boar, making it tough to handle. "Uncle Zhang, please be safe." "Who?" Suddenly the giant snake lunged forward, opening its massive jaws to reveal its frighteningly sharp teeth, aiming to swallow him whole. Just as it was about to strike, Zhang Fengchu executed a swift movement, easily dodging the snake's fatal blow. The two on the tree sighed in relief. Zhang Dai's lightness skill is impressive, swift, unlike anything ordinary people can achieve. Indeed, he is highly skilled. Zhao Yuqi nodded, regarding him with newfound respect. Hiss! The snake, having missed its first strike, turned back to launch a second attack, creating a gust of wind. Its massive body was anything but slow, rather it was agile and quick. Its body rolled like a giant wheel, uprooting vegetation in its path, turning the entire area into chaos. Zhang Fengchu saw its momentum and feared it would damage the century-old ginseng, so he ran to the side to draw it away. The snake did not give up on its prey and pursued him closely like a gust of wind. Shua! Suddenly a flash of the knife appeared. Zhang Fengchu struck back, and the scene fell silent. Kai! Suddenly the snake's massive head tilted, blood splattered from its wound, and its head fell to the ground lifeless. Wow! Zhao Yuqi and Shuidahu were dumbfounded. They never expected this giant snake to be so easily defeated in front of him. Zhang Fengchu killed it with a single blow. Indeed, this man is incredibly strong. Zhao Yuqi's eyes lit up, feeling increasingly confident in him. Immediately the two climbed down from the tree to observe the giant snake. Zhang Fengchu had already taken the opportunity to extract its gallbladder, which was quite large. The gallbladder from such a giant snake was not only sizable, but also highly medicinal. He took out a jar, placed it inside, and stored it in his spatial pouch for preservation while the two were not paying attention. Glancing at his watch, it was already 1 in the afternoon. He decided to have lunch first. Now that he had fresh ingredients, he drew out his long knife and chopped off a large piece of snake meat, removing the skin. He took some spices from the large bag in his backpack and instructed Dahu to gather some dry firewood. He cut the peeled snake meat into pieces and marinated it with the spices. In a bit, it would be ready for grilling. Then he also made a barbecue rack. Zhang Dage, are you going to cook snake meat? Zhao Yuqi was resistant to snake meat, believing it was inedible, and she dared not eat it. Although snake meat was delicious, she couldn't overcome her psychological barrier. He nodded. What's the matter, afraid to eat? She quickly shook her head. I wouldn't eat snake meat. Zhang Fengchu smiled without saying a word, thinking that once she tasted it, she would naturally accept it. Before long, Dahu returned with quite a bit of dry firewood, and Zhang Fengchu started a fire. However, he did not put the meat on the grill immediately. The reason was simple: grilling meat directly over firewood didn't taste as good as grilling over charcoal made from burnt wood. Since they were on the mountain, there was no charcoal, so they could only burn the firewood until it turned to charcoal dust. Without wood smoke, it would be just as good. After burning the firewood for a while, only a pile of charcoal dust remained. Zhang Fengchu then placed the snake meat on the barbecue rack to start grilling. Under the high temperature of roasting combined with the marinated spices, the grilled snake meat became juicy and fragrant. Wow, it smells so good. Dahu was astonished. This was the first time he had seen meat grilled to such a fragrant state. Previously, he had eaten grilled meat, but without spices and proper preparation. It had been merely grilled over firewood, and naturally it didn't taste very good. Zhao Yuqi also swallowed hard, suddenly feeling tempted. Originally, she wouldn't even think of eating snake meat, but now seeing it grilled so deliciously, she actually wanted to try its taste. If it's good, I'll eat it. If not, I won't. The next moment, Zhang Fengchu nodded, feeling quite satisfied with his culinary skills. He took a piece of snake meat and tasted it, and even he was pleasantly surprised. The snake meat from this giant serpent was inherently delicious, and with his special marination and a bit of seasoning after grilling, the flavor was exceptional. Dahu could hardly wait, saliva dripping as he looked at him. Uncle Zhang, is it delicious? Zhang Fengchu quickly nodded. Delicious, very delicious. It's ready, you both can eat. Oh, Dahu was not polite at all, grabbing a piece and biting into it. Wow, Uncle Zhang, your grilled snake meat is absolutely amazing. Of course. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly, pulling out 3 bottles of fat house water from his backpack, handing one to each of them, and enjoying the grilled meat along with a sip of cola. Zhao Yuqi had no interest in roasted meat, but now watching the two eat so deliciously, she couldn't help but swallow repeatedly, wanting to try some. Gulping down a mouthful of saliva, she unconsciously opened her red lips and white teeth to take a bite. Wow, as soon as the roasted meat entered her mouth, the exquisite flavor made her eyes light up, and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Awoo!" Immediately, Zhao Yuqi transformed into a tiger wolf and started to devour the food ravenously. Completely immersed in the delights of the feast, she no longer cared about her image. After eating a piece of roasted meat, she felt a bit thirsty. She picked up the water that Zhang Fengchu had given her. It was colored like a medicinal broth, and she wondered what it would taste like. Twisting the cap off, she opened her mouth to take a sip. This tastes sweet, and with another flavor, it was particularly stimulating. Taking another sip, she confirmed it was indeed so. At first, she found it a bit unfamiliar, but as she kept drinking, she had already consumed half the bottle. After finishing a piece of roasted meat, Zhang Fengchu took a sip of soda, feeling utterly refreshed. Dahu couldn't stop himself, taking a gulp of cola and another piece of roasted snake meat. Before long, the roasted snake meat on the grill was completely devoured by the three of them. Wow, that was satisfying, Dahu said, patting his belly contentedly. Zhao Yuqi also wore a satisfied expression, rubbing her belly with a beaming smile. Zhang Fengchu himself was also full, resting for a while before continuing to dig for ginseng. A century-old ginseng, quite valuable. To sell it at a good price, it must be unearthed intact. Not even a single root hair could be lost. Thus he dug carefully. Dahu and Zhao Yuqi didn't know how to excavate, so they could only lend a hand by passing things back and forth. Time ticked by. By the way, Dahu, Shaoqi, you two go chop some branches and vines to make a small rack. Later put the remaining snake meat on it to bring back, don't waste it. Dahu replied and grabbed a machete to get busy. Unexpectedly, even Gu had to listen to him. Zhao Yuqi hesitated for a moment and then walked over to join him. The sun set. It got dark. Finally, Zhang Fengchu unearthed the century-old ginseng and wrapped it in cloth. He pretended to put it in the bag in the backpack, but secretly tucked it into his space. All right, let's go home. Zhang Fengchu dragged the rack with the snake meat forward. The two quickly followed him, walking briskly toward the edge of the woods. As it was dark and visibility was poor, without lighting, Zhang Fengchu took advantage of their inattention and retrieved 3 headlamps from his space, giving one to each of them, making it easier to walk. Uncle Zhang, this glowing lamp is so strange. Dahu looked at the lamp on his head, which illuminated but wasn't an oil lamp. It was his first time seeing it, and he found it very novel. Zhao Yuqi also began to examine it, curious, as it was her first time seeing it. She looked at him, eager to know how this lamp was made and where it came from. Zhang Fengchu merely smiled, certainly not telling the whole truth. This matter of time travel was unknown to ancient people and couldn't be disclosed. I have a friend who invented it. I bought a few from him, and I'm not sure how he made it. Upon hearing his explanation, the two nodded and didn't ask further. After all, even if they inquired, he wouldn't know unless they found that friend to ask. But they would never find him, as that friend was merely an excuse he fabricated. Sister Dalong. Shui Dalong and her sister were peeking at the door, worried about why Zhang Fengchu and the others hadn't returned after dark, when Niu Pingping walked out from the shadows. Pingping, are you here to find Uncle Zhang? She nodded. My dad sent me to check if Uncle Zhang is back. He needs to treat my mom. Not yet, but he should be back soon. Can you wait a moment? Okay. Niu Pingping stood at the door, looking toward the village end. Tap. Suddenly the sound of footsteps approached, catching everyone's attention, and there was light. The three were walking toward the door along the village path, somewhat blinding. Sister, Uncle Zhang and my brother along with Sister Qi are back. Erhu exclaimed in delight, and immediately he and Erlong ran up to greet them. Shui Dalong and Niu Pingping also breathed a sigh of relief, finally returning safely, and smiled as they welcomed them. What's this again? Erlong glanced at the things on the wooden rack, feeling a bit scared. Oh, it's a really big snake. Erhu, upon seeing what it was also taken aback. Dalong and Niu Pingping leaned in to take a look, and seeing such a large snake, they were quite startled. Such a large snake could swallow a person whole who wouldn't be afraid. Uncle Zhang, did you catch this big snake? Zhang Fengchu nodded. Why don't you explain? Hunda, who smiled slightly, and immediately recounted the day's experiences this big snake. Everyone found it unbelievable that such a large snake was slain by Zhang Fengchu, and they respected him greatly. Shui Dalong had already prepared dinner. After Zhang Fengchu and the others washed their hands and faces, they all sat down to have dinner together. Taking advantage of their inattention, he also tucked the remaining snake meat into his space to keep it fresh. Leaving it outside in such hot weather would spoil it and render it inedible. Inside, his space-time stood still so it wouldn't spoil no matter how long it stayed. It could be taken out when it was time to eat. After eating and drinking their fill, Zhang Fengchu stood up and went with Niu Pingping to her home to help her mother with her ailment. After returning, he washed up, went to bed, and rested. Waking from a deep sleep, it was already the 4th watch. Zhang Fengchu got up, his mind focused, planning to return to modern times for a day, buy some things, and conveniently sell this century-old ginseng. With a single thought, he vanished from his spot. Shirtsuin. The next day, oh ho ho, the rooster crowed several times, and Zhang Fengchu woke up from a nap, the sky already bright. His mother had already prepared breakfast. Fengchu, have you made an appointment with that girl? Where are you meeting? During breakfast, Zhao Genxiu prompted. Dating, right? He had to go on a blind date today. Zhang Fengchu almost forgot, but since it was agreed to meet in the city, it wouldn't delay selling ginseng. Today at the street, let's meet at that cafe called Natural Forest. All right. Zhao Genxiu nodded with a smile. After breakfast, under his mother's supervision, Zhang Fengchu changed his clothes and set off on his tricycle. After selling the ginseng and going on the blind date, there was another task for today: to go to Qi Feng's house to treat him. Without any incidents along the way, Zhang Fengchu drove the tricycle directly to the entrance of Ning's pharmacy and walked inside. Ning Qiqi was sitting at the counter. When she saw him enter, she immediately stood up. Uncle Zhang. Zhang Fengchu nodded and stepped forward. We meet again. Indeed, we see each other once a day. Uncle Zhang, you're not here to sell ginseng again, are you? Haha, you guessed it right. Zhang Fengchu smiled and took out a cloth bag, placing it on the counter. Ning Qiqi's eyes lit up. She hadn't expected Uncle Zhang to have so much wild ginseng to sell once a day. Uncle Zhang, how many years old is this wild ginseng? Zhang Fengchu extended a finger. Ning Qiqi guessed 10 years. He shook his head. 20 years. In her opinion, 100-year-old ginseng should not exist in this day and age. Even if it did, it would be hard to find. Zhang Fengchu nodded. That's right, inside is a rare 100-year-old ginseng. It was truly 100 years. Ning Qiqi was dumbfounded, unwrapping the cloth bag layer by layer, finally revealing its true form. While upon seeing the plump, white ginseng, she recognized its uniqueness. Could it really be 100 years old? She took out a magnifying glass, examining it from every angle. It was indeed wild ginseng. But whether it was 100 years old, she couldn't determine with her current experience and needed to call someone. Sorry, I lack experience. Can I notify my grandfather to come take a look? Zhang Fengchu nodded. Genuine gold fears no fire. No matter who comes, this 100-year-old ginseng cannot be fake. In the next moment, Ning Yuhai arrived, inspecting the wild ginseng thoroughly and immediately confirming this was indeed a 100-year-old ginseng, without a doubt. He was extremely excited, his hands even trembling. He had always wanted to find a 100-year-old ginseng, but unfortunately in this day and age there were no 100-year-old ginseng. Even if there were, they would be exceedingly rare and unobtainable. But right now there was one, so it was normal to be excited. Grandpa, is this a 100-year-old wild ginseng? Yes, it's 100 years old, and of very high quality. It looks good too, Ning Yuhai said excitedly. Oh, Ning Qiqi was astonished. It really was 100 years old. There truly was a 100-year-old ginseng. She looked at Zhang Fengchu with newfound admiration. This man was the most impressive she had ever seen, able to find even a 100-year-old wild ginseng, something others couldn't achieve. Fengchu, how much do you plan to sell it for? Next came the negotiation time. Zhang Fengchu already had a price in mind, just waiting to see how much the other party would offer. How much will you pay? Ning Yuhai didn't respond immediately. A 100-year-old wild ginseng is very valuable, so he naturally couldn't make a blind offer. Suddenly he extended a hand. 500, do you sell? 5 million. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. Deal. Great. Ning Yuhai was overjoyed, finally fulfilling his wish of obtaining a 100-year-old ginseng. He immediately made the payment. You have received 5 million yuan. Zhang Fengchu quickly received a text message confirming the 5 million had been transferred. His balance had accumulated to over 13 million. He had transformed into a millionaire, bidding farewell and heading to a cafe for a blind date. First, he went to a flower shop, spending 200 yuan to buy a bouquet of lilies. He found a table and waited for his blind date to arrive. After waiting for an hour, he finally received a message from her saying she had arrived at the cafe's entrance. Zhang Fengchu replied with the table number. Soon she entered and sat down across from him. They sized each other up. The woman wore a white top, black pants, and white-gray mesh sports shoes, standing about 1.58 meters tall, a bit plump, with a round face and somewhat shifty eyes, heavily made up. Hello. Zhang Fengchu greeted her first. The woman did not respond, her gaze fixed outside the window, as if she hadn't heard his greeting. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much more, picking up the menu and extending it to her. What would you like to eat? You order, the woman replied coldly. Zhang Fengchu nodded. All right, so he ordered 2 cups of coffee and some pastries, spending around 300 yuan. They started chatting while eating. As they chatted, the conversation turned to work. What do you do? The woman suddenly asked. Zhang Fengchu replied, before the new year, I worked at a factory assembling screws, but I quit to come back home for blind dates, and will look for work again next year. So you're unemployed now, the woman said immediately. I will look for work next year. But right now you are unemployed. You could say that. The woman was silent for a moment, pondering something. How much savings do you have? 100,000. The woman nodded. You are 40 this year, yet only have 100,000 in savings. You must have bought a car and a house, right? Not yet, but as long as you are willing, after we get married, I will definitely buy. I can guarantee that, Zhang Fengchu said firmly. Having over 13 million, buying a car and a house is more than sufficient. Moreover, he could travel back to ancient times. 13 million was just a start, not the end. In the future, there would be tens, hundreds, even thousands of millions more. By after marriage, the woman was somewhat speechless. Who would repay her loans? Who would repay the gambling debts? Do you have any other assets besides this 100,000 in savings? No. What about your parents? Don't they help you? My parents don't help me because our family conditions don't allow it. Don't allow it. What does that mean? Both my parents are farmers. My father passed away 10 years ago. I have 3 siblings. The younger ones have their own families and my mother is farming alone in the countryside, but we have a 2-story house built by my parents back home. So now I can only rely on myself. So he was just a poor guy at his age. The woman felt dissatisfied. So you're already 40 and have nothing? Zhang Fengchu replied. I still have 100,000 in savings and can earn money. 100,000 isn't even enough for the betrothal gift. How can you still say that? The woman directly mocked him. Zhang Fengchu asked, how much do you plan to demand for the betrothal gift? I will find a way to raise it. 380, not including the accessories. Oh, can you raise that much? Zhang Fengchu thought 380 plus the accessories he could gather that much, but he wouldn't give it to her. Buzz. Suddenly Zhang Fengchu's phone rang. Upon answering, it was Chi Feng calling about a medical matter. Yes, I'm at the Natural Forest Cafe. I have something to handle, and I'll come to your house after I'm done. What? You're sending someone to pick me up? No need, I can go by myself. All right, I'll wait a moment. Zhang Fengchu hung up the phone. If I can't gather 380 plus the accessories, can we lower it, say 880 plus 3 accessories? If you have a car and a house, put my name on it, and 880 plus 3 accessories is also fine. The key is that you have nothing. What security can you provide me after we get married? After marriage, that is security. You must believe me. Oh, I will make you happy with delicious food and endless money, including a house and a car. As long as it's not the stars and moon, you can have anything you want. Smooth talker. If I believe you, I must be a big fool. The woman didn't believe a word he said, but she was unaware that his subsequent words were the whole truth. Zhang Fengchu said, you're right to believe me. The woman shook her head repeatedly. We're not suited. Goodbye. No. Let's never meet again. After saying that, she stood up and headed towards the restroom. Zhang Fengchu shook his head, also getting up to go to the restroom after relieving himself, passing by their table. He glanced at the bouquet of lilies on the table worth 200 yuan and didn't want to waste it. He picked it up and walked towards the cashier to settle the bill. Oh, it's you again. The cashier girl immediately recognized him. After all, last time Zhang Fengchu came for a blind date, he wore the same outfit, and most importantly, she had received a bouquet of lilies from him last time. So she remembered him vividly and recognized him at once. Zhang Fengchu looked and saw it was still the same cashier girl, appearing to be around 18 or 19. Yes, it's me. Another blind date? The cashier girl asked. Zhang Fengchu replied, how did you know? Last time it was a woman, and this time it's another woman. Plus the lily in your hand suggests it's either a couple or a blind date, definitely not an affair, right? But seeing 2 women, you're either a flirt or a romantic. I don't think you're the latter, so it must be a blind date. After all, most customers at coffee shops are either on blind dates or couples. The rest are usually discussing personal matters, business, or old friends meeting in a quiet place to chat, which is why they come here, to spend money. And since you split the bill with that woman last time, and she got angry, it shows you were indeed on a blind date. So uncle, you're still single, and often go on blind dates, right? Why bring that up? Zhang Fengchu didn't know how to respond to her. Failed? How did you know? The cashier girl glanced at the lily in his hand. If it were successful, the flower wouldn't be in your hand. This girl had quite an insightful gaze. You guessed right, so this bouquet is a reward for you. Then I won't be polite. The cashier girl took it from him without hesitation. How old are you? Zhang Fengchu observed her appearance, seeming to be under 20. I just turned 18 this year. So you just started your first year of college? She shook her head. No, I didn't get in. I won't mention my rank in class, but I didn't want to go anyway. I graduated in the first half of the year and started working here in the second half. A spirited girl. This doesn't count. Being spirited isn't related to academic performance, just a lack thereof. Generally, spirited girls and boys show it in other aspects. They're often flamboyant, exaggerated, full of energy, dressed uniquely, and appear very social. It doesn't relate much to family background or academic performance. Anyone can become a spirited girl or boy as long as they let go. So there is no definition. The cashier girl before him clearly didn't fit the spirited girl stereotype. Of course, people have dual aspects. After work, whether she is a spirited girl or not, she herself wouldn't know. I see. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Let's settle the bill. Splitting it. Since I ordered this time, let's not split it. The cashier girl nodded and proceeded without saying more. 300 yuan, already paid. Zhang Fengchu hadn't scanned the code, yet wondering, paid. I haven't scanned it yet. The cashier girl smiled, paid, but I covered it. I'm the one consuming, yet she pays. What logic is this? Zhang Fengchu was bewildered. Girl, what kind of game are you playing? The cashier girl smiled and explained, 2 bouquets of lilies, at least 200 yuan each, right? I took 2 bouquets from you, 4 to 500 yuan. Giving you a 300 yuan consumption is only fair. So that's how it is. I must say this cashier girl has a keen sense. Zhang Fengchu didn't hold back. I'm off. Suddenly the cashier girl let out a cry and clutched her stomach, rolling on the ground. What happened? Zhang Fengchu had to stop and check on her, helping the cashier girl up from the ground. Girl, what's wrong? I suddenly have a stomach ache. It hurts so much. Do you have any illness? The cashier girl shook her head repeatedly. I don't know, it just started hurting suddenly. I know a bit of medicine. Oh, where does it hurt? I can help you check it out. He knows medicine. Could he be a doctor? The cashier girl was in great pain, so she didn't ask further and nodded, hoping he could help her. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much, immediately diagnosing her, applying all techniques of observation, listening, questioning, and palpation on her. It turned out she was experiencing severe pain due to a sudden onset of kidney stones. Uncle, what illness do I have? It hurts so much. Tears streamed down the cashier girl's face from the pain. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Actually, it's not a stomach ache, it's the sudden onset of kidney stones. Let me massage you for a bit, and it will alleviate the pain. So it's kidney stones. Knowing she had kidney stones, and not some severe illness, the cashier girl sighed in relief. She just didn't know if the uncle's massage would work. She thought she might as well let him try. If it doesn't work, she would have to go to the hospital. She nodded. Uncle, go ahead. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much and started massaging the kidney area. At first, the cashier girl didn't have much faith in him. But as his hands began to massage, she realized how wrong she was. Not only did the pain gradually subside, but a warm current also flowed through her kidney area, making her feel cozy and comfortable. After another round of massage from Zhang Fengchu, she felt no pain at all and felt even better. The cashier girl's eyes sparkled with joy and she sighed in relief. She didn't expect the uncle to have such medical skills. Earlier, she was in excruciating pain and felt helpless. But with just a massage from him, the pain vanished instantly. Does it still hurt? Zhang Fengchu asked after another round of massage. Just a little. Can you massage me a bit more? In fact, it didn't hurt anymore. The cashier girl only said it still hurt because she didn't want him to stop so soon and wanted him to massage her a bit longer. Zhang Fengchu was well aware of her little thoughts, but chose not to expose them, massaging her for a while longer before helping her up from the ground. Is it better now? Will it hurt anymore? The cashier girl asked eagerly. Zhang Fengchu replied, the stone is still there. It will hurt when it acts up. Can it be treated? You can drink more water, exercise more, and take some traditional Chinese medicine that dispels stones like Jinqian, Chaohai Jin Shaji, Nei, Jinshe, Qinzi, etc. They are all good options. Additionally, there are also Chinese patent medicines like stone expelling granules and powders available at pharmacies. You can also go to the hospital for lithotripsy, depending on the situation. If it's not too serious, take some medication to dissolve the stones, drink more water, and it can be expelled. The cashier girl nodded hurriedly, taking out her phone to save contact information. Uncle, can you scan? Let's add each other on WeChat for future contact. If I feel pain again, I'll ask you for a massage. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment, finding nothing wrong, and scanned to add her. He then learned her name was Lu Baodong and bid her farewell. Just as he stepped out, a Hongqi S7 pulled over, and a young beauty in a yellow outfit, curvy and about 183 meters tall, around 22 or 23 years old, got out. The woman got out of the car, looked towards the coffee shop entrance, and picked up her phone to make a call. Buzz. Immediately, Zhang Fengchu's phone rang. Upon answering, he heard the voice of the woman who just got out of the car. No doubt this woman was sent by Qi Feng to pick him up. After hanging up, he walked towards her. I received the call. Why did you hang up again? The woman in yellow was confused and was about to dial again. You were sent by old Qi, right? Zhang Fengchu asked first. After hearing his words, the woman in yellow examined him from head to toe, revealing him to be a middle-aged man. Are you Mr. Zhang? Zhang Fengchu raised his phone showing the call record with her number. She looked and confirmed it was indeed her number. This man was handsome and tall, about 182 centimeters, but perhaps a bit older. You know medicine, eh? The woman seemed skeptical. Just a bit. Zhang Fengchu thought to himself, knowing that what he said might not convince her, so he chose not to elaborate. Get in the car. Although the woman doubted his medical skills could surpass her grandfather's, since her grandfather had instructed her to pick him up, she said nothing further. Zhang Fengchu opened the car door and chose to sit in the back seat. The woman said nothing, simply opening the driver's door and taking her seat. Isn't that Zhang Fengchu? The blind date witnessing him get into a beautiful woman's car was somewhat confused, unsure of the relationship between him and the young beauty. It wasn't until the beauty drove away with him that she turned her gaze back. By the way, what's your name? Zhang Fengchu. My name is Chi Feng is my grandfather. The woman in yellow introduced herself. So she was his granddaughter. Zhang Fengchu nodded and leaned back in his seat, saying nothing more. I heard from my grandfather that your medical skills are exceptional and can cure his heart failure. Is that true? Words are not enough how to explain. Zhang Fengchu replied. If I say I can, would you believe me? Chi Mei had no response. Just as he said, she was skeptical and had serious doubts. My grandfather's medical skills are among the best in Xian. Are you saying your skills surpasses? There are heavens beyond heavens, mountains beyond mountains, and people beyond people. Your grandfather is merely the best in Xian. Our Xian is just a small city, not the best in the country, let alone the world. Chi Mei fell silent again. The conversation had reached a dead end. Are you implying your medical skills are better than my grandfather's? Zhang Fengchu shook his head and gazed out the window. I never said that you did. She was speechless again. Isn't that what you meant? Everyone has their strengths. It's not a matter of who is better. I can treat ailments that your grandfather cannot. Chi Mei was unconvinced. However, his words were quite reasonable, making it hard to refute. Using the 4 examinations of traditional Chinese medicine, can you use observation to check if there's anything wrong with my body? Her skepticism about his medical skills prompted her to test him, not wanting her grandfather to be deceived, which could worsen his condition. This situation was understandable. Facing a stranger with no knowledge about him, it was natural to feel apprehensive. Zhang Fengchu said no more and began his observation diagnosis. However, sitting behind her, he could not see her face, only her silhouette. If it were an average person, it would indeed be difficult to conduct an observation diagnosis. But he possessed insight and his sense of smell had surpassed that of ordinary people, so it was not a problem. How about I find a place to pull over so you can take a good look? Zhang Fengchu merely smiled, thinking if she wanted to test him, she was still too inexperienced. I've already seen it, but it's not appropriate to say. Is it that he couldn't see anything, which is why he couldn't say? He. Chi Mei internally mocked him. There are only the 2 of us in the car, what's inappropriate to say? Zhang Fengchu still found it somewhat difficult. Should I really say it? Yes. She was a bit impatient. Zhang Fengchu didn't know what to say to her. He hadn't intended to speak, but since she insisted, he could only tell her. Well, about the spring dream. Wet dream. Last night, right? This. Chi Mei was shocked. Her face turned red, wishing she could find a hole to burrow into. Such a confidential matter had been discovered by him. Did he guess it, or was it a diagnosis? I didn't. She resolutely denied it. How awkward, how embarrassing. I got it, you definitely guessed it right. Still refusing to admit it. Zhang Fengchu smiled. I even know the time, it was around 5 in the morning, right? So precise. Chi Mei was stunned again. This implied he wasn't guessing but had truly seen through it, otherwise he wouldn't know the exact time she had that kind of spring dream. Had she known, she wouldn't have tested him. Now it was embarrassing and her secret was exposed. That's not the case. Chi Mei still refused to admit it. Zhang Fengchu replied calmly. Actually, it's nothing. It's a normal phenomenon that every adult experiences, just a matter of frequency. If it's too frequent, it's considered abnormal and the body can't take it needs treatment. If it happens 2 or 3 times a month, that's normal. If it exceeds 10, 100 or more times in a month, then something's wrong and medical diagnosis or treatment is needed. So Miss Chi, how many times has it been for you this month? How could there be several times? This month has only been this one time. She immediately covered her mouth, realizing she had slipped out. Her face turned even redder. Oh no, she had just admitted it in front of him. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Then it's normal, no need for treatment. Why bring up such a topic? Chi Mei's face flushed red as she tried to change the subject. I heard from my grandfather that you're 40 this year and still unmarried. What does that mean? A retaliation. Zhang Fengchu replied, so concerned about me. Why don't you offer yourself to me as a wife, then I won't have to waste time looking for someone right. So you want to hit me where it hurts. An old cow eating tender grass, dreaming big. Chi Mei immediately retorted. I'm only 23, you're already 40, like an uncle still thinking of young girls. You really are old in age, but young in heart, an old cow eating tender grass. What's wrong with an old cow eating tender grass? Who said old cows can't eat tender grass? Moreover, old cows have poor teeth, can't eat tough grass. Tender grass is more logical and easier to digest, right? That's two different things. I was talking about people, you were talking about cows. It's nonsensical and absurd. Zhang Fengchu stated, age is not an issue, the problem is whether there are feelings. If you and I developed feelings, or if you fell for me, even if I chased you away, you probably wouldn't leave. Makes sense, right? I can't argue with you, but I definitely won't like you. She may firmly rejected. Zhang Fengchu remained unfazed. Some things should not be said too confidently, otherwise there's no medicine for regret. I'm absolutely certain I won't like you, so there's no question of regret. Don't be so confident. Ooh, I wouldn't like old preserved meat. Absolutely not. Old or not, but experienced. Chimei shouted, no, I don't want that. Whether you want it or not, if I set my sights on you, you can't escape my grasp. What else do you want? Chimei began to feel a bit scared. Try touching me. My grandfather won't let you off. Zhang Fengchu was also amused by her. I'm just joking with you, and you're getting all worked up. Right now, he really didn't lack women. There were plenty of beautiful women to choose from, countless girls from ancient times, young mothers, girls, mature women, ants, tall, short, fat, thin. He could pick and choose as he liked. With a bit of food one could exchange for a wife, it was incredibly easy to marry. Are you kidding me? Chimei said unhappily. Zhang Fengchu replied, is it too beautiful? Don't get too proud. If you can't cure my grandfather's illness, we are not done with this. How do we play? It's not about finishing, it's about playing. No, it's about finishing. So how do you want to place? I said it's about finishing. What's the difference between playing and finishing? Aren't they both play? It's about finishing. I know you want to play. Finishing. I understand what you mean. Chimei. Zhang Fengchu. After that, the two of them fell silent on the way. After a dozen minutes, the car stopped in front of a villa. Zhang Fengchu got out and was led inside by her. Chi Feng had been waiting for a long time and immediately rose to greet him upon his arrival. Zhang Fengchu sat down, while Chimei sat beside her grandfather, glaring at Zhang Fengchu with anger. Soon after, a woman brought tea, pastries, and fruits. Zhang Fengchu and Chi Feng had tea and chatted, and half an hour passed. So Chi Lao, shall we begin now? Chi Feng smiled broadly, took off his clothes, and lay down on the table waiting for his treatment. Chi Mai's beautiful eyes were completely focused on him, watching his every move, eager to see how he would treat. Zhang Fengchu examined Chi Feng once more, then took out the silver needles to disinfect them and began his treatment. One needle after another, his movements were fluid, fast, precise, and stable. Chimei was stunned watching the needle technique. How could she not be? She had been learning traditional Chinese medicine from her grandfather since childhood, so she was already familiar with it and knew a bit about acupuncture. However, even her grandfather's acupuncture skills were nothing compared to this. She had thought her grandfather's acupuncture was quite remarkable, but after seeing Zhang Fengchu's acupuncture skills, she realized that she had only been looking at a small part of the sky from a well. The man before her was truly a master among masters. After 36 needles, Zhang Fengchu immediately withdrew his hand. Half an hour later, he removed the needles. Zhang Fengchu sat quietly, closing his eyes to rest. As a result, they had to wait a little longer. The woman refilled his tea. Chimei observed her grandfather's movements, then glanced at his. She thought although his needle technique was impressive, the effect would still depend on the outcome. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu quickly moved, removing the needles, disinfecting, and retracting. Get up and have a look. Chi Feng rose and moved around the hall, feeling a sudden clarity. His heart no longer ached, he didn't feel tight in the chest, his breathing became natural, and his heartbeat was normal. Fengchu, your acupuncture works too quickly, oh just once, and it has this effect. Truly exceptional medical skills, surpassing even my grandfather's. Zhang Fengchu smiled without speaking. He had truly healed him. Chimei was also incredulous. This uncle's medical skills were already above her grandfather's. What is my current condition? Don't worry, 1 or 2 treatments won't completely cure you. He'll first use acupuncture, then prescribe some medicine. In about 10 days to half a month, you should be completely fine. Chi Feng was overjoyed. Originally a bit skeptical, he now completely believed him. How much does it cost? No charge. My. Chi Feng looked at him in confusion. I don't have a medical qualification certificate, so I don't charge any fees. Zhang Fengchu explained. Now it made sense. Chi Feng thought for a moment. Why don't you go take the test? Zhang Fengchu considered it and said, that's fine, I can do that. When I have time, I'll take you to the exam. Thank you, Chi Lao, for your help. No need for thanks, this is also your skill. After chatting for a while, Zhang Fengchu took his leave. Since his tricycle was parked at the cafe, Chi Mei had to drive him back. Creak. The car stopped and Zhang Fengchu looked outside. This was not in front of the cafe, but at the entrance of a car dealership. If it's not the cafe, then why are we at the car store? I'm just looking at new cars, is that a problem? Chi Mei replied. Zhang Fengchu said, I have something to do, can you take me back first, and then look at cars? I want to, can you control that? Chi Mei said, then opened the door and got out. Zhang Fengchu. There was no way this was an alive ancestor who couldn't be offended. He got out and followed her inside. There were various BMW models like X1, AX2, AX3, up to X5 series. Zhang Fengchu glanced around. With over 10 million in savings, buying an X series car was completely affordable. Before the new year, he also wanted to buy a car to drive. Uncle, what do you think of this X5? Suddenly, Chi Mei pointed at a white X5 in front of her and asked. Zhang Fengchu glanced at it and said, "It's nice, but there's one problem." "What problem?" "It's a bit expensive. The starting price for the X5 series is several $100,000. Chi Mei nodded. "So do you like it?" "If it were free, it would be quite appealing." "Ha ha." Hearing his words, she burst into laughter. What did the hospital say? Zhang Fengchu was confused, not understanding why she suddenly laughed. It was simply inexplicable laughter. "Congratulations, your dream has come true." Chi Mei said another inexplicable line. Zhang Fengchu. "Sir, miss, are you looking to buy this car?" Zhang Fengchu looked at Chi Mei. "She wants to buy it." "Miss, do you like this model?" "What's the price?" "This X5 is the best model in our store. The on-the-road price is 8,000. The saleswoman introduced the car for a while. "I'll take this one." "Okay, follow me." Chi Mei didn't say much and followed to complete the paperwork. Having money is good. She bought an 8,000 car just like that. After Chi Mei paid, she even got a temporary license plate and could drive it away immediately. "Do you have a driver's license?" "I do." Zhang Fengchu had already taken the test. He just hadn't bought a car. "Here." Chi Mei handed him the car keys directly. Zhang Fengchu asked, "Should I help you drive it back?" She shook her head. "You should drive it back to your own home." "Are you playing again?" "This time it's for real." "I don't know what you're talking about." With a snap, Chi Mei snapped her fingers. "This is a gift from the old man to you." After saying that, she got into her car and drove away. Zhang Fengchu stood there, initially thinking Chi Mei was going to buy a car for herself, but it turned out to be Chi Feng gifting him a BMW X5. 8,000,000. Sigh. Unable to refuse such generosity, Zhang Fengchu could only reluctantly accept it. He got in the car, started it, and headed towards the cafe. The tricycle was still parked in front of the cafe, and he needed to go retrieve it. It must be said, driving this new car was exhilarating, but the cost was a bit too high. Just buying it cost around 8,000, and with various additional fees, it really is easy to buy a car, but hard to maintain one. Fortunately, he wasn't short on money now, otherwise he really couldn't afford such a car. When he drove the car to the cafe, he suddenly faced a dilemma. How could he drive back both a tricycle and a BMW? After thinking there was only one way, he had to first park the tricycle in a secluded spot to avoid attention, and then he could figure out how to solve this issue. After going home, he would take it out again. "Uncle Zhang, you haven't left yet." Suddenly, a person rushed out from the cafe. Zhang Fengchu turned around to see none other than the cafe's cashier, Lu Baotong. "My car is parked here." Lu Baotong leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "I have something to tell you." "My. The girl you went on a blind date with just now hasn't left, as she's still in the cafe on another blind date with a different guy." "I see." Zhang Fengchu nodded. This is how blind dates work. If one doesn't meet her criteria, she simply moves on to the next, and he was already used to it. Aren't you angry?" Lu Baotong thought he would be furious. Zhang Fengchu shook his head, patted her head, and said, "You're still too young. Some things can only be understood through personal experience. When you reach my age and have experienced more, you'll understand what I'm going through now." Lu Baotong nodded, not quite comprehending. "Goodbye." Zhang Fengchu said no more and hopped onto a tricycle and left. Lu Baotong watched his departing figure, touched her head, and then turned back to the cafe to continue her work. In the next moment, Zhang Fengchu drove the tricycle to a secluded spot where there were no people, no cars, and no surveillance cameras. He then stored the tricycle in his space and returned to drive the BMW. Walking back. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu returned to the cafe entrance. Just as he was about to take out his car keys to get in, he bumped into the girl he had just gone on a blind date with as she walked out of the cafe. But she was no longer alone, as she was happily chatting with a man in his 30s. "Why are you still here?" The girl saw Zhang Fengchu and assumed he was waiting for her, instantly feeling displeased, thinking he would cling to her. Zhang Fengchu smiled. "This isn't your home. Whether I leave or not has nothing to do with you." "Yin Yin, who is he?" the bald man asked. He glared at Zhang Fengchu arrogantly, fists clenched, ready to fight. Li Yin scoffed. "He's the one I went on a blind date with, just a toad, wanting to eat swan meat, truly delusional. With a salary of 4,000 to 5,000, no car, no house, no savings, a 40-year-old old bachelor, still wanting to marry me. Clinging to me. He should take a look at his pitiful self. Does he even qualify?" The bald man enjoyed her words and immediately shouted at Zhang Fengchu. "Are you going to roll or not? If you don't, I'll kick you to death." Li Yin quickly interjected. "Let me tell you, Mr. Zhang, don't cling to me anymore, otherwise my boyfriend will beat you up. Besides, my boyfriend drives a BMW X1 while you're riding a broken tricycle. Don't embarrass yourself." After saying that, she walked over to the black BMW X1, leaned against it, and flaunted it to Zhang Fengchu. Look, you poor guy. I drive a BMW, and you only have a broken tricycle. Do you think you can compete with me for a wife? Not only do I drive a BMW, but I also own a house in the city, have savings, and a shop that earns hundreds of thousands a year. What do you have besides that broken tricycle? What a fool. Zhang Fengchu couldn't be bothered to respond to him. This Indian old cuckoo wasn't worth his attention, let alone competing for anything. And he wants to compete. He took out his keys and got into the car. The brand new white BMW X5 parked next to Li Yanyan immediately flashed its lights. Thud. Zhang Fengchu opened the car door and sat down, closed the door, reversed, and hit the road in one smooth motion. Huh. Li Yanyan was stunned. Lu Guang was also taken aback, thinking he was driving a tricycle, but didn't expect it to be a BMW and an X5 at that. The once arrogant Lu Guang was now dumbfounded, his face filled with embarrassment. Both cars were BMWs, but his X1 was in no way comparable to Zhang Fengchu's X5. He turned to Li Yanyan and asked, "Didn't you say he was a poor guy driving a tricycle? Is your information incorrect? He clearly drives an X5 and a high configuration one at that, costing 8,000. 8,000. Li Yanyan exclaimed, feeling as if she had missed something. Isn't there a cheaper X5? There are cheaper ones, but the cheapest is still tens of thousands, and this X5 starts at 8,000. Lu Guang replied irritably. Li Yanyan was dumbfounded, never expecting he wasn't a poor bum, but rather a hidden rich man. Everything that happened earlier was just an act he put on. The reality was that he was very wealthy. The reason he pretended to be poor in front of her was merely a test. If I had known, I would have agreed to him. Now it's too late. I've missed my chance. No, I still have a chance. As long as I soften up and actively seek him out to apologize, he will surely forgive me. After all, he is already 40 and still single. He must be anxious to find a wife. If I take the initiative, winning him over shouldn't be a problem. Thinking of this, Li Yanyan's face lit up with excitement. A little later, Zhang Fengchu parked the car in front of a stationery store, intending to buy some paper for writing Chinese calligraphy to take back to the ancient times. They hadn't invented paper making yet, so buying some to take back would definitely be in high demand. Moreover, pencils, ballpoint pens, and fountain pens are all unavailable there, so he could buy more to take back. Before long, he selected over 1,000 yuan worth of items and loaded them into the car. There was also one more thing: the wig he ordered from Pingxi was arriving. A long wig suitable for ancient attire was also necessary. Wearing the wig would disguise him, preventing him from being seen as an outsider and allowing him to act more freely. After picking up the package, there was nothing else to do, so he drove home. When he reached the village entrance, Zhang Fengchu stopped the car and did not drive into the village. Seeing no one nearby, he stored the BMW in his space and took out the tricycle to ride back home. "Fengchu, you're back." As soon as Zhang Fengchu entered the door, his mother came over with a beaming smile. Upon seeing her expression, he knew something good had happened. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so happy. He just didn't know what had made her so joyful. He got out of the car and sat down on a chair under the eaves. Zhao Ginxiu quickly came over, sat down on a chair beside him, and said with a smile, "Fengchu, you did very well today." Zhang Fengchu was confused by his mother's words. "Mom, what did you say? I don't understand." "Your aunt just called and said the girl you went on a blind date with agreed to date you. If things go well, they will get married soon." This. Zhang Fengchu was taken aback. He remembered that she had rejected him outright without hesitation back then and had just gone on a blind date with another man, announcing to him that she wanted to be with him. And she told him not to cling to her. In the blink of an eye, how did she agree? Where was the problem? Zhang Fengchu began to ponder. Could it be the car? After thinking it over, it had to be the car. If it weren't for the car, she wouldn't have rejected him and then turned around to agree. Indeed, she was fickle and greedy, seeing him drive a BMW X5 and assuming he was a hidden rich man wanting to date him again. Now that her heart had changed, he didn't know what to say to her. People who are shameless are invincible. "What is her name?" "Li Yanyan." Zhao Ginxiu began to chit-chat again. "Since Yanyan has already agreed, you should take the initiative to ask her out to have some fun. Got it? You need to seize this opportunity. You are not a kid anymore." Zhang Fengchu listened to his mother's incessant chatter, truly not wanting to interrupt her if what she said was indeed true. However, since his mother was still in the dark about this matter, he had to let her ramble on. "Mom, actually, it's not what you think." So Zhang Fengchu told his mother everything about his blind date with Li Yanyan from start to finish. Hearing her son's words, Zhao Ginxiu fell into silence and was quite angry, not expecting the reality to be like this. "Son, you said you treated old Mr. Chi and he gifted you an 8,000 yuan BMW X. Is that true?" "X5. Oh, X5, where is it? Why haven't I seen you drive it back?" "Don't lie to Mom." Zhao Ginxiu still had some doubts. Chi Feng was so generous, giving an 8,000 yuan car just for treating an illness. Facts speak louder than words. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much more and opened the yard gate, stepping out. Arriving at the corner of his house, he looked around and seeing no one around, took the X5 out from his space, got in, and drove directly into the courtyard. Zhang Fengchu immediately saw a white car driving in. The one sitting inside was undoubtedly her son. She hurried over to check. It was indeed brand new, and looking at the logo, it was definitely a BMW. After all, she watched Douyin every day and recognized the BMW emblem. Fengchu, does this car really cost 800? Yes. Zhang Fengchu nodded affirmatively. Not a penny less, or you won't be able to buy it. With the car certificate, she had to believe it now. She was also happy that her son had his own car now. Although it was a gift, it was also earned by his own abilities. There's no free lunch in the world. If her son didn't have medical skills, others wouldn't just give him an 800 yuan car for nothing. Uncle Zhang, Uncle Zhang. Suddenly, an anxious voice from outside called out for Chen Wanwan. Zhang Fengchu and his mother hurried to the door and saw her with a worried expression. Her eyes were red as if she had been crying. It was clear she had something on her mind. Wanwan, what's wrong? Zhang Fengchu asked. Zhao Ginshou also asked. Wanwan, if there's something, just say it. Chen Wanwan quickly wiped her tears. It's my dad is missing. Since yesterday, he hasn't come home. My mom said she was worried something happened to my dad, otherwise he wouldn't have not returned home or not answered his phone. Zhang Fengchu was shocked. A person suddenly went missing. With the new year approaching, where could Xiao Shuai have gone? Zhang Fengchu immediately picked up his phone and dialed his childhood friend's number. It showed that the phone was off. He then opened WeChat intending to send a message. Suddenly, he noticed a video sent by Chen Xiaoshuai. It was sent yesterday. Wanwan, your dad sent me a video yesterday. Oh, I didn't read it. Let's open it and see where he went. Really? You look? Zhang Fengchu directly extended his phone towards her. Chen Wanwan quickly took it, glanced at it. And indeed it was so, as she immediately clicked to watch. Inside was indeed the figure of her dad sitting on a ridge in the field, smiling at the camera, saying, Fengchu, we are the same age. This year, we're both turning 40, speaking of which you are 10 days older than me, so I should call you brother. People often say at 31 stands firm, at 41 is not confused, at 51 knows the destiny, at 61 is agreeable, at 71 follows the heart. At our age, we have understood many things and have gone through many experiences. We are from the same village, same age, grew up together, played together, went to school together, and grew up together. Our relationship is very good. Life is like a dream. In the blink of an eye, we have reached our 40s. The past is like smoke. We can never return to the past, nor can we change the things that are about to happen. Fengchu, thank you for your companionship. Having a confidant in life is enough. I hope in the next life we can be good brothers again. Next brother has an unreasonable request. Su Yun Wanwan and Xiang, they are my concern. Although I don't want to leave them, I have no other choice now. Good brother, if possible, I hope you can take care of them for me. I am sorry to them, I'm really sorry. Fengchu, I've said so much all at once. Do you think I've become a bit of a nag? Yes, I did talk a bit too much today. But this is the only time and the last time. Maybe when you see me again, I may no longer be in this world. Goodbye. With that, Chen Xiaoshuai finished speaking, and the video ended. After watching the video, Zhang Fengchu felt an ominous premonition. This video was clearly a farewell. Therefore, his childhood friend might have already encountered an accident. Uncle Zhang, my dad wouldn't have done something irrational, would he? After watching this video, Chen Wanwan also realized this issue. Even Zhao Ginshou heard that something was wrong with the words Chen Xiaoshuai had said. Let's look for him. Oh, we should search for him first. Wanwan, let's go to the riverbank and take a look. Zhang Fengchu said. He then looked at his mother. Mom, can you go find Su Yun and let the villagers help look for him? Okay, I'll go right now. Zhang Fengchu didn't say more and ran to the riverbank with Chen Wanwan. If Chen Xiaoshuai wanted to commit suicide, he might jump into the river in this rural area. Secondly, he might drink pesticides or rat poison. Thirdly, he might hang himself or jump off a cliff or into a lake or pond. Basically, these are the few options. So it was right to go to the riverbank first. Zhang Fengchu ran quickly, passing through the village path, heading straight to the fields. Chen Wanwan stumbled behind him, unable to catch up. She fell a few times on the ridge, getting covered in dirt. With tears streaming down her face, she shouted loudly, Dad, Dad. Where are you, Dad? Woo. Even though she cried heart-wrenchingly, Zhang Fengchu had no time to care for her. Finding the person was the priority. Time is life. Every second counts. If the childhood friend hadn't, then finding him first would be no problem. Thus, Zhang Fengchu and Chen Wanwan carefully searched downstream along the river. Soon men and women, young and old from the village, also mobilized, splitting into groups to search around the village. Half an hour later, I found it. Suddenly, someone shouted from downstream by the river. Zhang Fengchu heard this and immediately rushed over with Chen Wanwan. The villagers also gathered towards that direction. Xiao Shuai, why did you think so irrationally? Why? Before Zhang Fengchu arrived, he heard Lin Siyun crying out. Her expression turned grim. There was no doubt they were already too late. As expected, when Zhang Fengchu arrived, he saw villagers pointing at something in the water. Looking over, there was a floating corpse on the water face down. No doubt it was a male. The traditional saying goes men face down, women face up. Generally males float face down, while females float face up. It's rare to see a floating corpse face up. At a glance at the figure, Zhang Fengchu immediately recognized it was his childhood friend. Shaking his head, he sensed that Chen Xiaoshuai's death was not simple. Something must have happened. Nobody would contemplate suicide without reason, so Chen Xiaoshuai must have concealed something. But the urgent matter was to retrieve the person. However, such tasks likely wouldn't attract many volunteers. It wasn't that no one was willing to help, but rather they felt it was inauspicious and feared bad luck. Splash! Zhang Fengchu leaped into the water, which was very cold. After all, it was deep winter, only a few degrees above freezing, and the river water was frozen solid. But it was the body of his childhood friend. He couldn't just ignore it. On the shore, villagers had already called the police. Soon Zhang Fengchu dragged Chen Xiaoshuai's body ashore and laid it on the sand. After checking, he found it was too late for revival. He had been dead for some time. He patted Chen Wanwan's head and said, "Please accept my condolences." Chen Wanwan, Lin Siyun, and younger sister Chen Xiangxiang collapsed on the corpse, weeping profusely. Shortly after, the police arrived, examined the scene, and reviewed the video. Chen Xiaoshuai had left for Zhang Fengchu, initially determining it to be a suicide. However, murder could not be ruled out. The outcome still needed further verification. If it was indeed suicide, the reasons behind it remained unclear. If it was murder, the police would need to investigate, so the results would take some time. Given the current situation, there was no turning back. The key was to arrange for the aftermath. It was a little past 3 in the morning. Zhang Fengchu woke up planning to spend some time in ancient times. With a single thought, he vanished from his spot. In ancient times. Several days later. After breakfast, Zhang Fengchu did not go to the mountains today. Instead, he finished breakfast and went to Uncle Nyo's house. "Uncle Zhang is here, come in." Seeing him arrive, Nyo Pingping quickly came out to welcome him. Zhang Fengchu nodded, glanced around the room, and not seeing Uncle Nyo, asked, "Where is your father?" "My father just took the cattle cart out to pick someone up for the city," Nyo Pingping replied softly. This was Uncle Nyo's job. As long as someone in the village needed to go to the city, he had work, taking people out of the village to the city and returning them before sunset. Day after day, year after year, he had been doing this for a full 10 years. "Uncle Zhang, are you looking for my father for something?" "No, I came to treat your mother." "Huh. Uncle Zhang, you usually come after dinner. Why are you here in the morning today?" "I had nothing to do this morning, didn't go to the mountains, so I came early to treat your mother and aid her recovery." "MHM." Nyo Pingping nodded, feeling touched. Zhang Fengchu said no more, entered Aunt Nyo's room and began treatment with acupuncture. Half an hour later, he removed the needles, disinfected them, and finished the treatment for Aunt Nyo. Zhang Fengchu sat down in front of the Kong, checked Aunt Nyo's pulse again, nodded. "Well, Aunt Nyo, try to get up and see how you feel." "Get up." Aunt Nyo was somewhat taken aback. "Can I really get up?" "Try it, and see if it doesn't work, then we'll talk." Zhang Fengchu guided her as best as he could. "Mother, let me help you." Nyo Pingping stepped forward and helped her mother to her feet before letting her step down. To everyone's surprise, she managed to stand up successfully. Not only did she stand, but she could also take a few steps. As she walked, she no longer needed her daughter to support her and could walk a few steps independently. She then walked out of the room, through the hall, out the door, and into the yard. Breathing in the fresh air, she saw the sun, the green mountains, and clear waters of the village, and heard the chirping of birds and the fragrance of flowers. After being bedridden for many years, she could finally get out of bed, move freely, go outside, and breathe fresh air, feeling truly happy. I'm fine. Aunt Nyo exclaimed joyfully, shouting to the heavens. Nyo Pingping also shed tears, truly not expecting her mother to see a day like this. But now it was truly okay. "Brother Zhang, thank you for curing me." Immediately, Aunt Nyo knelt before him with a thud. The reason Aunt Nyo called Zhang Fengchu Brother Zhang instead of Little Zhang was that she was only 32 this year, 7 or 8 years younger than Zhang Fengchu, and older than her. Nyo Pingping followed suit and knelt before him as well. Zhang Fengchu helped the mother and daughter up, chatted for a bit, and then turned to leave. Returning to the home of Shui Dalong, Zhang Fengchu bid them farewell temporarily and headed to the Xiaolu Academy in the city to start learning from Yi Zhongxiao, embarking on his path to the imperial examination. The next day, in the morning, at the entrance of Xiaolu Academy stood a handsome young man with long hair, looking as graceful as jade. It was none other than Zhang Fengchu. The reason he had long hair instead of a crew cut was simple. He had purchased long hair online in modern times, now wearing it to disguise himself as an ancient person. Bang! Zhang Fengchu stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock! Immediately the door opened from the inside and a woman stepped out. She was Yi Zongxiao's granddaughter, Yi Linglong. Zhang Fengchu had met her before and even treated her illness. "You, who are you?" Yi Linglong asked. Huh, they had just met last week and she couldn't recognize him in such a short time. Zhang Fengchu wondered if she was pretending. "Don't you remember me?" Yi Linglong touched her head and still didn't recognize him, shaking her head. All this trouble because of the long hair. If she saw him without it, she would instantly recognize him. Zhang Fengchu quickly took off the long hair from his head. Miss, do you recognize me now? Oh, I see. Yi Linglong recognized him at once, as she had not noticed the wig. Where did this hair come from? She looked at the wig in his hand with the curiosity of a child. Zhang Fengchu handed the wig to her. Yi Linglong immediately took it, examined it, put it on her head, and went to look in the mirror. Looking at her reflection in the mirror, she transformed completely with the wig on. What is this? A wig. Where did it come from? Yi Linglong began her curious questioning again. I have a friend who makes these kinds of things, including this wig. Zhang Fengchu entered I have a friend mode. Regardless of the question, he would reply with I have a friend. By the way, I brought you a small gift. Yi Linglong perked up. Uncle Zhang, what gift? He reached behind him and took something out of his backpack. She happily took it, but wrapped in cloth, had no idea what was inside. What is it? You'll know when you open it. Yi Linglong nodded, eagerly unwrapping the cloth to reveal a round object the size of a plate. Curiously inspecting it, the back was simple. When she flipped it over, she was astonished to see her own face reflected in it, and it was incredibly clear. Is this a mirror? Yes. Zhang Fengchu smiled. How can this mirror be so clear? Yi Linglong was extremely delighted. She knew that the copper mirrors she usually used were nowhere near as clear as this glass mirror. Hearing her words, Zhang Fengchu realized that in this ancient era glass had yet to be invented. Zhang Fengchu tentatively asked, you don't know about glass mirrors? Glass? She thought for a moment and realized she had never seen one or even heard of it. You don't know what glass is, eh? Zhang Fengchu asked. Yi Linglong looked utterly bewildered. No, I've neither seen it nor heard of it. It seemed clear this ancient realm truly had no glass. What kind of mirror do you usually use? Yi Linglong paused and thought. Mostly bronze mirrors, polished from solid bronze blocks, and occasionally iron mirrors. Of course, wealthy landlords or high-ranking officials, those who could afford it, sometimes used silver or gold mirrors. But no one has ever mentioned, let alone seen, a mirror made of glass. Zhang Fengchu nodded. He possessed some knowledge of traditional craftsmanship in ancient times. Mirrors in antiquity were most commonly cast in bronze, iron, silver, and gold. Mirrors followed in rarity and prestige. Legend held that a finely polished bronze mirror could even surpass a glass mirror in clarity. Yet achieving such precision required specialized auxiliary materials. Without them, its reflectivity would remain merely ordinary. Metal mirrors, though shatterproof, suffered one critical flaw. Over time, they oxidized and rusted, gradually diminishing their clarity. Thus, after prolonged use, they required repolishing to restore lucidity, a craft practiced by specialist artisans. Unlike glass mirrors, which retained their pristine sharpness indefinitely provided only that the reflective coating on the reverse remained intact. Glass itself was invented by a friend of mine. The reflective coating applied to its back is precisely what transforms it into a mirror. So long as that coating remains unscratched, the glass mirror retains its flawless clarity, no repolishing needed. A simple wipe with cloth and rinse with water restores its original brilliance. Yi Linglong gasped, her eyes wide with wonder, her fingers tracing the surface again and again as if cradling a priceless treasure. Uncle Zhang, you're truly wonderful. How can I ever thank you enough? A single glass mirror. How elated it had made the young woman, as if she might offer herself in gratitude without hesitation. Zhang Fengchu could only stand speechless. He recalled how in his modern world he'd purchased this very mirror from a street stall for a mere 5 yuan. Yet to Yi Linglong, it was nothing short of a sacred relic. Such was the chasm between eras where technological scarcity rendered even the mundane extraordinary, transforming modern trivialities into coveted rarities. A mirror worth 5 yuan in his time, yet cherished by Yi Linglong as an irreplaceable treasure, held closed, never released. It's yours. No repayment is required. Yi Linglong nodded, hurried off to her chamber to conceal the mirror safely, then went to inform her grandfather. Upon hearing of Zhang Fengchu's arrival, Yi Zhongxiao beamed with delight and immediately arranged lodging for him. He brewed fragrant tea and welcomed his guest in the parlor. After several sips, Zhang Fengchu set down his cup, whereupon Yi Zhongxiao asked, Fengchu, is your household registration registered in Yangshu village? No. Zhang Fengchu thought inwardly, my residency belongs to Shizun, a modern village entirely absent from any historical record. How could he possibly explain that? Pausing to consider, he replied, no, master. I am an orphan abandoned at birth on a roadside and raised by an old beggar. Yet that beggar was no ordinary man, deeply learned, skilled in medicine, masterful in calligraphy, painting, music, and chess, and even proficient in martial arts. I suspect he must once have been a figure of extraordinary stature. Still, he never revealed his origins. When I asked, he remained silent, drinking incessantly, growing wild when intoxicated, and retreating into silence when sober. At 20, he passed away. After burying him, I faced the world alone, stripped of all support. Relying on the medical knowledge had taught me, I began to fend for myself, gathering herbs in the mountains and selling them to apothecaries for a few copper coins each day. Thus I survived another 2 decades. Recently, while gathering herbs in Yanshu village, I lodged with a man named Shui Dalong. That is my story. Yi Zhongxiao listened, then sighed deeply. When heaven bestows a great mission upon a man, it first tests his resolve, exhausts his body, starves his flesh. Though you endured immense hardship, you also gained profound wisdom and experience. Far from misfortune, these trials forged your character. Moreover, it is not too late for you now. You still possess boundless potential. Should you succeed in the imperial examinations, or even attain the rank of Zhuangyuan, your future will shine brilliantly. Zhang Fengchu nodded solemnly. Though inwardly he knew his chances of becoming Zhuangyuan remained uncertain. However, Fengchu, you cannot sit for the examinations without official household registration. Thus, our immediate priority is securing your registration with the local yamen. I shall vouch for you, this will pose no difficulty. Furthermore, the current magistrate of Pingfang County is my former student. I shall introduce you to him shortly, so you may become acquainted. Since you are now my disciple, and he is likewise my disciple, you two are by extension senior and junior brothers in the same scholarly lineage. Ah, so that was it. Zhang Fengchu nodded, surprised to learn that the county magistrate had once studied under this venerable master. By the way, master, I've brought you something special. Yi Zhongxiao instantly perked up, eyes bright with anticipation as he watched Zhang Fengchu reach for his bamboo basket and withdraw several sheets of blank paper, designed specifically for brush calligraphy, from a cloth sack, placing them gently upon the table. He slid them respectfully toward Yi Zhongxiao. Master, this is the paper invented by my friend, the very one I mentioned before. It is ideal for writing, easily bound into books, lightweight, portable, and far more convenient for both composition and reading. Yi Zhongxiao exclaimed in delight, swiftly taking up the sheets for inspection. Excellent, truly excellent. This paper is indeed extraordinary. Without further delay, he fetched inkstone, inkstick, and brush, dipped the tip in rich black ink, and began writing elegant characters upon the pristine white surface. After inscribing several lines, he paused to examine his work and broke into unrestrained laughter. As Zhang Fengchu had described, calligraphy flowed effortlessly across the smooth plane. The stark contrast of black ink against white paper yielded striking clarity, depth, and visual harmony. He clutched the paper with rapt devotion, praising it effusively. Good heavens, Fengchu, your friend is a true genius. Such paper could wholly replace bamboo and wooden slips, not only enabling lighter, more portable books, but revolutionizing the very transmission of knowledge. Yi Zhongxiao extolled its virtues. Zhang Fengchu smiled quietly. His friend was merely a convenient fiction, a veil concealing the truth, a quiet exchange across time, importing artifacts unknown to this age. In essence, he was but a humble courier, bridging centuries through silent trade. Yi Zhongxiao, utterly enchanted, lifted his brush once more and resumed writing. Unaware of the passage of time, he fell completely into reverie. Zhang Fengchu offered a gentle smile and quietly withdrew from the room. He mused, in an era without paper or glass mirrors, leveraging such novelties would make earning wealth here astonishingly effortless. Lunch concluded, Zhang Fengchu retired to his bedroom for a midday rest, though he did not dwell there alone. His roommate was also a disciple of Yi Zhongxiao, and since Zhang Fengchu had just become the master's student, this fellow lodger was now by scholarly tradition his senior brother. Zhang Fengchu lay on the bed, eyes closed in meditation, yet he did not fall asleep immediately. Suddenly a loud sound echoed as the door was pushed open from the outside. Then a person stood at the dormitory door. Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes and glanced at the person at the door. It was a young man in his 20s with delicate features, fair skin, and a slender figure exuding a distinctly feminine aura. This should be his roommate without a doubt. He scanned the dormitory briefly, his gaze landing on Zhang Fengchu lying on the opposite bed, before walking towards his own bed and sitting down. He looked at Zhang Fengchu on the opposite bed. Zhang Fengchu looked back at him. The teacher mentioned that a new student named Zhang Fengchu would be sharing a dorm with me. It seems that's you. He suddenly spoke. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Yes, what's your name? Lu Lingtian. My name is Lu Lingtian. He replied. Zhang Fengchu cast another glance at him, then closed his eyes again. Sharing a dorm is fine, but we need to establish 3 rules. Zhang Fengchu did not respond. I have OCD, so you are not allowed on my bed, not allowed to sit on my bed, and definitely not allowed to sleep on my bed. Do you understand? I also have OCD, so you must adhere to these 3 rules as well. Zhang Fengchu responded, then began to rest. Hearing this, Lu Lingtian finally let out a sigh of relief, no longer saying much, and went to sleep for his afternoon nap. Half an hour later, Fengchu, come with me to see the county magistrate. Suddenly a voice from outside called out. It was Yi Zhongxiao. Zhang Fengchu got up and stepped outside. Seeing the teacher there, he nodded. and went with him to the Yamen to meet the county magistrate. Zhang Fengchu sat on one side. Yi Zhongxiao sat on the other side. Each picked up a teacup and took a sip of tea. Suddenly, a short-statured man walked in. This man was in his 30s wearing a black hat, and without a doubt, he was the county magistrate of this Pingfang County. Sir, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Upon seeing Yi Zhongxiao, Fang Jiming immediately stepped forward to greet him. Yi Zhongxiao nodded and introduced Zhang Fengchu. Fengchu, this is Fang Jiming, the county magistrate of our Pingfang County. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Oh. Fang Jiming looked at this person who was much older than him, puzzled. Sir, who is he? Yi Zhongxiao introduced. Jiming, let me introduce him. This is Zhang Fengchu, a new student I just took in, and he is your junior brother. Oh, Fang Jiming nodded, taking another look at Zhang Fengchu. Seeing him tall and handsome, he thought he looked quite mature for his age. He nodded slightly. Sir, Fengchu seems to be older than I am. He's 10 years older than you. Already 40. Yes. Fang Jiming stroked his chin, surprised that the teacher would take in such an old student. At 40, does he still need to take the imperial examination? Yi Zhongxiao nodded. Age is not a problem. Even those in their 70s or 80s can take the imperial examination. Fengchu is just 40, perfectly in time. Fang Jiming could not refute this. As a county magistrate, he had taken the imperial examination himself to become an official, so he was well aware of this. Zhang Fengchu could not interject, so he sat there sipping tea. However, from Fang Jiming's words, it seemed he was being judged for his age. But with the teacher present, he said nothing more. So is there another reason you brought him here, sir? Fang Jiming shifted the topic. Yi Zhongxiao stroked his goatee and began to speak. Fengchu has had a hard life. Fang Jiming, without parents, grew up with. Then Yi Zhongxiao recounted the fabricated background of Zhang Fengchu word for word to Fang Jiming. I see. Fang Jiming nodded, realizing Zhang Fengchu's background was that of an orphan, so he doesn't have a household registration. Yes, so today I brought him to the Yamen to apply. You as his guarantor, I should have no problem, right? As long as he has no issues, I have no issues. Seeing his agreement, Yi Zhongxiao smiled slightly. Jiming, in addition to bringing Fengchu to apply for household registration, there's another matter. And this matter will benefit your wife. What does the teacher mean? Fang Jiming was somewhat confused. Sir, can you clarify? Yi Zhongxiao looked at Zhang Fengchu and said, It's a good thing Fengchu has medical skills, and they are remarkable. My heart isn't well. He treated me once, and I felt much better. Your wife has been bedridden for years without a cure. Why not let Fengchu take a look? Perhaps there's a way to treat her. Fang Jiming was half convinced. He looked at Zhang Fengchu again, not sensing at all that he would be a person of medical skill. Even if he had medical skills, it wouldn't guarantee he could cure Yua's illness. After all, so many doctors had been invited before, yet none could remedy it. He might not have any good treatment methods. However, since he was recommended by the teacher, there was no harm in letting him take a look. Resolutely, Fang Jiming nodded. Fengchu, please come with me. Yi Zhongxiao nodded at him, indicating that he could go with him. Zhang Fengchu said nothing more and followed Fang Jiming towards the small building in the backyard. Soon Fang Jiming brought him into a bedroom inside the small building. Zhang Fengchu glanced around the bedroom and saw a woman lying on the bed, her face pale and weak, her body frail. It was evident that this woman had been bedridden for many years. Cough, cough. Suddenly the woman began to cough uncontrollably, struggling to breathe. She looked to be only a year or two younger than Fang Jiming, but due to her illness, her frail state made her appear much older than her actual age. Nonetheless, she was undeniably a beauty. Sir has arrived. Upon seeing Yi Zhongxiao, the woman weakly greeted him. Fengchu, this is my wife, Huang Yuehua. Please help take a look. Zhang Fengchu nodded, not saying much, and sat down by the bed, grasping the woman's hand to take her pulse. 10 minutes later, he withdrew his hand. Fengchu, how is it? Seeing him silent, Fang Jiming anxiously pressed for an answer. Only then did Zhang Fengchu stand up. If I'm not mistaken, the lady should be suffering from transmitted corpse. The so-called transmitted corpse refers to tuberculosis. Can you treat it? Fang Jiming asked earnestly. Cough. Huang Yuehua began to cough again. It's quite severe, but it's not untreatable. I'll start with acupuncture for the lady and then provide you with a prescription to get some medicine. After one course of treatment, she should be fine. Zhang Fengchu stated calmly. Really? Fang Jiming was half convinced. His wife was so gravely ill, yet it sounded to him like a minor ailment. He thought Zhang Fengchu was boasting, although he had no evidence. Let's try it first. Zhang Fengchu said no more. Facts speak louder than words. Until he treated her successfully, saying anything more would not convince Fang Jiming. Sir Lord Fang, you both should step outside. I need to treat the lady. After all, acupuncture requires her to undress, and it wouldn't be convenient with 2 men present. Jiming, don't worry. Fengchu's medical skills are absolutely remarkable. You can completely trust him with treating Yuehua, Yi Zhongxiao said, while pulling Fang Jiming out of the room and closing the door. Now only Zhang Fengchu and Mrs. Fang were left in the room. Madam, please take off your clothes. I am about to begin your acupuncture treatment, Zhang Fengchu said to her as he took out the silver needles. Huang Yuehua hesitated for a moment, but thinking that he was treating her illness, she decided not to think too much and took off her top, lying back down on the bed. Fengchu, can my illness really be cured? Not a big problem, Zhang Fengchu replied while sterilizing the silver needles. He then began to apply the needles to her lung area. After 10 needles, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hand, stood up, and said, Madam, you can remove the needles in half an hour. Huang Yuehua nodded, already feeling that her body had improved after his treatment. Her chest was no longer tight, her breath was smooth, and most importantly, her cough had disappeared. It felt as if the illness had been taken away all at once, and she felt so comfortable. Whether he had medical skills or not, it was evident at a glance. She was overjoyed, her eyes sparkling. Through his treatment, she believed she would recover. Huang Yuehua began to have confidence in herself and in him. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu stood up and removed the silver needles. Madam, please put on your clothes first. I will help you get up and see if you can move around. Huang Yuehua, having confidence in him, put on her clothes. With his assistance, she was indeed able to get out of bed and move around. Fang Jiming and Yi Zhongxiao had been waiting outside for a long time, as her husband Fang Jiming was very concerned about whether his wife's illness could be cured. In general, he was not very confident in Zhang Fengchu's medical skills. Suddenly the door opened, and Zhang Fengchu stepped out first, closing the door behind him. Seeing this, Fang Jiming hurriedly asked Fengchu, how is my wife's treatment going? Zhang Fengchu smiled, but said nothing, giving a gentle knock on the door. Fang Jiming was puzzled. Bang, the door opened, and Fang Jiming saw his wife walking out from inside. This scene left him stunned in disbelief. Madam, have you recovered? Huang Yuehua smiled and said, I'm only feeling a bit better for now. Oh, I can get out of bed. Fang Jiming was directly shocked. Although his wife's illness was not completely cured, the fact that she could get out of bed after just one treatment from Zhang Fengchu and looked better was still unbelievable. Fengchu, you truly are a miracle worker. How should I thank you? A healer's heart is kind. Lord Fang need not be so formal. I will write you a prescription for 15 days of medicine. I will come to give your wife acupuncture once a day. In half a month, she should be nearly completely healed. Fang Jiming was overjoyed. Earlier, he had been skeptical of him because he had not witnessed his medical skills. Now that he recognized his outstanding abilities, he fully believed in his ability to cure his wife. Subsequently, Zhang Fengchu, accompanied by Yi Zhongxiao and Fang Jiming, completed the household registration procedures at the government office. After being persuaded by Fang Jiming and Huang Yuehua, he stayed for dinner before returning. By the time the two left Fang Jiming's residence, it was already dark. Zhang Fengchu and Yi Zhongxiao did not return immediately. Instead, they strolled around the streets before heading back to Xiaolu Academy. It was already around 8 or 9 in the evening, not early anymore. Pushing open the dormitory door, they found Lu Lingtian still reading by lamplight, truly diligent. Where have you been? Lu Lingtian asked as he turned to look at him upon his entrance. I went out with the teacher to take care of some matters. What about you? Still not asleep? Zhang Fengchu inquired as he undressed and got into bed to rest. Lu Lingtian glanced at him and could not help but say, the children's examination is in a few months. Aren't you going to seize the time to read more? I am quite clever, as studying during the day is enough for me. I don't need to pull all-nighters. What is self-praise? He did not believe it at all, thinking that he was just arrogant and ignorant of his limitations. I don't believe it. Zhang Fengchu did not say much. He took the book from Lu Lingtian's hands and flipped through it from beginning to end before returning it. I finished reading it. What? Lu Lingtian was a bit stunned. Is this what reading is? This is flipping through pages faster than one might change their mind. Is there someone who reads like you? You mean you flipped through the book without reading a single word? Zhang Fengchu looked calm. Don't you believe it? Lu Lingtian laughed and said, believe you? Believe that you flip through books faster than a change of face? Or are you saying that you remembered everything after just one reading? Haha. At this, Zhang Fengchu could not help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Lu Lingtian was a bit angry, feeling that he was being laughed at, yet he had no evidence to prove it, which was quite infuriating. You guessed it right, Zhang Fengchu said with a smile. Indeed, I remembered all the content of the book after reading it just once. I don't believe it. Lu Lingtian could not help but retort. This Zhang Fengchu, though not young, spoke so lightly and was unreliable. He didn't know how the teacher saw something in him. He was treated like a treasure, and those who did not know would think he was a genius. In the vast sea of people, in fact, actions speak louder than words. If he still did not believe it, Zhang Fengchu began to recite the book from start to finish. If he still did not believe it, he would recite it backwards for him to see again, to know and meet. Immediately, Zhang Fengchu recited the book from beginning to end, and then from end to beginning. It was simple and smooth reciting from beginning to end without any stumbles and not missing a single word. He then recited it backwards, still without a single error. This, Lu Lingtian was completely stunned, unable to believe that he really did it. He could no longer doubt his abilities. A genius, he was undoubtedly the best among geniuses. From then on, Lu Lingtian no longer dared to underestimate him and began to look at him with new eyes. Months later, Zhang Fengchu, Lu Lingtian, and several other students from Xiaolu Academy went together to participate in the first round of the children's examination. The first test was the county exam presided over by the county magistrate of Pingfang County. In the results of the county exam, Zhang Fengchu lived up to Yi Zongxiu's expectations and secured first place. Lu Lingtian obtained second place in the county exam. Although he was quite dissatisfied with Zhang Fengchu taking first place, facts speak louder than words. He was indeed first, and there was nothing he could do about it. Of course, after the county exam, those who did not pass were eliminated and had to wait until the next year to take the exam again. Afterward, Zhang Fengchu participated in the prefectural exam with Lu Lingtian and other scholars. As expected, Zhang Fengchu again secured first place in the prefectural exam and successfully obtained the title of child scholar, gaining the opportunity to take the academy examination. Lu Lingtian was still in second place, but had also earned the title of child scholar and could join him for the academy examination. Of course, those who did not become child scholars would have to retake the exam from the beginning. Next came the academy examination, which determined the scholars. Passing the academy exam meant truly becoming a scholar. Months later, Zhang Fengchu and Lu Lingtian represented Xiaolu Academy to participate in the academy exam. Once again, Zhang Fengchu claimed first place in the academy exam, earning the title of scholar, while Lu Lingtian remained in second place. Although he was unhappy about being second, every time the facts spoke for themselves. Zhang Fengchu was indeed that impressive, taking first place each time, leaving him with no choice but to be the second. At least he was a bit better than the third place, not too far behind the top, and better than those below. Fengchu, congratulations on becoming a scholar. At the dining table, Yi Zhongxiao happily raised his wine cup to toast him. Yi Zhongxiao downed a cup of wine and said, "Although you have become a scholar, now is not the time to be proud. You must continue to work hard and pass the upcoming provincial exam to become a jiren." Zhang Fengchu nodded. He was aware of some details regarding the provincial exam. Passing it means you are a jiren. If not, you can try again next year. The top scorer of the provincial exam is called Jiyuan. In ancient imperial examinations, there are three top ranks: Jiyuan, Huiyuan, and Zhuangyuan. The provincial exam is a provincial level assessment. The Hui exam is national level, while the palace examination is at the emperor's level. If a candidate achieves the top score in all three levels, they are referred to as the 3 Yuan Zhuangyuan, the highest honor in ancient imperial examinations. Months later, Zhang Fengchu and Lu Lingtian again represented the Xiaolu Academy to participate in the provincial exam. As expected, Zhang Fengchu excelled, securing the first place and earning the title of jiren. Moreover, he achieved the first position and also received the title of Jiyuan. Although Lu Lingtian was not the first, he ranked second and also became a jiren, additionally earning the title of Yiyan, giving him the opportunity to participate in the next Hui exam. After the provincial exam, there was a brief pause. Therefore, he planned to return to Yanshu Tun and spend some time with Shui Dalong and the others before heading to the Hui exam. "Sir, I am going back to Yanshu Tun today to take a look," Zhang Fengchu said to Yi Zhongxiao during lunch. Yi Zhongxiao nodded, saying, "That's fine. You just became a jiren, so relax and prepare for the upcoming Hui exam to strive for the first rank and earn the title of Huan, promising a bright future." Zhang Fengchu nodded, saying nothing more. It was still too early to discuss achieving first place. Only the results would reveal the truth. After lunch, Zhang Fengchu took a nap. Upon waking, he rode back to Yanshu Tun, having genuinely missed Eru and the others after several months. When Zhang Fengchu returned to Shui Dalong's home in Yanshu Tun, he found no one inside. They were likely out working. He entered the house and waited. After a while, seeing they had not returned, he went out to look for them. Half an hour later, he finally spotted the 4 siblings by the river as they were out foraging for wild vegetables. Clap! Shui Dalong was busy digging up wild vegetables when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her and turned to check. But when she saw who it was, her eyes lit up, and she quickly got up and ran towards him. She pounced into his embrace, tightly hugging him. "Zhang uncle, you finally returned." "Zhang uncle." Dahu Hu and Long also ran over to hug him together. There was no doubt that the 4 siblings had already regarded him as family. Zhang Fengchu smiled, slightly ruffling the hair of the 4 siblings as they sat by the river and began to chat. "By the way, Zhang uncle, how did it go in the provincial exam?" Dahu suddenly asked curiously. Long and Hu also looked at him, eager to know. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. "Not bad. I secured first place in the provincial exam. Jiyuan, I passed the jiren." Oh, the 4 siblings were shocked. Passing the jiren was already remarkable, but winning first place and the title of Jiyuan was beyond their imagination. To the 4 siblings, being a Tongsheng and becoming a scholar was already an incredible achievement. However, with him being a jiren and also first place, it made them feel he was unattainable. In her joy, Shui Dalong felt a tinge of melancholy, realizing that from this point onward they would be on different paths. After becoming a Jiren, if he further progressed, he would become a Gongshi, putting even more distance between them. If he advanced further, he would become a Jinshi, or perhaps one of the top 3 ranks, Zhuangyuan, Banyan, or Tanhua. To then serve in the court would mean he would be not just far away, but completely out of reach. Suddenly Zhang Fengchu noticed that Shui Dalong looked a bit downcast. He patted her head and asked, "Dalong, you seem not very happy." Shui Dalong quickly shook her head, forcing a smile. "No, Zhang uncle, I'm very happy. You passed the Jiren of my siblings, and I are all thrilled." Dahu Erhu and Erlong all nodded in agreement, expressing their happiness. Yet she could not hide it from Zhang Fengchu's keen eyes, who knew she was not being sincere. Perhaps she was embarrassed to speak her mind in front of her siblings. So she reached into her pocket and pulled out a handful of milk candies, saying, "Erlong, this is for you." "Thank you, Zhang uncle." Shui Erlong smiled sweetly as he quickly took the milk candy from his hand. "Dahu Erhu, this is for both of you." Zhang Fengchu handed a piece of milk candy to each of the brothers. They happily accepted them. "You 3 go home first. Do I have something to discuss with your elder sister?" "Okay, Zhang uncle." The 3 siblings put on their backpacks and headed home. Once they were far away, Zhang Fengchu turned to Shui Dalong. "Dalong, you can speak freely. We are no longer strangers." Dalong looked up with her big watery eyes at the man in front of her and asked, "Zhang uncle, are you married? Do you have a wife and children?" After asking these questions, her face turned red and she lowered her head. Suddenly asking about his marital status, she wasn't sure why she brought it up. Or perhaps she wanted to introduce a girl to him. Zhang Fengchu felt there was nothing to hide. The truth was he had never been in a relationship. As of now, he had not married, so how could he have a wife and children? "No, I've never been married, and currently, I don't have a girl I like. When I was younger, I did have a crush on a girl, but that was in the past, and she is already married with children in their teens or 20s. "Oh, so Zhang uncle has never been married and has always been alone without children." Shui Dalong was shocked as Zhang uncle was already 40. Why hasn't he gotten married yet? In her understanding, in Yanshu Tun and the surrounding villages, even in the entire Yin dynasty, both men and women typically marry around the age of 15 or 16. Anyone over 20 who is not married is considered a leftover man or woman. Those who are unmarried at 30 or 40 are truly rare. After all, in ancient times, due to various natural disasters and human miseries, the average lifespan was only around 30 or 40. So being unmarried at that age was quite unusual in the Yin dynasty. There is also a type of person who will never get married, the eunuchs in the palace. With this thought, Shui Dalong had a bold idea. Could Zhang uncle be a eunuch? Otherwise, it would be impossible not to be married at 40 and have no children. Then Zhang uncle, you are already 40. Why haven't you gotten married? Or do you not want to get married? Or is there another reason? Shui Dalong couldn't help but ask curiously. Zhang Fengchu truly did not know how to respond to her question. After all, modern affairs are worlds apart from ancient matters. As for the issue, there is certainly a problem. This cannot be denied. However, the biggest problem lies in insufficient financial capability. If financial capabilities allowed, he would have gotten married long ago. Secondly, in his youth, he was reckless and naive, missing opportunities and letting them slip away. Thirdly, he was not good at expressing himself, lacking sweet words and the ability to charm girls. Coupled with his shyness, lack of money means, and a stable job that pays over 10,000 a month, now being older adds to the reasons. Now that he is older, even after multiple blind dates, he has not found a like-minded woman to share his life with. Time does not wait for anyone. What started as a young lad in his teens has dragged on to a 40-year-old man. Zhang Fengchu shook his head, saying, "It's not that I don't want to get married, it's just that circumstances have not allowed it, leading me to remain single until 40. Could it be that Uncle Zhang really has issues in that regard?" Hearing this, Shui Dalong speculated even more that Zhang Fengchu lacked the capability in that aspect, which is why he did not marry. But in reality, she was completely misunderstanding. "So, uncle, is it that you are incapable in that area?" Finally, Dalong boldly posed this question. Her gaze turned to that particular area. Is it really a problem in that regard? Was she referring to his little brother? Zhang Fengchu was at a loss for words, thinking, what is this girl thinking? She is completely off the mark. In that regard, he was exceptionally capable. His speed, after 40 years of practice, was no ordinary fast. He had refined his skills to perfection, yet she claimed he was lacking. "Dalong, I'm very strong in that regard. Don't make wild guesses, you'll know if you try it out. It's not that I haven't found someone because of incapacity, or rather I haven't found the right one, which is why I'm still unmarried at 40. It's not the way you think." This matter had to be clarified with her. It concerns a man's dignity and fundamental essence, which he cannot tolerate being questioned. Dalong nodded and sighed in relief. "Then Uncle Zhang, when do you plan to start looking, and what kind of woman are you looking for?" Zhang Fengchu contemplated. In this regard, he had no particular requirements. First and foremost, a virtuous wife and good mother who can manage a household would suffice. As for looks, he had no significant demands, just that they be presentable. I have no specific requirements. As long as she can live life with me, that's enough. Is it really that simple? Shui Dalong initially thought his standards would be high, but was surprised by his straightforward answer. Still somewhat unconvinced, she asked, Uncle Zhang, you truly have no other requirements? I really have no specific requests as long as she is not too unattractive and can settle down with me, that's all I need. Now Shui Dalong understood clearly. But if his requirements were so low, why was he still unmarried at 40? Could it be that Uncle Zhang was not being honest with her? Half believing, Shui Dalong thought for a moment, and then said, what about other requirements? Other requirements? Zhang Fengchu looked at her. Her face flushed again as she hesitated. For example, identity status, a young lady from a noble family, or someone of high status. Are you looking for a daughter of a highborn family to be your wife? Zhang Fengchu shook his head, saying, no, as long as she is a good girl, it doesn't matter what her background is. Oh, I have no such requirements as you mentioned. Oh, is that really true? Shui Dalong still found it hard to believe him. She bit her lip and asked, then Uncle Zhang, if there is a girl of marriageable age with an acceptable figure and appearance, but she is the daughter of a farmer, would you be willing to marry her? And she is hardworking and kind, would you despise her because of her background? If she is such a good girl, of course I wouldn't despise her, I would treat her very well. Zhang Fengchu said this with certainty. Is what Uncle Zhang said true? Shui Dalong still had some doubts. But Uncle Zhang, your status is different now. You have already achieved success and are of a scholar status. What if you later become a jinsher or a top candidate? If you enter the court and become an official, would you then despise a girl without status and standing? No, I'm not that kind of person. Zhang Fengchu affirmed once again. The imperial examination was merely a seasoning for his life. In ancient times, he did not aspire to be an official. Moreover, he had no intention of clinging to the powerful, so what Shui Dalong suggested was completely unfounded. Shui Dalong nodded, remaining silent, unsure of what to think. Zhang Fengchu patted her head curiously, asking, Dalong, why are you asking all this? It's nothing, just asking, she stammered in response. Zhang Fengchu nodded and did not ask further. Suddenly, Shui Dalong sighed again. Zhang Fengchu was unaware of her reasons, asking, Dalong, do you have something difficult to say? Dalong nodded. Uncle Zhang, I am already 17 this year, and in 2 to 3 months, I'll be turning 18. According to the laws of the Yin dynasty, if girls over 18 are still unmarried, my head tax will increase to double or even triple. I simply cannot afford that. Therefore, this year, I must get married. I cannot wait until next year. But if I get married, I'm worried about my 3 younger siblings, so I'm still hesitating whether to marry and who to marry. Zhang Fengchu nodded. She had a point. With their parents gone, leaving them 4 siblings to rely on each other, they could not neglect one another. Shui Dalong thought for a moment and added, but I must marry this year. If I don't, it will not only be difficult for me, but it may also affect my younger siblings. Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin, asking, do you have someone you like? Shui Dalong nodded decisively yes, and looked at him. Is it someone from the village or outside? She shook her head. Then where is she from? Zhang Fengchu pressed on. Shui Dalong was silent, looking up at the sky. Then looking at him, she said, the person I like is right in front of me. Right in front of her. Zhang Fengchu looked around, but saw no one nearby. He glanced back, but still saw no one. Looking back at her, he asked, where is the person in front of you? Shui Dalong, hearing his words, replied with a look of grievance, aren't you a person? Zhang Fengchu thought, could it be that she likes him? Would she want to marry him? If that's true, it's a bit too sudden. After all, he had never thought that Dalong would like him. The age difference was not small. He was 23 years older than her. Although age is not an issue, it is still quite sudden. Redirecting his gaze to her, he asked, are you saying that you will only marry me? Dalong's eyes lit up, and she finally understood. So Fengchu, would you be willing to marry me? Are you sure you want to marry me? Zhang Fengchu asked. This is something that must be clarified. Shui Dalong nodded with certainty. Yes, as long as you don't mind me, we can get married right away. This means she is serious. What else can he say? Since he cannot refuse her love, he can only accept her. He cannot just stand by and watch her in distress. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Actually, Dalong, I have never looked down on you. Wu Shui Dalong was moved to tears upon hearing his agreement, and she immediately threw herself into his embrace, holding him tightly, as if afraid he would suddenly disappear. Zhang Fengchu also opened his arms, embracing Dalong's delicate figure and kissing her crimson lips. Dinner was very sumptuous, with fish meat and fragrant rice. Zhang Fengchu sat around the table with his brothers and sisters, enjoying dinner together with laughter, enjoy not just a family, but more like a family filled with cheerful sounds. But soon they would truly become one family. Dahu Eru Erlong, today, I want to announce something important to you. As dinner was halfway through, Dalong said to her younger siblings. The 3 siblings turned their gazes towards her, eager to hear what their elder sister had to say. Shui Dalong smiled and glanced at Zhang Fengchu sitting above before saying to her sibling, sister is getting married. Dahu Eru and Erlong were all shocked by her words. Dahu was the first to react. Sister who? Who are you going to marry? Eru and Erlong also looked at her with curiosity. At the same time, they felt reluctant because once their elder sister got married, she would leave home and only the three of them would be left. But they understood that this was inevitable. After all, the elder sister was already 17 of marriageable age. If their parents were alive, she would have married long ago, not waiting until now. The current concern for the three siblings was who their elder sister was marrying, where she would go, and whether it was far from home. Shui Dalong's face turned red. Dahu, the person I am marrying is no one else, but Zhang Shu. Dahu Eru and Erlong all looked towards Zhang Fengchu, unsure if the Zhang Shu their elder sister mentioned was him. Sister, is the Zhang Shu you are talking about him? Shui Erlong looked at Zhang Fengchu and asked. Dalong nodded yes. Dahu Eru, Erlong, do you agree? The three siblings exchanged glances. Ha ha ha. They all burst into laughter. Zhang Fengchu smiled, without speaking, patiently waiting for the siblings to finish their words before replying. What are you three laughing at? Shui Dalong felt a bit embarrassed by her younger siblings' laughter. After a while, the siblings finally stopped laughing and said in unison, Sister Zhang Shu, we agree, very much agree. Dalong felt relieved and even happier upon receiving her siblings' unanimous approval. Naturally, it brought her more joy. Then Zhang Shu, please say a few words to us. Zhang Fengchu nodded and looked at Dahu and the others, saying, Dahu Erlong, you all know that I am already 40. Although I have never been married and have no children, I am still single. Given my age, I am 23 years older than your elder sister. To put it nicely, age is not an issue. To put it bluntly, it's an old cow eating tender grass. But none of this is a problem. Also, after marrying your elder sister, I will not leave home, so you siblings won't have to be separated. Dahu Eru and Erlong felt a weight lift from their hearts upon hearing this. This was what they had hoped for, and they didn't expect it to come true. Zhang Shu. Eru, you should be calling him brother-in-law now, Dahu reminded. Eru quickly understood and changed his words, brother-in-law, you are so nice. Michem. Erlong immediately nodded, brother-in-law is the best. Dahu asked with a smile, so brother-in-law, when are you and my sister getting married? Zhang Fengchu calculated with his fingers, in 3 days. 3 days later is the auspicious day when Dalong and I will get married. The three nodded, feeling very happy. Waking up from sleep. It was already the 4th watch. Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes and was startled to see a woman sitting at the foot of the bed. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Zhao Yuqi. She hadn't been seen since returning yesterday, but now she was sitting at the foot of the bed, making him feel something was off. Xiaoqi, I heard Dalong say that you have already left. Why are you back? Zhao Yuqi looked at him with a serious expression. I heard Dalong say that you two are getting married in 3 days. Yes, is there a problem? Do you really like her? Whether I like her or not is not just something to say with my mouth. Why do you ask this? Zhang Fengchu found it a bit puzzling. Are you going to oppose it? But this matter has nothing to do with you, so it doesn't need your consent, right? Zhao Yuqi looked at him with a resentful expression. What about me? Her. What does that mean? Zhang Fengchu looked at her. I am marrying Dalong. Do I need your consent? Moreover, Dalong and I have no ties with you. You can't meddle, right? Zhao Yuqi gritted her teeth and looked at him resentfully. What about me? Do you not want me anymore? Not want her? What does that mean? What relationship do I have with her? Zhang Fengchu was bewildered. Xiaoqi, what relationship do we have? We are not lovers, not husband and wife, just your doctor who saved you. You wouldn't really want to pledge your heart to me, would you? Zhao Yuqi nodded. Aren't you willing? Zhang Fengchu was stunned. Is there really someone willing to pledge their heart in this way? Xiaoqi, are you serious? Zhao Yuqi hurriedly nodded. Yes, I have realized that I have already fallen for you, and I have given you my first kiss. I have reached a point of no return. If you don't marry me, I will die to show you. Zhang Fengchu wore a confused expression, crying, throwing a tantrum, and threatening to hang oneself. She has fallen in love with him. When did he become so popular? Xiaoqi, are you serious? Or are you joking? I am very serious. If you don't believe me, I will dig out my heart to show you. Zhao Yuqi said as she drew a dagger from her waist, aiming it at her chest. Goodness. Her temperament is indeed fiery, willing to dig her heart out at the slightest disagreement. Could it be that this is the so-called love brain? Just as he thought, Zhang Fengchu quickly reached out and grabbed the dagger from her hand. He was also at a loss as to how to handle her. Shaking his head, Xiaoqi, although you are beautiful and talented, it is already too late. I am engaged to Dalong and will marry her in 3 days, so I cannot agree to you. If you are willing, let's just be friends, okay? I can be the secondary wife. The secondary wife. Zhang Fengchu pondered, recalling his understanding of ancient customs. In certain dynasties, a man could have only one legal wife, but there was no limit on concubines. Generally, it was a one-husband, multiple-wife system. The legal wife enjoyed legal protection, while concubines were considered inferior and were not protected by law. They could be disposed of by their husbands, but killing a concubine was still a crime, though it would not lead to a death sentence, only corporal punishment or exile. On the other hand, concubines could be bought, sold, or given away, and were not protected by law. The imperial harem consisted of 3,000 beauties with 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, including 72 favored consorts. It is said that during the later Zhao dynasty, one emperor had as many as 100,000 beauties in his harem. Do you want to be a concubine? The second wife, also known as the secondary wife. The third wife is referred to as the lower wife. The ones that follow are all concubines. Although the secondary wife and lower wife are both considered wives, they are essentially concubines, differing only in title. A concubine remains a concubine and cannot be promoted to a legal wife without consequence, otherwise it would be considered a crime. Hence, the status of the legal wife in ancient times was irreplaceable by concubines. It's the secondary wife. Zhao Yuqi corrected. Zhang Fengchu thought to himself, both the secondary wife and lower wife are still concubines. All right, secondary wife, but the secondary wife is also a concubine and not protected by law. I know, but I am willing. She is willing. Zhang Fengchu contemplated that this matter needed to be discussed with Dalong. After all, she was the legal wife and needed to be consulted first. Xiaoqi, let's do this. I need to discuss this matter with Dalong, and in 3 days I will be marrying Dalong. After my marriage, we can talk about your situation, all right? This woman is too headstrong, always wanting to use a knife to dig out hearts and lungs, so she needs to be eased into the situation. Make a big deal small, and small matters trivial. Zhao Yuqi nodded, not being an unreasonable woman, and did not continue to press the issue. She turned and left the room. Zhang Fengchu let out a sigh of relief. It must be said, love can truly be terrifying. Looking at the time, it was already 2:30 in the morning. He planned to return to the modern world for a while. Back to the modern world. Zhang Fengchu took a nap. When he awoke, the sun was already up. His childhood friend had passed away, and he needed to help arrange his funeral. Several days later, after police investigation, the results showed that Chen Xiaoshui indeed died by suicide, not homicide. At the same time, it also brought to light another issue. The reason for his suicide was also related to this matter. The cause was that Chen Xiaoshui was instigated by his cousin, the son of his second uncle, to engage in business. Chen Xiaoshui initially rejected his cousin's invitation due to lack of funds, but his cousin persistently pressured him, brainwashing him with grand promises and numerous benefits. He even told him that it was fine to take out loans if he had no money. Thus, Chen Xiaoshui, successfully brainwashed by his cousin, took out a loan of over $1 million. However, Chen Xiaoshui never expected that after his cousin got hold of his $1 million loan, he vanished from the face of the earth. Calls went unanswered. Messages were ignored. Later, Chen Xiaoshui discovered that he was not the only one deceived by his cousin, as several other relatives had also fallen victim. Thus, Chen Xiaoshui found himself burdened with a debt of $1 million plus an annual interest of 12,000. For him, it was impossible to repay. He couldn't even cover the interest. This meant that if his monthly salary was 10,000, he would have to work an entire year without spending a dime just to pay off the interest. If his monthly salary was less than 10,000, he would be unable to pay off even the interest after a year. Several days later, Chen Xiaoshui was buried and light snow began to fall as the weather turned cold. At this point, it was already the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. In 3 days, it would be New Year's Eve. In the village, workers returning from outside were beginning to come home for the new year. Shitsuan also became somewhat lively. Uncle Zhang, it's bad. Uncle Zhang, woo woo woo. Suddenly, a woman's cries could be heard from outside. Fengchu, it seems like it's Xiangxiang, Zhao Genxiu said to her son upon hearing the woman's voice. Xiangxiang, the daughter of his childhood friend, named Chun Xiangxiang, was already 17 and in her senior year. Zhang Fengchu, upon hearing her cries, knew, without a doubt, that something must have happened to her family. He stepped out with his mother. Zhang Fengchu saw the girl standing at the door, crying like a tearful mess. Xiangxiang, what happened? Uncle Zhang, Grandma Zhao, a group of people came to my house, saying they were debt collectors, the girl cried. So that's what happened. Zhang Fengchu quickly understood. There was no doubt that it was the people who lent money to his childhood friend coming to collect the debt. 1 million plus a year's interest totals 12 million. This widow and her 2 daughters had no source of income and little savings. How could they repay it? Moreover, with 2 daughters, one just starting college and the other still in her senior year, they were not earning any money and still needed tuition and living expenses. Lin Siyun only farmed a little land and raised a fish pond, occasionally taking odd jobs, earning only about 20 to 30,000 a year. Over 100,000, how could they repay that? Mom will go take a look. Zhang Fengchu said no more and went with Chun Xiangxiang to her home. Be careful. Zhao Genxiu expressed some concern. Woo woo woo. When Zhang Fengchu arrived at his childhood friend's house, he saw villagers gathered outside the yard watching. Pushing through the crowd, he saw a dozen bald men glaring angrily at Lin Siyun and Chen Wanwan. Zhang Fengchu and Chun Xiangxiang approached. Chen Wanwan immediately rushed forward, grabbing one of his hands in fear. Uncle Zhang. There was no doubt, as she was terrified by the dozen bald men. Zhang Fengchu nodded. This matter originally did not concern him. He could have ignored it. However, he could not stand by and watch such things. Moreover, now that he had the ability to help, how could he stand idly by? You are trespassing on private property, and do you know that this is a crime? Repaying debts is a matter of course. Do you intend to pay or not? The overweight, balding man retorted arrogantly. He completely disregarded Zhang Fengchu, thinking of him as just a rural uncle with no capabilities or background, unable to stir up any trouble. The other 18 bald men glared at him together, trying to intimidate him with their numbers. Does Zhang Fengchu really intend to stand up for his childhood friend's family? These debt collectors clearly aren't decent people. If Zhang Fengchu provokes them, he's likely to face dire consequences. If he can't even protect himself, how can he meddle in someone else's affairs? Over 100,000, can he help Chen Xiaoshui repay it? How can he repay? Where would he get the money? If he had 1 million, he would have married long ago and wouldn't be single at 40, right? The villagers murmured, thinking that Zhang Fengchu was being foolish for stepping in on behalf of his childhood friend's wife and daughter. What's your name? Zhang Fengchu looked at the chubby-faced man, speaking, guessing he was the creditor. I'm called Fathead Brother, here to collect the debt on behalf of the boss. The chubby man introduced himself. Fathead Brother scrutinized him again for a moment, not knowing what relation he had to this family. Are you a family member of Chen Xiaoshui? Zhang Fengchu shook his head. Although I'm not family, Xiaoshui is my childhood friend. I have a responsibility to care for his wife and daughter, so I'm handling their affairs now. The portly man nodded, revealing a cunning smile. For them, it did not matter whether there was a relationship, but what mattered was that they could recover the debt. They only recognized money, not people. Without further ado, he took out the loan contract and extended it toward him. Zhang Fengchu took it, glanced over it, and confirmed that the contract was genuine. Indeed, it stated that his childhood friend had borrowed over 1 million. The annual interest is 12, which means they have to pay 1,200 a year. Zhang Fengchu handed it back and asked, so what is the current interest? The portly man chuckled, 1,200,000 a year, plus the principal, that makes 12 million. Are you paying back the principal along with the interest, or just the interest? If it's just the interest, then you can pay 1,200 directly, and we won't disturb her and her daughter again this year. Next year will be the same. Well, just collect the interest, and we won't press for the debt. If you have the money, you can also settle it all at once, and then we will owe nothing to each other. What do you say? Zhang Fengchu nodded, but the debt was not taken out by her and her daughter. It can be paid or not. Am I right? Upon hearing this, the portly man's face darkened immediately. Damn, it's stirring up trouble for no reason. Get lost. Zhang Fengchu remained unfazed and continued, the principal of 1 million can be repaid, but the interest cannot be paid, not a single cent. That's right, we want pay not a cent of interest. Lin Siyun quickly echoed. Chun Wanwan and Chun Xiangxiang also stepped forward, expressing that they could repay the principal, but not the interest. You damn it, what business is it of yours? Keep meddling, and I'll teach you a lesson. The portly man threatened. 18 bald men behind him closed in, intending to surround and beat Zhang Fengchu, hoping to intimidate him into retreating. You beast, get out of my house. Seeing them about to lay hands on Zhang Fengchu, Lin Siyun rushed forward and stood in front of him. Chun Wanwan, although very scared, mustered her courage and stepped forward to stand beside Zhang Fengchu, declaring, if you have a problem, come at me. Don't touch Uncle Zhang, or he'll fight you. Chun Xiangxiang, being younger, was terrified by the scene and shrank behind Zhang Fengchu, tears streaming down her face. If you want listen to reason, teach him a good lesson. Break one of his legs and see if he still meddles. At the portly man's command, the 18 bald men charged, pulling the mother and daughter apart, brandishing clubs and striking at Zhang Fengchu. Crack! Suddenly, a series of screams erupted as the 18 bald men lay sprawled on the ground with broken arms and legs, unable to rise, tears of pain streaming down their faces. Everyone present, including Lin Siyun and her daughters, the portly man, and the onlooking villagers, stared in disbelief at the 18 men lying on the ground. They shifted their gaze back to Zhang Fengchu, utterly astonished at how swiftly he had taken down all 18 of them. He had not only defeated them, but had also severely injured them in a matter of seconds. The villagers had never known that Zhang Fengchu possessed martial arts skills. Moreover, his skills were formidable, otherwise it would have been impossible for one person to defeat 18 bald men in such a short time without suffering even a hair's loss. The portly man was also frightened. He had not expected that in this remote village there could be a hidden dragon and crouching tiger, especially someone like Zhang Fengchu. He felt he couldn't afford to provoke him, not even a little. Yet he still pulled a dagger from his waist, planning to gamble. Taking advantage of Zhang Fengchu's momentary lapse in attention, he lunged at his waist with the dagger. Crack! In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fengchu sidestepped and broke the portly man's right hand. Clang! The dagger fell to the ground. Following that, Zhang Fengchu gave him a light slap. In the next moment, the portly man felt as if 1,000 daggers pierced his heart, rolling on the ground in agony. It hurts, he cried out in despair, his face contorted in pain. The villagers witnessing this scene exchanged glances, astonished that Zhang Fengchu, confronted by the portly man wielding a dagger, showed no fear and swiftly subdued him. A mere slap had him writhing on the ground in agony. In that moment, they developed a sense of awe towards Zhang Fengchu. Strange, when did Zhang Fengchu learn martial arts? I don't know. In less than 3 seconds, he took down 19 people. His skills are terrifying. With such abilities, he could work as a bodyguard for the wealthy. Earning $1 million a year would be no problem. But why is he still broke? True, with such martial skills, finding a bodyguard job would certainly pay well. So why doesn't he work as a bodyguard, but instead tighten screws in a factory? Is it possible that he particularly enjoys tightening screws? Does anyone have such a hobby? Who knows what he thinks? It hurts. The portly man continued to scream in agony, realizing that he was not just facing a skilled fighter. He was up against a very formidable opponent who could easily torment him to the brink of death with just a few moves. Such a person was not to be trifled with. It would be too easy to make him suffer. Thinking this, the portly man had no choice but to relent, otherwise he might lose his life and suffer unbearably. He did not want to die, so he could only beg for mercy. He crawled to Zhang Fengchu's feet, bowed his head, and pleaded, "Spare me, big brother, spare me. As long as you spare me, I am willing to do anything." Zhang Fengchu looked at him, smiled, and turned his gaze to Lin Suyun and her daughters. "You shouldn't be begging me, you should be begging them. If they can't forgive you, there's nothing I can do." Immediately, the portly man shifted his focus to Lin Suyun's sister. "Please, for my sake, plead with him to spare me." Lin Suyun turned her head away, ignoring him. This frightened him greatly. If she didn't forgive him, he would be doomed. Not wanting to die, the portly man quickly crawled toward her, clinging to one of her legs. "Sister, please let me go. Let go of me, let go." As the portly man clung to her foot, Lin Suyun tried to shake him off. Bang! Zhang Fengchu stepped forward and kicked the portly man a dozen meters away, making him roll on the ground in pain. "Brother, what do I have to do to earn my life?" The portly man begged again. The pain made his face involuntarily contort. Zhang Fengchu chuckled and looked at Chen Wanwan. "Can you bring me a chair?" "Okay, Uncle Zhang." Chen Wanwan quickly turned and went into the house, bringing out a wooden chair and placing it behind him. Zhang Fengchu sat down, leaning back against the chair, appearing relaxed. Chen Wanwan hurriedly came forward, standing behind him and massaging his back. Seeing this, Chun Xiangxiang also approached, squatting beside him to massage his legs. Lin Suyun, witnessing this, hurriedly stood up and returned to the house. Before long, she returned with a steaming cup of tea, handing it to him with both hands. "Brother Zhang, have some tea." "Okay." Zhang Fengchu took the tea from Lin Suyun's hands. After taking a sip, he smiled and said, "Suyun, this tea is quite good." Lin Suyun nodded, feeling a bit shy from his praise. "This is just ordinary tea made from leaves grown on the hillside of Shitsuan. It was planted by her father-in-law when he was young, self-harvested and handmade, completely natural. The taste isn't great, but it's not bad either. Every spring she harvests spring tea once, and aside from drinking it herself, she can also use it to entertain guests when they come." Suddenly, Zhang Fengchu spoke to him. "Call your boss over." Fathead felt a sense of relief, not daring to hesitate for a moment, and picked up his phone to make a call. "Okay, yes, we will wait for you to come." After hanging up, Fathead cautiously said to Zhang Fengchu, "Big brother, our boss will arrive in an hour." Zhang Fengchu nodded, took another sip of tea, closed his eyes to rest, and sat there waiting. The villagers were also reluctant to leave, wanting to see how this scene would unfold. Moreover, such things are rare to see, especially when they became curious about Zhang Fengchu. With his high martial arts skills, what would happen when Fathead's boss arrived? Having finished his cup of tea, Lin Suyun made him another cup. He drank a few more sips and closed his eyes to rest. An hour later, creak. A Mercedes-Benz drove up and stopped at the entrance of his childhood friend's house. Bang. Under the watchful eyes of the villagers, the car door opened and 3 people got out. 2 men and 1 woman. The leading man appeared to be in his 30s. The other man was also in his 30s, while the woman looked to be around 27 or 28. "Boss, you're here." When Fathead saw the man in front, he immediately rushed forward and called out to him as the boss. It goes without saying that this tall man in his 30s was their boss, the moneylender. "Fathead, who hurt you?" the leading man asked. "It was him." Fathead fearfully pointed at Zhang Fengchu, who was sitting in the chair. Li Xiaoqing turned his gaze towards Zhang Fengchu, noticing he was even older than himself. He then glanced at Fathead and the 18 subordinates lying on the ground, injured and unable to get up, and found it hard to believe. The key point was that Zhang Fengchu had not sustained any injuries at all, which baffled him. After all, his 19 subordinates, especially Fathead, all had some martial arts training. Yet the situation at the scene was that he was uninjured, while all 19 of his subordinates were severely hurt. "Who are you?" Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes and looked at the people in front of him, saying, "Shitsuan Zhang Fengchu." "And you?" I am Li Xiaoqing, their boss, and also the creditor of Qin Xiaoshui. Zhang Fengchu nodded, saying, since you are here, let's have a good talk about this matter. Li Xiaoqing wore a disdainful expression. There's nothing to talk about. You injured my people, and I must teach you a lesson. Zhang Fengchu smiled and said, you trespassed into a private residence and threatened me and my childhood friend's wife and children with violence. That in itself is a crime. Your subordinate, that fathead, not only let those 18 men attack me, but he also tried to kill me with a knife. I was acting in self-defense. Killing them is not an overreach. Not killing them is already showing mercy. So bossly, do you still want to act violently? A Dong Hongmi, you two take care of him, just make sure not to kill him. Understood. A male and a female henchman, upon hearing the boss's order, rushed towards Zhang Fengchu, without saying a word, attacking him with fists and kicks. It was evident that these two were not ordinary people. They were trained fighters, and their martial arts skills were not low. They were certainly not on the same level as Fathead, otherwise Li Xiaoqing wouldn't have such confidence in them. Thus, this man and woman were undoubtedly his top henchmen. In fact, both could take on 10 opponents, and the one named Adong could even take on 20 or 30 without issue. Adong and Hongmi, the two bodyguards, had already fallen to the ground with broken limbs, crying out in agony. Li Xiaoqing couldn't believe that the two top henchmen he had hired at a high price were no match for Zhang Fengchu. In less than a second, they were defeated. The villagers witnessed Zhang Fengchu's might once again, and no one dared to underestimate him anymore. Li Xiaoqing looked at him, his face turning pale. Today, he truly kicked a steel plate. With so many people, they couldn't even touch a hair on him. Zhang Fengchu walked directly towards him, flashing past, and already standing behind him, giving him a light pat on the back. Immediately, Li Xiaoqing trembled all over, feeling as if countless ants were gnawing at him, the pain twisting his face. It hurts so much, big brother, please, I know I was wrong. Please spare me. Immediately, Li Xiaoqing knelt in front of Zhang Fengchu, bowing his head and begging for mercy. The pain was so intense that it felt like his heart was being torn apart, as if he wished for death. From childhood to now, he had never endured such suffering, and in this brief moment, he had already paid the most painful price in this world. He had to plead for mercy from Zhang Fengchu. He truly could not afford to provoke him and was fearful of him. He also understood that falling into his hands this time likely meant disaster, hoping only for him to let him go. I'm sorry, big brother. I have no eyes and offended you. As long as you spare me, I am willing to do anything for you. Please let us go, big brother. Immediately, a Dong Hongmi fathead and the 18 subordinates crawled in front of him, pleading for him to spare them. Zhang Fengchu ignored them, leaning back against the chair, and casually said, paying back debts is a matter of course. To be clear, the 1 million principal my childhood friend borrowed from you must still be returned. No. Li Xiaoqing waved his hands repeatedly. Big brother, no need to return anything. I don't want it. I only ask you to spare me, to relieve me of my suffering. It must be returned, it must be returned. If not, I won't be able to sleep. Let's do a scan. I'll transfer the money to you immediately, but don't think about the interest. After all, my childhood friend is already dead. When someone dies, the debt is cleared. If you don't agree, you can go underground to find him for repayment. I fully support that. Zhang Fengchu insisted on repayment. Li Xiaoqing immediately shook his head, fearing even the principal, let alone the interest. Big brother, I don't want the interest or the principal. I only ask you to spare me, please. Bang. Zhang Fengchu kicked him away. My patience is limited. If you keep babbling, don't blame me. Li Xiaoqing nodded repeatedly, though he dared not ask for anything. He also could not disobey him. He could only reluctantly take out his phone and prepare to scan. Zhang Fengchu nodded. That's right. As long as you listen, I wouldn't want to hurt you. Yes, big brother, whatever you say goes. I'm willing to be your servant. No way. Can he really produce 1 million? Impossible. With 1 million, couldn't he have long since married? Let alone remain unmarried until 40. Outside the courtyard, the curious villagers all assumed Zhang Fengchu could never actually produce 1 million yuan. His words were mere bluster. Your account has received 100,000,000. Suddenly, Li Xiaoqing's phone chimed with a notification confirming the transfer. The villagers froze in shock, never imagining Zhang Fengchu truly possessed the sum. Those who had just mocked his inability to raise the money now clamped their mouths shut, mortified. Especially the villager who'd sworn to perform a handstand and eat excrement. If Zhang Fengchu did produce the million, he quietly slipped away from the crowd, terrified his peers might hold him to his absurd vow. Bossly, did you receive the funds? Zhang Fengchu pocketed his phone and asked, smiling faintly at him. Confronted by that serene smile, Li Xiaoqing sat rigid with dread, not finding it endearing, but chilling, unnerving. Zhang Fengchu nodded calmly. Good, you've received it. Then may I have the contract? Yes, brother. Li Xiaoqing stammered, eagerly snatching the loan contract, borrowed earlier from Fathead brother, and offering it to Zhang Fengchu with both hands trembling with haste. Zhang Fengchu accepted it, pulled out a lighter, and burned the contract to ashes before everyone's eyes. Wu. Lin Siyun, Chun Wanwan, and Chun Xiangxiang, the mother and her two daughters, watched the million-yuan loan contract crumble into ash and burst into inconsolable sobs. Uncle Zhang, thank you for clearing my father's debt. We'll repay your kindness forever. As Chun Wanwan spoke, she flung herself into his arms, weeping uncontrollably. Thank you, Uncle Zhang, for paying off our debt. Chun Xiangxiang cried as she too rushed into his embrace. Wu. Lin Siyun sobbed without pause. Without intervention, the three of them had no idea how they would ever repay that crushing debt. They had no notion what fate awaited them, or what calamity might unfold next, nor how to protect their two daughters. They never imagined Zhang Fengchu would step forward, not only settling the full yuan loan in one stroke, but also waiving the annual interest of 1.00. He had even humbled the debt collectors, delivering a long-awaited reckoning. Zhang Fengchu gently stroked the heads of Chun Wanwan and Chun Xiangxiang, then turned to Li Xiaoqing. Bossly, your dispute with Xiao Shuai is settled, but ours remains unresolved. And mine. Ours. Li Xiaoqing stared at him, pale with terror, utterly bewildered. His heart, just moments ago eased, leapt back into his throat. The onlookers had assumed the matter concluded and began drifting away, until Zhang Fengchu's words reignited their curiosity. They paused, lingering to witness the final act. Zhang Fengchu nodded, slowly leaning comfortably back in his chair. Earlier, the man you sent, fathead brother, and those 18 bald men intended to cripple me, even kill me, inflicting grave harm upon both my psyche and my person. And you yourself, you arrived then, ordered your henchmen Adong and Hong Mi to attack me to take my life. All these acts originated with you. You also trespassed upon private property. I abide by a simple creed: respect me an inch, and I return 10 feet. I strike not unless struck first, but if struck I retaliate tenfold. So when you sought to maim me, murder me, claim my life, I shall repay you tenfold. Not only will I claim your lives, but those of your kin, subjecting you all to unspeakable torment before death, ensuring your final moments are agony beyond endurance. This, upon hearing Zhang Fengchu's words, Li Xiaoqing and his men felt the sky collapse upon them. Their composure shattered. They collapsed to their knees, faces drained of color, bowing their heads frantically in abject terror. Brother, spare us. We repent. We'll pay any spiritual compensation you demand. Just spare us and our families. They pleaded without cease. The villagers too stood awestruck, realizing for the first time the depth of his power. Once they'd scorned him behind his back, calling him worthless, mocking him as a 40-year-old bachelor, a laughingstock. He had become fodder for idle gossip, never praised, only belittled, deemed simple, ineffectual, foolish, the most useless young man in Stone Village. Only today did they grasp their profound error. Zhang Fengchu was not foolish, he was restrained. And when he unleashed his resolve, none dared oppose him. Spare us, and spare our families. After all, they're innocent. Yes, brother. Li Xiaoqing and his men continued begging desperately. Zhang Fengchu let out a quiet laugh. Indeed, your families are innocent. But are Xiao Shuai's family not innocent as well? Xiao Shuai is dead. Unable to collect the debt from him, you descended upon his widow and daughters. Were they not innocent? Did you ever consider sparing them? No, you did not. So, your kin are human beings, yet theirs are not. Then I shall show no mercy. At this, Zhang Fengchu fell silent, his gaze fixed unblinking upon Li Xiaoqing and his men. They stood speechless, unable to deny the truth. Trembling violently, each man was paralyzed by fear. Realizing escape was impossible, and their faces ashen, they resolved to try one last gamble. Li Xiaoqing seized his phone and typed furiously. Your account has received 500,000,000. Suddenly Zhang Fengchu's phone chimed, confirming a 5 million yuan transfer. The crowd gasped in collective astonishment. Li Xiaoqing had bought his life outright, transferring 5 million yuan without hesitation. He hurriedly declared, brother, we were gravely mistaken. This sum covers full compensation for psychological trauma and mortal peril. We beg you, spare us and our families. Yes, please spare us. Fathead brother, and the others echoed, pleading desperately. Zhang Fengchu paused, then said evenly, begging me is futile. Ask them, the three women, whether they'll grant you clemency. Relief flooded Li Xiaoqing and his men. They immediately turned to the mother and daughters, elder sister, young ladies, please forgive us. The three exchanged glances, but offered no reply. They knew full well this decision rested not with them, but with Zhang Fengchu alone. Had he not stood firm beside them, had he not shielded them, their oppressors would have devoured them whole. Together they turned to Zhang Fengchu and spoke in unison, we follow Uncle Zhang's judgment entirely, begging us is pointless. Li Xiaoqing and his men knew this outcome was inevitable, and once more their gazes converged upon him. Brother, please spare us. Get out, Zhang Fengchu commanded. Then can you relieve the pain I'm suffering? Li Xiaoqing winced in agony, immobilized and utterly dependent on him for relief. Zhang Fengchu tapped Li Xiaoqing lightly on the back, then said, Mr. Li, I strongly advise you to visit a hospital tomorrow for a full physical examination. Whether or not you heed this advice is entirely up to you. Huh, am I ill? Li Xiaoqing pondered. He had always enjoyed robust health. Illness seemed implausible. Brother, do you mean to say I'm unwell? Uncle Zhang's medical expertise is peerless. He can diagnose illness at a glance. Chen Wanwan suddenly interjected. He practices medicine too, and he can tell just by looking. Li Xiaoqing remained skeptical, unconvinced by Chen Wanwan's claim, yet he harbored no doubt whatsoever about Zhang Fengchu's martial prowess. Just moments earlier, a single tap from Zhang Fengchu upon his back had left him writhing in unbearable pain. He was genuinely terrified, and wasted no time fleeing with his underlings scrambling into their vehicle and vanishing into the distance. Once Mr. Li and his men departed, the villagers, having lost their spectacle, broke into clusters of murmuring groups and gradually dispersed from outside Chen Wanwan's home. Fengchu, come inside quickly and warm yourself by the fire, Lin Siyun invited. Zhang Fengchu entered the house with the mother and her 2 daughters, and they gathered around the hearth together. The fire burned dry timber, sending thin tendrils of smoke curling upward. The mother and her daughters kept their eyes fixed upon him, faces alight with curiosity. Unable to contain herself, Chen Wanwan asked, Uncle, I know your medical skill is exceptional, but why is your martial artistry equally extraordinary? Chen Xiangxiang nodded eagerly. Exactly, Uncle Zhang. Mr. Li brought over a dozen men, tall, broad-shouldered, several trained in martial arts, armed with clubs and blades. Yet before you they crumbled like brittle twigs, defeated in mere moments, kneeling and begging for mercy. Lin Siyun added softly, Brother Zhang, had you not intervened, we could never have repaid that debt. You saved us, and we will remember your grace, forever repaying it with all our hearts. Chen Wanwan and Chen Xiangxiang chimed in, Uncle Zhang, you are our savior. Whatever you need, we'll be there instantly, without hesitation. Zhang Fengchu smiled gently. Your sincerity is enough. I ask for no formalities. We're no strangers. Excessive gratitude only creates distance between us. By the way, Xiangxiang, have you opened a bank account yet? He asked abruptly. She nodded, puzzled as to why he'd inquire. Without further explanation, Zhang Fengchu retrieved his phone. Xiangxiang, shall we scan each other's QR codes? She promptly took out her own phone and scanned his. You have received a transfer of 500,000,000. Suddenly 500,000 appeared in Chen Xiangxiang's account, startling her completely. She stared dumbfounded. She checked her balance repeatedly. Yes, exactly 500,000. Was this Uncle Zhang who had sent it? It must be. He'd just asked whether she'd opened an account. No one else could possibly have known or acted so swiftly. Uncle Zhang, did you just send me this 500,000? Zhang Fengchu simply nodded, said nothing more, and swiftly performed another series of operations on his phone. You have received a transfer of 500,000,000. You have received a transfer of 500,000,000. Immediately thereafter, 500,000 each appeared in Lin Siyun's and Chen Wanwan's accounts. The 3 women sat frozen in disbelief. 500,000 apiece. 1,500,000 total. It was beyond any dream, especially after he'd just cleared their million-yuan loan and 1,000,000 in accrued interest. Brother Zhang, why have you transferred such a vast sum to us? Lin Siyun asked, finally regaining her composure. Chen Wanwan and Chen Xiangxiang exchanged glances, their expressions mirroring the same astonished curiosity. Zhang Fengchu gazed steadily at the 3 women before replying, Xiao Shuai entrusted you, mother and daughters, to my care before he passed, and so I bear that responsibility. Moreover, Mr. Li just paid me 500,000 as compensation for psychological distress and bodily harm. This 1,500,000 is what I've secured for you. Accept it. It will help you weather this crisis, especially for Xiangxiang and Wanwan. One in her final year of high school, the other in her 2nd year of university. These funds will cover tuition and living expenses. With them, Siyun, you'll no longer need to fret over their education and daily needs. But Brother Zhang, this money was earned with your very life. We did nothing, and yet you freed us from a million-yuan debt and 1,200 in interest. How could we possibly accept another 1,500 from you? Tears streamed down Lin Siyun's cheeks. Yes, Uncle Zhang, we cannot accept it. Let us return it to you immediately. As she spoke, Chen Wanwan reached for her phone to initiate the reversal. Chen Xiangxiang and Lin Siyun likewise seized their phones, but Zhang Fengchu swiftly intervened, restraining them all. Siyun, let it be. Do not send it back. If you do, we shall no longer even be friends. Hearing those words, the 3 women relented and quietly accepted the gift. Zhang Fengchu nodded. That's right. But you know the old adage, wealth must remain unseen. This 1,500 was transferred privately. Do not speak of it to anyone. Only I know, and you 3. Silence will spare you unnecessary trouble. The three women nodded solemnly, fully understanding, and resolved to keep the matter sealed. By the way, tomorrow, I'm going into town to buy New Year provisions. Would you three like to join me? If so, let's go together. Uncle Zhang, I'll go. Chen Xiangxiang replied instantly. Yes, we'll all go together tomorrow. Chen Wanwan and Lin Xian agreed, also eager to purchase holiday goods, so the plan was set. You have received a transfer of 1000000. Halfway through dinner, Zhao Genxiu received a 100 deposit, jolting her upright in shock. She pulled out her phone, scrutinizing the notification again and again. It was real. Someone had indeed wired her 100. A wave of pure joy surged within her. At 58, she'd lived most of her life without ever earning a single million. To receive such a sum unexpectedly was startling, even natural. Fengchu, someone just sent me 10000. Could you check if it's genuine? Zhang Fengchu smiled. No concern, it's from me. He handed his phone to his mother, displaying the transaction details. Zhao Genxiu examined the screen carefully several times over. Only then did she exhale in quiet relief, certain the million came from her son. Fengchu, where did you get so much money? Mother, here's how it happened. And Zhang Fengchu recounted in full the events that had unfolded earlier at Chen Wanwan's home. Only then did she understand the origin of the sum, and a flicker of worry crossed her face. Fengchu, could this cause trouble? I fear they won't accept their defeat so easily. They may rally others, and come after you for retribution. Zhang Fengchu smiled calmly. Mother, rest easy. That Mr. Li will soon be fighting for his own survival, too overwhelmed even to think of me. Not only will he not pursue me, he'll beg for my aid. Zhao Genxiu remained unconvinced, saying little, but her heart still clenched with quiet anxiety for her son's safety. It was 9:30 in the evening. Sister, if Dad had told Uncle Zhang about this matter earlier, would he have not died? Chen Xiangxiang suddenly said to her sister while lying in bed. Chen Wanwan nodded. Yes, Uncle Zhang is so capable that even if Boss Li and the others came, he could help Dad resolve this matter. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. What has happened is already in the past and cannot be changed. Chen Xiangxiang fell silent for a moment. Moreover, Uncle Zhang not only helped our family settle the 112 million loan and interest, but also transferred 500 to each of us. 500,000. I am only 17 this year, and I already have 500,000 in savings. I never even dreamed of this. Dad and Mom worked hard for most of their lives and never saved up to 500,000. I didn't expect that the three of us together already have 1.5 million in savings. Sister, why do you think Uncle Zhang is so good to us? Chen Wanwan thought for a moment. Perhaps it's because of our dad. After all, they were the best of friends when they were young. It might also be a sense of responsibility, as Dad sent a video to Uncle Zhang before he passed asking him to take good care of us. But Xiangxiang, no matter the reason, he not only came to our rescue, but also gave us a large sum of money. This kindness is something we can never forget and must always keep in our hearts. Understand? Chen Xiangxiang nodded repeatedly. Sister, I understand and will never forget. Uncle Zhang is still single and hasn't married. I am already 17 this year and will turn 18 after the new year. If he is still unmarried after I graduate from university, I can offer myself and marry Uncle Zhang. Chen Wanwan did not expect her younger sister to have such thoughts. She simply shook her head, not taking the little girl's words seriously, thinking she was just speaking thoughtlessly. Sleep now, Xiangxiang. We need to go shopping for New Year goods with Uncle Zhang tomorrow. Sister. Chen Xiangxiang turned over and fell asleep. Around 3 in the morning, Zhang Fengchu woke up, planning to return to ancient times to spend some time there. With a single thought, he vanished from the bed. In the next moment, Zhang Fengchu appeared on the bed in the ancient village belle's house. It was still dark and he fell back asleep. When he woke up again, it was already bright outside. Zhang Fengchu lay in bed thinking about his upcoming wedding with Shui Dalong in 2 days and felt it was time to prepare. No need for much else, but red double happiness decorations must be put up in abundance. Since Yin Dynasty had not yet invented papermaking, he could either use alternatives or buy red paper from the modern world. However, the wedding banquet still needed to be held. Although he had no relatives in ancient times, he could directly invite the villagers to support the occasion. As long as there was food and drink, there would be no villager unwilling to come and help. Fengchu, after breakfast, we need to find the village chief to register the marriage. He will report it to the government office, and that will make us a legal couple. During breakfast, Shui Dalong suddenly said to Zhang Fengchu. He was no longer calling him Uncle Zhang, but Fengchu, indicating they had grown closer. After marriage, she would have to call him Lang Jun, or husband. Based on Zhang Fengchu's understanding of ancient times, the honorifics for husbands varied in each dynasty. There were terms such as Xianggong Fujuan Longjuan, old man, old partner, father of the child, master, sir, husband, good man, etc. As for wives, the primary wife was generally called foreign Nizi, Nyangzi, Jiane, Huanjia, etc. Of course, different statuses came with different names and many intricacies. Zhang Fengchu nodded. That's good. Big Tiger, and Second Dragon all showed satisfied smiles upon hearing the elder sister and Zhang Fengchu discussing marriage. Only Zhao Yuqi remained indifferent, eating her breakfast, unaware of what was on her mind. "Oh dear, the esteemed scholar has graced my humble abode. Please forgive my lack of proper welcoming. Please come inside." As Zhang Fengchu and Shui Dalong arrived at the village chief Yang Shukin's door, the chief hurriedly came out to greet them. The reason the village chief treated him this way was simple. Zhang Fengchu was now a scholar, and the top scholar at that. Though he had no official position, yet he was practically half a government official and could serve as one. Moreover, he enjoyed numerous privileges and benefits. Landlords, merchants, or some wealthy families would all address a scholar as esteemed scholar. They might even offer gold, silver, and jewels, or marry off their daughters to scholars seeking protection through marriage and providing economic assistance. The status was higher than the average person. Even if one failed in further examinations, they could retain their scholar status for a long time and later directly become officials. When meeting a county magistrate, there was no need for formalities, allowing them to establish relationships with local officials as a gentry, along with exemptions from corvée labor and taxes, which also applied to their families. For example, land tax and population tax. Regardless of how much land one cultivated, there was no need to pay taxes. This alone was enough to ensure a comfortable life, becoming wealthy. Moreover, they could later become officials, earning a salary, or teachers. Families could also be exempted from a lot of corvée labor, and these privileges were genuine. However, it must be said that being able to pass the scholar examination was extremely rare, as scarcity made it valuable. Thus, there were not many scholars in ancient times, and even fewer were the tribute scholars and jinshi. Zhang Fengchu smiled, entering the village chief's home with Shui Dalong, and spoke about their marriage. The village chief was astonished as a scholar Zhang Fengchu was willing to marry the daughter of a farmer. After all, with his current status as a scholar, even daughters of landlords and wealthy families would willingly seek to establish ties with him through marriage. Now Zhang Fengchu was to marry Shui Dalong as his legitimate wife, which was indeed surprising and shocking for the village chief. If it were to take her as a concubine, the village chief would not have reacted as strongly, since concubines are not wives and do not have legal protection. No wedding ceremony is needed, nor do they hold familial status. They could even be exchanged as goods or given away. However, a legitimate wife could only be one. "Zhang, can you come over here for a moment?" The village chief called Zhang Fengchu aside away from Dalong to speak privately. Zhang Fengchu glanced at Dalong before walking over. The village chief then whispered to him, "Dalong is just a farmer's daughter with no status or position. Are you really going to marry her as your legitimate wife? Will you not regret it later?" "Regret? I never regret. Besides, how could I regret marrying such a wonderful girl like Dalong?" Zhang Fengchu smiled affirmatively, saying, "Village chief, you also share the surname Shui and are an elder in Dalong's clan. I can responsibly tell you that I am determined to marry Dalong as my legitimate wife, and I will never regret it." Shui Dalong, who was nearby, was also listening, clearly her eyes reddening, tears welling up as she felt deeply touched. Upon hearing his words, the village chief nodded repeatedly, feeling very impressed. After all, Shui Dalong was not only from Yanshu village, but also from the same clan as him. Her being able to marry a scholar as a legitimate wife made him happy and brought honor to their clan, and he began to smile broadly. That's good. I wish you both a long and happy marriage, and may you soon have a precious child." Village chief. It's an emergency. Terrible news. A villager burst breathlessly into village chief Shu's home. "Luzi, what's wrong?" Village chief Shui hurried forward and asked. "Bandits, mountain bandits from Wuya Mountain, are raiding our village." "Have they entered the village yet?" "Not yet. They've just reached the village gate," Luzi replied. Zhang Fengchu fell silent, thoughtful. So bandits still roamed these parts. Ancient mountain bandits were akin to modern-day outlaws, entrenched in fortified mountain strongholds, impervious to assault, ambushing travelers, and pillaging villagers' grain stores. Not all bandits were irredeemably wicked. Some robbed the rich to aid the poor, while others committed unspeakable atrocities. "Master Zhang, take Dalong and the children and hide. You and I will go scout the situation," said village chief Shui. With that, he set off toward the village gate with Lu Zi. "Fengchu, let's hurry home," Shui Dalong urged him. She knew well of the Wuya mountain bandits, ruthless, vicious, and merciless. Villages across dozens of li had already suffered their brutal raids. They plundered not only grain and possessions, but also abducted young, beautiful women to amuse themselves upon the mountain, then sell them to brokers or brothels for further profit. Resistors were slain, the compliant were stripped bare. Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin. "Dalong, how many bandits does Wuya Mountain have?" Shui Dalong pondered. "Over 1,000, at least that's how it's said. There are 9 chieftains, each a master martial artist, cold-blooded killers. Even the county magistrate's yamen dares not confront them." Sometimes they dispatch men to raid towns or cities, or ambush passing merchants and caravans. To avoid being robbed, one must pay protection fees or tolls. So Yangshu village must pay them tribute too. Yes, we surrender grain at both spring and autumn harvests, or they descend upon us to plunder. In short, money if you have it, grain if you don't. Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin again. And if we refuse to pay, what then? Shui Dalong spoke slowly. First, they send envoys down the mountain to issue warnings and threats demanding payment by a strict deadline. If ignored, they storm the village and kill anyone who resists. Then, have you paid this year? Spring tribute was delivered. Autumn hasn't arrived yet. Since you've paid, why have they come today? What do they want? Shui Dalong shook his head. I have no idea. Zhang Fengchu reflected. No one visits without purpose. The bandits' arrival surely signaled intent. Dalong, go home first. I'll go see for myself. Be careful, Dalong replied, anxious he might impulsively draw swords against them. After all, on their last trip to town had clashed with 3 separate groups. Those skirmishes involved few men, but this time was different. Over 1,000 bandits from Wuya Mountain, and among them 9 chieftains, each more formidable than the last, so feared even the local yamen dared not oppose them. One man confronting them alone would face certain ruin. When Zhang Fengchu reached the village gate, he found village chief Shui and over 100 able-bodied villagers assembled there, while 30 paces away another group stood gathered. They numbered barely 30, yet each rode a powerful steed, broad-shouldered and armed with swords, spears, and staves. Clearly these were no ordinary bandits. Riding with consummate skill, wielding weapons with practiced precision, they were elite bandits, rigorously trained, versed in martial arts. Though few in number, they were invincible against common folk. Foremost among them stood a towering man, nearly 2 meters tall, broad as a bear, gripping twin spiked maces, his sheer physique radiating raw, terrifying strength. Zhang Fengchu surmised this mace-wielding man must be the leader of this contingent, the 9th of Wuya Mountain's 9 chieftains. He approached village chief Shui and asked, Chief Shui, is this the Wuya Mountain bandit force? The chief turned, surprised Zhang Fengchu had dared join this perilous gathering. Yes, Master Zhang. Just call me Fengchu, Zhang Fengchu interjected. The honorific master grated on his modern sensibilities. Even though it was customary for a Jiren, it still felt awkward to hear. Ah, Master Jiren. Fengchu, the chief corrected himself. These 30 men before us are their elite vanguard, especially the man astride the black horse, wielding those twin-spiked maces. He is the 9th chieftain of Wuya Mountain, known as Wolf Lord. Rumor says each mace weighs 60 jin, over 120 jin together. His true name, however, remains unknown. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Just as he'd suspected, this wielder of heavy arms was indeed one of Wuya Mountain's 9 chieftains. Village chief Shui, long time no see, Wolf Lord suddenly called out, greeting him casually. Village chief Shui nodded cautiously. Lord Wolf, autumn harvest has not yet arrived. May I ask what brings you to Yangshu village so early? Huh. Wolf Lord threw back his head and laughed heartily. Good news, truly auspicious news. Huh. Villagers exchanged bewildered glances. Could bandits ever bring good tidings? Only if the sun rose in the west. That was what they thought, but none dared voice it aloud before the bandits. Village chief Shui's face paled and flushed in turn. What good news? Wolf Lord smiled faintly. We hear your village has a maiden named Shui Dalong, 17 years old, renowned as the most beautiful woman across 10 li of villages. Our first chieftain, our elder brother, has taken a liking to her. He sent me down the mountain to escort her up, to become his concubine. Make no mistake about it. Understood. Fetch her immediately, don't waste our time. Otherwise I won't hesitate to take harsher measures. Swords and blades heed no mercy. If blood is spilled, don't say, I gave no warning. At Wolf Lord's words, village chief Shui's expression darkened. He glanced helplessly at Zhang Fengchu beside him, speechless. Zhang Fengchu and Shui Dalong had just agreed to marry. Her wedding feast was scheduled for the day after tomorrow, and now the bandit chieftain had arrived to claim her. Fengchu, what do we do? Let me stall them. Go quickly, take Dalong and the children and hide. While Green Mountains stand, firewood will never run out. The wedding can wait. Survival comes first, urged village chief Shui, frantic. Zhang Fengchu paused, weighing the matter. I could spirit Dalong and the others away, but you would suffer the consequences. The village chief of Shuizhuang fell silent. The villagers also kept their silence. Just as Zhang Fengchu had said, if they let Shui Dalong go, the entire village would have to face the wrath of the bandits from Wuya Mountain. To be more precise, it was the anger of the chief bandit. Fengchu. Suddenly Shui Dalong arrived before Zhang Fengchu. Everyone turned to look at her, including the village chief of Shuizhuang, all letting out a sigh. Dalong, why are you here? Zhang Fengchu asked, gently stroking her head. Shui Dalong immediately leaped into his embrace, saying, I was worried about you. Zhang Fengchu held her, and he had to admit that Dalong was a very good girl. In this situation, still worrying about him, he felt he hadn't misjudged her. Shui Dalong, is Shui Dalong here? The Wolf Lord looked at Shui Dalong and inquired. He guessed that she was Shui Dalong. After all, she was the only woman present. Moreover, her appearance and figure were outstandingly beautiful, making him suspect that she was indeed Shui Dalong. Furthermore, he had a portrait of Shui Dalong in his hand. The Wolf Lord held the portrait up for comparison with Shui Dalong and was surprised to find that she was even more beautiful in person than in the picture. Indeed, she was a beauty. Are you Shui Dalong? The Wolf Lord asked Shui Dalong again, revealing a lewd expression. For such a beauty, if he could enjoy her first, it would be worth it, even if he died. Suddenly, the Wolf Lord started harboring intentions towards Shui Dalong in his heart. Shui Dalong looked confused, still unsure of the situation, and turned to Zhang Fengchu, asking, Fengchu, what is he saying? Zhang Fengchu gently stroked his little wife's head, finding her adorably silly. It's like this. He then explained to her the target of the Wolf Lord's visit. This. Shui Dalong was startled and quickly shrank back behind Zhang Fengchu. She hadn't expected that the bandits had come for her. Fengchu, what should we do? She was genuinely frightened. Zhang Fengchu smiled. These 30 bandits were not a concern for him. No need to be afraid. With your husband here, these little rascals won't be able to take you away. Shui Dalong didn't want him to take risks. Fengchu, there are so many of them, and that Wolf Lord is one of the 9 heads of the bandits, incredibly strong. I'm afraid that if you confront them, it might end badly. It's better not to. Fengchu, let me go. Suddenly, Uncle Neo stepped forward, holding a butcher's knife, wanting to help him deal with the bandits. If I die, please take care of my wife and daughter. Zhang Fengchu pulled him back, saying, there's no need for that. If I can't win, it won't be too late for you to step in then. Uncle Neo wanted to insist, but seeing Zhang Fengchu's gaze, he could only listen to him for now. Just then Zhao Yuqi also walked over, saying, Brother Zhang, do you want my help? Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin, looking at the 3 of them. How about this? I'll go first. If I can't win, you can come help me, okay? They nodded, still worried, but agreeing. At the same time, the 3 of them understood his strength, so they could only let him go first. If he couldn't handle it, they could join in later. Zhang Fengchu said no more, drawing the long knife from his waist and stepping in front of the villagers, facing the 30 bandits without changing his expression. The Wolf Lord looked at him disdainful, but seeing that he was a stranger, he asked in confusion, Who are you? I am Zhang Fengchu, he introduced himself. He then asked, So you are the Wolf Lord, the 9th head of Weia Mountain, right? Glad you know. The Wolf Lord was arrogant, raising the pair of wolf fawn clubs in his hands to intimidate him. But Zhang Fengchu showed a look of disdain, infuriating him. This farmer seemed unafraid of him. He saw Zhang Fengchu holding the long knife as if he was going to defend Shui Dalong, and again wore a look of disdain. Thinking that he was incapable and unaware of his own limits, the first one he would kill was him. You want to defend Shui Dalong? Zhang Fengchu smiled. I'm not trying to defend her, rather Dalong is my fiancée. In 2 days we will be getting married. So if you want to take my woman away, you must ask for my permission first. As long as I don't agree, none of you can take my Dalong away. Ha ha, the Wolf Lord laughed. This was the funniest joke he had ever heard in his life. He had always intimidated others, but this was the first time someone had intimidated him. Moreover, he was just a nobody from a small mountain village. If you don't want to die, you can try. Is that what you said? Zhang Fengchu pressed further. Yes, so what? If you don't accept it, then what? Killing a small farmer like you is easier than killing an ant. The Wolf Lord remained arrogant, still not taking Zhang Fengchu seriously. After hearing his words, Zhang Fengchu felt completely unburdened. With the long knife in hand, he disappeared in a flash from his spot. Whoosh! Suddenly a flurry of knife lights and screams filled the air. Zhang Fengchu had appeared behind the bandits, facing away from them. The scene suddenly fell silent. Suddenly, one by one, the bandits fell from their horses to the ground. Each bandit had a long cut across their necks, collapsing to the ground. Oh, the villagers were shocked. The Wolf Lord was terrified. One person, one knife, had swiftly killed 29 elite bandits. Weapons clattered to the ground. Only 29 horses remained unaware of what had happened. You? Who are you? The Wolf Lord, after regaining his senses, turned his horse's head to look at Zhang Fengchu's back and asked. Zhang Fengchu turned back, giving a charming smile. Remember, I am Zhang Fengchu. Anyone who touches my people will die. Whoosh! Suddenly, amidst the flickering knife lights, Zhang Fengchu appeared behind the Wolf Lord, his long knife dripping with blood. The scene returned to silence once more. Everyone stared dumbfounded at Zhang Fengchu and the Wolf Lord. Bang! Suddenly, the Wolf Lord's head tilted and fell off his neck. Afterward, he breathed his last, his body falling from the horse. The 29 bandits, along with their leader, all perished at Zhang Fengchu's hands, becoming ghosts beneath his knife. The villagers never expected that a scholar like Zhang Fengchu would possess such formidable martial arts. Killing 30 mountain bandits was done without breaking a sweat. In an instant, they felt a deep respect for him. Zhang Fengchu smiled, faintly looking at the villagers and asking, "Could you please help me and drive these 30 horses back home?" Ha! The villagers finally reacted, rushing forward to help him lead the horses home. 30 fine horses were a considerable fortune. "Brother Fengchu, you're amazing." Shui Dalong smiled happily and rushed forward. The weight in her heart finally lifted. Zhang Fengchu patted her head and went to search the corpses. A few silver coins, 10 went 10, taels 1 guan. In no time, Zhang Fengchu had searched the 30 bandits thoroughly. In total, he had about 90 taels of silver. 30 men didn't even carry 100 taels of silver. He thought that their wealth must not have been with them, otherwise it would definitely be more than this. "Take a few people with me to bury these corpses," Uncle Nyo said to the villagers. Soon the remaining villagers followed Uncle Nyo to bury the bodies. Seeing this scene, Zhao Yuqi said nothing and directly gave him a thumbs up. Village Chief Shui stepped forward and asked, "Fengchu, can you use martial arts?" "A little," Zhang Fengchu replied. Killing 30 bandits in one blow. This was just a little. Village Chief Shui, who was over 50 years old, had never seen anyone with such formidable martial skills in his life. Now that Wolf Lord is dead, it will definitely attract the attention of the big boss of Waishan. They will send people to search for us. How should we defend ourselves then? Zhang Fengchu calmly patted Village Chief Shui on the shoulder. "As long as I am here, no matter how many people they send, they are no match for me." Village Chief Shui nodded. He had witnessed Zhang Fengchu's combat prowess firsthand. It was indeed impressive. Zhang Fengchu thought to himself that it was time to get some modern weapons, such as landmines, grenades, tear gas, smoke bombs, and the 98K, AK, and other high-tech weapons. With these weapons, 100 mountain bandits from Waishan would be nothing to worry about. So tonight, Zhang Fengchu planned to return to the modern world to acquire these weapons for free. Without saying much more, he embraced Shui Dalong and headed home. Shui Dalong's face turned red, feeling shy being so close to him. But thinking that she would marry him the day after tomorrow and become his wife, she felt nothing but happiness, her face already displaying a joyful smile. Zhao Yuqi quickly caught up, holding on to one of his hands and not wanting to let go. Brother-in-law, are all 30 of those horses ours?" As soon as Zhang Fengchu and the others arrived at the door, Hu and Long rushed out to ask him. Although he and Dalong were not yet married, the 3 siblings had already begun to call him brother-in-law. Zhang Fengchu was pleased and glanced at the 30 fine horses in the yard, nodding. "Yes, they are all ours, acquired for free." "Huh?" The others looked at him confused. Long asked, "Brother-in-law, what does acquired for free mean?" "It means we bought them without spending any money." Ha ha! The others couldn't help but burst into laughter. At dawn, before the sun rose, Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes, planning to return to the modern world for a while. Perfect timing to go abroad and acquire another batch of weapons to bring back to the ancient times. With a thought, Zhang Fengchu vanished from his spot. After taking a short nap, the sun rose. Today, Zhang Fengchu planned to go to the city to buy New Year goods, so he got up early. "Son, what time are we leaving?" While having breakfast, Zhao Genxiu asked her son. "We'll leave after eating. By the way, Wan and the others are coming too." Zhang Fengchu replied. Zhao Genxiu nodded, finished breakfast, got dressed, and sat in her son's car as Zhang Fengchu drove towards Wan's home. Beep beep, the horn sounded as the 3 women walked out of their house, arriving at the car. They looked at the white BMW X5 that Zhang Fengchu was driving with envy and all eagerly got in. Chun Wan sat in the passenger seat, while Lin Suyun and her youngest daughter sat in the back with Zhao Genxiu. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much and drove out of the village. As they passed the village's small shop, they caught the attention of the villagers gathered at the entrance. "Hey, that's an X5. "What X5? "BMW X5. The cheapest one costs hundreds of thousands. This one is the top model, starting at no less than 8,000. So it's a BMW. Who's driving?" "It's Jingxia's son. I heard from Genxiu that it was bought by her son. Zhang Fengchu is a confirmed bachelor, isn't he? At 40, he still hasn't married and is a poor guy. Can he really afford an 8,000 BMW X5? You probably don't know, right? Just yesterday, he made 5 million. What happened? It's like this, Chen Xiaoshui took a loan of 1 million. Is that really true?" "Yes, many people in the village were there." "Oh, I was there too. Zhang Fengchu is amazing. Even Li Boss and his crew can't compare to him alone." Villagers started discussing Zhang Fengchu's feats excitedly. "Uncle Zhang, how much did this BMW X5 cost?" 8,000. 80,000. "No, 8,000. Did you buy it?" Zhang Fengchu shook his head. "No, it was given to me by someone, the old Chinese Dr. Qi phoned from a few days ago. I helped him with his illness and he gifted me a car." Chen Wan looked at him with admiration. Just Uncle Zhang's superb medical skills made him an extraordinary person. With exceptional martial arts, he was even more impressive. There was only one man as outstanding as Uncle Zhang in Shitsuan. She had never realized before just how remarkable he was. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of Ning's pharmacy. Zhang Fengchu got out and headed inside, planning to sell all the wild ginseng he had dug up in ancient times. Uncle Zhang, nice to see you again. As soon as he entered, Ning Qiqi greeted him with a beaming smile. Sun Chen Wanwan and Chun Xiangxiang couldn't hold back their excitement and entered the pharmacy together. Zhang Fengchu smiled, took out some wooden boxes from his backpack, and placed them on the counter. Is it more wild ginseng? Yes. Ning Qiqi didn't ask much and opened them one by one. There were 10-year-old ginseng, and even those over several decades old. Most importantly, there was also a century-old wild ginseng, which shocked her. After checking it, it was indeed genuine. Ning Qiqi picked up her phone and calculated, Uncle Zhang, these wild ginseng add up to exactly 10 million, right? Zhang Fengchu calculated it himself, and it indeed added up to that much. Yes, you have received a transfer of 10 million. Immediately, he received a transfer of 10 million from Ning Qiqi. Wow, Chun Xiangxiang and Chun Wanwan were shocked to see him sell a few ginseng and already received 10 million. Uncle Zhang really knew how to make money. A single transaction reached the 10 million level. Nothing could compare, it was a world apart. After leaving, Zhang Fengchu went with his mother and Lin Suyun to buy New Year goods. The next day, Zhang Fengchu went abroad to acquire weapons for free. This trip lasted for half a month. Successfully acquiring the weapons and storing them all in the space, he returned home on the 14th day of the first lunar month. Tomorrow, the 15th day, was the Lantern Festival. Son, you finally returned. As soon as Zhang Fengchu parked his car in his yard, his mother came to greet him. After getting out of the car, he nodded. Mom, is everything okay at home? Zhao Genxiu smiled. Everything is fine, but there's someone who comes to our house every day waiting for you. Huh? Someone has been coming to wait for him at home every day. Who? Zhang Fengchu looked puzzled. Who? Sighing, Zhao Genxiu replied. It's that Li boss who lent money to Xiao Shui. He said he has been diagnosed with a terminal illness and that only you can cure him. So he drives here every day, waits for you to come back, and goes home when it gets dark, then comes back in the morning. So it was that Li boss. Zhang Fengchu nodded, realizing he had truly forgotten about this matter. He guessed that he had come yesterday and would probably come again today. Click. Suddenly a screeching sound came from the door. Zhang Fengchu looked outside. Bang. A man opened the car door and stepped out. It was none other than Li Xiaoqing. Truly, when Cao Cao was mentioned, he arrived. Li Xiaoqing spotted Zhang Fengchu, immediately his face filled with joy as he called out to him. With a thud, he knelt at the entrance. Big brother, save me please. Zhao Genxiu shook his head and turned to go inside. Zhang Fengchu approached. Boss Li, you've knelt at the wrong door, haven't you? No, I'm kneeling for you. Li Xiaoqing said with absolute certainty. Last time you sent me for a hospital checkup, I actually went for it. The result was shocking. I found out I have late-stage stomach cancer. Since you can tell at a glance that I have a terminal illness, it proves your medical skills are remarkable. Is there a way to treat me? You are quite clever. Zhang Fengchu chuckled, but why should I save you? After all, before this you had someone beat me, insulted me, and wanted my life. It's lucky I didn't retaliate, so why would I save you? So it seems he does have a way to save himself. Indeed, he is a person of remarkable medical talent. When life is at stake, everything else is trivial. There's nothing to regret. Li Xiaoqing picked up his phone and frantically operated it. You have received 10 million yuan. What does this mean? Zhang Fengchu looked at the 10 million he had transferred and asked. Li Xiaoqing immediately wore a sorrowful expression. This is nothing. As long as you can cure me, my life will be yours from now on. Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin, pondering whether this person was worth saving. Suddenly, Li Xiaoqing clutched his stomach and cried out, it hurts so much. Big brother, can you help me? As long as you cure me, my life will belong to you. Zhang Fengchu stepped forward. Your life is worth nothing to me. Moreover, I have 3 principles for treatment. I do not treat bad people, evil people, or those who have lost all morals. You fit all 3 criteria, so I cannot treat you. I can change, big brother, I can change. Li Xiaoqing suddenly hugged his leg, pleading desperately. As long as you save me, I promise to do nothing wrong from now on. I will only do good deeds. Is that all right? Words alone are not enough. How can I trust you? Zhang Fengchu could never trust him. Just talking would not soften his heart. Someone like him is cunning and treacherous, with many tricks up his sleeve. How could one trust him? Indeed. He barely knows him and has left a bad impression. How could he easily trust him? So with gritted teeth, he walked into the kitchen, took a kitchen knife from the cutting board, and walked over to the pile of firewood. He placed his left hand on top and raised the knife to chop down. With a scream, 3 fingers of his left hand fell to the ground. What a ruthless person. Zhang Fengchu glanced at him. Son, what happened? Zhao Genxiu heard the scream and rushed out, only to see Li Xiaoqing's left hand covered in blood. 3 fingers missing, holding a kitchen knife in his right hand. It was clear what had happened. Son, what did he do? Mom, he did it to himself. It has nothing to do with us. You go back inside, I will handle it. Zhang Fengchu urged his mother to go inside. Zhao Genxiu turned back 3 times, still worried. But this was indeed beyond her control, so she went inside, peering out the window. Li Xiaoqing picked up the 3 fingers from the ground and approached him, extending his hand. Big brother, can you trust me now? Zhang Fengchu turned around, facing away from him. Come inside with me, I'll bandage you. Thank you, big brother. Li Xiaoqing sighed with relief, truly accepting, and followed him inside. Before long, his wound was bandaged by Zhang Fengchu. He then said to him, tomorrow come back to find me. I will treat you, and I will definitely cure you. But you must remember your promise to me today. After all, I can save you, but I can just as easily take your life. Li Xiaoqing nodded repeatedly. Big brother, don't worry. I will keep my word. However, my hand is injured, and I need to call someone to pick me up. You handle it as you see fit. Zhang Fengchu had said what needed to be said, and would say no more. Li Xiaoqing also said no more, exited, and called someone to pick him up. In the deep of night, Zhang Fengchu woke up, intending to return to the ancient times for a while. With a thought, he vanished from his bed. Traveling to ancient times. Before dawn, Zhang Fengchu woke up from a nap, and the sky was already bright. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Fengchu greeted DeLong and went out. Shortly after, he arrived at the home of the village chief. Fengchu, is something the matter? Seeing him, the village chief immediately came out to inquire. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Village chief, do you know the way to Weishan? Is the scholar going to Weishan to find bandits? The village chief pondered for a moment. Fengchu, what do you mean? Zhang Fengchu smiled and said, now we have already offended the bandits of Weishan, and there are only 2 outcomes ahead. One is they come to us and kill us. The other is we take the initiative to raid their lair. What I mean is, rather than passively being beaten, it's better to take the initiative and eliminate future threats, also for the sake of protecting the lives and property of the villagers of Yangshan. What do you think, village chief? Hearing his words, it wasn't without reason. The village chief contemplated. Fengchu, you are right, but our village only has about 100 strong laborers. The rest are old, weak, sick, or disabled. Moreover, with the famine, everyone is malnourished and has not undergone special training. A bunch of misfits are no match for the thousands of bandits from Weishan, right? Zhang Fengchu nodded. Village chief, you are correct, but the mountain people have their own clever plans. Moreover, we do not need many people, just 3 will suffice. 3 people. The village chief felt he was joking. 3 people? Who are the 3? Uncle Nyo, you and me. This. The village chief didn't know what to say. With over 1,000 bandits on Weishan, how can just the 3 of us fight? Zhang Fengchu smiled. To me, there's no difference between 1,000 and 100. He looked at him. Village chief, just say it. Are you brave enough to go with me? Of course I won't force you. If you are too scared to go, I can just have Uncle Nyo take me. The young man does not adhere to martial ethics. The village chief was speechless. As the village chief, if he did not dare to go, he would be laughed at. Of course I will go. The village head Shui stubbornly insisted. As the head of the village, how can I ignore the danger to my villagers' lives? This village head, though reluctant, still had a sense of responsibility. After all, this was a matter of risking lives. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Okay, you get ready, and come with me to Uncle Nyo's house. Without saying much, village head Shui went inside to grab a hatchet and change his clothes before heading out with him. Soon the 2 arrived at Uncle Nyo's house. Upon learning of their intent, Uncle Nyo immediately harnessed his ox cart without a word, and they set off towards Weishan. On the way, based on village head Shu's explanation, Zhang Fengchu learned that the journey to Weishan was several dozen miles long, and even by ox cart, it would take most of the day. Firstly, it was far, and secondly, the mountain path was difficult to navigate. Fortunately, Uncle Nyo was driving the ox cart, so they didn't have to walk. Half a day later, at 11:30 in the afternoon, after driving the ox cart for quite a while, Uncle Nyo finally reined in the ox, saying, Fengchu, this is the entrance to Weishan, about 500 meters ahead. At the entrance to the mountain, there are bandits guarding it, so we can only stop the ox cart here. Zhang Fengchu nodded in understanding, jumped off the cart, and said, Uncle Nyo, find a place to hide. Village head Shui, and I will scout ahead. Don't you want to come with us? No need, I'll just keep an eye on the ox cart. Okay. Uncle Nyo said no more, and watched the 2 leave, hoping for their safe return. The 2 walked for a while before Zhang Fengchu and village head Shui climbed up a side hill, taking a small path to approach the entrance to Weishan. After all, taking the main road would get them discovered. After walking 500 meters, they finally approached the entrance. Zhang Fengchu and village head Shui crouched among the bushes on the hillside, peering towards the entrance, but saw no one guarding it. Why is there no one? Village head Shui looked over with a puzzled expression. Not seeing anyone did not mean there was no one. Zhang Fengchu took something out from his backpack and held it up. This object was nothing other than a telescope he had purchased from the modern world. After a look, it confirmed his suspicions. There were indeed no visible guards, but they were hidden in the large trees by the roadside. Village head Shui looked at the object in his hand, not knowing what it was. What is this? Zhang Fengchu handed it to him. After taking it and looking through it, he realized this object allowed him to see further. Good stuff. What's it called? Telescope. Can you see the trees by the road? Village head Shui immediately used the telescope to look up at the trees and discovered that a dozen people were hiding secretly, observing the road. Taking a deep breath, he said, "Fortunately, we took a detour, otherwise we would have walked into their ambush." Zhang Fengchu smiled silently, reaching behind to retrieve a 98K sniper rifle equipped with a silencer to prevent detection. He quickly aimed at the bandit in the trees, preparing to shoot. Village head Shui saw the object in his hand and looked confused. Having never seen such a weapon before, he asked, "Fengchu, what is this?" "A gun. This is called a gun, eh? What's it used for?" "Like a bow crossbow or slingshot, it can shoot from a distance." "Oh, I see." Village head Shui nodded, beginning to understand. Though he didn't know much about firearms, he understood long-range shooting weapons. "Can you hit them in the trees with this? Isn't it a bit far?" Zhang Fengchu shook his head. He had no idea of the power of a sniper rifle. It should be known that this 98K sniper rifle in his hands, with its barrel, receiver, magazine, bullet, scope, and silencer, was top-notch. It had strong lethality with an effective range of up to 1,200 meters and was equipped with a red dot sight. One shot, and it would silence its target. Within 1,000 meters, they are all within its range. "Do you think I can shoot that far?" 1,000 meters. Village head Shui was shocked. If it could shoot that far, wouldn't it be invincible? Is it really true? He still had some doubts. Facts speak louder than words. It let him see for himself. Zhang Fengchu quickly aimed at the head of a hidden bandit in the trees and pulled the trigger. Bang! Suddenly a scream came from the tree and a bandit fell to the ground dead. Oh, Village head Shu's eyes lit up. He never expected that with Zhang Fengchu's shot, a bandit would indeed fall from the tree directly without a sound. He just died like that. Yes. Incredible. Village head Shu's face was filled with disbelief. The remaining 9 bandits, seeing their companion suddenly fall from the tree, looked at each other, unsure of what was happening. They suspected he had fallen asleep and died from the fall, or suddenly fallen ill. After all, the sniper rifle was equipped with a silencer, and without any sound they could not detect the target. They had no idea someone was hidden on the opposite hillside sniping them, shooting in the dark. Bang bang! Suddenly one after another bandits fell from the trees. In the end of the 10 bandits on watch, only one remained. He was scared. Looking around nervously, he shrank behind the tree, shivering. There was no doubt someone was attacking them from a distance. He had already realized that each person had a blood hole in their head, meaning they had been killed. Yet he could not find the target and had no idea what weapon could kill them without a trace. Feeling a bit eerie, he became even more frightened. Bang! Another shot, and the 10th bandit also fell from the tree. Thus Zhang Fengchu achieved 10 kills. After scanning the surroundings and finding no other bandits, he and village head Shui approached to check the situation. After examining them, all 10 were dead. Zhang Fengchu searched the bodies and found 3 tails of silver. He gave 2 tails to village head Shui, saying, "You get 1 tail, Uncle Nyo gets 1 tail. You and Uncle Nyo return to the village first. I will infiltrate as an undercover agent to try to eliminate this bandit den. Don't you need my help with old Nyo? I can handle it alone. You guys go back and tell Dalong not to worry." "All right then." Village head Shui nodded and left, looking back 3 times as he walked away. Seeing him leave, Zhang Fengchu stripped a bandit of his clothes, hid the 10 corpses, and then headed towards the bandit den on Waishan. As he walked, he used the telescope to check the situation ahead. When he reached the halfway point up the mountain, he saw that a checkpoint had been set up by bandits ahead, with a dozen bandits guarding it. Zhang Fengchu looked around. This was the only way up the mountain. Therefore, to go up, one had to pass this checkpoint. He had to think of a way to blend in. What method could he use? After pondering, Zhang Fengchu suddenly had an idea and took out a few smoke bombs and flashbangs from his spatial ring. As long as he threw them, the 10 bandits would be unable to concentrate, and he could easily blend in. He moved a little closer, hid himself, while trying not to be discovered, otherwise he would be exposed. He picked up a smoke bomb, activated it, and threw it. He was spot on with his throw. After throwing 2 or 3 smoke bombs, he threw a flashbang, and that was enough. Bang! With the sound of explosions ringing out, the checkpoint was completely enveloped in smoke. Thus, 3 checkpoints had been crossed with 2 already behind. It was estimated that there was 1 more ahead, which was the checkpoint leading into the bandits' lair. But it wasn't a big problem. At worst, he could just throw a few more smoke bombs. Zhang Fengchu continued forward for a while and finally approached the summit of Wuya Mountain. Beyond this point was the bandits' stronghold. After checking, it was confirmed that there was indeed 1 more checkpoint, and it was the last one. As long as he passed this 3rd checkpoint, he could blend into the bandits' lair, and infiltrating wouldn't be a problem. After all, there were about 1,000 bandits on Wuya Mountain, all once mixed, and it wouldn't be easy to distinguish friend from foe. Of course, it wasn't 100% safe. Some measures still needed to be taken. Zhang Fengchu examined the 3rd checkpoint, and it was clear that blending in wouldn't be that easy. Because on either side of the checkpoint there were 2 wooden observation towers, each 10 meters high. On the top of each tower, a bandit was monitoring every movement below. To pass this checkpoint, he had to eliminate the 2 bandits on the observation towers. This was not difficult. With a 98k in hand, he could silently take out these 2 lowly minions. Zhang Fengchu took out the 98k from his space, aimed at the bandit on the left observation tower, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Instantly, that bandit fell silent on the tower without a sound, and others had yet to notice. He had already pulled the trigger again, and soon the second bandit on the other observation tower fell as well. With the 2 bandits on the towers eliminated, the following tasks would be much easier. Bang bang! Zhang Fengchu wasted no time, and threw 3 smoke bombs into the checkpoint. Bang! He threw out a flashbang, and charged into the checkpoint. Under the cover of smoke, Zhang Fengchu successfully passed the 3rd checkpoint, and finally entered the bandits' lair on Wuya Mountain. Since he had already changed into the bandits' attire, he did not attract the attention of the bandits. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. As long as he quietly blended into their lair, everything would be much easier. However, the smoke bombs and flashbangs he threw earlier had caused some damage to the bandits guarding the checkpoint. Although the damage was minor, it raised their alertness. Then they discovered that the 2 observers on the towers were already dead. This immediately drew their attention, and they rushed in to report to the person in charge. Before long, 8 individuals dressed differently, exuding an air of authority, came out with a crowd to check the situation at the checkpoint. Zhang Fengchu mingled among the bandits, enjoying the spectacle as a bystander. While eavesdropping on their conversations, he learned that these 8 individuals were the 8 major leaders among the 9 bandit chiefs. Of course, the 9th chief Wolf-He had already perished at his hands. Zhang Fengchu carefully identified the 8 major leaders and memorized their appearances, preparing to take action against them. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the ringleader. To deal with these bandits, he had to first eliminate these 8 leaders. The rest were merely a rabble, a scattered mass not worth fearing. On a moonless night with a strong wind, it was the perfect time for him to strike. That night, Zhang Fengchu planned to target the chief, first eliminating the first leader before executing his second plan. Next, Zhang Fengchu quietly found a place to hide, planning to make his move at night. But before making a move, he needed to accomplish one thing: to locate the chief's residence, so he could strike directly at night. This was relatively simple. He just needed to find someone in the know to inquire. Find a small minion, give him a little incentive, and he wouldn't be reluctant to talk. Before long, Zhang Fengchu set his sights on a young bandit in his 20s and quickly approached, patting him on the shoulder. The round-faced man turned around, seeing a stranger. He asked in confusion, "Uncle, do you need something?" He did not suspect that he was not one of the mountain people for a simple reason: there were thousands of people on the mountain, and with new recruits, he couldn't know everyone, so he didn't doubt his identity. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. "My name is Zhang Fengchu. I'm new here, and I don't understand anything. I hope my brother can guide me." "Oh, you're new here? No problem, just ask me anything you want to know. You see, I've been on the mountain for 5 months, and there's nothing I don't know about here." Zhang Fengchu thought to himself that he had found the right person. "What do I call you, brother?" "My name is Sun Li. You can just call me Brother Li." "Brother Li," Zhang Fengchu called out, and Sun Li was quite pleased, patting him on the shoulder. "Good uncle, come hang out with me from now on. Thank you for your kindness, big brother." "Huh," Sun Li laughed heartily, clearly enjoying his words. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. "By the way, Brother Li, I brought some good stuff from the bottom of the mountain. Since we have such a good connection, let's share it together." When Sun Li heard this, his eyes lit up. Uncle is generous." Zhang Fengchu nodded and led him to a corner, avoiding everyone, and sat under a big tree. "Wait a moment, I'll be right back." Okay, no hurry, no hurry." Sun Li hurriedly waved his hand. Zhang Fengchu walked away, went behind the bushes, and made sure no one was watching before taking out some food from his space. A few bottles of erguo, some peanuts, a roast duck, a salt-baked chicken, 2 braised pigs trotters, all packed in a burlap bag. Oh, when Sun Li saw that he really had something, he looked expectant, hoping that the bag contained good things. Zhang Fengchu smiled and sat down opposite him, reaching inside the bag to take out the items. Chicken, duck, 2 pigs trotters, and peanuts, all Rietitoet food. It made him exclaim with delight, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. As a small minion on Wuya Mountain, he rarely got to eat big fish and big meat. Being able to fill his belly was already quite good, and wanting to eat meat and drink wine was impossible. Even when he did eat, it was only occasionally, while usually he just had coarse grains and porridge, barely keeping hunger at bay. Seeing so much delicious food, all of a sudden, he couldn't handle it. Just as he was salivating, he saw Zhang Fengchu take out 5 or 6 glass bottles and place them on the ground. Sun Li looked at these bottles, having no idea what they were. "Uncle, what is this?" "Crystal bottles, I suppose." In this era, it was likely that glass bottles had not yet been invented, which was why Sun Li did not recognize them. He didn't understand glass bottles either, and could only refer to them as crystal bottles. Sun Li nodded repeatedly, somewhat understanding, wondering what the liquid inside was. "Uncle, what's inside?" "Alcohol, white wine." Hearing it was alcohol, Sun Li's eyes lit up. It was evident that it was good wine. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much, took out 2 wine glasses, one for him and one for himself, twisted off the bottle cap, and poured him a glass first. He poured himself a glass as well. They clinked their glasses together and said cheers. Cheers. The two of them tilted their heads back and downed their drinks. Chicken. Eat chicken. Zhang Fengchu plucked a drumstick and handed it to him. Sun Li burst into unrestrained laughter, immediately reaching out to accept it before devouring it with gusto. Drinking his wine, feasting on his meat. Under his soothing words, Sun Li's wariness gradually dissolved. By the 3rd round of drinks, Zhang Fengchu began delicately probing for information. Sun Li in turn answered without reservation, holding nothing back. In the end, Zhang Fengchu gleaned every detail he sought, and even uncovered truths he hadn't known he needed. He also learned the whereabouts of the bandit chieftain. So tonight, under cover of darkness and howling wind, he intended to eliminate the leader first, clearing the path for what followed. Sun Li, overcome by alcohol, collapsed where he sat and fell instantly into deep slumber. Youth truly has its advantages. Zhang Fengchu shook his head, let him sleep. He himself reclined beside him. The 4th watch of the night. All was hushed and still. Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes, gazed at the moon above, then checked his wristwatch. It read precisely 2:00 am. Even the chickens were long asleep. It was time he moved. He rose swiftly from the ground, glanced at Sun Li, still deeply unconscious beside him, and did not rouse him. Let him rest a while longer. Zhang Fengchu turned and set off toward the chieftain's residence to end him. Before long, he slipped silently, undetected by man or spirit, into a heavily guarded, spacious bedroom deep within We'He Mountain. Inside stood a broad bed upon which lay a burly, bearded man with shoulders like a tiger's and arms thick with corded muscle. He appeared to be in his early 50s, powerfully built, unmistakably a martial artist of formidable skill. Yet no matter how supreme his martial prowess against Zhang Fengchu, he would fall cold and lifeless. Zhang Fengchu nodded. According to Sun Li's account, this bearded, middle-aged man was indeed the paramount leader of We'He Mountain, the eldest of the 9 chieftains, the great chief Crow King. Suddenly Crow King's eyes snapped open. He saw a figure standing 3 meters before his bed. Without hesitation, he sprang upright and drew 2 colossal axes from behind his back. Zhang Fengchu estimated each weighed no less than 75 kilograms. Yet they rested in his hands as if weightless. Indeed, only one possessing extraordinary mastery could command such authority over We'He Mountain's fierce bandits. Crow King towered over 2 meters tall, twin axes gleaming in his grip, immovable as a mountain, fearsome as a wrathful deity. Was it you who caused today's commotion? Crow King surmised. Undeniably, the chieftain possessed a shrewd mind. Not vast, but sufficient to manage his ragtag underlings. Against Zhang Fengchu, however, such intellect was woefully inadequate. You already know why ask. Zhang Fengchu replied. Is it you who's foolish, or am I a HM? His audacity startled Crow King, unexpected, even unnerving. After all, most men trembled uncontrollably at the mere sight of him, unable even to stand upright. Even his own lieutenants dared not meet his gaze. Yet this man stood utterly unflinching, boldly defying his authority with brazen contempt. His death was no longer a choice. It was cosmic inevitability. Without doubt, Zhang Fengchu had already been inscribed upon Crow King's list of the condemned. Before I kill you, I wish to know what grudge do we share that drives you to risk your life, infiltrate my domain, and assassinate me in secret. So you're certain you can kill me? Zhang Fengchu smiled. What have you done? Don't you recall? What do you mean? As the supreme bandit lord of We'He Mountain, he had long sustained himself and his men through highway robbery, home invasions, and the abduction of innocent women and young maidens. He had made countless enemies and spilled countless lives. Thus, without clarification, he could not fathom the motive behind this attack. Zhang Fengchu smiled, faintly tossing a cloth sack to Crow King's feet. Open it yourself and see. Staring at the sack on the floor, Crow King felt a creeping dread. With a swift kick of his foot, something rolled out. A severed human head. A sharp gasp escaped him. Ordinarily, Crow King bore nerves of iron, numbed by years of slaughter, indifferent to corpses. He had seen too many dead to flinch. His hands stained with blood, his conscience long desensitized. Yet this time fear seized him. Not just fear, but genuine shock. The reason was simple. This was no ordinary head. It belonged to Wolf Lord, the 9th chief of We'He Mountain, and the youngest of Crow King's 8 sworn brothers. Just yesterday, Crow King himself had dispatched Wolf Lord to Yanshu village to seize Shui Dalong by force. Now, gazing upon his brother's head, the truth struck him like lightning. Did you kill Xiao Jiu? Zhang Fengchu remained silent. His silence spoke louder than words. Crow King seethed. Xiao Jiu had always been his favorite brother. To lose him, slain by an outsider, ignited a furnace of fury within Crow King's chest. Already he cursed Zhang Fengchu 10,000 times in his heart. vowing to cleave him limb from limb with those twin axes to sate his rage and avenge his fallen brother. Are you from Yangshu village? Zhang Fengchu. Who is Shui Dalong to you? My fiancé. Tomorrow Dalong and I wed. I see. Now I understand why you slew Xiaojiu, and why you walked straight into my den. I must admit, you are both courageous and formidable. To slay Xiaojiu and his 29 elite warriors, your martial arts must be exceptional. Moreover, you breached our 3 fortified checkpoints alone, sneaked undetected into my camp, and discovered my exact location. Though my quarters are heavily guarded, you entered them soundlessly, evading sentries entirely, then advanced straight to my bedroom to strike. Clearly, you are no mere peasant from Yangshu village. You are a master of the martial world steeped in hidden lineage and profound cultivation. Indeed, I am no ordinary man. But you sought to abduct my wife and slaughtered our villagers. So tonight, I have come for your life. Preposterous. Crow King sneered, supremely confident in his own prowess. Do you truly believe slaying Xiaojiu qualifies you to slay me? Know this, among the 9 chieftains, Xiaojiu ranked lowest in strength. Your paltry skills, mere child's play, will never prevail against me. You overreach grievously. A low growl escaped Zhang Fengchu's throat. He smiled faintly and vanished. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind Crow King, back to back. Crow King remained frozen, rigid eyes wide with disbelief. The air in the chamber stilled, as if time itself had ceased breathing, silent, heavy, chilling. Thus, 3 checkpoints had been crossed with 2 already behind. It was estimated that there was 1 more ahead, which was the checkpoint leading into the bandits' lair. But it wasn't a big problem. At worst, he could just throw a few more smoke bombs. Zhang Fengchu continued forward for a while and finally approached the summit of Wuya Mountain. Beyond this point was the bandits' stronghold. After checking, it was confirmed that there was indeed 1 more checkpoint, and it was the last one. As long as he passed this 3rd checkpoint, he could blend into the bandits' lair, and infiltrating wouldn't be a problem. After all, there were about 1,000 bandits on Wuya Mountain, all once mixed, and it wouldn't be easy to distinguish friend from foe. Of course, it wasn't 100% safe. Some measures still needed to be taken. Zhang Fengchu examined the 3rd checkpoint, and it was clear that blending in wouldn't be that easy. Because on either side of the checkpoint there were 2 wooden observation towers, each 10 meters high. On the top of each tower, a bandit was monitoring every movement below. To pass this checkpoint, he had to eliminate the 2 bandits on the observation towers. This was not difficult. With a 98K in hand, he could silently take out these 2 lowly minions. Zhang Fengchu took out the 98K from his space, aimed at the bandit on the left observation tower, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Instantly, that bandit fell silent on the tower without a sound, and others had yet to notice. He had already pulled the trigger again, and soon the 2nd bandit on the other observation tower fell as well. With the 2 bandits on the towers eliminated, the following tasks would be much easier. Bang bang. Zhang Fengchu wasted no time and threw 3 smoke bombs into the checkpoint. Bang. He threw out a flashbang and charged into the checkpoint. Under the cover of smoke, Zhang Fengchu successfully passed the 3rd checkpoint and finally entered the bandits' lair on Wuya Mountain. Since he had already changed into the bandits' attire, he did not attract the attention of the bandits. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. As long as he quietly blended into their lair, everything would be much easier. However, the smoke bombs and flashbangs he threw earlier had caused some damage to the bandits guarding the checkpoint. Although the damage was minor, it raised their alertness. Then they discovered that the 2 observers on the towers were already dead. This immediately drew their attention, and they rushed in to report to the person in charge. Before long, 8 individuals dressed differently, exuding an air of authority, came out with a crowd to check the situation at the checkpoint. Zhang Fengchu mingled among the bandits, enjoying the spectacle as a bystander. While eavesdropping on their conversations, he learned that these 8 individuals were the 8 major leaders among the 9 bandit chiefs. Of course, the 9th chief Wolf-He had already perished at his hands. Zhang Fengchu carefully identified the 8 major leaders and memorized their appearances, preparing to take action against them. As the saying goes, to catch a thief, one must first capture the ringleader. To deal with these bandits, he had to first eliminate these 8 leaders. The rest were merely a rabble, a scattered mass not worth fearing. On a moonless night with a strong wind, it was the perfect time for him to strike. That night, Zhang Fengchu planned to target the chief, first eliminating the first leader before executing his second plan. Next, Zhang Fengchu quietly found a place to hide, planning to make his move at night. But before making a move, he needed to accomplish one thing: to locate the chief's residence, so he could strike directly at night. This was relatively simple. He just needed to find someone in the know to inquire. Find a small minion, give him a little incentive, and he wouldn't be reluctant to talk. Before long, Zhang Fengchu set his sights on a young bandit in his 20s and quickly approached, patting him on the shoulder. The round-faced man turned around. Seeing a stranger, he asked in confusion, "Uncle, do you need something?" He did not suspect that he was not one of the mountain people for a simple reason: there were thousands of people on the mountain, and with new recruits, he couldn't know everyone, so he didn't doubt his identity. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. My name is Zhang Fengchu. I'm new here, and I don't understand anything. I hope my brother can guide me. Oh, you're new here? No problem, just ask me anything you want to know. You see, I've been on the mountain for 5 months, and there's nothing I don't know about here. Zhang Fengchu thought to himself that he had found the right person. What do I call you, brother? My name is Sun Li. You can just call me Brotherly. Brotherly, Zhang Fengchu called out, and Sun Li was quite pleased, patting him on the shoulder. Good uncle, come hang out with me from now on. Thank you for your kindness, big brother. Huh, Sun Li laughed heartily, clearly enjoying his words. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. By the way, Brother Li, I brought some good stuff from the bottom of the mountain. Since we have such a good connection, let's share it together. When Sun Li heard this, his eyes lit up. Uncle is generous. Zhang Fengchu nodded and led him to a corner, avoiding everyone, and sat under a big tree. Wait a moment, I'll be right back. Okay, no hurry, no hurry. Sun Li hurriedly waved his hand. Zhang Fengchu walked away, went behind the bushes, and made sure no one was watching before taking out some food from his space. A few bottles of erguo, 2 some peanuts, a roast duck, a salt-baked chicken, 2 braised pigs trotters, all packed in a burlap bag. Oh, when Sun Li saw that he really had something, he looked expectant, hoping that the bag contained good things. Zhang Fengchu smiled and sat down opposite him, reaching inside the bag to take out the items. Chicken, duck, 2 pigs trotters, and peanuts, all Rietitoet food. It made him exclaim with delight, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva. As a small minion on Weia Mountain, he rarely got to eat big fish and big meat. Being able to fill his belly was already quite good, and wanting to eat meat and drink wine was impossible. Even when he did eat, it was only occasionally, while usually he just had coarse grains and porridge, barely keeping hunger at bay. Seeing so much delicious food, all of a sudden, he couldn't handle it. Just as he was salivating, he saw Zhang Fengchu take out 5 or 6 glass bottles and place them on the ground. Sun Li looked at these bottles, having no idea what they were. Uncle, what is this? Crystal bottles, I suppose. In this era, it was likely that glass bottles had not yet been invented, which was why Sun Li did not recognize them. He didn't understand glass bottles either, and could only refer to them as crystal bottles. Oh, Sun Li nodded repeatedly, somewhat understanding, wondering what the liquid inside was. Uncle, what's inside? Alcohol, white wine. Hearing it was alcohol, Sun Li's eyes lit up, but it was evident that it was good wine. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much, took out 2 wine glasses, one for him and one for himself, twisted off the bottle cap, and poured him a glass first. He poured himself a glass as well. They clinked their glasses together and said cheers. Cheers. The 2 of them tilted their heads back and downed their drinks. Suddenly Zhang Fengchu turned around and looked at the twin sisters standing directly above him. The sisters, seeing his gaze sweep over, were so frightened that they knelt down together and pleaded, Big Chief, please don't kill us. Zhang Fengchu walked over and lifted the sisters' chins, asking, Did you 2 see anything just now? The twin sisters exchanged glances after hearing his words, understanding his meaning, and immediately shook their heads. No, we didn't see anything. If they admitted to seeing anything, they would surely die. Claiming they saw nothing was the truth. Zhang Fengchu nodded. It's good that you didn't see anything. Remember, if you see anything, you won't live. If you don't see anything, you can live long. The twin sisters nodded, lowering their heads to kneel on the ground. Zhang Fengchu smiled and said no more, taking his long knife and exiting the conference hall. Swish, swish, soon the sounds of blades flashing and screams came from outside the conference hall. The twin sisters trembled in fear, covering their ears with their hands, unwilling to listen any longer. 10 minutes later, Zhang Fengchu stained Weishan with blood, killing all the thousands of mountain bandits. They're finally eradicating this tumor in Pingfang County and eliminating the mountain bandits of Weishan. At this moment, the camp of the Weishan bandits was littered with corpses, with no one spared. Suddenly, Zhang Fengchu returned to the conference hall and saw the twin sisters huddled together in a corner, trembling in fear, terrified of him. Of course, they weren't afraid of Zhang Fengchu himself, but of the Crow King. However, this Crow King was not the actual Crow King. It was Zhang Fengchu in disguise, and the twin sisters couldn't tell, believing he was indeed the Crow King. Get up and come to me, Zhang Fengchu said to the sisters. Although they were frightened of him, they dared not disobey, and quickly walked over to stand in front of him, not daring to look him in the eye. Lift your heads and look at me, Zhang Fengchu commanded. The twin sisters hesitated for a moment before raising their heads to gaze at him. Zhang Fengchu turned around. After a while, he turned back to look at the sisters. The twin sisters were startled to see that his face was not that of the Crow King, but that of another middle-aged man. What was going on? They didn't know. You aren't the big chief, the sisters asked. Zhang Fengchu smiled. Yes, if I were the big chief, how could I have killed the 7 big chiefs and bloodied Weishan? The sisters' eyes lit up. Uncle, you are a disguise of the big chief. I know the art of disguise. They nodded. Although the sisters had never learned the art of disguise, they had heard of it, knowing that one could change their appearance to take on another form. One could even switch identities, transforming oneself into another person, making it hard to distinguish between true and false. So are you a hero? I suppose so. The twin sisters nodded, very happy, and then thought of something. Where is that big chief? He has already been killed by me, Zhang Fengchu said. He turned around and went out, retrieving the corpse of the Crow King from his space and throwing it in front of the sisters. The sisters took a glance and, confirming it was true, immediately burst into tears. Father, mother, the one who killed you is finally dead. You can rest in peace in the underworld. Regarding the background of the twin sisters, Zhang Fengchu had just learned about it from a small bandit. The sisters had come to the mountain 5 years ago. However, they hadn't come willingly, but had been captured by the Crow King. Their parents and family had been robbed 2 years ago while passing through, and the Crow King had killed them all. But seeing that the sisters were 13 years old, tall and beautiful with curves like flowers, and Jade, the Crow King couldn't bring himself to kill them and took them back to serve him. The twin sisters had stayed on the mountain for 5.5 years, always wanting to take revenge for their parents and family by killing the Crow King. However, he was very vigilant, always guarding against the sisters, and with their insufficient strength, they could only wait for an opportunity. Unexpectedly today, a person came and wiped out the entire bandit den. Even the big chief Crow King had died under his knife. One must say his martial skills were exceptionally high. Benefactor, thank you for avenging us. We sisters will serve you as long as we live to repay you. In life I am yours, but in death I am your ghost. Stop. Zhang Fengchu quickly waved his hand. You two don't need to be like this, nor do you need to serve me like that. Now that the bandits have been completely eliminated by me, you two are free, so hurry down the mountain and live your lives well from now on. After saying this, Zhang Fengchu was about to turn and leave. Suddenly the twin sisters rushed forward, each hugging one of his legs, refusing to let him go. What are you two doing? Zhang Fengchu looked back at them. How clingy. He wanted to give them freedom, but they didn't want it. Hero, our parents and family all passed by the foot of Weishan 5.5 years ago and were killed by the Crow King. We have no family left. If you don't want us, we will be homeless with no identity, no place to live, unable to support ourselves, and we might encounter bandits again who would capture us and sell us to brothels. So Hero, please take us sisters in. We won't be a burden. We will serve your meals and take care of your daily needs, and we might even offer ourselves in return. Please, Hero, will you take us in? The twin sisters knelt down, pleading for him to take them in. Upon hearing their words, Zhang Fengchu couldn't help but feel pity. Moreover, the concerns of the two girls were not without reason. In ancient times, becoming a refugee without a fixed abode amidst famine, natural disasters, and bandits running rampant, the sisters were left alone. Being weak women, one misstep could mean just escaping a tiger's den only to enter a wolf's lair. Having crossed over and exchanged resources without worry about food and drink, taking in a pair of twin sisters was an easy task. Do you really want to follow me? Yes. Seeing him relent, the twin sisters were overjoyed, nodding together and looking at him with eager anticipation. Then let's go together. Zhang Fengchu accepted the twin sisters. What happens next will be discussed later. Thank you, Hero. No thank you, Master. The twin sisters happily performed a servant's courtesy towards him. Zhang Fengchu quickly helped them up and asked, My name is Zhang Fengchu, what are your names? In response to Master, my name is Yin Wanzi, and I am the elder sister. Master, my name is Yin Xianhong, and I am the younger sister. Zhang Fengchu nodded. For now the sisters wore identical dresses, so he could only distinguish them by their names. Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin and suddenly thought of something. By the way, Wanzi and Xianhong, do you know where their treasure vault and granary are? Yin Wanzi nodded. We know where the granary is, but we don't know about the treasure vault. However, we know it is in the hands of the big chief. So I suspect that his treasure vault should be in some part of the big chief's residence. Zhang Fengchu nodded, feeling it was very reasonable. It would either be in the Crow King's residence or have a basement or something, so it was just right to go and take a look. Wait here for a moment. I'll be back shortly. Yes, Master. The twin sisters nodded obediently and remained where they were. Yet they worried he might vanish without returning, abandoning them there entirely. Sister, do you think senior brother Zhang would truly leave us behind? Yin Xianhong voiced her concern. Yin Wanji paused and thought. I trust our master would never forsake us. Yin Xianhong nodded, her anxiety easing slightly. Later, Zhang Fengchu returned to the chamber of the bandit chieftain, the Crow King, and activated his X-ray vision to search within the room. Sure enough, a concealed mechanism lay hidden behind the bedroom wall. Beneath the mechanism descended a flight of stairs leading underground, into a secret cellar. Thus, the Crow King's private treasury must surely reside within this subterranean chamber. How invaluable this X-ray vision truly was, not only revealing what others could not see, but also simplifying the search for hidden things. Zhang Fengchu approached the inner wall, pressed upward, and with a sharp click, a hidden door swung open. He pushed the door wide and peered inside. A staircase spiraled downward into the cellar. Retrieving a headlamp from his spatial realm, he fastened it upon his brow and began descending step by deliberate step. At the bottom, as expected, lay the cellar, a modest space yet spacious enough to hold considerable treasures. A swift glance revealed no other objects, only 6 massive wooden chests. What might they contain? Zhang Fengchu pondered, and then scanned them with his X-ray vision. Astonishing, truly astonishing. Indeed, this was the Crow King's private treasury. Of the 6 chests, 5 held silver ingots, each containing no less than 10,000 taels. Together, the 5 chests amounted to 50,000 taels of silver. The 6th chest, however, contained neither silver nor gold, but rather exquisite jewelry: gold, silver, jade, pearls, and precious gems. These ornaments were undeniably valuable, surely worth a fortune if transported to the modern world. Zhang Fengchu opened the chest and examined its contents closely. Inside rested golden hairpins, silver hairpins, and jade hairpins, strands of pearl necklaces, jade pendants, gemstones, and ornate bracelets. Most striking of all was a luminous orb the size of a clenched fist, glowing softly even after he switched off his headlamp. There could be no doubt this was the legendary night luminous pearl. Such a treasure was peerless, especially one of such exceptional quality. Its value truly incalculable. Fortune had smiled upon him, beyond measure. This single night luminous pearl alone could secure his wealth and freedom for life, ensuring abundance without want. It was impossible to spend, truly impossible. Even the remaining gemstone and ornaments held immense worth. Zhang Fengchu allowed himself a faint smile. Unexpected bounty indeed. Without further delay, he gathered all 6 chests, silver, gold, and jewels, into his spatial realm. Later, he searched the chambers of the other 8 lieutenants. Though their hoards paled beside the Crow King's, they still yielded gains. Each lieutenant kept roughly 10,000 taels of silver in his personal vault. 8 lieutenants thus contributed 80,000 taels. Combined with the Crow King's 50,000, the total reached 130,000 taels of silver. Additionally, the 8 lieutenants collectively possessed 1 chest of gold, silver, and jewel-encrusted ornaments. In sum, this raid upon the Weah Mountain bandit lair netted 130,000 taels of silver and 2 chests of precious ornaments. Clearly, these mountain bandits were far more than they appeared. Zhang Fengchu surmised that the Crow King and his 9 lieutenants must have been extraordinary individuals before turning to banditry. Otherwise, how could they have amassed such vast wealth? Yet none of that mattered now. What mattered was his extraordinary stroke of luck and immense fortune. Having secured the lieutenant's treasuries, he entered the granary and found it brimming with grain. Millet, rice, sorghum, and wheat, no less than 10,000 jin. Zhang Fengchu smiled faintly, gathered it all into his spatial realm, and prepared to depart. The twin sisters stood at the entrance of the assembly hall, straining their gaze toward the path, hoping he would return swiftly to take them away. Tap, tap. Suddenly footsteps echoed, drawing their attention. Upon seeing him, they rushed forward eagerly. Master, did you find it? Wanji asked. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Yes, we leave now. I'll send others later to retrieve the rest. In truth, everything was already stored within his spatial realm, yet he could not reveal this to them. The twins harbored no suspicion. They followed him down the mountain, radiant with joy, their faces alight with smiles. Their parents' vengeance had been exacted, and at last they were free. Gazing upon his retreating figure, their hearts swelled with gratitude. This man had rescued them, avenged their family, and their admiration for him soared beyond measure. Master, there is one person you didn't kill, is there not? Suddenly, Wanji recalled someone. Zhang Fengchu sensed her urgency. This person clearly mattered deeply to her. Who is it? Lady Feng. Who is she? Her name is Feng Baozhu. Wanji recounted quietly. 3 days ago, the 2nd lieutenant seized her and brought her up the mountain. According to Lady Feng, her husband, a textile merchant, was waylaid here en route. The 2nd lieutenant slaughtered her entire family, servant's husband, and even her 2 young children. Only because Lady Feng's figure was exceptionally graceful and her beauty extraordinary did the 2nd lieutenant spare her, for now. He imprisoned her in the firewood shed behind the courtyard, intending to claim her for himself. Yet Lady Feng vowed never to submit, and so far the 2nd lieutenant has not succeeded. Your arrival ended his life, and those of his comrades. Ah, I see. Zhang Fengchu nodded. No, I did not slay her. I do not kill the innocent, only those who deserve death. Meanwhile, in the firewood shed, a woman in her late 20s sat huddled in the corner, her hair disheveled, her posture trembling. Tap, tap. Footsteps approached outside, snapping her attention upward. Her eyes brimmed with raw terror. Is it locked? Do you have the key? Yes. We bring Lady Feng food daily, so we carry the key. Xianhong retrieved the key from her waistband and unlocked the door. Zhang Fengchu nodded, then stepped inside only after the door swung open. His gaze swept the cramped interior. Stacks of firewood lined the walls. Then his eyes fell upon the woman crouched in the far corner, timid, fragile, like a startled hare. Her attire gleamed with opulence, silken robes, a golden hairpin, jade bracelets, pearl earrings, and an intricately carved jade pendant. Clear evidence she belonged to a wealthy, noble household. Evidently, the second lieutenant held Lady Feng in singular regard. Otherwise, her precious ornaments would long since have been stripped away. That he left them untouched spoke volumes. He valued her deeply, and thus exercised restraint. Even her silken garments carried significance. In certain dynasties, such luxurious fabrics were forbidden to commoners and merchants alike. Yet in others, such restrictions were relaxed. If one possessed sufficient wealth and status, fine silks could be purchased and worn freely. Hence, the Yin dynasty imposed relatively lenient dress codes upon its common folk. Otherwise, Lady Feng's ensemble alone might have drawn severe punishment. Still, most ordinary people could scarcely afford such costly garments. Even if permitted, they remained beyond reach. Even if acquired, such finery would prove impractical for labor. Farming risked soiling them, mountain work threatened tears and costly damage. Frugality prevailed. Few would waste resources on garments too delicate for daily life. Zhang Fengchu studied Lady Feng's form and features: snow-pale skin, lush curves, regal bearing, and serene elegance. Though nearing 30, her grace remained undimmed. The twin sisters gently helped her rise and guided her before Zhang Fengchu. Wanji said, "Madam, fear not. This is senior brother Zhang. Today, senior brother Zhang single-handedly avenged us and our kin, eradicating the Wuya mountain bandits entirely and slaying all 9 lieutenants. He is our savior, and a righteous force who purges evil from the land." Feng Baozhu was utterly astounded, never imagining this seemingly unassuming elder could possess such formidable power. After all, Wuya Mountain hosted over 1,000 bandits, and its 9 lieutenants were renowned martial masters, each surpassing the last in skill. Yet he had vanquished them all, alone. She found it difficult to believe, half convinced, half doubting. To her mind, no mortal, however mighty, however skilled, could possibly overcome 1,000 foes unscathed, emerging without even a single hair out of place. Although she had doubts, after spending these days with the 2 sisters, she realized that they shared a common plight with her, which made Madame Feng trust them more. "Wan Ziqianhong, is what you said true?" Both sisters nodded simultaneously. "Madam, it is more real than pearls. If you don't believe it, you can go outside and take a look yourself." Could it really be true? Feng Baozhu didn't think too much and immediately rushed out of the woodshed. Outside, she saw bodies scattered on the ground, all devoid of life. At this point, she had to believe it. Madame Feng's eyes lit up with a smile. "Good, wonderful, they deserve to die. You killed my husband, children, servants, and parents. Heaven has opened its eyes, heaven has opened its eyes, heaven has opened its eyes." Suddenly, she looked around anxiously, as if searching for something, but couldn't find it. She was extremely anxious. "Wan Ziqianhong, where are the 9 leaders? Especially that second leader. He killed my family. He deserves to die the most. Where is he? Where is he?" "Madam, they are all in the council hall. You can go take a look yourself," Qianhong replied. Upon hearing this, Feng Baozhu immediately rushed towards the council hall to check. In the next moment, she returned to Zhang Fengchu's side and knelt before him. "Hero Zhang, you avenged my family. I cannot repay your great kindness and virtue. I can only serve you like an ox or horse to repay your great kindness and virtue, and will follow you forever as your servant at your command." "Madam, you flatter me too much." Zhang Fengchu moved to help her up, but Feng Baozhu was unwilling to rise. "If the hero does not agree, I will not get up." Zhang Fengchu shook his head, realizing he had encountered a tough opponent. Since he couldn't refuse, he had to accept. "All right, I agree. Can you get up now?" "Thank you, master." Only then did Madame Feng stand up and head down the mountain with him and her twin sisters. In a day's sun, Li opened his eyes, not knowing how long he had been asleep. He looked up at the sky. The sun had risen to its zenith, and without a doubt it was already noon. Recalling, he wondered how he had fallen asleep here. He then remembered that a young man named Zhang Fengchu had just come up the mountain with him, and they had drunk together until they passed out here. Glancing around, he did not see Zhang Fengchu, so he got up and headed towards his residence. Suddenly, he felt that something was off. The camp was eerily silent, with not a sound to be heard, an unsettling quiet without any human voices. Something is wrong. There were over 1,000 mountain bandits on the mountain, and it usually was very lively. One could hear their voices from afar. But now it was extraordinarily quiet. At the same time, a strange odor wafted in. He was all too familiar with that smell. The smell of blood. Sun Li's expression grew serious as he hurried towards the camp. He was stunned. He saw that the camp was filled with corpses, with not a single survivor. They were all dead. He was startled and immediately hid, fearing that there were still enemies around, cautiously shrinking into a corner to peer out and listen to the sounds around him. After a quarter of an hour, Sun Li had been hiding in the corner for a quarter of an hour and heard no movement. Seeing that no one came out, he figured it was safe that the murderer had left and cautiously stepped out. Looking around, he swept his gaze over the bodies on the ground, confirming that none had survived. Finally, he arrived at the entrance of the council hall and peered inside, nearly being scared to death. He sat down on the ground, trembling all over. Inside the council hall, 8 people lay dead. And these 9 were not ordinary people, they were the 9 leaders of Weixin, including the great leader King Crow, who was among them. Sun Li calmed himself and approached to examine. These 9 corpses were indeed the 9 leaders. However, one person was missing his body, only the head remained. He was none other than the head of the 9th leader, Wolf Lord. As for where his body went, it was simple. During the Yang Tree Troop incident, Uncle Nyo had led people to dig a pit and had buried Wolf Lord's body. And his head was kept by Zhang Fengchu, brought up the mountain to show to the great leader King Crow, which is why it was here. They are all dead, all dead. The great leader is dead, the 2nd leader, the 3rd leader, the 9th leader, and thousands of brothers are all dead. Sun Li never expected that a powerful enemy would completely wipe out the mountain bandits of Weixin overnight. Thinking about it, he shivered. He looked around and heard no sounds, but he was still terrified. Could it be that the government sent someone? Or perhaps a more powerful enemy? As this thought crossed Sun Li's mind, he felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, I was drunk and lying in that little grove over there, which allowed me to escape this disaster. Otherwise, I would be just like them, already a dried-up corpse. This place is not suitable for staying long. I should hurry down the mountain. Otherwise, when the officials come to collect the bodies, I'm done for. With this thought, Sun Li turned to leave. But after taking a few steps, he stopped again. No, I need to take some valuables, otherwise I will be penniless when I go out, and can only beg, which is even more dangerous. Sun Li turned back and began to search the 9 leaders' bodies. However, after going through several leaders, he found nothing of value. Good heavens, they have all been stripped clean. Sun Li was speechless. He found no benefits on the 9 leaders' bodies. He could only exit and search the bodies of the lower-ranking bandits. Fortunately, these lower-ranking bandits had not been stripped. Each lower-ranking bandit still had a few coins on them. He even searched their pants. However, it turned out that some had hidden coins and silver in their pants. In ancient times, this was a common occurrence. They hid it on their bodies, fearing that someone would snatch it away. So they hid it in their pants, preventing theft. 2 birds with 1 stone. The downside was that it was not very hygienic and had a strong odor. When he took out the silver and the coins, the smell on them wouldn't dissipate immediately. But this was something Sun Li was familiar with. He could identify it precisely because he usually hid his silver and coins in his pants. The mountain bandits also had this awareness of safety. In no time, Sun Li had managed to find over 1,000 coins and several taels of silver by searching pants. In fact, before this, Zhang Fengchu had also searched the corpses of these bandits. The reason he didn't take anything was simple. Many had hidden coins in their pants, and the smell was too strong, so he didn't dare to touch them. It was mainly because Zhang Fengchu had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Another reason was that he didn't need the money at that moment. If he had no money, even if it was smelly money, he would still have to take it. One couldn't starve to death. At worst, he could wear gloves beforehand, and after finishing, wash them with lemon detergent, and there would be no smell left, just a hint of lemon scent. Now it seemed that this fellow had benefited. Sun Li didn't mind the smell at all, and was quite pleased with himself. Sun Li has left. He was also the only winner in the life of Wuya Mountain. As a minor player, he was inconspicuous in the bandit den, doing the toughest work, eating the worst food, receiving the least wages, unappreciated, lacking presence, and often bullied by colleagues and superiors. Now he was the only one left, having touched a few hundred taels of silver, living freely. Zhang Fengchu and the twin sisters, along with Madame Feng, while riding, encountered someone driving an ox cart. On the ox cart, there were 4 people. He recognized them at a glance. It was none other than Uncle Nyo village head Shui Zhao Yuqi and a woman. The woman was none other than Shui Dalong, the village flower of Yangshutan, and also his fiancée. The reason for her arrival was likely to worry about his safety. Shui Dalong and the others, upon seeing him on horseback, quickly dismounted and ran towards him. Zhang Fengchu also got off his horse and walked over, ruffling her hair. "What brings you here? I saw you hadn't returned all night and was worried about you." "I'm fine." Zhang Fengchu ruffled her hair again, introduced her to the twin sisters and Madame Feng, and then they all headed home. "Brother-in-law, will those bandits come to our village again?" During dinner, Eru curiously asked. Dahu Erlong, Zhao Yuqi, and Dalong all looked at him. At the same table were the twin sisters he had just rescued and Madame Feng. The siblings were quite worried because the bandits were after their elder sister. If they were captured and taken to the mountains, the situation would be dire. Therefore, the family spent the entire day anxious, unable to eat or sleep. Even the entire Yangshutan was worried that the bandits from Wuya Mountain would come down to wreak havoc. Zhang Fengchu said it's impossible for them to come, never. If they ever do, it will be in the next life. "Why is that?" Eru pressed further. "Because they have gone to another world." "What world?" Erlong asked curiously. Zhang Fengchu smiled. "Without replying, you will know in the future." Erlong and Eru nodded, seemingly understanding. Only the twin sisters and Madame Feng knew which world Zhang Fengchu was referring to. But some things were not suitable to discuss in front of the children, so they chose to remain silent. Fengchu. Suddenly village head Shu's voice came from outside. Hearing this, Zhang Fengchu put down his bowl and chopsticks and went outside. Seeing him peeking in at the gate, he approached. Have you eaten? Yes, I had it early. Village head Shui said with a broad smile. Fengchu, everyone is gathering at the village entrance waiting for you. All right, let's go then. Where to? Suddenly Dalong and the others came out to meet him. Seeing them, Zhang Fengchu invited them along, saying they would find out at the village entrance. When they arrived at the village entrance, they found the villagers already gathered at the threshing ground waiting for some time. Dalong, Zhao Yuqi, and the others exchanged glances, puzzled about what the village head was planning, shrouded in mystery. They had to get closer to the crowd to listen in. The village was filled with men, women, the elderly, and children, creating a very lively atmosphere. The villagers' eagerness for this village meeting was for a reason. It concerned the safety of the village's life and property, making it imperative for them to take it seriously. After all, they had offended the bandits of Wuya Mountain, killing their 9th chief and 29 elite bandits. They would not let this go easily, and might even resort to bloodshed in the village. If Zhang Fengchu did not resolve the hidden dangers on his trip to Wuya Mountain, it was likely the village could face a surprise attack at any time, be it tomorrow or tonight. Many villagers were privately discussing plans to avoid the danger, taking their families to escape the village and hide elsewhere. Village head Shui stepped forward, cleared his throat. Now that everyone is present, let's begin today's meeting. I know that for the past couple of days you haven't been eating well or sleeping soundly, worrying about something. As the village head, I share the same worries, but some things cannot be solved by worry alone. We must unite together. However, this matter has already been addressed by Fengchu. Now I would like to invite our scholar to come up and explain how this matter has been resolved. All right. The crowd responded in unison. Fengchu, it's your turn. Village head Shui stepped aside, making way for him. All eyes in the crowd turned towards him. Zhang Fengchu, as an outsider, was not well known among the villagers. It was only in the past few months that he had taken the imperial examinations, first passing the elementary level, then the scholar level, and just recently passing the higher examination, which had generated much discussion among the villagers. They began to pay attention to him, learning about him and the background he had fabricated, which the villagers understood only partially. Now that he had passed the examinations, not only did people from the nearby villages know, but even scholars from the towns and cities were aware of him. After all, he had ranked first in the elementary and township exams, and given the small circle of scholars in ancient times, someone as outstanding as Zhang Fengchu could not go unnoticed. Zhang Fengchu stepped forward, facing the crowd, feeling quite a bit of pressure. Hello everyone. My name is Zhang Fengchu. I believe you have heard of me, so I won't elaborate further. Now I will get straight to the point regarding the Wuya Mountain bandits' revenge against Yangshan. There is no need to worry at all. The crowd exchanged glances, unsure of his meaning. How could they not worry about such matters? Or was it that he had already resolved the issue during his trip to Wuya Mountain? But upon reflection, they felt it was unlikely. Although he was a scholar, the bandits would not be intimidated by that, so they speculated about his statement. Zhang Fengchu continued, I have a friend who is highly skilled. Last night, during the dark and windy night, my friend and I joined forces and have already eliminated all the bandits from Wuya Mountain, including the big boss Wuya Wang, as well as the 2nd to the 8th chiefs. Of course, I killed the 9th chief right in front of everyone, and you all witnessed it. The crowd let out a sigh of relief, but remained worried about its authenticity. After all, the bandits of Wuya Mountain were numerous. How could they be so easily eradicated? I know you don't believe me, but it doesn't matter. Tomorrow I will take everyone to see for themselves, and then you won't have to worry anymore. The crowd nodded, accepting this. Without seeing for themselves, they truly could not rest easy. Zhang Fengchu had said enough by this point. They dispersed, returning to their homes, each looking for their own family members. At dawn, Zhang Fengchu woke up before the sun had risen, planning to return to the modern world for a few days. By the way, there were some matters to attend to. With a thought, he vanished from the spot. Zhang Fengchu returned to the modern world and took a nap. When he awoke, the sun was already bright. He got up and had breakfast with his mother. He drove his BMW X5 into the city. Zhang Fengchu first went to Qi Feng's house to treat him. After administering the acupuncture, he sat in the living room to rest, waiting half an hour before removing the needles. Suddenly, Qi Mei came down from the upper floor of the villa. Upon seeing him, she walked over and sat down on the sofa opposite him. Uncle, when did you arrive? Qi Mei asked with a smile. Ever since she witnessed Zhang Fengchu's exceptional medical skills that cured her grandfather's heart failure. Her previous disdain had turned into respect, and she now treated him with politeness. It's been about an hour, replied Zhang Fengchu. Qi Mei nodded, crossing her legs. Dressed in a blue short skirt, she immediately revealed a glimpse of spring. She even started shaking her legs. Zhang Fengchu glanced over, pretending not to see, but his nose felt warm and he began to bleed. Uncle, you have a nosebleed. Chi Mei pointed out, throwing him a flirtatious glance, her legs shaking even more vigorously. This woman is truly a femme fatale. Zhang Fengchu shook his head, wiped his nosebleed, saying, "It's nothing, just a little heat." Ha ha ha, Chi Mei laughed, her laughter making her look even more charming. A little heat, huh? Do you want me to cool you down? With that, she stood up. At a height of 183 meters with her long legs and twisting waist, she came to his side and sat down right on him. She leaned against him. A strong scent of perfume wafted from her. Zhang Fengchu had no choice but to scoot over, trying to distance himself from her. However, Chi Mei did not relent and leaned closer again. It wasn't until she pushed him to the edge of the sofa that Zhang Fengchu finally stopped with nowhere left to hide. Suddenly, Chi Mei lifted her bottom and sat on his lap, wrapping her delicate hands around his neck. "Do you think I'm beautiful? Am I beautiful? Am I beautiful?" Zhang Fengchu was left speechless. After patting her bottom a few times, he changed the subject. Mei, can I ask you something?" What is it?" Chi Mei fell silent for a moment, feeling a bit melancholic. He didn't appreciate how beautiful she was. Others were eager to curry favor with her, but she ignored them. Did she really have to put herself out there for him? And he wasn't even moved. "What do you say?" Chi Mei got off him and returned to her seat opposite, suddenly serious, as if nothing had just happened. "I have some gold and silver jewelry that I want to sell, but I don't know the market or anyone in this field. Do you happen to know anything about it? Or do you have any friends in this area whom you could introduce me to?" Does he even have these things?" With a hint of doubt, Chi Mei asked, "Can I take a look?" Of course. Zhang Fengchu went out and got into the car. In a short while, he returned carrying a small wooden box and placed it on the table. "Shall we open it and take a look?" Chi Mei nodded, placing her hand on the small wooden box. Not expecting much, she opened it. Click, huh? Chi Mei opened the small box and was shocked to find it filled with gold and silver jewelry. The key was a bead the size of a fist. Thinking it might be fake, she immediately picked up a gold hairpin, a silver hairpin, a jade bracelet, and a gemstone ring to examine them. To her surprise, none of them were fake. She did have some discernment, so it couldn't be fake. Moreover, these pieces were not ordinary. They were not only antique, but also of high quality, making them quite valuable. While these gold and silver jewelry pieces are all real, and they have an antique quality to them, they must be from ancient times, Chi Mei said happily. "I have to say she has a bit of an eye for this." Zhang Fengchu nodded. Yes, these are indeed ancient items. However, he couldn't specify which ancient era. After all, this Yin dynasty is a fictional dynasty that never existed in history, and she wouldn't understand if he told her. It's better to maintain an air of mystery, especially since his ability to traverse time is a secret that cannot be revealed. Mainly, he was afraid of being taken for research. "What is this?" Suddenly, Chi Mei picked up the fist-sized bead and examined it closely. Zhang Fengchu suspected that this was a luminous pearl, but he hadn't confirmed it yet. However, it was highly likely. After all, it was an ancient item without modern technology, so it couldn't be faked. Luminous pearl. Chi Mei was directly shocked, not expecting this to be the legendary luminous pearl. However, she was still half believing, wondering if such a thing really existed in modern times. Could it be a fake? Chi Mei pondered. "Uncle, how can you be sure this is a luminous pearl?" He couldn't just tell her the truth. He quickly thought of a good idea. Zhang Fengchu smiled. "I got this from a friend who said it was a luminous pearl, so I bought these gold and silver jewelry pieces in a package from him." "I see." Chi Mei nodded, but still seemed half convinced. Although these gold and silver jewelry pieces were indeed real, she had already checked them thoroughly. But she was very skeptical about this luminous pearl, especially in this technologically advanced modern era where everything could be faked or synthesized. Synthesizing a luminous pearl is not a problem at all. Although she doubted its authenticity, she didn't want to confront him directly. Moreover, she had no evidence to prove that it was fake and not real. If it turned out to be real, wouldn't she offend someone? After thinking for a moment, Chi Mei suddenly said, "I heard that this luminous pearl can shine in the dark. I wonder if that's true." Facts speak louder than words. The truth and falsehood will become clear. Let's try it and see for ourselves. Zhang Fengchu did not give her a definite answer, but he would let her see it for herself. All right, let's go and test it out. Chi Mei placed the luminous pearl back in the box, not daring to take it herself. You see, if this is the real luminous pearl, it's worth a fortune. If it breaks, she wouldn't be able to compensate for it, even if she sold herself. For safety, it's better to let its owner take it. Zhang Fengchu said nothing more, carefully holding the luminous pearl, and followed Chi Mei into a room. This room had no windows. It was a storage room that required lights even during the day, or it would be completely dark. But it was just right for testing the authenticity of the luminous pearl. The two entered the storage room together, and Chi Mei closed the door and turned off the lights, waiting for a miracle to happen. As soon as the lights went out, the luminous pearl reacted, suddenly shining brightly in Zhang Fengchu's hands, illuminating the entire storage room. Especially the pearl itself, which shone brilliantly, transforming into a glowing pearl, very magical. Chi Mei stared shocked, her mouth forming an "oh, so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful." It's worth noting that she said it 3 times. I never expected to witness the luminous pearl shining in the dark with my own eyes. Seeing her surprised expression, Zhang Fengchu smiled and put away the pearl. If this truly is a top-quality night pearl, it would be worth a fortune, likely enough to sell for several small goals. Naturally, it must be well protected. Zhang Fengchu placed the night pearl back into the small wooden box and said, "So Xiaomei, do you have any friends in the jewelry business who could help me out? You won't miss out on the benefits." Chi Mei nodded. "I do have some, but do you really want to sell these things?" "Yes, I don't collect them and they're useless to keep. It's better to sell them for cash and do something else." Seeing him say that, Chi Mei nodded. "Then I actually do have someone in mind. Shall I take you to meet her?" Zhang Fengchu nodded. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu removed the needles from Chi Feng's body, disinfected and retracted. "Old Chi, do you feel much better than before?" Chi Feng climbed off the bed, moved around, and after a moment laughed. "Much better. I feel like I've become much younger." Gratefully, he extended both hands and grasped Zhang Fengchu's hands. "Fengchu, your medical skills are truly remarkable." Zhang Fengchu smiled and said nothing. Some things are best kept to oneself. Praise from others is good, but one must remain grounded and not get carried away. Getting carried away can lead to trouble. He took out a porcelain bottle from his pocket and handed it to him. "This is my special medicine. Just take it yourself and do not share it with others." Chi Feng grinned, fully trusting his medical skills. He quickly took the bottle as if it were a treasure, opened the cap, and a strong herbal scent wafted out. As an experienced traditional Chinese medicine practitioner, he could tell the quality of the pills just by scent. "Good medicine, excellent medicine." Chi Feng praised immediately. Zhang Fengchu advised, "1 pill a day, no more, and take it before bed for the best effect. There are 30 pills in total, enough for a month." The old man nodded repeatedly. "How much is it?" "You've already gifted me a BX5, so I won't charge you for it." "That won't do. Let's leave it at that, or I won't come to your house again in the future." Hearing this, Chi Feng did not insist further. At the same time, he regarded him with greater respect, realizing he was not the type to take advantage and be greedy, making him worth getting to know. In the next moment, at the G6 jewelry store in front of the store, a BX5 stopped in front. The door opened, and a man and a woman got out. It was none other than Zhang Fengchu and Chi Mei. Zhang Fengchu got out of the car and glanced at the store entrance. "G6 Jewelry, is your friend working at this store?" Chi Mei smiled. "Yes, she works here, but she is the store manager. Moreover, G6 Jewelry was founded by her grandfather. Her mother is the president and her grandfather is the chairman. They also have their own jewelry processing factory." "The grandfather you mentioned, could it be Ji Chang'an of G6 Fu?" "Exactly." Chi Mei nodded with a smile. "No wonder." Zhang Fengchu nodded. "I read online that the chairman of G6 Fu already has assets in the hundreds of billions. Is that true?" "Pretty much, at least it's not less than that." "Miss Chi, you've arrived." As soon as Chi Mei entered, the sales staff immediately greeted her enthusiastically. It was clear she was indeed a familiar face here. Soon a staff member led Zhang Fengchu and Chi Mei into the store manager's office. After sitting on the sofa, the assistant poured each of them a cup of coffee. 3 cups of coffee, the other cup obviously reserved for the store manager. "Miss Chi, please wait a moment. Our store manager just went to the restroom." The assistant explained the situation. Chi Mei nodded, indicating it was fine. Zhang Fengchu took a few sips of coffee and leaned back on the sofa, closing his eyes to rest. Waiting for someone can indeed be a very tedious task. However, sometimes one must wait. Asking others for favors is never an easy task. Suddenly, the office door opened and a girl in her early 20s, short in stature with a quirky appearance, wearing a blue long shirt and with dyed yellow hair, walked in. She had tattoos on her arms and her makeup was rather unconventional. She took a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled a smoke ring towards him while parting her cherry lips. At first glance, Zhang Fengchu associated her with a spiritual girl. "Mei Mei is here?" the girl casually asked, crossing her legs and revealing her beautiful legs and stockings. After letting out another smoke ring, she finally turned her attention to Zhang Fengchu, not recognizing him and not particularly caring. "Mei Mei, who is this old man?" "Old man, huh?" Zhang Fengchu shook his head, not wanting to stoop to the level of this spiritual girl. Chi Mei also had no way to deal with her. "Uncle, let me introduce you. This is Ji Yue, the manager of this store." Don't be fooled by her appearance. Her heart isn't bad. Zhang Fengchu smiled without speaking. Whether she was good or bad, he had no way to know. Whatever she said was what it was. Ji Yue was not very pleased with her introduction and showed her teeth. Chi Mei ignored it and continued. "Yue, this is Zhang Fengchu. He needs to discuss something with you." Ji Yue pondered for a moment. "Old man, since you were introduced by Mei Mei, just say what you need to say." Zhang Fengchu ignored her and placed the small wooden box on the table. "Miss Ji, the items are inside. You can see for yourself." What is this mysterious old man up to? If one didn't know better, they might think he was hiding some kind of extraordinary treasure in that small wooden box. All right, Yue reached out to open the box. Bang! Bang! Suddenly a series of loud farts erupted from behind her, interrupting her action. Sorry, I need to use the restroom first. She held her stomach and rushed out the door. May didn't know what to say. Didn't she just come back from the restroom? History often has astonishing similarities. One instance leads to another. 2 give birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. Yue returned, sat for less than a second, and got up again. I need to use the restroom. 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 In the next half hour, Yue made 11 trips to the restroom. Finally, she returned, sitting back on the sofa, already looking exhausted. You are running to the restroom so frequently. Is it possible you have diarrhea? May couldn't help but ask. Yes, I've been running to the restroom since morning. I feel like I've lost half of myself. Yue shook her head, her expression quite helpless. May turned her gaze to Zhang Fengchu and said to her, It's not a big deal. There's a doctor here. How about letting him take a look at you? You can forget it with that half-baked doctor. It's not me, it's uncle. His medical skills are superb, better than my grandfather's. What? Yue thought she misheard, looking disdainfully at the old man across from her. Better than my grandfather's medical skills. Why do I find that so hard to believe? Is it true? When have I ever deceived you? May feigned anger. As if I am begging you. Zhang Fengchu was left speechless. Come on. After saying that, Yue lay down on the table. Zhang Fengchu said nothing more, rolled up his sleeves, and lifted her shirt from her stomach. What are you doing? Seeing him pulling her clothes, Yue became vigilant. She thought he was going to take advantage of her. It's for massage therapy. She held her tongue. Grabbing one of her hands, he took her pulse and said, The illness comes from the mouth, causing discomfort in the stomach and leading to continuous diarrhea. But encountering me is absolutely not a problem. This old man, does he even draft his boasts? Could he be a con artist? Yue looked at him with disbelief. You old man, stop with the nonsense. If you can cure me, then you can prove your medical skills. Zhang Fengchu disinfected his hands and then disinfected her stomach before starting the massage. Crack, crack, she hadn't even been massaged a few times when she burst into laughter. Zhang Fengchu. Unaffected by her, he continued the massage. Bored, May took out her phone and started scrolling through Douyin. Soon Yue felt her stomach easing under his massage. Her belly felt warm and comfortable from the outside in and from the inside out. The pain was gone, and there was no longer a feeling of diarrhea. Unexpectedly, this old man's medical skills were quite impressive. Just with a few massages, he cured her. Indeed, someone valued by Mei must not be an ordinary person. For a moment, she regarded him with new eyes. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hands. How do you feel? Yue got up, jumped around, felt it once more, confirmed she was completely well and even more comfortable than before, then sighed in relief. Old man, your medical skills are indeed remarkable. How much do you charge? No charge. Yue was stunned. She had never heard of free medical treatment. She thought she misheard. She asked again, What did you say the price is? I said no charge. This time she hadn't misheard, it truly was no charge. Why? Yue looked at him, feeling something was off. This old man, he wouldn't have other thoughts about her, would he? How old is your child? Hearing her friend's question, May quickly shook her head at her, signaling her not to pry. Yue pretended not to see the hint. Old man, looking at your age, your child should be not much younger than me, right? You can't stop it, you can't stop it at all. There was no way. May gritted her teeth and kicked her shoe at her. May, why did you kick me? Being directly exposed, Mai's face turned red, and she awkwardly turned her head away, no longer paying attention to her. Actually, I am not married yet. If Miss G is also single, then it's perfect. When a man reaches a certain age, he should marry, and when a woman reaches a certain age, she should marry too. We can get to know each other first. Once familiar, who knows, we might end up together. You must be kidding. Yue thought in her heart, having no feelings for him at all. Old man, you are already 40. I am only 23, 16 years younger than you. Are you looking to be a cougar hunter? Zhang Fengchu remained unfazed. As the saying goes, a shameless person is invincible. So he continued unfazed. After all, he wasn't embarrassed. The one who should be embarrassed was the other party. An old cow can't eat old grass. It's only normal for it to eat tender grass. I'm not grass and you're not a cow. I was just making a comparison. I'm not the grass you eat, Yue retorted. This old man so unorthodox, quite bad. Since he dared to tease her, he had quite the nerve. It was hard to explain things clearly with him. Then you are not exactly tender grass either. Why not? You're an adult and mature. You wouldn't believe calling yourself tender grass, would you? At most, I'm half old grass. What half old grass? That sounds too unpleasant. Old man, can't you come up with a better name? If you can't, then don't bother. Ha ha. Zhang Fengchu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha ha. May also couldn't help but want to laugh. No laughing. Yue started to act fierce. Then what do you say you are? I'm not grass. I'm a flower ready to bloom. Ha. Zhang Fengchu and May couldn't help but burst into laughter again. You? Old man, if you keep laughing, believe it, or not, I'll hit you. Miss G, if you truly feel indebted and want to repay me, there are many ways, like the most direct one, which is a time-honored tradition. How about offering yourself? Hachime laughed and said, Yuel, why don't you consider it? I think age is not an issue. The problem is you and the uncle are both single. As long as you truly love each other, I think it's still possible. Moreover, the uncle is only 40, not 80, and a gap of over 10 years is not too much. If you like him, then you can marry him yourself. I'm definitely going to marry. Are you going to marry or not? It's not impossible. Seeing the two women arguing, Zhang Fengchu could only stop, not wanting to waste more time on their trivial jokes. All right, Miss G, today I had Xiao Mei bring me to see you, not to pursue you, but I have serious business. Serious business? What kind of serious business could there be between her and him? Ji Yuel looked at her with suspicion. Zhang Fengchu said no more, opened a small wooden box, took out a large wooden box from within, and pushed it in front of her. Open it and take a look yourself. Ji Yuel looked at the wooden box in front of her, which was antique, and she didn't know what was inside. Upon opening it, her eyes lit up. Such a large pearl. Is it a luminous pearl? Zhang Fengchu nodded. Yes, it's a genuine luminous pearl. I came to find you this time specifically because of it. Ji Yuel understood what he meant instantly. You want to sell it? Yes, I want you to evaluate how much this luminous pearl is worth. This was a luminous pearl, as she couldn't decide on her own. Ji Yuel suddenly became serious and a little excited. How about this, old man? My mother and my grandfather are currently staying in Shirshan County. Why don't I take you to my house and let my grandfather take a look? Zhang Fengchu nodded as if it was not impossible. Then I'll listen to Miss G. Chimei nodded. Then the three of them stood up and went out towards Ji Yu's house. May have you changed cars again? Ji Yue asked when she came outside and saw the white BX5. Chimei smiled and said, It's my uncle's. This old man is not an ordinary person. It makes sense with medical skills and a priceless luminous pearl. How could he be an ordinary person? For a moment, Ji Yue looked at Zhang Fengchu with new eyes. The next moment, Zhang Fengchu drove the car, stopping in front of a super luxurious villa under Ji Yu's guidance. Led by Ji Yue, Zhang Fengchu and Chimei entered the living room and sat down on the sofa. Several housemaids promptly served tea, water, fresh fruit, and pastries. As Zhang Fengchu sipped his tea, his gaze swept across the elegantly traditional interior, undoubtedly pleasing to the eye, yet undeniably extravagant. For a family like Ji Yue's, however, money was the one thing they lacked least. Thus there was little left to say. Zhang Fengchu glanced up. An elderly man, nearly 70 years old. Beside him stood a woman in her 40s, fair-skinned, strikingly beautiful, with delicate features, a rounded face, and graceful curves. A woman whose allure had only deepened with time. She must have been breathtaking in her youth. He surmised they were Ji Yue's mother and maternal grandfather. The three approached and seated themselves directly opposite Zhang Fengchu, and Chimei exchanging quiet, appraising glances. Father, this is my mother and grandfather, Ji Yue introduced. His guess had been correct. She turned to them, Mother, grandfather. This is Zhang Fengchu, a friend of Mei's. The father and daughter nodded curtly, their eyes flickering over Zhang Fengchu's attire, dismissing him without a second thought. Zhang Fengchu noticed at once, and made no effort to ingratiate himself. An old saying holds true: when circles differ, do not force your way in. Only embarrassment awaits. The poor remain unseen, even in bustling streets. The wealthy draw kin from distant mountains. Observe, any banquet, every toast is raised first to those of wealth and status. After years navigating society, Zhang Fengchu knew this truth intimately. To earn genuine respect, one needs only one thing: real strength. Strength commands authority. Success turns even a whisper into perfume. Failure renders one's trials utterly irrelevant. Ji Rongrong offered Zhang Fengchu 2 cold, perfunctory glances, then assessed his clothing. Nothing he wore exceeded 300 yuan in total. Not a single item bore a luxury label. She overlooked entirely the Patek Philippe watch on his wrist, worth well over 1,000,000 yuan. Then again, for someone of her immense fortune, even such a detail might stir no ripple at all. At first glance, his simple, unassuming attire evoked the image of a rural laborer, precisely why she wished her cherished daughter to keep her distance from anyone so lacking in standing or distinction. How old are you? 40. Where is your hometown? Shurtsuan village, Shirshan town. A countryman. So he was penniless. No wonder he dressed like a street market bargain hunter. How on earth had Mei met him? Hearing his origin, Ji Rongrong's disdain sharpened. And what do you do for work? I'm currently staying in my hometown. I haven't taken up formal employment. An idle wanderer. Ji Rongrong inwardly scoffed. How did you meet Mei, and how long have you known her? A background check. Zhang Fengchu listened, growing increasingly wary of the woman's probing tone. So intrusive, one might mistake this for a first meeting with a future mother-in-law demanding answers down to the last grain of sand. We've only just met. Close friends. Hardly. I know Mei Mei's grandfather. That's how we became acquainted. Yes, Aunt Ji. Though we've only recently met, I deeply admire Mr. Zhang. He's kind, upright, truly extraordinary. Both my grandfather and I hold him in the highest regard. Chi Mei chimed in immediately. Sensing Ji Rongrong's cool reception toward Zhang Fengchu, she stepped forward instinctively to speak on his behalf. But Ji Rongrong held a markedly different view. Moreover, she held little esteem for Chi Mei's family background. Her own standing dwarfed Chi Mei's by an incomparable margin. Were it not for the elder's medical expertise, and the fact that he occasionally treated patients at Chi Feng's clinic, she would never have permitted her daughter's friendship with Chi Mei, let alone tolerated it out of mere courtesy to the old man. Naturally, she paid Chi Mei's words no heed. When one lacks influence, even wisdom falls silent. There is profound truth in that. Mr. Zhang, then, what brings you here today? Ji Rongrong asked, her patience visibly fraying. Ji Chang'an sat beside her unmoved, fully aware his daughter's tone bordered on rudeness, yet choosing deliberate indifference, pretending neither to hear nor see. Clearly his attitude mirrored hers. Zhang Fengchu glanced at Ji Wei, silent inquiry, have you told them yet? Ji Wei responded with an artless, innocent smile. Uncle, I wanted to surprise them. It wasn't intentional secrecy. Even as she spoke, two pairs of sharp, incredulous eyes locked onto her. A shiver ran through her. Instinctively, she lowered her head, feigning obliviousness, hiding in plain sight, like a ghost trying to vanish behind her own ears. Zhang Fengchu shook his head slightly. So Ji Yui's position within her family was hardly commanding. Best to take matters into his own hands. Words were futile. Let them witness his true power firsthand. He rose, closed the front door, drew the curtains, and sealed every aperture where light might enter. In an instant, the vast living room plunged into absolute darkness, so complete one could not see one's own hand before the face. Ji Rongrong and Ji Chang'an stared stunned, and swiftly enraged, baffled by his audacious maneuver. This was, after all, their home. An outsider daring to manipulate their space had crossed a fundamental line of proprietorship. Their fury mounted. Ji Chang'an was already preparing to summon security. Ji Wei and Qi Feng, however, understood precisely what was unfolding, and simply smiled, seated calmly, ready to savor the spectacle. Click! Just as father and daughter braced to erupt and order him expelled, the chandelier blazed to life, flooding the room with brilliant light. Zhang Fengchu returned to his seat. Seeing no threat, the pair exhaled in cautious relief. Ji Rongrong demanded sharply, what was that about? Zhang Fengchu merely smiled. Saying nothing, he placed a lacquered wooden box upon the table. Mei Mei, would you please turn off the lights? Chi Mei obeyed, instantly rising to switch them off. Darkness swallowed the hall once more. Ji Rongrong and Ji Chang'an seethed, frustration coiling tight in their chests. Since when did an outsider dictate terms within their home? Their blood pressure surged, uncontrollable, unbearable, on the verge of summoning guards to eject him. Suddenly, click, the lid of the box sprang open. A radiant beam erupted from within, bursting forth in dazzling brilliance, illuminating the entire chamber. Silence fell, absolute, breathless, profound. Ji Rongrong and Ji Chang'an both turned as one toward the box, their mouths falling open in perfect O-shapes, eyes riveted to the luminous pearl inside, unable to blink, unable to look away. This is a genuine night pearl, Ji Chang'an declared after only a moment's scrutiny. He strode to the windows, threw open the shutters and curtains, then retrieved professional inspection tools. After half an hour of meticulous examination, the elder paused and turned gravely to his daughter, Rongrong. Never in my life did I imagine encountering such a peerless, supreme-grade night pearl. Its value is incalculable. Across the entire world, no night pearl yet discovered rivals its purity, luster, or perfection. It is without question the ultimate exemplar. Ji Rongrong had not expected that Zhang Fengchu, dressed in cheap street market attire, could produce a luminous pearl on the spot. Xiao Zhang, where did this luminous pearl come from? Ji Chang'an asked immediately, his eyes already gleaming with avarice. There was no doubt. He coveted this peerless, luminous pearl. Zhang Fengchu smiled faintly, having already discerned the elder's intense fascination with it. If the elder wished to purchase it and offered a reasonable price, he would consider selling. A friend of mine is urgently in need of funds and wishes to sell this ancestral luminous pearl. He entrusted me to inquire about its market value. That's why I approached Xiao Mei, who then introduced me to you. Nothing more. Ji Chang'an nodded, slowly, lost in thought. Ji Rongrong gazed at the pearl. She too desired to acquire it. The crux lay solely in the price. That was the heart of the matter. After all, no one wished to be at a disadvantage. Moreover, this was an exceedingly rare, peerless, luminous pearl, worth hundreds of millions, even billions. Acquiring it demanded substantial capital. It was not something one could simply buy on impulse. Ji Chang'an smiled. Then how much does your friend wish to sell it for? Zhang Fengchu paused thoughtfully. My friend knows little of current market rates. That's precisely why he sent me to sound out the field. Let's first see what offer they'll make. If the price is fair, the sale may proceed. Should they attempt to lowball me or exploit my apparent unfamiliarity with the market, it matters little. I can always seek another buyer. Countless jewelers and collectors existed across the realm. No need to stake everything on a single tree. Besides, he was hardly strapped for funds. Should the price prove unsatisfactory, he'd simply keep it for his own enjoyment. Ji Chang'an exchanged a glance with Ji Rongrong. She nodded and spoke. If your friend truly intends to sell, we'll offer 10 million. Unsurprisingly, the wily old Ji Chang'an had his daughter make the opening bid, leaving himself room to intervene later should the deal falter. 10 million was no trivial sum. Luminous pearls did appear on the market. Not mythical treasures, but items ranging widely in value: hundreds, thousands, millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions, even billions or tens of billions. Yet quality dictated worth. The luminous pearl in his hand was peerless. Attempting to acquire it for a mere 10 million was nothing short of brazen deception. They could easily resell it for over 10 billion. Indeed, commerce bred cunning. The father-daughter pair had devised a flawless scheme. Qi Mei and Ji Yue watched silently, uncertain whether he would accept the offer. Wow! Zhang Fengchu feigned astonishment. 10 million. That could work. Ha. At his swift agreement, their faces instantly lit up with delight. Internally, they scoffed. Truly a rustic, naive, and unworldly. 10 million has already ensnared him. They remained oblivious that such a peerless luminous pearl, once secured and matched with the right buyer, could fetch over 10 billion. A single pearl, guaranteeing over 10 billion in pure profit. The thought alone sent waves of suppressed elation across their faces. However, Zhang Fengchu added suddenly, this luminous pearl belongs to my friend, not to me. I cannot commit without his consent. May I call him first? Upon hearing those words, the father and daughter's expressions plummeted, joy evaporating in an instant. They had forgotten the pearl was not his to sell. Its price rested entirely with his friend. Of course, Ji Rongrong replied, her smile failing to reach her eyes. Zhang Fengchu paid them no mind and dialed a number at random on his phone. All right, then so be it. After hanging up, Zhang Fengchu turned to Ji Chang'an. Mr. Ji, 10 million will no longer suffice. My friend refuses the offer. Naturally. Ji Rongrong interjected, forcing a smile. Ji Chang'an exchanged a glance with his daughter before she asked, then what price does your friend demand? Zhang Fengchu raised a single finger. 100 million. Ji Rongrong guessed. Though 10 times higher, this figure still fell within her budget and promised a tenfold return on investment. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. My friend insists on no less than 1,200 million, or he'll seek another buyer. He had long settled upon a minimum threshold before arriving. To imagine 10 million could deceive him was pure fantasy. Hearing 1,200 million, their faces darkened instantly, profit margins now vanishing. They exchanged another silent look before Ji Rongrong declared, 1,200 million is impossible. Our absolute limit is 300 million. 300 million, and we'll take it. 12. Absolutely not. Precisely, Ji Chang'an chimed in with a smile. Market realities dictate this. Offering 300 million is already a courtesy extended solely due to our mutual acquaintance. Otherwise, we wouldn't exceed 3. More deception. This crafty old man was thoroughly unscrupulous. Very well. I'll consult my friend once more. Zhang Fengchu lifted his phone again. Hello. All right. I'll speak with them again. After hanging up, he announced, my friend has withdrawn the 1,200 million demand. He'll now accept 1,000 million. Their expressions soured further. They had assumed Zhang Fengchu and his friend were provincial and ignorant of market values. Price setting would be theirs alone. They imagined the pearl could be acquired with minimal effort. They never anticipated such a bold opening bid, 1,200 million. Though it had since dropped to 1,000 million, the diminished margin left them deeply unsettled. Here's our final offer, 500 million, no more. Beyond that, we stand to lose money. Ji Rongrong made the new bid. Earlier, this woman had offered only 10 million. Now she proposed 500 million. Indeed, treacherous pitfalls lurked everywhere, impossible to guard against entirely. Zhang Fengchu sighed wordlessly and dialed once more. Understood. I see. He hung up, closed the wooden case, and apologized politely to Ji Chang'an. I'm sorry, Mr. Ji. My friend just informed me that another buyer has agreed to pay 1,000 million. He instructed me to return the pearl immediately. The buyer is already at his residence, prepared for immediate exchange of cash for goods. With that, Zhang Fengchu rose to leave. Xiaozhong, 1,000 million. We'll pay it. Please call your friend now. Ji Chang'an finally stepped forward, rushing after him. Zhang Fengchu turned, placed another call, then reported, my friend agrees, but payment must be in full immediate cash. Otherwise, he'll sell to the other buyer. No problem. We'll arrange it at once. Just wait a moment. Zhang Fengchu nodded and returned to his seat to await their preparation. Chi Mei stood dumbfounded. Mrs. Ji had opened with 10 million, now leapt to 10 million. Had Zhang Fengchu accepted the initial offer, he would have suffered a catastrophic loss. Now selling for 10 million, he would instantly become a billionaire. Ji Wei felt the same shock. She too had presumed him utterly inexperienced. Yet he proved a consummate actor. His performance, so masterful even an Oscar statuette would struggle to contain its brilliance. A moment later, Ji Rongrong asked him, "The cash is ready, how do we proceed with the payment?" "My friend said just transfer it to me." Zhang Fengchu took out his phone and scanned with hers. "You have received a total of 1 billion yuan. Immediately the 10 billion had already arrived. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly, extending the box towards Ji Chang'an. "You can take it now." Ji Chang'an received it, as if it were a treasure, hurriedly opening the box to take a look, touching it with a face full of joy. With the transaction complete, Zhang Fengchu stood up to bid farewell. After parting ways with Chi Mei, he drove off, stopping to purchase a few items before heading back. "Hey, wait a moment." As Zhang Fengchu drove to the village entrance, he saw a woman in her 20s holding a suitcase, waving and chasing after him. He stopped the car, rolled down the window, and glanced at her, realizing she was a stranger. He couldn't tell if she was from the village. After all, he hadn't returned home frequently over the years, and it was quite normal not to recognize some of the village children who had grown up. "Do you need something?" The woman nodded and smiled. "My name is Lu Shui. I am here as a poverty alleviation cadre from Shirtsuan, the village secretary." "I see." Zhang Fengchu didn't expect an outsider to come as a poverty alleviation cadre to Shirtsuan. "Is there anything you need help with? Take me into the village and introduce me to your village and help me find a place to stay. Did you not notify the village cadres to pick you up?" Lu Shui smiled slightly. "No, I am visiting incognito and arrived early, not yet at my official duty time." Nodding, Zhang Fengchu replied, "Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Fengchu from Shirtsuan. If you trust me, I can help you with these matters." "That would be wonderful." She was very pleased. "Get in the car." Lu Shui said no more and took a seat in the passenger seat. As the car entered the courtyard, Zhang Fengchu opened the door and got out with Lu Shui. She glanced at his house and then at his car, seeming to think it didn't match. He drove a BMW X5 worth 800, while his house was a 2-story red brick building from 20 years ago, unpainted inside and out. At first glance, it didn't seem like the home of a wealthy person. But how could someone who wasn't rich afford an 800 car? Lu Shui was a bit puzzled. "Uncle, is this your home?" "Yes," Zhang Fengchu replied. "Secretary, where will you stay tonight?" "Huh." Lu Shui looked around the courtyard, feeling lost. Where could she stay? In fact, she could have asked the village cadres for help. But since she came to visit incognito, she didn't want to inform them in advance and had to find a way herself. Turning her gaze to him, she asked, "Uncle, do you have any spare rooms in your home where I could stay for a few days? I want stay for free or eat for free, though I will pay for my stay and meals." Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment, and it was not impossible. "Sure." Lu Shui sighed with relief. Arriving at a new place, managing food and accommodation was quite troublesome. Having a place to stay and a place to eat was naturally good. "How much is it per day?" Suddenly footsteps were heard at the courtyard gate. Zhang Fengchu turned around to see his mother smiling. "This is my mom, you can ask her." "Huh." Zhao Ginxiu entered the door and was surprised to see a beautiful girl following her son in the yard. Her eyes brightened. She guessed, could this be her son's girlfriend? She approached with a beaming smile. "Son, who is this girl?" Zhang Fengchu could only introduce. "Her name is Lu Shui, and she's..." "Hello, Grandma. I am here for rural tourism. I'm not familiar with the area and need a place to stay. I wonder if I could stay at your home." Lu Shui interrupted him. Hearing that she had no relation to her son, Zhao Ginxiu was very disappointed. After all, she was only in her 20s while her son was 40. How could he have found such a young girlfriend? "That's fine." Lu Shui sighed with relief. "Thank you, Grandma. Also, can I share meals at your house? I will pay for rent and food." Zhao Ginxiu nodded. "Sure." "How much?" "Huh." After thinking for a moment, she said, "Including rent and 3 meals a day, how about 30 yuan a day?" Lu Shui thought for a moment. "Isn't 30 a bit low? How about 50 a day?" "That's fine, just plain meals. The house is empty anyway, 30 a day is enough." Lu Shui no longer insisted and scanned to make the payment. "You have received a total of 1,000 yuan. "Huh." Seeing her transfer 1,000 yuan all at once, Zhao Ginxiu was puzzled. "Isn't it 30 for one day? Why did you transfer 1,000? Lu Shui quickly explained. "I don't know when I'll leave, so I prepaid for a month." "That's still 900. Let's call it 1,000 for a month, including food. 1,000 is really not much. I would feel bad bothering you if it were any less." Zhao Ginxiu nodded, smiling, and did not insist further. She invited her inside to stay and made her tea. While drinking tea, Lu Shui chatted with Zhao Ginxiu, casually asking about the customs and practices of Shirtsuan. It was a way to get an early understanding of the village's situation. Knowing oneself and knowing the enemy, one can win 100 battles. Once she took office, it would be easier to carry out her work. Zhang Fengchu sat aside as an onlooker listening to the conversation between his mother and her. After a nap, Zhang Fengchu looked at the time. It was already past 3 in the morning. He planned to return to ancient times for a few days. With a thought, he disappeared from the bed. Back in ancient times, he took a nap. When he opened his eyes, it was already bright outside. Early in the morning, the village head selected a dozen strong men from the village to follow Uncle Nyo to Huaishan to see if the bandits had been eradicated. Of course, Zhang Fengchu was among them. Suddenly, he heard the sound of hooves and footsteps behind him. Everyone turned to see. It was the county magistrate arriving with a group of officials. "Fengchu, where are you going?" Fang Jiming, seeing Zhang Fengchu among them, hurried over to greet him. Zhang Fengchu smiled. "Oh, it's you, Lord Fang. We are going to Huaishan." "What a coincidence, we are also going to Huaishan." Fang Jiming walked alongside him. The villagers were not surprised. Now Zhang Fengchu was already a scholar, almost on equal footing with the magistrate, so it wasn't unusual for them to be close friends. "Lord County, are you going to carry out official duties?" "Yes, I heard from Captain Li that the bandits on Huaishan and their 9 leaders have all been wiped out with no survivors. I'm going to check if it's true." This was quite a coincidence. After hearing Fang Ziming's words, the villagers no longer doubted Zhang Fengchu's claims. Zhang Fengchu smiled. "What a coincidence, we also heard someone say that we're going to check it out today. I didn't expect to run into you here." Fang Jiming smiled again. "This is great news. Once the bandits on Huaishan are eliminated, our Pingfang County will be safe." Zhang Fengchu nodded. "That's true. But Fengchu, you really are impressive. I underestimated you before. I didn't expect that in this examination you not only topped the county exam, but also the provincial exam. Truly a genius among geniuses." Zhang Fengchu smiled without speaking. He did not dare to claim to be a genius. He merely possessed a golden finger, but he could not disclose this to him. A few hours later, Zhang Fengchu and the others ascended Huiya Mountain. The villagers, along with Fang Jiming and the officials, encountered the corpses of the bandits. Later in the meeting hall, they saw the corpses of the 9 leaders, confirming that the bandits of Huiya Mountain had been completely eradicated. "Fengchu, who do you think did this?" Fang Jiming asked curiously. It was obvious. The answer was right in front of him. "If I say it was me, would you believe it?" Zhang Fengchu asked with a smile. "You and I are both scholars and capable of lifting a chicken, and having never practiced martial arts, how could we have such fighting power?" Fang Jiming laughed, not believing it all. Even if one practiced martial arts, it is impossible for a single person to defeat many bandits, let alone over 1,000 along with 9 highly skilled leaders. "Just because you lack that ability doesn't mean I do." Zhang Fengchu understood. He wouldn't believe him. It would be abnormal if he did. "Reporting to you, my lord, after searching with the officials, there is not a single survivor on Huiya Mountain. Moreover," Head Constable Li hesitated, glancing towards Zhang Fengchu, unable to continue. Zhang Fengchu understood his meaning and stepped aside. Head Constable Li approached Fang Jiming. "Moreover, all the bandits' property and food have been completely looted, not even a single item left on the corpses." Fang Ziming's expression changed drastically, his gaze shifting to Zhang Fengchu's back. Could it really be him? Impossible, he lacked such capability. Of course, standing not far away, Zhang Fengchu heard their conversation clearly. The villagers were very happy after confirming the news. With the bandits of Huiya Mountain completely eradicated, Yang Shiden no longer had to worry. Zhang Fengchu then took his leave with the villagers. "Ping Sheng, investigate if this matter has any relation to Zhang Fengchu," Fang Jiming remarked, watching his departing figure. Head Constable Li looked at Zhang Fengchu's back. "My lord, do you mean that this matter is related to Scholar Zhang?" Fang Jiming shook his head. "I don't know either. Let's investigate first." "All right," Head Constable Li nodded. "Then I will go investigate." The next day, Zhang Fengchu and Shui Dalong, under the witness of the villagers, happily became husband and wife. After the banquet, it was already evening. Once the meal was finished, the villagers returned home. Inside the house, it became quiet. Zhang Fengchu pushed open the door, entered the bridal chamber, closed the door, and walked towards the bed. Shui Dalong, dressed in her wedding gown, sat on the edge of the bed motionless. Zhang Fengchu approached, lifted her veil, revealing a shy face. "You naughty ghost." "Darling." Zhang Fengchu stepped forward, lifted Dalong, and placed her on the bed. "Husband, be gentle," Shui Dalong shyly said. "Wife, I'm here." Zhang Fengchu leaped onto her, and they became as inseparable as glue. Shortly after, the bedroom echoed with the sounds of vigorous activity. Outside the door, 7 people lurked, and upon hearing the commotion inside, they left with beaming smiles. The 7 were none other than Zhao Yuqi, the twin sisters Yin Wanzi and Yin Qianhong, Madame Feng, and the siblings De Huer Hu and Er Long, listening outside. The next day, Zhang Fengchu woke up, opened his eyes, and saw that it was already bright outside. He glanced around and didn't see Dalong, but she must have gotten up to prepare breakfast. Smiling, he realized he should also get up. As he lifted the blanket, he suddenly noticed a streak of red on the bedsheet. Smiling again, he got dressed. Breakfast was lavish with quite a number of people present. A pair of twin sisters, Madame Feng, along with Zhao Yuqi, and the 4 siblings of Dalong, plus Zhang Fengchu himself, made a total of 9. Sitting together, they filled almost an entire table. The breakfast was abundant, consisting of steamed buns, fried eggs, and porridge. It can be said that Zhang Fengchu's arrival changed this family's life. They no longer had to endure hunger, eating one meal and skipping the next. The health of the Dalong siblings also improved. Dalong's face and body began to fill out, gradually becoming rosy. However, Zhang Fengchu noticed that Dalong walked oddly today. He suspected it was related to last night's activities, thinking a couple of days of rest would suffice, so he said nothing. After the autumn harvest, the weather turned cooler and the leaves turned yellow. The crisp autumn air was perfect for climbing mountains. Early in the morning, the sun shone brightly outside the window. Dalong, today I plan to go up the mountain, Zhang Fengchu said, as they were halfway through breakfast. Husband, do you want me to come along? Shui Dalong asked. Zhang Fengchu looked at his wife, who was pregnant, and said, my dear, you are expecting, but it's better for you to rest at home. Sister, let me go with brother-in-law, who volunteered. Who said, brother-in-law, I want to go too. And me, I want to go with my brother-in-law, as well. Long chimed in. I want to go too. I. Soon Zhao Yuqi and the twin sisters also volunteered. If you all go, I will stay here to take care of Dalong, Madame Feng said with a smile. Zhang Fengchu nodded, then let's go. Besides searching for wild ginseng and gathering herbs, climbing the mountain is also a form of enjoyment. Then a group of people set off under Zhang Fengchu's lead. With so many people, they formed a long line. Zhang uncle, wait for us. Just after a few steps, they heard shouts from behind. Looking back, it was none other than the 4 daughters of Widow Qin from the neighborhood, Chuanfeng, Xiayue Qiuxia, and Donggu. There was also Niu Pingping, the daughter of Uncle Niu. A total of 5 people. Together with De Hu and the others, they formed a long line. After walking for a while, Zhao Yuqi approached and said, Fengchu, I want to tell you something. Zhang Fengchu smiled. Go ahead. She nodded. Fengchu, your martial arts are so good. Oh, why don't you go for the martial arts exam? Zhang Fengchu thought about it and agreed. In ancient times, there were not only civil exams, but also martial arts exams. With his martial skills, there would be no problem in the civil exam. That's right. Oh, I will go take the exam then. Zhao Yuqi smiled slightly, fully supportive of her pursuing the martial arts exam. However, Fengchu, you promised me something. You haven't forgotten, have you? Zhang Fengchu recalled that he indeed had promised her something. Yes, I will talk to Dalong tonight. That's more like it. She smiled happily and stepped forward. Soon the group entered the deep mountains and began searching for ginseng. After searching for half a day, they were fortunate to find 300-year-old ginseng. Worth over 10 million, they planned to reward everyone well upon returning. Before dark, he had dug up the 300-year-old ginseng, and along with Long and the others headed home. Pingping Chuanfeng, don't go home yet, come to my house for dinner before returning. All right, Zhang uncle. They were not polite at all and happily followed him home. Dinner. With many people present, the meal for over a dozen individuals must be prepared more lavishly. 300-year-old ginseng is quite valuable. Zhang Fengchu entered the bedroom, closed the door, and began to take things out from his space. Pork, beef, fruits, and vegetables. After filling half a burlap sack, he took it to the kitchen and began to prepare. Lin Pingping, Chuanfeng, Madame Feng, and the twin sisters were also busy. With everyone assigned tasks, they washed and chopped the vegetables together to prepare this dinner. After about an hour, a sumptuous feast was ready. As the male and female heads of the household, Zhang Fengchu and Dalong called everyone to the table to eat. Long and were hungry and immediately began to feast. Half an hour later, everyone laughing and chatting finished the meal. They then washed the dishes together before leaving the kitchen. Pingping, Chuanfeng, Dahu, come here for a moment. Under the eaves, Zhang Fengchu waved to a dozen people, inviting them over. Having found 300-year-old wild ginseng, he should distribute some benefits to them. Giggles filled the air as Donggu and Long quickly formed a line beside Zhang Fengchu. Zhang Fengchu smiled and looked at Donggu, who was first in line. You come here. Donggu hurriedly approached him, a bit shy. Zhang Fengchu patted her head and took a handful of milk candies from the bag in front of him, stuffing both of her small pockets full. He then took out a tael of silver from another bag and said, this is a reward for you from today's mountain trip. Oh, the little girl beamed with joy. At 6 years old, she usually earned no money at all. Today she had earned a tael of silver. How could she not be happy? Thank you, uncle. Zhang Fengchu smiled. Long happily ran up to him. Brother-in-law. The little girl was only 5 years old and small due to long-term malnutrition. Zhang Fengchu patted her head and gave her 2 bags of milk candies and a tael of silver. Soon everyone came forward to receive theirs. Everyone received a share. They were all very happy with money to spend and milk candies to eat. Dalong, I want to discuss something with you. Zhang Fengchu said to his wife. Husband, go ahead. Dalong turned around and looked at him. It's about Zhao Yuqi. She wants to be a concubine. What do you think? This matter surely had to be discussed with her before making a decision. After all, she was now the mistress of the house as the rightful wife. After a moment of silence, Dalong spoke. Husband, I actually noticed long ago that Sister Chi really likes you. She liked you even before we got married. You refused her just to marry me. If Sister Chi is truly willing, I agree to this matter. You rascal. Darling. Zhang Fengchu nodded. As long as Dalong agreed, he leaned in and kissed her lips. In no time the two were passionately entwined. The next day Zhang Fengchu got up early. Today there was something more important to do to participate in the martial examination. So he needed to hurry to the city. After breakfast, Zhang Fengchu bid farewell to his family and rode his black horse towards the city. Oh dear, our scholar has arrived. Forgive us for not welcoming you properly. Yi Linglong opened the door and immediately began to joke with him. You little rascal. Zhang Fengchu tossed her a small chestnut and walked into Xiaolu Academy. Is the teacher home? In the study. Yi Linglong replied, then stepped forward to hug one of his arms. You don't show up without a reason. What's up? I won't tell you. You bad guy. Bang Yi Zhongxiao was writing calligraphy in the study when he heard the knocking sound. He opened the door and saw Zhang Fengchu. His granddaughter Yi Linglong was also present and stepped forward to ask, Fengchu, when did you arrive? Teacher, I just got here. Sit down quickly. Immediately the three of them sat down in the courtyard. Zhang Fengchu then spoke. I came to find the teacher to participate in this year's martial examination. You want to participate in the martial examination? Both grandfather and granddaughter were stunned. Yi Linglong laughed. Fengchu, you're not joking, right? The martial examination requires martial skills and superhuman strength, as well as weapon usage. You, a scholar, are powerless. How can you attend the martial examination? The reason she thought this way was that she had not yet witnessed Zhang Fengchu's martial skills. If she had, she wouldn't have said this. Ignorance is no excuse. Zhang Fengchu didn't bother to argue with her. Yi Zhongxiao nodded, fully agreeing with his granddaughter's words. Just as Linglong said, it's not impossible for you to participate in the martial examination, but you need a certain level of martial foundation and strength. Do you have that? Facts speak louder than words. Whether he could or not, let's see the facts. Zhang Fengchu glanced around and suddenly noticed a large stone in the corner. He pointed, Teacher, how much does that yellow stone weigh? My. Yi Zhongxiao looked over. This large stone weighs no less than 5,000 pounds. Why? 5,000 pounds is indeed quite heavy. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. Teacher, if I can lift that giant stone with one hand, can I then participate in this year's martial examination? This. Yi Zhongxiao and Yi Linglong were both stunned. Would there really be someone capable of doing such a thing? In the entire Yin dynasty, there were probably not many who could lift a 5,000-pound stone with one hand. Yet here was such a person before them. Surprising, isn't it? It's as if a little cow is flying on a plane, simply astonishing. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Yi Zhongxiao did not believe that he could single-handedly lift such a large stone. Having lived nearly 60 years, he had never heard of anyone with such incredible strength. Yi Linglong shook her head as well. Brother Zhang, if you can lift it, I'll eat crow in front of you while standing on my head. If you can't, then for the next 10 days you'll have to obey my orders, helping me wash clothes, wash feet, and massage me. How about that? Upon hearing this, Yi Zhongxiao quickly signaled him not to agree, thinking he would definitely lose this bet. Zhang Fengchu, however, ignored the warning. It's a deal, but you mustn't go back on your word. I'm not afraid you'll back out. Yi Linglong was confident, believing she could never lose. Is it too late to regret now, eh? Whoever regrets is a turtle bastard. Yi Linglong said playfully, sticking out her little tongue. Truly, if you don't seek death, you won't die? She wouldn't listen to advice. There was nothing to be done. In that case, he would make her lose wholeheartedly. Zhang Fengchu said no more and directly walked towards the giant stone. The two looked at each other, their faces full of disbelief. Yet they still gave him the courtesy of watching closely. In their hearts, they were already convinced that he wouldn't win this time. Linglong, is it really possible for Zhang Fengchu to lift it? Yi Zhongxiao, seeing his confidence, began to doubt whether he truly had the ability. Yi Linglong immediately laughed and said, impossible, absolutely impossible. How could an ordinary person lift a 5,000-ton boulder with one hand? Unless one is born with divine strength, but such people can only be found in myths. In reality, they do not exist. Yi Zhongxiao nodded, also feeling it was unlikely after hearing his granddaughter's words. Zhang Fengchu had already arrived at the boulder, estimating that it weighed no less than 5,000 genes. Even if it were 5,000 genes, it was still quite heavy. He wrapped his arms around it. He couldn't lift it. Ha ha, after struggling for a long time, without success, Yi Linglong laughed. Grandpa, I told you he was just bragging. How could a single person unarmed lift a 5,000-ton boulder? Yi Zhongxiao felt a bit disappointed, knowing in his heart that it was impossible. But if he could lift it, it would be even better. Not only could he take the imperial exam, but he could also participate in martial exams. Who knows, he might even achieve the dual honors of top scholar in both literature and martial arts. However, such perfect situations don't exist in the world. There were no high hopes for that. As long as he could strive harder in the upcoming imperial exams and aim for the top scholar position, that would be enough. Just when the grandfather and granddaughter thought Zhang Fengchu could not lift the boulder, he actually began to raise it bit by bit. Then before their eyes, he slowly lifted it above his head. The grandfather and granddaughter were truly dumbfounded. All they felt was shock, and more shock. It completely overturned their understanding. In the world, there truly existed someone with such incredible strength. With just his own power, he lifted a 5,000 boulder above his head. In the next moment, Zhang Fengchu's actions left the grandfather and granddaughter even more shocked. He withdrew his right hand and effortlessly supported the boulder with just his left hand. Then in the next moment, Zhang Fengchu switched hands again and lifted the boulder with his right hand. It seemed to be quite easy for him. After realizing this, Yi Linglong exclaimed, "Grandpa, did I see incorrectly? He really lifted that boulder above his head." She continued, "And he did it with one hand. Whether with his left or right hand, he lifted it effortlessly." Yi Zhongxiao also thought he might have been mistaken, so he rubbed his eyes and looked again. To his astonishment, it was true. "Oh my, it's real. Fengchu can really lift that 5,000 boulder." Suddenly, the grandfather and granddaughter stood there in a daze, unsure of what to say. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly, holding the boulder, and walked towards them. He asked them, surprised, "So Linglong, can I lift it or not?" Yi Linglong nodded, unable to utter a word. Because she had bet and had lost completely. His strength was so great it nearly scared her to death. "Fengchu, you have such strength." Without saying anything, Yi Zhongxiao directly gave him a thumbs up. Zhang Fengchu chuckled, returning the stone to its place before walking back to his granddaughter. "Sir, how's my strength?" "Outstanding." Yi Zhongxiao praised him without reservation. Then Zhang Fengchu turned his gaze to Yi Linglong, saying, "By the way, Linglong, who was it that said the loser of the bet should do a handstand and eat excrement for me to see?" "I." Yi Linglong was momentarily at a loss for words. After thinking for a moment, she replied, "Your strength is indeed extraordinary. However, to participate in martial exams, especially to become a martial top scholar, it's not just about brute strength." She continued, "You also need to know martial arts techniques, horseback riding and archery. These are essential to becoming a martial top scholar. You don't understand. In the face of true power, those flashy moves are merely superficial." Zhang Fengchu chuckled. Yi Linglong retorted, "While you make a valid point, it's not the whole truth. If you only have strength and lack agility, when someone swings a sword at you, can't you avoid it? Wouldn't you get hurt? If you can't catch their moves, you might be struck by their fists and weapons. If stones, flying spears, arrows, or crossbows come flying toward you, and you can't evade, wouldn't you get injured or even die? After all, you're just a mortal, not invulnerable. You can still get hurt and die. Without martial arts relying solely on brute strength, you might win initially, but in later rounds where skills matter, you would lose badly." Yi Zhongxiao nodded. "Yes, though it sounds rough, Linglong is right. If you want to participate in martial exams, Fengchu, you still need to find a master and train. I happen to know someone. He's a blacksmith, and his martial arts skills are not weak. His abilities are quite impressive. I'll take you to meet him shortly, hoping he'll take you as a disciple." "Thank you, sir, for your concern. But please wait a moment, I'll be right back." After saying this, Zhang Fengchu ran off. A little later, he returned. When the grandfather and granddaughter saw him coming back, he was carrying a lot of items in his hands. There were whips, maces, hammers, drills, staffs, swords, long knives, halberds, axes, and more. Various weapons like hooks, forks, spears, sticks, crutches, meteor hammers, bows, arrows, etc. They wondered what he was planning. Zhang Fengchu walked over and threw all these items on the ground, saying to Yi Linglong, "Choose any weapon from the ground. If you can hit or strike me, I'll consider myself defeated." "Of course I won't fight back." Was it real? To be honest, she was not very convinced. "If you don't believe me, you can try." Yi Linglong nodded, feeling it was indeed so. Yi Zhongxiao stroked his grizzled beard, intending to witness this for himself. Suddenly, two people walked over. Zhang Fengchu looked over and saw that it was none other than Lu Lingtian. And behind him was a petite girl of about 14 or 15, dressed in blue with delicate features, skin like creamy jade, and a very cute appearance, finely chiseled like a work of art. This girl had never been seen by Zhang Fengchu before, as he hadn't seen Lu Lingtian with her before, and he wondered what their relationship was. "Oh, Zhang brother, what's going on here?" Looking at the array of weapons on the ground, Lu Lingtian asked with a smile. The little girl also looked at the man in front of her with a puzzled expression. Zhang Fengchu replied, "It's nothing, I'm just making a bet with Linglong." Lu Lingtian and the little girl nodded at the same time, not interrupting him, and stood aside as spectators. Yi Linglong glanced at the weapons on the ground and finally picked up a stick, saying, "I'll use this stick to avoid hurting you with blades and swords." Zhang Fengchu nodded and stood still. Yi Linglong didn't say much more and swung the stick at him. Everyone watched as her stick was about to hit his waist, and there seemed no possibility of evasion. Just as it was about to strike, Zhang Fengchu quickly rolled to the side, avoiding the blow. Then he performed a smooth roll and stood up again, seemingly unbothered, without a racing heartbeat or shortness of breath, as if nothing had just happened. The eyes of several people brightened. They did not expect him to possess such skills. Seeing his agility, Yi Linglong decided to get serious. The stick in her hand began to move faster. She attacked him from head to toe. Although Yi Linglong had never learned martial arts, she still understood some basic moves. The stick swung faster, and the attacks became sharper. In the end, she even struck hard at Zhang Fengchu. However, the results were not as expected. No matter how she attacked, the stick in her hand could not reach him, nor could it harm her. After a while, Yi Linglong was panting and stopped to catch her breath, no longer wanting to continue. Only then did she realize that she had underestimated this man. Not only was he strong, but his body was also extremely agile. Seeing Yi Linglong withdraw, Zhang Fengchu glanced at the others and said, "How about this, gentlemen? You four choose your weapons. Then all of you attack me together. I will only dodge, not attack. If you can injure me, I will admit defeat." The four exchanged glances. It was one thing for one person to attack him, but four people attacking together was quite impressive. "Are you sure?" Lu Lingtian asked with a laugh. He had no good intentions in his heart. After all, he had also studied martial arts and was quite skilled with the spear, so he could play the fool. "Zhang brother, how about I take you on Onion?" Lu Lingtian volunteered, calculating in his mind. Just him alone. Zhang Fengchu thought that with such confidence, he must have practiced martial arts. Otherwise, he was either looking to have some fun or to play the fool. There were only these two possibilities. He decided to give him this opportunity. "Then you come at me." Lu Lingtian smiled slightly. This time Zhang brother would definitely fall for it. "But don't hold back. Oh, choose a weapon, and let's fight for real." "All right." Zhang Fengchu nodded. "Then you choose your weapon first." Lu Lingtian said no more and directly chose a long spear. Indeed, he had chosen it long ago. Zhang Fengchu looked at the weapons on the ground, worried about injuring him, and thus selected a non-sharp one. He picked only a long staff. Fighting with a staff against a spear was considered evenly matched. Relatively speaking, the spear was slightly more powerful. Those who understood knew. But if one's martial arts were high enough, mastering the staff technique to perfection, the outcome could go either way. "Then I will use the staff." Zhang Fengchu picked up the staff from the ground and stood 3 zhang away from him. Yi Linglong, Yi Zhongxiao, and the little girl watched as bystanders. Whoosh! Without a word, Lu Lingtian suddenly swept the spear towards him at waist level. The speed was fast, fierce, steady, and incredibly agile. This move had the momentum of sweeping through an army. Just as he had guessed, this kid was a practitioner and quite formidable. His spear technique was remarkable. If he hadn't inherited the various martial arts from the pharmaceutical god's legacy, he would have truly suffered a loss against this kid. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fengchu positioned the staff, the sea stabilizing divine needle, to block at his side. Bang! The two weapons collided, creating a loud noise. But the staff in his hand stood firm and unmoved, deflecting the power of Lu Lingshan's spear back, causing pain in his tiger's mouth. Good heavens! Lu Lingtian was secretly astonished. He never expected that the one playing the fool was not himself, but the man opposite him. Yi Zhongxiao nodded, while stroking his goatee, pleasantly surprised. He had not expected that Fengchu was not only academically adept, but also highly skilled in martial arts. Lu Lingshan's spear technique was indeed impressive, but he did not expect that Zhang Fengchu's staff technique surpassed it. With just a light touch, he had countered Lu Lingshan's fierce attack. Incredible. Yi Linglong and the little girl were equally stunned, not expecting Zhang Fengchu's martial arts to be quite strong. "Well, Zhang brother, it's been a long time since I've met an opponent like you. Today has truly been an eye-opener." Lu Lingtian couldn't help but praise. "However, let me say this is just the beginning. I have even more powerful techniques that I haven't unleashed yet. Since you also know martial arts, I will go all out." Zhang Fengchu nodded. "Lu brother, since your spear technique is impressive, I will not hold back." Lu Lingtian attacked with a fierce thrust of the spear. Zhang Fengchu countered with the staff, neutralizing his spear technique. When he tried a reverse thrust, Zhang Fengchu adjusted his staff technique to counter it. Lu Lingtian leaped into the air, executing a dragonfly skimming the water move with the spear. Zhang Fengchu used a swift shift to evade. As his feet hit the ground, Lu Lingshan's 2.6 long spear danced, flashing like the wind, quick as lightning, launching into a storm of pear blossoms attack. The spear was like a shadow. The shadow was like a spear, real and fake, intertwined. One spear, turning into thousands and thousands, morphing into infinity, sweeping towards Zhang Fengchu from all directions. Such spear techniques created a spectacle. Tap tap. The battle here quickly attracted students from the academy who rushed over to watch. This spear technique left Yi Zhongxiao, Yi Linglong, and the students dumbfounded. This kid's spear technique was indeed extraordinary. "Grandpa, do you think Fengchu uncle can withstand this?" Yi Linglong asked. Yi Zhongxiao shook his head. "Linglong, don't jump to conclusions until the outcome is determined." Yi Linglong stuck out her playful little tongue, believing that Zhang Fengchu's staff technique could not possibly match Lu Lingshan's storm of pear blossoms. Zhang Fengchu's figure moved like a shadow, dodging among Lu Lingshan's storm of pear blossoms. For a while not a single hair on him was harmed. Buzz suddenly Zhang Fengchu's pupils changed, his perspective ability activated allowing him to see through the storm of pear blossoms easily discerning the true and false. In his eyes Lu Lingshan's spear technique was already in slow motion, making it easy to evade. The so-called storm of pear blossoms appeared to be countless spears attacking Zhang Fengchu. In reality, it was just one spear transformed into countless illusory spears by the movement and speed of the technique. To the naked eye, the true and false of the storm of pear blossoms was hard to discern, making it difficult to dodge the opponent's attack, ultimately leading to being struck by the real spear in hand. With his perspective activated, Zhang Fengchu had already cracked the illusions of the storm of pear blossoms. He flickered and dodged, positioning himself behind Lu Lingtian. Taking advantage of his unpreparedness, he pushed against his back. Lu Lingtian stumbled, and with the spear in front, his center of gravity was unstable, causing him to fall forward, landing in a rather embarrassing manner. Oh, everyone was shocked, not expecting that under Lu Lingshan's storm of pear blossoms, Zhang Fengchu could easily counterattack, turning the tide and winning 3 rounds. How is this possible? The little girl could not believe it. The man before her had actually countered her young master's spear technique. This is unreasonable. Lu Lingtian, extremely unsatisfied, got up from the ground, staring at the man before him with unwillingness. His expression was one of defiance. Not finished yet, he launched into a barrage of spear techniques, charging straight at Zhang Fengchu, determined to settle the score. Thrusts, jabs, hooks, drags, shakes, clouds, twists, entangles, lifts, slices. The spear techniques executed by Lu Lingtian flowed seamlessly, the wind howling, creating a visual feast. Of course, Lu Lingtian's spear techniques seem almost flawless to others, but in Zhang Fengchu's eyes they are all in slow motion. Too slow, slower than slow. So slow that he could easily dodge them. Lu Lingtian was somewhat speechless. He had used all his skills executing a perfect attack with the spear, yet he still couldn't get close to him at all. Lu Lingtian had to take it seriously. With a move that could shatter the heavens and crack the earth, his spear energy surged towards the sky, frightening the surrounding students into retreat. Zhang Fengchu extended a finger and directly neutralized his attack. With a dragon emerging from the sea, Lu Lingtian unleashed another ultimate move, thrusting towards his chest. The spears sound sharp as lightning, too fast to be clearly seen. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly as he swung his staff, effortlessly knocking the spear aside with a 6-foot-long pole. Lu Lingtian, now bloodshot in the eyes, stood with feet together, initiating a deathly spin, fierce and unstoppable. It must be said this move is truly hard to dodge. No matter if he moved left or right, he could easily be swept by it. The master has his own clever tricks. With the tip of his right foot, Zhang Fengchu executed a dragonfly, touching the water, leaping into the air, soaring over 10 meters high, while continuously flipping over a dozen times in the air, while the onlookers all raised their heads, gazing at him in the sky. In the final flip, Zhang Fengchu was upside down and his staff came crashing down towards Lu Lingtian's head. Seeing the situation, Lu Lingtian had no time to think, retracting his spear and gathering energy, preparing to unleash his final shot. Ultimate shot. Like a man, like a spear, he and the spear became one, shaking the heavens and the earth, moving even the gods. The man and spear shot up into the sky like a meteor, striking against the staff that Zhang Fengchu was plunging down with. Clang, clang, the tip of the spear collided with the staff, producing a deafening sound that echoed throughout. The crowd watched in shock. Suddenly, Lu Lingtian felt a pain in his hand, causing the spear to slip from his grasp and fall downward. His body, facing the sky, also began to descend. Not good. Zhang Fengchu hurled his staff towards the ground, embedding it halfway into the earth. His body soared into the air, leaping downward. Lu Lingtian was 10 meters off the ground. If he landed like this, he would certainly be injured. Zhang Fengchu, with the tip of his right foot, touched the staff, landing on its end, opening his arms to catch him before he hit the ground. Lu Lingtian thought he would land and feel pain, yet he didn't. When he opened his eyes, he realized he was being caught in a princess hug by Zhang Fengchu midair. Looking down, one of his feet was resting on the staff. Lu Lingtian's face flushed, unsure of what to say. After all, he had lost thoroughly, and now he required saving. It was truly a tremendous defeat. Thank you. You're welcome. With a leap, Zhang Fengchu landed, setting Lu Lingtian down on the ground. Clap, clap, a fierce competition was announced, over to the applause of the crowd. Lu Lingtian smiled and bowed to him. Fengchu, I, your junior, humbly admit defeat. Ha ha, Zhang Fengchu patted his head. You did well too. He thought to himself, if his damage wasn't a bug, he really wouldn't have been able to match this kid's spear techniques. It truly confirms that saying a master is right beside you. Fengchu, with your exceptional martial skills, participating in the martial examination would be a piece of cake. Yi Zhongxiao stepped forward with a smile. He had complete faith in him. With both literary and martial prowess, if he could achieve both, it would be perfect. Yi Linglong smiled and approached, giving him a pat on the chest. Well done, Fengchu, you even defeated little Lu. Zhang Fengchu gave her a playful flick. So does that mean our bet still stands? Yi Linglong said, turning her back. Let's leave it for now. Next time we bet, if you lose, then we shall consider ourselves even. Zhang Fengchu shook his head, finding her utterly untrustworthy, resolving never to bet with her again. Bang! Zhang Fengchu opened the door, only to find Lu Lingtian already in the dormitory. At the same time, that little girl was also there. Zhang Fengchu closed the door and lay down on his bed to rest for a while. Lu Lingtian looked at him and asked, Brother Zhang, may I ask which sect you belong to? Zhang Fengchu glanced at him. Then what about you? Where did you learn your spear techniques? My grandfather passed it down, a family spear technique. And you? It was taught by my master, including medical skills, and so on, all passed down by him. Lu Lingtian nodded, barely convinced. After all, he couldn't find evidence, and not believing wasn't an option. I heard that you plan to participate in the martial examination. Yes, since I'm doing nothing anyway, whether it's the imperial exams or martial exams, it's all the same. Getting both literary and martial achievements isn't impossible. That makes some sense. Lu Lingtian stroked his chin. How about this? Since we have a companion, why don't we participate in the martial examination together? He was going to participate as well, which was normal since his martial skills were not weak. However, it meant he had another competitor. After all, in the examination arena, there are no distinctions between relatives or friends. It's either elimination or promotion. There is only one champion slot. Even if they are brothers, only one can advance. Zhang Fengchu smiled. As long as you like it. He looked at the little girl beside him. Who is this little girl? My maid sent by my family to take care of my daily needs. Having a maid, it seems this kid comes from a good background. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly at the little girl and waved. Come here quickly, come to uncle. The little girl stared in surprise at her young master. Lu Lingtian nodded, signaling that she could. Only then did she come to his side, looking at this unfamiliar man with curiosity. Uncle, is there something you need? Zhang Fengchu gently ruffled her hair. How old are you? 15 years old, the girl answered truthfully. What's your name? Chu Yenner, just call me Yenner, uncle. Zhang Fengchu smiled. The name sounded nice. He took out a piece of milk candy from his pocket and gave it to her. A treat. The girl took it, looked at it with curiosity. This kind of snack was something she had never seen before and didn't know if it was good. Thank you, uncle. Then she retreated, sitting on Lu Lingtian's bed, unwrapping the candy and tasting it. Wow, just one bite, and her eyes lit up. This candy is so fragrant and delicious. Immediately she grabbed half and stretched it towards Lu Lingtian. Young master, this milk candy is delicious. He was somewhat skeptical, but trying it wouldn't hurt, so he accepted it, unwrapped one, and put it in his mouth. The result was that he couldn't forget it once he tasted it. It was truly delicious. It was also his first time eating such a thing. Unexpectedly, there were such delicious candies in this world, which left him astonished. He looked at Zhang Fengchu on the opposite bed, seeing him with his eyes closed in meditation, feeling very curious about where he had come from and why he was so extraordinary. He was good at studying, strong in martial arts, had such delicious candies, and even knew medicine. He was truly a gifted individual. If all of this was taught by his master, then his master must be an extraordinary talent. In the stillness of the night, Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes. It was already the fourth watch. Glancing at Lu Lingtian sleeping on the opposite bed, he smiled slightly and entered the space. One must know that this pharmaceutical god space has a storage area equivalent to one's of zero standard football fields. Such a vast expanse cannot be fully explored in a short time. Tonight he planned to explore. In the space apart from a small area occupied by items he usually procured from the modern world, the rest was entirely empty. Zhang Fengchu smiled, slightly clasped his hands behind his back, and began to explore, slowly examining everything closely. He discovered that not only did this storage space measure one of zero football fields in size, but its height was also estimated to be 100,000 meters. Thus the space was vast enough to hold many items. The ground and walls were covered with dense runes. These runes were bizarrely shaped, scattered all over the ground and walls of the space. The space was too large to explore thoroughly without moving forward. Furthermore, he had to quicken his pace, otherwise it would take ages to investigate such a vast area. If walking was insufficient, he could run. In fact, it was unnecessary to be so troubled. He could freely appear in every corner of the space. After all, after pledging his blood to recognize the master, this space was now under his control. While he found nothing else, he spotted a large transparent door on the wall at the far end of the space. This discovery made his eyes light up. It seemed that there were hidden mysteries in this space. With curiosity, Zhang Fengchu quickly approached the transparent door, wondering what lay inside. He reached out to touch it and found that his hand passed through without any obstruction. What was happening? Could he really walk through walls? Inside, it was completely an unfamiliar area. Zhang Fengchu looked around. It was beyond his control. After some thought, he decided to go in and take a look. After all, he was already the master of this space, so nothing should go wrong. Zhang Fengchu finally made up his mind and stepped through the transparent door. The next moment, when Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on another piece of land. Looking up, he saw a vast sky with blue and white clouds, and both the sun and the moon. Before him was a spring pool measuring an astonishing 9.0 standard football fields. Surrounding the spring pool, which measured 9.0 standard football fields, was a land area estimated to be 9.0 standard football fields in size. The sky above was also as high as 100,000 meters. This spiritual spring space was 90 times larger than the storage space. In front of the spring pool stood a wooden building. Zhang Fengchu's gaze shifted upward, and he was amazed to see how tall the wooden structure was. Counting from the bottom to the top, there were exactly 9 floors. Such a tall wooden building was not the first he had seen. However, its land area was quite large, reaching 10 acres. Without an elevator, climbing from the 1st to the 9th floor would be somewhat tiring, but not too much. Zhang Fengchu shook his head, approached the spring pool, and crouched down to check if the water in the pool was clean and safe. Primarily, he wondered if it was drinkable. After inspecting the water quality, he found it to be very clean, without any pollution. When he dipped his hand into the water, it felt icy and cool. The temperature was just right. Soaking his hand in it was incredibly refreshing. Could it be drinkable? Zhang Fengchu scooped some water and brought it to his mouth to taste. Oh, he was pleasantly surprised. It was neither bitter nor salty, but slightly sweet, far better than Nongfu Spring. What good water! This was truly excellent water. Zhang Fengchu was overjoyed, discovering that drinking it made him feel comfortable all over. He suspected that this might be the legendary spiritual spring of the space. It's highly likely that this is indeed the spiritual spring of the space. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. Everything was understood without words, and he walked toward the 9-story wooden building to explore what was inside. The door was closed, but when Zhang Fengchu pushed it, it opened with a creak. Inside, the space was vast, with halls, corridors, and various rooms lined up. There was some wooden furniture and wooden beds. In one room, there was a jade bed. Zhang Fengchu touched the jade bed. It was very smooth and warm. Lying on it was quite comfortable. Unknowingly, he fell asleep. This sleep lasted for half an hour. Without visiting the 2nd floor, he exited the space, planning to stay in the modern world for a while. Back in the modern world, it was morning. Today, he didn't go out. Instead, he took his phone, opened Douyin, and started a live stream to chat with his fans. In the live stream room, there weren't many people, mainly because he didn't have many fans, totaling less than 1,000. When the live stream started, only about 100 viewers were present. Casually chatting and scrolling around, it was just a way to relax. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. While Zhang Fengchu was live streaming, walking along the path in the fields, a woman's voice suddenly called him from behind. Turning around, he found it was Lin Weining, the wife of the village chief's youngest son and the owner of the small shop at the village entrance. He wondered what she wanted. Since he usually had little interaction with her, her coming to him now must mean she had something to discuss. As the saying goes, flattery without reason is either deceit or theft. So her initiative must be for some purpose. In his thoughts, she had already approached him. At 30, Lin Weining still held her charm, with a voluptuous figure that was very eye-catching. Do you need something? Brother Chu, I heard from Wanwan's mother that you have medical skills. Is that true? Lin Weining asked tentatively. Hearsay is still hearsay, though she needed to hear it directly from him to confirm. Zhang Fengchu looked her up and down, his gaze landing on her 2 prominent peaks. Yes. Lin Weining was delighted. Quick, help me take a look. You want me to examine you just like that? Are we that familiar? She was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to respond. It was indeed quite awkward. After all, even though they lived in the same village, they rarely met throughout the year. Even when Zhang Fengchu returned for the new year, they didn't interact, just passing by each other without acknowledgement. Furthermore, before this, she had never regarded Zhang Fengchu as important, so she naturally wouldn't take the initiative to greet him. I won't treat you for free, you'll pay, Lin Weining said with a hint of grievance. Zhang Fengchu sat down on the ridge and waved for her to sit beside him. Her eyes brightened as she sat down across from him. What seems to be the problem? I can't urinate. Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin. Give me your hand. I'll check your pulse. All right. Lin Weining readily extended her fair right hand toward him. Zhang Fengchu took her hand, checked her pulse, nodded, and then let go. Brother Chu, what kind of illness do I have? Lin Weining asked anxiously. It was mainly because she felt discomfort as she simply couldn't urinate. Did it suddenly happen that you couldn't urinate? Yes, it just happened all of a sudden. Acute urinary retention. Can you treat it? Lin Weining asked anxiously. She was feeling extremely uncomfortable. If he couldn't treat her, it would be dire. She would have to call an ambulance to the hospital. I can treat it, but the key is whether you want me to. Zhang Fengchu looked at her. If she didn't want treatment, he wouldn't force her. Mainly, he didn't have a medical license, so he couldn't treat others casually, fearing he might be reported by a petty person. Of course I'm willing, but if I weren't, I wouldn't have come to find you. Lin Weining said urgently. I feel so uncomfortable. Hurry. Brother Chu, please treat me. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much, let her lie down on the ridge, lifted her shirt, and started to massage her. Lin Weining looked at him, unsure if this man's medical skills were truly as good as Lin Xiong said. Would he really cure her with just a treatment? In the next moment, Lin Weining felt the urge to urinate. It really worked. Brother Chu was amazing. Just a little massage had her feeling better. Having doubted his medical skills just moments ago, she now held him in high regard. Brother Chu, I'm better now. Can we continue after I urinate? If she didn't urinate soon, she wouldn't be able to hold it and would embarrass herself. Zhang Fengchu nodded and withdrew his hands. She quickly got up, turned around, and squatted down to urinate. The sound of water flowed, and as she glanced up, she saw a flash of white. Zhang Fengchu ignored it, pretending he saw and heard nothing. Calmness brings a sense of relief. After Lin Weining finished urinating, she returned to his side, lying down on the ridge again, allowing him to continue the massage treatment. Brother Chu, how long will it take to fully treat me? Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. About a week for a treatment course, but it requires acupuncture as well. I'll prepare some Chinese medicine for you. It's not a problem to completely cure your urinary disease within 7 days. Lin Weining's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Then please make sure to cure me completely. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Since he had started treatment, he wouldn't stop halfway. Sure, come to my house tomorrow for acupuncture. Thank you so much. She picked up her phone. How much will it cost to cure me? You can decide. Just a token amount will suffice. Brother Chu is so nice. Lin Weining suddenly felt a surge of affection for him. The treatment fee and the cost of the herbs would surely be several thousand. You have received a transfer of 5,000 yuan. Zhang Fengchu received the transfer notification. She had given him 5,000, which was more than necessary, so he picked up his phone to transfer 4,000 back. You have received a transfer of 4,000 yuan. Lin Weining looked puzzled. Why did she give him 5,000 and then directly transfer back for 1,000? She became anxious. Brother Chu, why did you transfer back for 1,000? 1,000 is enough. 5,000 is a bit too much. No need to transfer more. She didn't know what to say. Lin Weining shyly asked, do you really only charge 1,000? Yes. She nodded, feeling even more affection for him. Zhang Fengchu massaged her for another half an hour before helping her pull her clothes back on. Is it better now? Lin Weining got up and moved around. Indeed, she felt fine and very comfortable, gaining more confidence in his medical skills. Brother Chu, I'll head home first. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. She happily went home. Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. He still needed to go to the city this afternoon to sell 300-year-old ginseng he had dug up from the mountain on the ancient side. Brother Chu, Brother Chu. Just as Zhang Fengchu got home, he heard Lin Weining calling from outside. When he opened the door, she came over carrying a bag. Brother Chu, this is for you. Zhang Fengchu took it and saw there were 3 packs of cigarettes and 2 bottles of Maotai inside. Looking up again, she had already left. He planned to go out and head to the city to sell the 300-year-old wild ginseng. Fengchu, where are you going? Just as Zhang Fengchu got in the car, Lu Shu's voice approached. Going to the city? I have some matters to attend to. Lu Shui thought for a moment. Perfect, I need to go to the city to buy some things too. Can you give me a ride? I'll pay for the gas. It's on the way. Don't mention it. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. He wasn't that stingy. Lu Shui got in the car and sat in the passenger seat. They drove to the city and stopped in front of the pharmacy. Zhang Fengchu got out of the car and walked into the pharmacy holding a bag. Lu Shui thought for a moment. She also needed to go into the pharmacy to buy some medicine, so she followed him inside. Uncle Zhang. As soon as Ning Qiqi saw him, she immediately got up to greet him. Lu Shui didn't expect that the cashier at this pharmacy was quite familiar with him. Uncle Zhang, who is this? Seeing him bring in a young woman, Ning Qiqi's mood soured immediately. Unsure of their relationship, she quickly asked, this is the newly appointed village secretary from our village. She's staying at my house and came to the city to buy some things. Ning Qiqi nodded, surprised to see someone so young being a secretary in Shizhuan. At first, she suspected the woman was Zhang Fengchu's girlfriend. Hello, I'm Ning Qiqi. I'm Lu Shui. They shook hands, considering it an introduction. Uncle, you're not selling ginseng again this time, are you? Zhang Fengchu laughed. You guessed right. He took out 3 wooden boxes from his bag and placed them on the counter. Lu Shui, curious, stepped closer. Unaware that he was in the medicinal herb business, Ning Qiqi opened each wooden box, seeing a plump wild ginseng in each. Each one was the same size, very fresh, obviously, just unearthed. How many years old? They are all 100 years old, 3 of them. Ning Qiqi was shocked. Finding 300-year-old ginseng at once, she quickly took out her phone to take 3 pictures and send them to her grandfather. Shortly after, Ning Yuhai replied, stating the deal could proceed. Ning Qiqi then said to him, Uncle, my grandfather said, it's still 5 million per root. What do you think? That's fine. You have received a transfer of 15 million yuan. Zhang Fengchu nodded and then bid farewell. Lu Shui was astonished watching his back. She had thought he was a slacker who stayed at home, doing nothing all day. Now she realized that although this man lived in the countryside and didn't work outside, he earned just as much as anyone else. Just from this transaction, he directly received 15 million. He was truly someone who quietly made money without making a fuss. Shortly after, Zhang Fengchu went to the steel market to buy some rebar to have sent to his home. The space he had was quite useful for taking things to the ancient side. After buying the rebar and some other items, he went to Qi Feng's house to treat him before returning home with Lu Shui. She discovered another secret of Zhang Fengchu, that he also had medical skills. Uncle Chu, who exactly are you? As the car traveled halfway, Lu Shui, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't help but ask. Zhang Fengchu did not respond immediately. In truth, he didn't know how to answer either. Don't idolize me. I'm just a legend, no longer the big brother I once was. My name is Zhang Fengchu from Shizhuan. You already know that, right? Hearing his words, Lu Shui couldn't help but laugh out loud. What I mean is, you possess medical skills and have a century-old ginseng with a single transaction worth millions. That's definitely not something an ordinary person can achieve, right? Lu Shui asked the key question. Zhang Fengchu replied, everyone has their secrets. Some things aren't important, what's important is that you know him quite remarkable. After hearing his words, she didn't ask any further questions. Just as he said, everyone has their secrets, including herself. Lu Shui looked out the car window, beginning to take an interest in this man. The night was deep and quiet. The time was already 3 in the morning. Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes, ready to spend some time in the ancient times. Back in ancient times, Zhang Fengchu woke up to find that it was already bright outside, and Lu Lingtian, who was on the opposite bed, was nowhere to be seen. Upon getting up, he discovered that Lu Lingtian was practicing with a spear in the courtyard. Talented in both literature and martial arts, and also diligent. How can I compete with that? Days passed. Zhang Fengchu participated in the martial arts examination with Lu Lingtian. The martial arts examination followed the same procedure as the civil service examination, from the martial child test to the martial township test, and then to the martial meeting test, finally culminating in the martial palace test. Today, Zhang Fengchu and Lu Lingtian were participating in the martial child test presided over by the county magistrate. As Zhang Fengchu entered the examination hall, he glanced around and saw that about 100 people had come for the martial examination. In the examination hall, County Magistrate Feng Jiming sat at the podium, surrounded by county officials and officers. Sir, do you see him? Moi. Feng Jiming followed the direction pointed by Officer Li and indeed recognized 2 familiar faces. It's Lu Lingtian and Zhang Fengchu. Sir, I never expected this Zhang Jinshi to be so impressive. He just topped the civil service examination, and now he's here for the martial examination. Officer Li exclaimed. Feng Jiming nodded. Moreover, his medical skills are exceptional. But then again, does Fengchu really know martial arts? By the way, Officer Li suddenly recalled something. Sir, I've already investigated. The notorious Wolf Lord of Weishan died at his hands. So Zhang Jinshi must know martial arts, otherwise he couldn't possibly be a match for the Wolf Lord. Feng Jiming was shocked. Is there really such a thing? Officer Li nodded. It's what the villagers of Yangshutan said. Whether it's true or not still needs further investigation. Feng Jiming pondered. We will have results soon. What do you mean, sir? It's simple. Fengchu is here for the martial examination, competing based on strength. If he lacks martial skills, he won't pass the test. Ah yes, Officer Li nodded, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Zhang Fengchu lined up, facing the examination podium, gazing at the presiding officer. Feng Jiming also looked at him, nodded at him, and then said, quiet, quiet. Today is the martial child test of our county, presided over by me. The first round mainly tests strength. The second round mainly tests archery shooting. The third round is a martial competition. The top 10 can advance to the martial township test, the rest will be eliminated. There are 3 rounds in total. Those eliminated can have another chance in 3 years. In the first round, we will test strength. There are 10 stone locks in the examination hall, each with a different weight. The first lock weighs 100 jin, the second 200 jin, and so on, with the 10th lock weighing 1000 jin. The rule is that each candidate must lift the stone lock over their head with both hands to pass. Each martial candidate earns 10 points for lifting 1 lock and 20 for 2. If they lift all 10 locks, they achieve a perfect score of 100 points. Now the first round of the martial child test begins. After Feng Jiming finished speaking, Zhang Fengchu and Lu Lingtian queued up to participate in the martial examination. The martial candidates lined up and began their test. Zhang Fengchu stood at the back, while Lu Lingtian was in front of him. The first martial candidate had already stepped up to take the test. Zhang Fengchu observed as the first round of the martial examination tested strength. On the ground lay a row of stone locks. In total, there were 10 locks. The first lock weighed 100 jin, the second 200 jin, the third 300 jin, the fifth 500 jin, and the 10th precisely 1000 jin. The examination rule was that each martial candidate had to lift the stone lock over their head to stand straight to pass. The first martial candidate was a big man who lifted 100 jin and also lifted 200 jin. However, when it came to the 300 gene stone lock, he struggled a bit to lift it. But not lifting it meant he only succeeded in lifting 2 locks. For now, he was not eliminated. There were 3 rounds in total. The first and second rounds wouldn't eliminate anyone, while the third round was crucial. However, if someone performed poorly in both the first and second rounds, they would be most likely to be eliminated. Soon it was Lu Lingtian's turn. He glanced back at Zhang Fengchu before stepping forward. Zhang Fengchu watched him, curious to see how many of the 10 stone locks he could lift. Lu Lingtian approached with a very confident demeanor. The gazes of Fang Jiming, Officer Li, and the county magistrate were already fixed on him. After all, Lu Lingtian was a student of Yi Zhongxiao from Xiaolu Academy and had recently passed the civil service examination, so they were very familiar with him. Lu Lingtian rolled up his sleeves and lifted the first stone lock with ease. Shortly after, he lifted the second, third, and fourth locks as well. However, when he reached the fifth lock, it became quite challenging. After all, the fifth stone lock weighed 500 gene, and lifting it over his head was not something just anyone could do. Yet he managed to lift it. Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin, admitting that this guy was indeed strong. Even the 500 gene stone lock was lifted over his head. Fang Jiming and the others were also stunned, and they looked at Lu Lingtian with newfound respect, praising, "This Lingtian, capable in both literature and martial arts, truly excels in both." Indeed, the county magistrate nodded. Heroes emerge from the youth. This young Master Lu is truly extraordinary. By the way, Officer Li stroked his chin and said, "Sir, last time young Master Lu and young Master Zhang participated in the child test and township test, young Master Zhang consistently outperformed young Master Lu, securing first place twice, while young Master Lu was second each time. Do you think this time young Master Lu might outshine young Master Zhang and take first place?" Fang Jiming pondered. "I think this time Lingtian has a better chance. After all, it's impossible for one person to be first in everything. Although Fengchu excels in studies, it doesn't mean his martial skills are equally strong." Indeed, Officer Li nodded, agreeing with the magistrate's reasoning. Lu Lingtian approached the fifth stone lock, bent slightly at the waist to lift it. Surprisingly, he succeeded in lifting it. Not only did he lift it, but he also stood up. Immediately after, he lifted the 500 gene stone lock over his head. Oh, the entire crowd was shocked. Clap, clap, then a thunderous applause erupted. Zhang Fengchu was secretly astonished. This kid was far from being as simple as he had imagined. Talented in both literature and martial arts, and possessing great strength, Lu Lingtian did not stop moving toward the sixth stone lock. Would he be able to lift 600 gene again? The atmosphere in the examination hall quieted down. Everyone wanted to see if he could create another miracle. Zhang Fengchu smiled, eager to see how far his roommate could go. Out of the total 10 stone locks, he had already lifted 5, with 5 remaining. The ultimate weight was 1,000 gene. "I just can't believe this guy can lift all 10. Lu Lingtian strode forward without hesitation toward the sixth stone lock. He lifted it, cradled it, then raised it high. Then he marched onward, to the 7th, 8th, and 9th stone locks. Each one he seized and hoisted aloft with unwavering resolve, not a moment's hesitation, nor a trace of strain. At last he approached the 10th stone lock, challenging the Thousand Caddy overhead lift. Silence descended once more upon the examination ground. "What is your assessment, sir?" Chief Li asked. Fang Jiming replied, "I watch seated, but Lingtian's performance in this martial youth examination guarantees him first place." The county magistrate nodded in agreement. "None but young Master Lu is worthy of this honor." Chief Li concurred. "Only young Master Zhang remains untested. Should he fail to surpass young Master Lu, then, as you rightly said, the title of first place belongs indisputably to young Master Lu." Zhang Fengchu realized to his quiet astonishment that he had gravely underestimated Lu Lingtian. Indeed, he had reached the 10th stone lock. Now all eyes turned to whether he could lift the Thousand Caddy weight. The pressure weighing upon Lu Lingtian was immense. Before him loomed a Thousand Caddy burden. And crucially, it was not enough merely to lift it, he must thrust it overhead in a full clean press. Thus cradling and pressing were worlds apart. Under the rapt gaze of the crowd, Lu Lingtian gathered his strength, gripped the stone lock with both hands, and began to shift its weight. This time ease eluded him. Merely stirring it demanded prolonged, grueling effort. Yet he astonished onlookers once more, stirring it at last, and slowly, steadily raising it upward. His entire body trembled under gravity's cruel dominion. Sweat drenched his frame, veins bulged like serpents beneath his skin. There was no doubt he had reached the very edge of human endurance. Yet still he pressed on, not by grace, but by sheer unyielding will. He endured. He refused to yield. 1 minute, 2, 3 passed. The stone lock remained unraised, but Lu Lingtian had not surrendered. He struggled on, persisted in lifting that Thousand Caddy stone lock. Just a little more. A sliver, then victory would be his. But that sliver proved insurmountable. 5 minutes later, he still held on. 10 minutes later, he had not let go. Truly, though utterly spent, this youth possessed extraordinary stamina. Zhang Fengchu shook his head. How could one so gifted, so tenacious, leave him feeling so inadequate? Ah! At last Lu Lingtian unleashed a thunderous roar, tapping deep into the indomitable core buried within his bones, and succeeded. He had triumphantly pressed the Thuzen-Kati stone lock overhead, earning a flawless 100 points in round 1. This silence fell across the grounds, so profound it seemed even the air had frozen in awe. Excellent! Clap! Clap! Suddenly thunderous applause and cheers erupted from every corner. Lu Lingtian finally exhaled in profound relief, lowered the stone lock, and completed round 1 flawlessly. He walked over to Zhang Fengchu and clapped him lightly on the shoulder. Now, it's your turn. The final candidate, martial youth examinee Zhang Fengchu, please step forward to begin your trial, the examiner announced. Zhang Fengchu smiled faintly, approached the first stone lock, lifted it, and raised it effortlessly. The audience stood stunned. They had assumed his low placement signaled mediocrity. Instead, he had opened with a masterstroke, shattering their expectations and overturning every assumption they held. Zhang Fengchu set down the first stone lock without effort, then lifted the second through the 9th with equal ease, before halting before the 10th. In that instant, all understood the one placed last was in truth the true master. Indeed, I cannot surpass him for first place. I shall forever remain second, beneath his shadow. Lu Lingtian murmured in quiet awe. Brother Zhang has claimed first place in both civil and martial examinations. His brilliance eclipses my own beyond measure. As my grandfather once said, beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky another heaven. Each mountain towers higher than the last. Alas, sir, it appears young Master Lu must settle for second once more, sighed chiefly, shaking his head. Fang Jiming gave a wry smile. It seems your investigation was correct. Zhang is undoubtedly the one who slew Wolf Lord, the 9th chief of Wuya Mountain. Chief Li voiced, no doubt, sir. This young Master Zhang is no ordinary man. His future gleams with boundless promise. He may well become the dual champion, master of both letters and arms. When that day comes, he will surely earn the imperial court's highest favor, rising to become a pillar of the nation, a figure revered by all beneath the heavens' sovereign. Fang Jiming stroked his chin, lost in thought. Such a prodigy was not to be crossed, nor overlooked. Better to secure his goodwill now, to earn his protection and gratitude in years to come. Shaoli, you were right. Now let us see whether he can lift this Thuzen-Kati stone lock, the county magistrate intoned, focused intently. He and the prefect had overseen countless martial examinations, and yet this year's candidates surpassed all precedent. They had shattered every expectation. Prefect Fang and Chief Li nodded in unison, wholly in agreement. Young Master Zhang is truly extraordinary. Indeed, yet he excels in other realms as well. Which realms do you mean? You ask that, so you must not yet know. In both the previous civil youth examination and the prefectural examination, he claimed first place, crown top scholar among all Jiren. Is that not astonishing? Ah, so that is who he is. Who else could it be? Thus young Master Zhang is truly accomplished in both letters and arms, peerless in dual mastery. Precisely. Today's martial test has already proven it beyond question. The martial examinees whispered among themselves, awestruck by Zhang Fengchu's brilliance. Zhang Fengchu stepped toward the final stone lock, under the collective gaze of hundreds, and grasped it with a single hand, lifting it upward. This, all stood spellbound. Is he attempting a one-handed lift of a Thuzen-Kati stone lock? Impossible. Can anyone truly achieve such a feat? Yet, is he not using only one hand? We shall know only when he lifts it. True. Once more murmurs swirled. Most convinced such a feat defied human limits. Yet in the next breath Zhang Fengchu seized the handle and raised the Thuzen-Kati stone lock cleanly overhead, shattering all doubt. Absolute silence blanketed the grounds. He had done it. Truly, single-handed he had lifted a Thuzen-Kati weight, expanding the very boundaries of what was deemed possible. Zhang Fengchu earned a perfect 100 points in round 1. Though he performed the lift with one hand, no extra points were awarded. A matter of imperial regulation, not subject to the prefect's discretion. Any unilateral addition would hold no validity unless formally ratified by the central court. Clap, clap. Instantly thunderous applause filled the air. Lu Lingtian joined in applauding wholeheartedly, and in doing so received a profound lesson. However exceptional he himself might be before Zhang Fengchu, he was humbled to insignificance. Round 2 Archery. Allow me to outline the rules for all examinees. Each receives 1 bow and 10 arrows, 10 attempts total. The circular target lies 100 paces distant, the standard 100-pace range. The target consists of 10 concentric rings, from outermost to innermost. The bullseye at the center is the smallest. Scoring favors precision. The closer to the bullseye, the higher the points. The outermost ring awards 1 point per arrow, the second ring 2 points, the bullseye 10. Should an examinee strike the bullseye with all 10 arrows, they earn a perfect 100, a mark of absolute mastery. Begin. With Prefect Fang's command, round 2 of the martial youth examination commenced. A moment later, the guard stepped forward and handed each martial arts examinee a bow and 10 arrows. Zhang Fengchu received his bow and arrows and approached a target. The distance to the target was 100 meters. In ancient times, bows and arrows were primarily made of bamboo and would varying in size. The quality also differed. Higher quality bows had longer ranges. Generally speaking, an ordinary bow's range was around 70 to 200 meters. This martial arts examination was only a county test, so the requirements were not too high, with the target placed at a 100-meter distance. However, all the martial arts examinees and the spectators aimed to match Lu Lingtian and him. The reason was simple: both had scored a perfect 100 points in the first round of strength testing. Thus, there was speculation about whether their shooting skills were equally impressive. After all, having great strength did not necessarily mean one would excel in shooting. Xiaoli, what do you think? Fang Jiming asked. Head Constable Li glanced at the two, saying, "My lord, I'm just watching. I don't know how their shooting skills are. Those who come to participate in the martial arts examination have all practiced to some extent, but shooting skills depend on talent and proficiency. So, just because they have great strength doesn't mean they shoot well." The county magistrate nodded repeatedly, so the results are what really matter. The three reached a consensus, nodding in agreement as they continued to observe the examination. Zhang Fengchu said little, knocking an arrow, drawing the bow, aiming and shooting in one smooth motion. Whoosh! The arrow flew out and hit the target. Then came the second arrow, the third, fourth, until the 10th. In less than a minute, Zhang Fengchu had shot all 10 arrows and sat down as a bystander. The other martial arts examinees were still aiming, unable to shoot even a single arrow in 10 minutes. Mainly because they feared missing the bullseye, their movements were slow, thus taking a long time. It wasn't until an hour later that all martial arts examinees completed the shooting test. Immediately, a group of guards came up to check the targets. "Report the scores." The county magistrate ordered the guards. The guards complied and promptly began to report the scores to the magistrate. Ma Xiaola missed 5, scored 10 on 2, scored 7 on 1. Niu Dali missed 4, scored 10 on 3, scored 9 on 1, scored 3 on 2. Lier missed 5, scored 10 on 1, scored 5 on 1. Lu Lingtian perfect bullseye on all 10 arrows. Oh, the crowd was shocked. No one expected Lu Lingtian to be so excellent in shooting as well. All 10 arrows hit the bullseye, earning him a perfect score of 100. Zhang Fengchu missed all 10 arrows. The guard looked at Zhang Fengchu's target, unable to bear to announce the result. Everyone was stunned, hardly believing that none of Zhang Fengchu's 10 arrows hit the target. How is that possible? Could it be that he has never shot at a target before? No one is perfect, isn't that normal? True. The crowd began to murmur, greatly disappointed by Zhang Fengchu's performance. This truly echoed the phrase, "The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment." 10 arrows fired, all missed, and they felt he was ridiculously poor. Fang Jiming, Head Constable Li, and the county magistrate all shook their heads. "My lord, it seems we overestimated him this time," Head Constable Li spoke up. Fang Jiming nodded, casting a deep glance at Zhang Fengchu, thinking the same. It seems that the first place in this martial arts examination will not be Zhang Fengchu's. The county magistrate smiled slightly. "Pretty much young Master Lu is destined to take first place." "What about the second place?" Head Constable Li asked. Fang Jiming shook his head. "Hard to say. Great strength does not necessarily mean agility, nor does it guarantee martial prowess. The second and third places might not even be secured and could be eliminated." The three nodded in agreement. "Next, we will begin our third round of competition." "My lord Fang, wait a moment." Zhang Fengchu immediately interrupted Fang Jiming. It was ridiculous that he had shot all 10 arrows perfectly into the bullseye, scoring a perfect 100, not inferior to that brat Lu Lingtian. Now to be told that he had missed all 10 arrows, receiving a score of 0, was intolerable. "What do you mean?" He felt that Fang Jiming should at least give him some face. "It's like this: I shot all 10 arrows into the bullseye. Shouldn't that be a perfect score of 100? How did I get a 0? Upon hearing his words, Fang Jiming and the others exchanged glances, looking at the guard checking the target. "Duzi, is that so?" Duzi looked at Zhang Fengchu, then at the target, responding, "My lord, I only saw 10 arrows behind the target. I didn't see 10 arrows in the bullseye." What's going on? Fang Jiming pondered for a moment, then quickly got up and went to check the target, only to confirm that it was indeed so. He then looked at Head Constable Li. "What do you think?" Head Constable Li did not answer immediately, but checked where the 10 arrows had landed, then looked at the bullseye, suddenly revealing a shocked expression. "Could it be that?" "What's going on?" Fang Jiming asked, puzzled. Head Constable Li pointed at the bullseye. "My lord, look, there's a hole in the center of the bullseye." Fang Jiming looked down, and sure enough there was a hole in the bullseye. He also glanced at where the 10 arrows had landed behind the target, his face filled with disbelief. You mean to say that these 10 arrows shot right through this hole, which is why there aren't any arrows in the bullseye? Head Constable Li nodded. But whether it's true or not, we need Zhang Jiren to shoot again. Fang Jiming felt a bit troubled. He hadn't expected to make such a mistake and almost offended him. He glared angrily and shot a look at the guard checking the target. You careless fool, almost ruined a big matter. The young guard, realizing he had made a mistake, hung his head and said nothing. Fang Jiming quickly approached Zhang Fengchu to apologize. Fengchu, it was all my fault. I almost ruined your future. Please forgive your brother's mistake, all right? Although this incident was not intentional, they could not escape the responsibility of negligence. Zhang Fengchu smiled. Brother Fang, there's no need to be so formal. It's good to correct mistakes. At worst, I'll shoot again. You all must watch carefully this time. All right. Fang Jiming felt relieved. He couldn't provoke him. It was perfect that he took the initiative to shoot again. He immediately ordered the guards to bring him another 10 arrows. To avoid another mistake, and to prove this point, Fang Jiming called everyone to stand on either side of the target and watch closely. They wanted to see if his archery could shoot through the hole in the bullseye. Lu Lingtian, who initially thought he had won, unexpectedly found that the matter was not over and came over to watch the result. Zhang Fengchu said little, knocked an arrow, drew the bow, and with a whoosh shot an arrow. The arrow flashed by like a shadow, directly passing through the hole in the bullseye and hitting the ground behind the target. Everyone was stunned, utterly unexpected that this seemingly casual shot indeed passed through the hole in the bullseye. It completely overturned everyone's perception. Upon witnessing this scene, the crowd realized that Zhang Fengchu had not missed all 10 arrows, but had instead pierced the bullseye, hitting the target directly. 10 arrows were fired in succession, all striking the center hole without a single miss. Every shot hit true, 100% accuracy. Lu Lingtian stared at this spectacle, his head turned in disbelief, as if he were seeing Zhang Fengchu for the first time. In his eyes, a strange light flickered. Perfect, utterly perfect. Fang Jiming praised without restraint. It was also the first time he had witnessed someone as outstanding as Zhang Fengchu. He recalled the first time Mr. Yi Zhongxiao brought him to meet Zhang, who was in his 40s and just beginning his studies, and how he had looked down on him. He thought Zhang would not succeed, unable to even pass the preliminary tests. Now it seemed he had been gravely mistaken. Now he not only succeeded in the imperial examination, securing the top spot in the local test, but also excelled in martial arts, poised to take first place in the preliminary trials. I declare that Zhang Fengchu has achieved a perfect score of 100 in the second round of the archery examination, Fang Jiming announced to the crowd. We will now proceed to the third round of competition, the martial arts contest. The rules are that all candidates will enter the stage for a free-for-all battle begin. Without further ado, all the martial arts candidates stepped onto the arena to commence the combat. Some used fists and feet, others wielded various weapons such as swords, spears, and staffs. Bang clang, instantly the candidates were embroiled in a fierce brawl. Zhang Fengchu smiled lightly, choosing not to join the fray, but instead walked to the edge of the stage and sat down. Tap Lu Lingtian followed and sat beside him. They exchanged no words, merely watching the chaotic battle among the martial arts candidates. Master, what do you think of those two? Head Constable Li pointed to the two sitting in the corner, observing the spectacle. Fang Jiming glanced at them deep in thought. The true experts are over in the corner. They may not move until necessary, but when they do, the other candidates may stand no chance and will be forced to retreat at the end. I see. Head Constable Li nodded, developing a vague fondness for the two, especially for Zhang Fengchu, a sense of respect brewing within him. As the candidates continued to clash, some were defeated, some fell, and others were injured. 90% were eliminated, leaving only 8 martial arts candidates still engaged in battle. For a while they could not determine a victor. Brother Zhang, shouldn't we join in? Lu Lingtian stood up. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. It's time for me to step in. Whoosh! With those words, he vanished from Lu Lingtian's side in a flash. Bang on! The next moment, all 8 remaining martial arts candidates lay defeated on the arena. Zhang Fengchu stood among them. The 8 martial arts candidates looked at him, bowing in submission. Though they felt reluctant, they understood that in the face of true strength, they were no match. They offered him a gesture of respect, grateful that he had shown mercy. Had he acted sooner, they would not have made it to the end and would have been defeated much earlier. He had refrained from acting prematurely, granting them the chance to fight until the end. Oh, the crowd was once again astonished as they realized that after 3 rounds of martial testing, Zhang Fengchu was not only the strongest in strength and archery. Even in martial arts, he was exceptionally skilled, defeating the last 8 martial arts candidates in the blink of an eye. Now only 2 remained on the stage. Zhang Fengchu faced Lu Lingtian. Only one could emerge victorious, and they could only wait and watch. Lu Lingtian wielded a spear, which was his specialty. However, after inheriting the medicine god legacy, Zhang Fengchu was well-versed in all forms of martial arts. What others could do, he could do as well. What others could not do, he could also achieve. Even techniques unknown to others he could master. Today, participating in the martial arts preliminary trials, Zhang Fengchu brought neither sword nor dagger, but wielded a 2.6-meter spear. A spear against a spear, they would see whose spear was superior. Lu Lingtian looked at the long spear in Zhang Fengchu's hand, then at his own, wondering if Zhang could also use a spear. Brother Zhang, have you practiced with a spear? I know a little, just a tiny bit. Zhang Fengchu replied with a smile. Could he really wield the spear? Lu Lingtian was half convinced. If that's the case, should I hold back? Zhang Fengchu remained calm. You better not hold back. Why not? Because regardless of the outcome, you will be my defeated opponent. Can you not chat like this? Lu Lingtian felt somewhat speechless. So confident, do your parents know? It doesn't matter if they know, what matters is whether yours do. One must remain humble. Is it so hard to admit that one is inferior? People only shed tears when faced with the coffin. Such harsh words. Isn't it true? Seeing coffins brings wealth. Lu Lingtian remarked, isn't that correct? Zhang Fengchu replied, that has nothing to do with me. In terms of spear skills, you truly are not my match. Lu Lingtian was very confident. If you disagree, then let's fight. Zhang Fengchu swung his long spear, ready to engage in a fierce battle. He could no longer hold back. Without another word, Lu Lingtian brandished his spear like a dragon, sweeping its tail, launching a sweeping attack towards Zhang Fengchu. Pingxing, what do you think? Fang Jiming asked the head constable as he watched the exciting scene unfold. Li Pingxing pondered for a moment. Master, standing behind you, I feel that Scholar Zhang not only possesses great strength and archery skills, but is also quite adept with the spear. Master, look, young Master Lu's sweeping strike like a dragon's tail was effortlessly countered by young Master Zhang's powerful stance. The county magistrate nodded. In my view, young Master Zhang's spear skills are indeed impressive. However, I must add that young Master Lu's spear techniques are inherited and have just begun yet to unleash their full potential, so declaring a winner so early is premature. Both nodded in agreement with the county magistrate's viewpoint. Stormy Pear Blossom Spear. Lu Lingtian unleashed a series of powerful strikes right from the start, holding nothing back. He wanted a quick resolution to the battle. This was understandable, as he had already fought Zhang Fengchu once and knew that Zhang's strength was on par with his own, so there was no need to hold back. Goodness, is he going to reveal his trump card right away? Then I shall break it. One spear to control the universe. Zhang Fengchu activated his special vision, and no matter how formidable Lu Lingtian's stormy pear blossom spear was, it could not escape his eyes. He thrust forward, striking Lu's chest directly. Lu Lingtian was shocked, not expecting his ultimate move, the stormy pear blossom spear, to be so easily countered by Zhang Fengchu. He had thought that his spear techniques, practiced since childhood and seemingly powerful, made him invincible, the #1 spear in the world. He had never anticipated that he had merely been looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Before encountering a true master, his spear skills were indeed the best in the world. After facing a true expert, he had become the second best. Oh, everyone was truly enlightened this time. What is a master? What is an absolute master? What is an exhilarating duel? This is it. So thrilling, absolutely thrilling. Indeed, this is my first time witnessing such an exhilarating competition. Although young Master Lu's marksmanship is impressive, it seems to fall slightly short compared to young Master Zhang's. Quail food. I'm dying of laughter. The crowd discussed fervently, all feeling that the duel between the two was exhilarating beyond compare, providing immense relief. My lord, what do you think? Captain Li turned to inquire of County Magistrate Fang. Fang Jiming glanced over. I leaned back in my chair to watch. Both used 6-meter-long spears, each with their own strengths and weaknesses. It mainly depends on the outcome. Whoever's ultimate move is stronger will win. The county magistrate stroked his goat beard. What you say is true. The ultimate move is the hard truth. Li Pingxing asked, is there a possibility that both are currently using their ultimate moves? It cannot be denied. It is possible that this is just their least powerful ultimate move. You have a point, my lord. Actually, I am more curious as to why Zhang Jiren is so exceptional. The county magistrate pondered. I wonder if you both noticed that young Master Zhang is already 40 years old, yet he is full of energy, skilled in both literature and martial arts, with his strength, archery, and spear techniques all being exquisite. Is there a possibility that he has surpassed our imagination? Not within the 5 elements, transcending the 3 realms. Fang Jiming chuckled. That would be abnormal. Feng Chuchu is also a mortal, not a saint. No matter how high one's martial arts are, they are still bound by the physical body and remain within the 5 elements within the 3 realms. One can only say he is gifted and skilled, but cannot be equated with legends. The county magistrate nodded, smiling as he asked, my lord, do you believe that there are ghosts and deities in this world? If you believe, they exist. If you do not, they do not. It's hard to say. Fang Jiming was still cautious in his response to this question. So do you believe or not? The county magistrate pressed on. Sometimes I believe and sometimes I do not. Are your feelings unstable? To be honest, sometimes I don't even believe myself. The county magistrate was left speechless. Zhang Fengchu and Lu Lingtian were still locked in battle, growing more intense. Spear Dragon Drill. Lu Lingtian unleashed a new move, merging man and spear, leaning forward, his feet together, his whole body began to spin with the spear racing towards Zhang Fengchu like a power drill. If he could not dodge, his body would surely be punctured by the spear. Don't think you're the only one who can employ this tactic. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. Spear Dragon Drill. Similarly, like a spear drill, he charged towards Lu Lingtian. Clang clang, the two spear dragon drills collided, creating sparks and shaking the arena once more. On the end, Lu Lingtian let out a cry of despair, falling to the ground. He was directly defeated by his hand. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly and thrust forward. Lu Lingtian flipped up, performing a dragonfly, skimming the water, leaping high with both man and spear, tumbling several times, coming down with a move that resembled a dragon emerging from the sea, his body rolling as he aimed straight for Zhang Fengchu's face. Zhang Fengchu smiled lightly, gripping his spear and gathering his strength. Lu Lingtian's spear came. The momentum was unstoppable. Zhang Fengchu struck with his spear as swift as lightning. Clang clang, once again the two spears collided, producing a tremendous sound. Lu Lingtian felt a sharp pain in his gripping hand, and unable to withstand the force, performed a backflip, retreating to lighten the pressure, and landed safely, stabilizing himself. His own strength still fell far short. Lu Lingtian stood up, gathering his strength, preparing to unleash his ultimate move. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly, already sensing his intentions, and began to gather his strength, as well, having his own ultimate move. Ultimate move. Adding strength can elevate the ultimate move to a whole new level. Man, spear, unified, ultimate, one shot. Boom! Lu Lingtian merged with his spear, the speed and passion combusting together, charging towards Zhang Fengchu with terrifying force. Man and spear united, ultimate, one shot. Zhang Fengchu also unleashed his ultimate move, merging man and spear, dashing towards his opponent. The person was behind and the spear was in front. The two spears clashed, clang clang, matter against matter, force against force, creating a deafening noise. Ultimate, two shots. Zhang Fengchu directly increased his strength, merging man and spear, multiplying his force several times, directly overwhelming Lu Lingtian. Lu Lingtian felt pain in his grip as he was forced back repeatedly. He had never expected that Zhang Fengchu could unleash the power of the ultimate two shots. Given his current strength, unleashing the ultimate one shot was already his limit. The ultimate two shots were something he could not possibly execute. His mother could unleash the ultimate three shots, making her his true rival, and his grandfather could unleash the ultimate five shots, completely able to defeat him. But it was impossible to defeat him. Unwillingness was futile. Finally, Lu Lingtian could not withstand the power of Zhang Fengchu's ultimate two shots, losing his grip on the spear and being sent flying. He flew over 100 meters away, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Zhang Fengchu stood in place, motionless. Finally, the battle between the two came to an end. Lu Lingtian was also defeated under his ultimate two shots. The crowd was astonished, not expecting Zhang Fengchu's marksmanship to surpass, directly defeating Lu Lingtian and achieving a perfect score. Fang Jiming nodded. It seems Lingtian truly cannot match up to Fengchu. Captain Li nodded. With marksmanship like Zhang Juren's, I estimate not many can rival him. Currently, quail food is absent, but if those two were here, young Master Zhang might not necessarily win. Are you referring to the king of five shots, Lu Baha Tiger from Lu Mountain Manor, and his daughter Lu Chuang? Exactly. Fang Jiming nodded. That's no doubt. Lu Gong can unleash the ultimate five shots, not something an ordinary person can contend with. And Lu Chuang can also unleash the ultimate three shots, a remarkable woman. The martial youth test came to an end, and without a doubt Zhang Fengchu secured first place in this year's martial youth test, becoming a martial youth scholar. Next, it will be the martial scholar and martial graduates martial examination. This will take some time, but is not yet the moment. Brother Zhang, your marksmanship is truly impressive. After exiting the examination grounds, Lu Lingtian stepped forward, draping his arm over his shoulder with a smile. Zhang Fengchu also draped his arm over his shoulder, feeling a bit awkward. Brother Lu, don't try to learn from me. My skills are not something you can acquire. If I compliment you a couple of times, and you get all puffed up. Honest words are often hard to hear. I understand your feelings. Lu Lingtian shook his head. Don't preach to me, because I don't abide by reason. Ignoring martial ethics like a mouse-tail soup. I didn't say anything, did I? Wasn't that you who just said it? Lu Lingtian opened his arms. I never said that, you said it yourself. Zhang Fengchu replied. I never said you were. Why are you getting anxious? Lu Lingtian suddenly changed the subject. To be honest, I miss home a bit. If you miss it, just go back. That is your home. Isn't it your freedom, whether to return or not? Lu Lingtian cradled his head with both hands. The road is too far, and traveling alone is too boring. It would be nice to have a companion. Aren't you bringing a maid with you? Maidservants aren't fun. Then what is fun? Come home with me. Did you talk to her about it? Yes, she agreed. Zhang Fengchu nodded, touched Dala's head, and kissed her on the lips. They soon found themselves in a playful scuffle. The next morning, when Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes, the sun was already up, but Zhao Yuqi was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly Zhang Fengchu noticed a bamboo slip on her pillow. It must be left for him. He didn't intend to sneak a peek. But thinking it over, since she placed it on the pillow deliberately, it must not be a secret. He picked it up and opened it, only to find it was a farewell letter. Husband, when you see this letter, I have already left. But it is not a permanent goodbye, just a temporary one. I am fine, don't worry about me. Soon we shall meet again, and it will be in a special circumstance. Yours sincerely, Zhao Yuqi. Zhang Fengchu read the letter from beginning to end, and it never mentioned where she went. He wanted to find her, but had no address. However, the last line of the letter indicated that she was only temporarily away and would return. But he wondered what the special circumstance she mentioned would be. Today Zhang Fengchu planned to go to the mountains one last time to gather some ginseng, as ginseng seeds could be planted in the spiritual spring space. Then he would be able to cultivate more ginseng. Fengchu, where is Sister Qi? She left, probably went home. Halfway through breakfast, Shui Dalu asked. When will she be back? Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment and didn't know. She didn't say. Shui Dalu nodded, not asking further. By the way, today, I need to hurry to the mountains. I might be back in a day or as late as half a month, so don't worry. Shui Dalu, Lady Feng, and a few others nodded. After finishing breakfast with his family, Zhang Fengchu strapped on his backpack and headed up the mountain, followed by two younger brothers walking together into the deep mountains. The mountain path twisted and turned, and the three chatted while climbing, making the journey less dull. Dahu and Erhu, as long as we find ginseng today, no matter the size, we can dig it up. The two brothers nodded, since they always listened to their brother-in-law. Whatever he said they would do, and they would not miss out on benefits. As they entered a strange old forest, Zhang Fengchu quickly found a wild ginseng plant with seeds. After checking, although it wasn't a 100-year ginseng, it was about 50 years old. He harvested the seeds and dug up the ginseng. He planted a few ginseng seeds in the ground, which would sprout next year and grow into more ginseng. Dahu and Erhu soon found a few wild ginseng plants as well. Zhang Fengchu allowed them to dig up ginseng that was 1.5 to 10 years old, and he planted them into the spiritual spring space. Suddenly a roar echoed, startling Dahu and Erhu, and they ran towards Zhang Fengchu. Brother-in-law, it's a bear. What do we do? Shui Dahu was also quite frightened. Zhang Fengchu looked, and indeed a giant brown bear appeared before him. It must weigh no less than 1,000 pounds. He knew the strength of the giant brown bear well. Dahu, Erhu, you two hide behind the tree. I will handle it. Brother-in-law, you won't be in danger, right? Should we run together? The two brothers felt that he was no match for the giant brown bear. It's fine, you two just hide. This pack of jackals consists of around 30 individuals. Their large numbers make them difficult to deal with. They typically hunt by eviscerating their prey. Even before their victim is dead, they have already begun to gut it. Comparing them to spotted hyenas, they are aptly nicknamed the director of proctology in the martial world. There is no doubt that they have set their sights on him. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. Since that was the case, he need not hold back. He would turn passivity into initiative. He circled around to higher ground, retrieving a 98K from his space, attaching a silencer, and aiming at one of them before pulling the trigger. Whoosh! A red-skinned dog was hit and fell to the ground. The pack of jackals exchanged glances, unsure of what was happening, as one of their companions collapsed to the ground, prompting them to gather around to investigate. Zhang Fengchu aimed again at another one, pulling the trigger once more. Whoosh! Another shot struck another jackal in the head, causing it to fall as well. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One jackal after another fell to the ground. Out of 30 jackals, only 2 remained standing. Zhang Fengchu fired 2 more shots, taking down the last 2. However, the situation was not over yet. Hidden in the nearby bushes was a jackal twice the size of the other 30. Zhang Fengchu observed that this jackal should be their leader, the Jackal King. Without hesitation, he aimed and fired. Howl! The Jackal King cried out in agony as it was struck in the head, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly as he approached them, gathering the 30 jackal corpses into his space. In this ancient time of famine, these would serve as food capable of saving lives. After walking a few dozen meters, he found the Jackal King lying motionless behind the bushes and collected it into his space. He then turned back to regroup with his 2 young brothers. Brother-in-law, are you alright? The 2 brothers rushed forward, circling around him to check. Once they confirmed he was unharmed, they relaxed. Zhang Fengchu looked up. The The sun had risen to its zenith, signaling lunchtime. He sat down with his brothers to eat some dry rations. After resting for about an hour, they continued searching for ginseng. However, not far ahead, they heard a series of beastly howls. Howl, howl, howl. The two brothers, the big tiger and the second tiger, were quite frightened. Brother-in-law, it sounds like wolves. Big tiger exclaimed. Second tiger grew anxious, asking, Brother-in-law, what should we do? Wolves can't climb trees. You two go up first, and I'll check it out. The brothers nodded, agreeing this was the best course of action. Then the two brothers simultaneously climbed a tree. Zhang Fengchu said no more, heading towards the location of the wolf pack. He crouched down on a high spot, activating his vision to observe. Sure enough, over 100 meters away was a pack of wolves. Terrifyingly, this pack numbered not in the dozens, but close to 300. With so many wolves, they would be difficult to handle. Zhang Fengchu contemplated if 300 wolves were indeed frightening. He retrieved the 98K from his space and aimed at one, pulling the trigger. With a single shot, a wolf pup collapsed to the ground. Whoosh! Just as Zhang Fengchu was about to aim at the second wolf, he felt movement behind him. Something was stealthily approaching. Damn, he nearly got ambushed. Turning around, he saw around 30 wolves emerging from the bushes 100 meters behind him. He was surrounded. They had him encircled. In close combat, using the 98K sniper rifle would be ineffective. He had no choice but to switch weapons. Zhang Fengchu stowed the 98K back into his space and took out two swords, one in each hand, preparing to engage in close combat. Howl! Finally, the 30 wolves lunged at him from behind. Zhang Fengchu remained unfazed, standing still with a sword in each hand. As the wolves charged forward, Zhang Fengchu's figure flickered, and he dashed into the pack. Slash, howl. Seconds later, all 30 wolves lay dead on the ground. Self-overestimation. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly as he collected all 30 wolf corpses into his space. He clapped his hands. Da-da-da! Immediately the sound of footsteps echoed all around him. Good grief. Zhang Fengchu looked and was startled to see 300 wolves surrounding him. There was no alternative. Since there were no options left, he had to fight and carve a bloody path through. Howl! The wolf pack surged forward, lunging towards him immediately. Zhang Fengchu moved swiftly, wielding his swords with lightning speed. Wolves fell one after another. 3 minutes later, the scene fell silent. All the wolves lay still, lifeless on the ground. 300 wolves, truly not a small number. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly as he gathered all the wolves into his space. Suddenly, Zhang Fengchu noticed there was still a fish that had slipped through the net, and hurriedly turned to where the sound had come from. Indeed, there was a wolf hiding in the bushes to his left. This wolf was unlike the others. Its fur was pure white with no stray hairs, and it weighed twice as much as the other wolves. Estimating it weighed no less than 120 pounds. A wolf over 100 pounds is truly considerable. After all, an ordinary wolf weighs only about 50 to 60 pounds, at most 70 or 80. The Wolf King, without a doubt, this wolf must be the Wolf King. The appearance of the Wolf King is terrifying. For an ordinary person, or even a hunter, even with experience, facing this king of wolves would not be easy. Howl! The Wolf King's anger had been fully provoked. It was understandable. Its 300 wolf subordinates had all perished by his hand. How could it not hate him? It wished to drink his blood and eat his flesh, to swallow him whole. Facing the Wolf King's ferocious display, Zhang Fengchu touched his nose and stowed his swords back into his space. He intended to engage it in hand-to-hand combat. Come on, Zhang Fengchu taunted it. The Wolf King lunged at him without hesitation, but missed. Missed. 2 misses. Missed again. With each failed lunge, it could not reach him at all. After a dozen attempts, it was completely futile. There was no way it could land a hit on him. The Wolf King grew tired and crouched down to rest. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. There was no time to waste, and he directly approached, sitting on its back. Bang! 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 He punched down on its head again and again, making it howl in pain. It cried out incessantly. It finally realized that this person's strength was beyond its capacity to contend with. Bang! Zhang Fengchu did not stop delivering punch after punch to the wolf's head without hesitation. This is for having your 300 wolf subordinates surround me. This is for wanting to eat me. This is for all the mischief. I won't let you off. Howl! 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 The Wolf King continued to scream in terror, its eyes filled with fear. Seeing it faint, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hand, contemplating for a moment before placing it alone back into the Lingquan space. There was still hope. The wind howls, the waters of the He River are cold, the valiant man departs never to return. Zhang Fengchu recited a poem and turned to leave. The two brothers responded in unison, quickly descending the tree to his side, relieved to see he was unscathed. Where to now, brother-in-law? Big Tiger inquired. Zhang Fengchu glanced at the sky. Oh, it was getting late, and it was time to return. Let's head back before night falls. The two brothers nodded, still shaken and lacking the mood to search for ginseng. They followed closely behind him down the mountain. Brother-in-law, what is that? Suddenly, second tiger pointed to a red spot down the slope. Zhang Fengchu focused his gaze low, and behold, it was indeed a wild ginseng. He smiled faintly, but did not rush down. Instead, he activated his perspective vision, scanning the area within the hollow. To his surprise, this ginseng was truly massive, and it was an exceptionally rare Millennium wild ginseng. He intended to rush down for a closer look, but immediately halted. "Don't go down." Seeing that big tiger and second tiger were about to descend, Zhang Fengchu quickly stopped his brothers. "What's wrong, brother-in-law?" The two brothers were puzzled. Zhang Fengchu pointed at the large wild apple tree in the hollow, urging them to look. "There's something in the tree." The two brothers hadn't noticed the detail and quickly turned their gaze to the big tree. Upon closer inspection, they were startled. What they thought was a green-skinned tree turned out to be a giant green-scaled python. The immense green snake was as thick as a large barrel and over 100 meters long, truly terrifying. The two brothers jumped in fright. They were genuinely scared. "It's too big," Big Tiger said, still shaken. "Fortunately, you spotted it, brother-in-law. Otherwise, if we had gone down, we would have been its meal by now." Second Tiger nodded repeatedly. "What should we do now, brother-in-law?" Zhang Fengchu pondered. "With such a giant snake guarding the ginseng, we can't dig it up." Zhang Fengchu thought for a moment. "You two hide behind the tree, while I'll go down and have a word with it." "Isn't that too dangerous?" "Brother-in-law, what if something happens to you? How will we explain to the eldest sister?" "It's fine, it didn't that big snake from last time become my defeated foe." The two brothers nodded, seeming to agree, but Second Tiger added, "But brother-in-law, this snake is even bigger." "Let's do it this way," Zhang Fengchu decided, not wanting to say much more. The two brothers saw they couldn't dissuade him, so they could only hide for now. A Millennium ginseng, how could he possibly let it slip by? It was just a giant snake, not a dragon. What was there to fear? Zhang Fengchu straightened his back and descended the slope, approaching the Millennium ginseng. "Hiss!" The giant snake in the tree immediately sensed something approaching. Its large eyes scanned the surroundings and spotted a bipedal creature slowly coming closer. The prey had delivered itself to its doorstep, and it flicked its pink tongue. Hungry, it wanted to eat him. This bipedal creature appeared quite appetizing. The green giant python opened its enormous mouth, ready to devour him. However, it did not close the distance immediately. Zhang Fengchu fixed his gaze on it, without flinching, walking right beneath the wild apple tree, looking up at the creature above. A man and a snake locked eyes as the green giant python's eyes turned a shade of red. It seemed to say, "This bipedal creature must be very delicious, right?" The saying goes, to strike a snake, aim for its 7 inches. This is a traditional maxim and an age-old wisdom, not without reason. Everything has its strengths and weaknesses. The wolf's weak point is its waist, while the snake's weakness lies in its 7 inches. Hiss! It moved, baring its fangs and flicking its tongue. Its 100-meter-long body began to shift on the tree. Suddenly, it lunged towards Zhang Fengchu's face. Its massive mouth came down from above, trying to bite his head. Zhang Fengchu used a momentary shift to evade, causing it to miss. But it did not give up, twisting its body and lunging at him again, but he dodged once more. It lunged again. Zhang Fengchu continued to evade, and the green giant python kept attacking. The snake was relentless and aggressive. It failed to notice that Zhang Fengchu had already reached behind it, grabbing its tail and lifting it up before slamming it to the ground. The impact left it disoriented and unable to distinguish its surroundings. Zhang Fengchu released its tail and approached the big tree, performing a powerful uprooting maneuver. Within 3 seconds, Zhang Fengchu pulled the tree out by its roots and ran towards the back of the mountain, the green giant python hot on his heels, harboring a deep hatred for this bipedal creature, determined to swallow him whole. Upon reaching the rear of the mountain, he halted and stored the large tree in the Linquan space. Hiss! The green giant python arrived and lunged at him. Zhang Fengchu smiled, having retrieved a long and thick rope from the space, which he threw towards it, wrapping it around its body and spinning it in circles. In no time, he had it entangled. He struck its head with 2 punches, leaving it dazed, unable to find its bearings. He kicked it once more, and it fainted. Smiling faintly, he stored it in the Linquan space, and with a flash of his form, he entered the Linquan space as well. He checked briefly. The wild apple tree, white wolf king, and green giant snake all lay on the ground within the Linquan space. He took out a shovel and dug a pit 500 meters away from the Linquan pool to plant the tree. After fetching a bucket of water from the pool, he watered the big tree. He then dragged the unconscious green giant snake under the tree and tied its neck with the rope. If it desired to eat him, it could keep the tree company. The white wolf king remained unconscious, still yet to awaken. Zhang Fengchu kicked it a few times, but it showed no signs of stirring, likely not waking up anytime soon. He decided not to worry about it and exited the space to reunite with Big Tiger and Second Tiger. "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." As soon as he left the space, he heard his 2 little brothers calling out. Coming. Zhang Fengchu replied, quickly walking over to his 2 brothers. They circled around him to inspect, relieved to see he was unharmed. Brother-in-law, you're truly amazing. Second tiger immediately showered him with compliments. Zhang Fengchu smiled without saying a word. By the way, brother-in-law wears that green giant python. I dealt with it and led it to the ravine where it fell in. It's quite deep and won't be climbing out anytime soon. Zhang Fengchu fabricated an excuse. That's great. Water Big Tiger sighed in relief, glancing at the wild ginseng before him. Brother-in-law, how old is this ginseng? A millennium wild ginseng. Oh, the two brothers were shocked, not expecting such good fortune today, even finding a millennium wild ginseng. However, it was indeed perilous. The fierce beasts encountered today were quite real. If it weren't for their brother-in-law being present with their and second tiger's abilities, they would have long been eaten by wild beasts, leaving no bones behind. He retrieved 20 taels of silver from his pocket, 2 ingots, each weighing 10 taels. Then he beckoned to his 2 younger brothers-in-law and handed 1 ingot to each. These 20 taels are your reward from your brother-in-law today. Oh, Dahu and Eru beamed with delight. The first time in their lives they had ever held so much silver. They had merely accompanied him up the mountain once and already earned 10 taels apiece. How could they not rejoice? Brother-in-law, you're truly kind to us, the brothers exclaimed gratefully. Zhang Fengchu gently ruffled their hair. I am your elder brother-in-law. How could I not treat you well? The brothers nodded earnestly, their faces blossoming into warm smiles. Zhang Fengchu said nothing more. The afternoon was waning. The millennium-old ginseng root had to be excavated without delay. He withdrew a set of ginseng digging tools, tied a red cord around them, and began digging at once. The brothers stood by, lending a hand. A low guttural howl echoed. The white wolf sovereign stirred awake, its gaze sweeping the surroundings as its head throbbed with dull, insistent pain. Agony. At the mere thought of him, icy dread slithered down its spine. In a single strike, that terrifying biped had slaughtered 300 of its wolf kin. It scanned the area again, no sign of him. And yet it found itself in an unfamiliar place. Before it stretched a vast spring pool, its waters still and clear. Beyond it rose a towering wooden pavilion, 9 stories high. When it turned its head, 500 paces away stood a colossal tree, familiar yet strangely elusive, as if half remembered in a dream. To resolve its uncertainty, it crept forward cautiously. Suddenly a wave of perilous energy surged toward it, familiar, unmistakable, chilling. It broke into a light trot, reached the base of the tree, and there it saw it a massive emerald serpent. Xiao Lu, what are you doing here? Isn't that Xiao Bai? What brings you here? The white wolf sovereign asked. The emerald serpent replied, I don't know either. I awoke here just like that. Same here. Was he the one who brought us? Indeed he was. What's with this giant apple tree? The white wolf sovereign wondered aloud. The emerald serpent sighed. It was him, a being of monstrous strength. With bare hands he uprooted this entire tree and carried it here, planting it only moments ago. I see, observed the white wolf sovereign. You've even been bound with a rope tethered to this very tree. TCH, don't gloat, the emerald serpent shook its head. Look at your bruised snout and swollen face. You've taken quite the beating from him, haven't you? And you're hardly better off. Misery loves company. The white wolf sovereign feigned sorrowful sympathy. Fellow stranger. Tears well up at the sight. Yes, indeed, dog brother. Come, let us embrace. The emerald serpent flicked its tongue teasingly. Very well, Lady Lu, let us embrace then. The white wolf sovereign stepped closer. Hey, foolish dog. My belly growls with hunger, and though that accursed human denied me his flesh, devouring a simple-minded mutt will do just fine. Watching its prey draw nearer, the emerald serpent, ravenous and desperate, prepared to strike and swallow it whole. Tap. Just as the serpent fixed its gaze upon its near-certain meal, the white wolf sovereign suddenly whirled about and bolted away, then crouched 10 meters off, gazing back, with eyes gleaming with sly canine intelligence. The emerald serpent stared furious as the morsel it had nearly tasted vanished before its fangs. Xiao Bai, what in the world are you doing? Ha! The white wolf sovereign burst into laughter where it crouched. Fellow stranger, tears well up at the sight. But there's a second line, fellow stranger, stab in the back. You treacherous snake. Cold-blooded viper. Did you truly think I'd stroll right into your jaws? Do you take me for some witless hound? It never occurred to the serpent that the white wolf sovereign had seen through its ruse and refused to play along. Powerless, the emerald serpent could only watch, seething inwardly, its frustration mounting, its hunger unslaked. After all, its neck remained bound by rope to the trunk. Pursuit was impossible. Great worm. So this is your day of reckoning. The white wolf sovereign jeered, making the serpent's eyes bulge with rage. You mangy white mutt, just you wait. One day you'll fall into my coils, and I'll strangle you slowly before swallowing you whole. If you're so bold, do it now. Don't speak of tomorrow. You may not survive past dawn, struck down by that toe-legged terror. Not necessarily. I might outlive you. You'll die first. You'll die first. The two wild beasts bickered on. A millennium-old wild ginseng root is no easy thing to unearth. By nightfall, Zhang Fengchu had excavated only half of it. There was no choice but to pause. Digging deep in the mountains after dark was far too perilous. He would return at dawn. Tonight he would stay put. No need for exhausting back-and-forth travel. Brother-in-law, it's getting dark. Shall we go home? Eru asked, voice trembling slightly. He had never spent a night in these remote ancient woods, and fear clung to him like mist. Dahu too felt uneasy, yet dared enter these depths only because Zhang Fengchu stood beside them. No, we won't return. The journey back and forth is too cumbersome. The brothers nodded obediently, trusting his judgment and capability. Fear lingered, but so did their understanding of the ancient wisdom. Where fate leads, let the heart settle. I spotted a cave over there earlier. It'll serve perfectly as shelter. We'll finish digging the ginseng tomorrow. Hearing of the cave, the brothers exhaled in quiet relief. Zhang Fengchu swiftly gathered materials to conceal the half-excavated ginseng, shielding it from boars or other foraging beasts. Then he led the two younger brothers-in-law toward the cave. Sure enough, climbing halfway up the slope ahead, they arrived at its mouth. Inside, though modest in size, it easily accommodated 3 people. For safety, Zhang Fengchu pulled a smoke pellet from his basket, ignited it, and tossed it inside to flush out any hidden creatures. Next, he and the brothers gathered firewood, burned it within the cave for a time to purify the air, drive away insects, and only then entered to inspect thoroughly. The interior spanned barely 10 square meters, but ample space for the 3 of them to sleep soundly. Now came dinner. Food was readily available, but with the brothers present, discretion was essential. Yet the basket provided perfect cover. Retrieving several provisions posed no difficulty. Bread, crispy fried chicken legs, golden French fries, and fizzy soda emerged one by one from the basket, more than enough to satisfy their hunger. Neither Dahu nor Eru were picky eaters, and they devoured every bite with relish. Once full and refreshed, Zhang Fengchu knew security was paramount for a restful night. He picked up his machete and with the brothers' help cut slender saplings and sturdy vines from the surrounding woods. Working together, they spent some time fashioning a sturdy barrier across the cave entrance. Though not impenetrable, the barrier would deter most predators, or at least slow them down. Its true purpose was not absolute defense, but to buy precious reaction time enough to awaken, rise, and meet any intruder with readiness and resolve. At dawn, Zhang Fengchu woke up and saw that the 2 tiger brothers were sleeping soundly. He stepped out of the cave, planning to return to the modern world for a while. Back in the modern world before dawn, Zhang Fengchu lay in bed contemplating the wild ginseng seedlings and seeds he had dug up during the day, planning to plant them in the land within the spiritual spring space. He decided to conduct an experiment to see if it would work. Zhang Fengchu entered the spiritual spring space and noticed that the white wolf king and the green giant python were already awake, so he walked over. The 2 beasts were startled to see him. This was the person who had captured them, and he had single-handedly overwhelmed them, making them wary. However, he only glanced at them and paid them no further mind. He picked up a hoe and began to till a patch of land, planting the wild ginseng seedlings he had gathered from the mountains. He also took out a bag of wild ginseng seeds and planted them one by one in the soil. Afterward, he fetched a bucket and a ladle, went to the 9-story wooden building, and filled several buckets with water to irrigate the patch. After he finished, he sat down in front of the wooden building holding a ladle filled with water and began to drink. I must say the water from the spiritual spring is truly refreshing. Zhang Fengchu took a sip, feeling completely satisfied. He also discovered that this water not only tasted good, but had health-promoting benefits. Whether the ginseng planted in the land of the spiritual spring space would thrive would become clear in a few days. After resting for a while, Zhang Fengchu got up, took a shovel, and walked towards the big tree, arriving beneath it. The green giant python, seeing him, thought he was going to kill it and hurriedly climbed up the tree. The white wolf king did the same, frightened and running away, only observing him from a distance. Zhang Fengchu took the shovel and began to dig a small pond of 30 square meters beneath the tree. He then retrieved bricks, steel bars, and sand from the neighboring storage space. First, he laid bricks in the pond. Once the bricks were fully laid, he arranged the steel bars inside, secured them, and added the moldboard. Finally, he mixed sand and cement with water to create concrete and poured it in. Before long, a small pond of 30 square meters was completed. Of course, it wouldn't set immediately. He needed to wait for the cement to cure before filling it with water. He filled 2 basins with spiritual spring water, placing one beneath the tree and the other 100 meters away. Zhang Fengchu then exited the space. Seeing him leave, the 2 beasts finally breathed a sigh of relief. The white wolf king returned to the tree, looked at the water in the basin, but did not drink. Suspicious that the person had poisoned it, it did not dare to drink. The green giant python, seeing that it was safe, came down from the tree and looked at the pond in front of it, then glanced at the basin of water under the tree. It approached to sniff, finding no strange odor. It turned to the white wolf king and said, "White dog, it was indeed that person who brought us here." The White Wolf King nodded. "I suspected that already. But now that I'm dying of thirst, I wonder if this basin of water is safe to drink." "If you're scared of dying, just say it. What if it's poisoned?" "That's not important. No, what's important is that if he could capture us, he has 100 ways to kill us. Besides, if you don't drink, you'll die of thirst. Why not indulge once and become a glutton instead of a starving ghost? Then you drink first. As long as you don't die, it means it's fine," the White Wolf King said to it. The green giant python immediately shrank back. While it could talk big about principles, when it came to action, it didn't dare to take a step forward. "You can drink first." "Why not you? I'm a snake. I can go 10 days without water and not die." "But you are different. If you don't drink for a day, you'll be dying of thirst, which I can't compare to." The White Wolf King thought about it and realized it was indeed the case. In this regard, it couldn't compare to the hefty python. Unable to endure the thirst any longer, it decided it was better to indulge than to perish. Finally, it opened its mouth and began to drink from the basin. After the first sip, its eyes sparkled with delight. It didn't expect the water to taste so good. Before long, it finished the entire basin of water, no longer caring whether it was poisoned. Savoring the taste, it even licked the basin clean. "Delicious. This water is truly good." The white dog finished the water. Could it really be that good? It drank some and felt fine, so it must not have been poisoned. The green giant python could no longer hold back and opened its mouth, taking a sip from the basin. Just one sip left it dumbfounded. This water was indeed delicious. It quickly indulged in drinking. Before long, the water in the basin was gone, and it had drunk it all, still craving more. After a brief nap, the day had brightened. Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes to yet another sunny day. There were some things to attend to. After breakfast, he planned to head into the city to buy some supplies. Initially intending to drive, he decided it would be easier to take the tricycle for transporting things. "Let's go." Zhang Fengchu rode the tricycle and headed towards the outskirts of the village. Today he did not go to sell ginseng, so he didn't need to visit the pharmacy. He stopped at the pet store, went inside to browse, asked the owner for a few dog leashes and chains, and spent over 1,000 yuan before leaving. Next, he visited a cake shop, buying some cakes and bread. He then went to a biscuit shop, purchasing some cookies and osmanthus cakes. Finally, he stopped at a candy store to buy some milk candies and sweets. With the tricycle's cargo area filled to the brim, he found a corner to store everything in the space. These items were very desirable in the ancient world, and the more the better. Buzz, buzz, suddenly his phone rang. He didn't know who it was. Upon checking, he saw it was Chi Mei. He answered, Okay, just tell her to come to my house tomorrow. Zhang Fengchu hung up the phone. On the other end, Chi Mei said it was Ji Yu's mother, Ji Rongrong, the president of G6 Fu Jewelry, who had gone for a checkup and was diagnosed with cervical cancer. It was still in the late stage. She had gone to seek treatment from her grandfather. Her grandfather, Chi Feng, introduced himself before calling. He didn't have time today, so he could only ask her to come over tomorrow. He then went to the market to buy some meat and seafood before hurrying home. As he reached the entrance of Shizhuan, a second-hand Tesla worth over 10,000 yuan drove by and stopped at the village entrance. The car door opened and a tall woman in her 40s got out. Zhang Fengchu looked closely and felt a sense of familiarity. Upon further inspection, he recognized her immediately. It was none other than Li Zhixiu. Speaking of Li Zhixiu, she was also from Shizhuan and could be considered his childhood sweetheart. Zhang Fengchu was only a month older than her. Before adulthood, they had a great relationship. They played together as children and attended the same school until high school graduation. Both Zhang Fengchu and she did not enter university and stayed home, preparing to venture into major cities like Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. In her youth, Li Zhixiu was beautiful and had an impressive figure, earning her the title of village flower in Shizhuan. During school, she was also the class flower, attracting the attention of many boys, including Zhang Fengchu. He wanted to get closer to her, to be in a romantic relationship. Zhang Fengchu still remembered that it was a rainy day. After his confession, Li Zhixiu did not immediately reject him, nor did she respond. Then there was silence. Silence equaled consent. Zhang Fengchu thought this way and stepped forward, saying, "If you don't speak, does that mean you agree?" At that moment, Li Zhixiu rolled her eyes dramatically and glared at him, saying, "A toad wants to eat swan meat? What a delusion. You don't even take a look at yourself. How much do you weigh? Do you think you're worthy of me?" At that moment, he understood that in her eyes, he was worth nothing. The good times in the past were merely an illusion. It was all superficial and not as he had thought. Once she said those words, all the memories of the past turned to vapor. Although they existed, they were still vivid in his mind, yet completely out of reach. Not only could they not be lovers, but they couldn't even be ordinary friends. It was also that year when she got together with the village chief's second son. Later they had a daughter and named her Ma Xiaoyun. It was also that year when Zhang Fengchu went out to Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, starting his working life. After which he rarely returned home. Even during the new year, he wouldn't come back every year. Unless there was an urgent matter at home, he would return, handle the issue, and then leave again. Time passed like a knife. In the blink of an eye, it had already been 20 years. When they met again, they had both become middle-aged uncles and aunts at 40. At 40, although Li Zhixio was no longer as beautiful as she was in her youth, her charm still remained, and her figure was well maintained. Who are you? Suddenly, Li Zhixio walked up to the tricycle and asked. Zhang Fengchu then reacted, saying, Madam Li, you really have a lot on your mind. He knew her surname was Li, which meant she recognized him. Are you also from Shetsuan? Fengchu out shopping again. Suddenly, a voice from behind interrupted their conversation. Zhang Fengchu turned around and saw it was Li Mingming from the village, a childhood playmate. He was also riding an electric tricycle with several bags of feed in the back. Right, Mingming, where are you headed? Zhang Fengchu asked. Li Mingming smiled and looked at the load. I've been raising a few pigs at home and went to town to buy some feed. Zhang Fengchu nodded. Shall I head back now? Sure. Li Mingming ignored Li Zhixio and rode back to the village. Turns out you are Zhang Fengchu. She finally realized that the person in front of her was none other than her childhood playmate. She looked him up and down, seeing him dressed in cheap clothes and riding a tricycle, her face full of disdain. Zhang Fengchu, look at you, you're 40 now and still like this. It's fine. Oh, I was right to reject you back then and marry ma Da-Fei. If I had married you, I wouldn't have this good life today. She pointed at the luxury car beside her, a Tesla bought for me by Da-Fei, costing over 20. And you at 40 still riding a broken tricycle, no car, no house, no savings, just an old bachelor, what a disgrace. When you're out, don't tell anyone that we are childhood friends. I can't afford that kind of shame. Having eaten too much shit, your mouth is full of filth. Zhang Fengchu did not let her off either. Are you cursing me? Li Zhixio was furious. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly. I didn't mention your name, you admitted it yourself. You. Suddenly the sound of rolling wheels interrupted their conversation. Zhang Fengchu looked back and saw a black luxury car appearing in front of him. But then another vehicle followed. One after another there were luxury cars. Volkswagen, Hongqi, BBA, Porsche, Bentley, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Chang'an, Santana, BYD, Rolls-Royce, Phantom, Maserati, Land Rover, Range Rover, Bugatti, Veyron, etc. A total of 30 luxury cars arrived. They all parked by the roadside. Bang, 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 car doors opened, and one after another men in crew-cut sunglasses and black suits stepped out, lining up neatly on both sides of the road. Then another car drove out. Li Zhixio was completely confused, not understanding what was happening, watching these people in shock. She only knew that these people were impressive. They were not ordinary individuals. Who could they be? She began to ponder. As for the people from Shetsuan, she was quite familiar with them. No family there had the capability to bring 30 luxury cars at once. Inviting so many people, the spectacle would be this grand. The car that came behind immediately attracted his attention. This vehicle was orange, somewhat long, estimated to be 15 meters. An RV. It turned out to be an orange RV. It drove right up to him and stopped. Immediately, he saw some familiar faces. Chi Mei, Chi Feng, Ji Yue, and Ji Chang'an, the chairman of G6 Fortune Jewelry. Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin as if he understood what was happening. Elder Chi, what brings you here? Zhang Fengchu knows them. Li Zhixio found it hard to believe that someone of his status would know these people. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A 40-year-old bachelor with nothing, how could he possibly know them? Yes, completely impossible. He must have recognized them wrong, or perhaps he was just asking for directions and was simply trying to show off in front of her. Fengchu, let's go up and talk. Seeing outsiders present, Chi Feng did not speak directly. Zhang Fengchu didn't say much either and got into the car with a few others. Bang, the car door closed, isolating Li Zhixio outside, unable to see what was happening inside. He got in the car. Could it be that he really knows these people? Impossible, absolutely impossible. She repeatedly denied it in her heart. She just couldn't stand to see him do well. If he lived well, she felt uncomfortable. If he was doing poorly, she felt even happier. Li Zhixio smiled, thinking Zhang Fengchu was just a waste of space and couldn't possibly know them. He must have been asked to come up to wash the car. This feels normal. She comforted herself this way, denying him, not leaving immediately and waiting to watch his show. Zhang Fengchu got into the RV, which had a very spacious interior. In a 15-meter-long RV, it would be strange if it were not spacious. Soon he activated his perspective ability, surveying the entire RV, which was fully furnished. With tables and chairs, a living room, kitchen, dining room, bathroom, bedroom, and a secret room, etc. There were also a TV, computer, refrigerator, washing machine, and so on. Finally, Zhang Fengchu glanced into a secret room where a woman lay motionless on the bed. She was in her 40s, and it was none other than G6 Fortune's president, Ji Rongrong. Fengchu, please save my Rongrong. Suddenly, Ji Chang'an knelt down in front of him, pleading. Zhang Fengchu helped him up, saying, Chairman, Ji, don't rush. I need to check first to know if I can treat her. Then can you check right now? Chi Feng shook his head. It is already in the late stage. Moreover, it has spread severely, and it is beyond my ability to help. That's why I came to find you. To put it bluntly, it's a dead horse being treated as a live one. If even you can't do anything, then there's truly no hope. Chi Lao is joking. am not a divine doctor. It's impossible for me to treat every illness. In my heart, you are even better than a divine doctor. If you can cure my heart failure, what illness could you possibly not treat? Let's do this, Director G. He'll examine her first. If I can treat her, I will. If not, you can seek someone more capable. Ji Chang'an nodded repeatedly. Fengchu, I believe in your medical skills. If you can cure old Chi's heart failure, I can't believe you can't cure my wrong's illness. Uncle Wu Wu Wu, please save my mom, okay? Ji Yue grabbed his hand, pleading with him. Let's take a look first. Zhang Fengchu did not give them any guarantees. The facts speak louder than words. Oh, one must see to know. Where is your mom? He'll take you there. Ji Yue said no more and immediately led the way. Opening the door, there was another door inside. It was only after the third door that they entered the secret chamber. Ji Yue closed the door, came to the bed, and took her mother's hand. Mom, uncle is here. Hello, Fengchu, thank you for your trouble. Ji Rongrong greeted him weakly. Zhang Fengchu nodded, walked over, and checked her complexion. He examined her pulse. After smelling her, he asked Director Ji, where do you feel uncomfortable now? Ji Rongrong felt around. I feel uncomfortable everywhere. It hurts so much. Am I going to die? Is there any bleeding? Yes, it has been frequent these past few days. Zhang Fengchu nodded, sitting by the bed, grasping her hand to take her pulse. Minutes later, he finally released her hand. Uncle, how is my mom? Ji Yue asked impatiently. It's very serious. Just as Qi Lao mentioned, she is already beyond cure. Ji Rongrong was already aware of this, so there was no need to doubt his words. She had run through many hospitals, and this was the result everywhere. Otherwise, she wouldn't have come to Zhang Fengchu. It was truly a desperate situation. Just as Qi Feng said earlier, a dead horse being treated as a live one. Ji Yue cried out, Uncle, can you really not treat her? Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin. Facts speak louder than words. Whether she can be cured isn't something that can be determined by words alone. If you trust me, then I will try to treat her. If you don't trust me, then seek someone more capable. That is your freedom. The mother and daughter exchanged glances. Ji Rongrong nodded. Fengchu, go ahead. Ji Yue also nodded. Uncle, both my grandpa and I trust you. Feel free to treat her. We will definitely not treat you unfairly. All right then. Since it had come to this, not treating her would be a bit unreasonable. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. Mrs. Ji, please take off your clothes. I will first give you a massage treatment, then acupuncture. It will take some time. Okay. Ji Rongrong agreed and removed her clothing. Zhang Fengchu disinfected his hands and sat by the bed, starting the massage. After just a short while, Ji Rongrong felt her body warm up and felt much more comfortable. The pain was also gradually diminishing. Initially, she was somewhat skeptical when Qi Feng recommended Zhang Fengchu to her. After experiencing the treatment, she realized that his medical skills were indeed extraordinary, far from what Qi Feng had exaggerated. Having just received a massage treatment, she could already feel the effects. If he treated her for a few more days, wouldn't she get even better? She believed so. Mom, how do you feel now? Ji Yue asked with concern. Much better. Ji Rongrong smiled. Fengchu's medical skills are indeed good. Your mother is going to be saved. Ji Yue's eyes lit up, as she hadn't expected his medical skills to be this impressive. Having just treated her for a while, her mother's condition had already improved. Suddenly, she felt hopeful that her mother might get well. An hour later, Zhang Fengchu withdrew his hands. Is it feeling better? Yes, much better. Ji Rongrong's face showed a smile. Zhang Fengchu took out the acupuncture needles and disinfected them. Next, I will perform acupuncture. Go ahead. She was completely accepting. Zhang Fengchu took a needle. With a quick, accurate, and steady motion, he inserted it. Even she and Ji Yue, who were inexperienced, found his acupuncture technique remarkable. It didn't hurt at all. 10 needles. 15 needles. 36 needles. Zhang Fengchu finally withdrew his hands. The needles will be removed in half an hour. Leaning back in the chair, he took a moment to rest. After the acupuncture, Ji Rongrong felt her body getting better and better. Her respect for his medical skills grew, and she became more confident. If he could treat her, she could continue living. Half an hour later, Zhang Fengchu opened his eyes. Remove the needles. Get up and see how you feel. Ji Rongrong climbed out of bed and felt around. She jumped and shook. The pain in her entire body disappeared instantly. She was no longer in pain and had stopped bleeding. Her previously furrowed brows suddenly lit up. Excitedly, she approached and grasped Zhang Fengchu's hand, saying, Fengchu, you've cured me. How can I thank you? No need to be polite. Zhang Fengchu didn't treat her to receive any thanks. What do you want? I want nothing at all. Is there really nothing he wants? Ji Rongrong truly didn't expect this, but she still picked up her phone and typed a few times. You have received 100 million yuan. Zhang Fengchu looked at his phone. Someone had transferred 100 million to him. It was Ji Rongrong who transferred it. He transferred it back. You have received 100 million yuan. Ji Rongrong looked at him. He had transferred it back again. Fengchu, you don't accept anything. It doesn't feel right to me. Don't put me in a difficult position. I truly won't accept it. Zhang Fengchu refused again, fearing she would transfer it back. Since he wouldn't accept money, then she should give him something else. What should she give? Ji Rongrong thought Fengchu. Since he refused to accept money, how about this? There are 30 small cars parked outside, he'll give them all to you. 30 cars. Honestly, she was a bit tempted. However, there was no need for that many cars. Director G, with so many cars I have no place to park them, nor can I drive them all. If you give them to me, they'll just be left outside to be exposed to the elements and rust. Then since you don't want this, or that I feel quite bad, Ji Rongrong became somewhat displeased. She wanted to repay him, but felt he wasn't giving her the opportunity, which left her uncomfortable. Zhang Fengchu saw her expression. It seemed she wouldn't be satisfied unless he accepted something. What if she got anxious and fell ill again? Oh, suddenly he had an idea. Glancing at the camper van, it wasn't bad. This Director G, if you truly want to give me something, I won't accept the money or the 30 small cars outside, but I could accept this camper van. Ji Rongrong hadn't expected that he would want the camper van. This camper van was not cheap, 15 meters long, fully equipped, solar-powered with all facilities and advanced technology. Moreover, it was a custom-made, unique item, exquisitely crafted, costing a total of 250 million yuan, which was no small sum. Ji Rongrong said nothing and handed the car keys directly to him. From today onwards, it is yours. Unable to refuse her warm hospitality, Zhang Fengchu accepted it. Fengchu, can my illness really be cured? Her primary concern was still her own health. There is a saying that goes well: when a person is gone, money remains unspent in the pocket. And she was currently in this situation. Plenty of money, but her health was failing, leaving her unable to enjoy it. Only by curing her illness could she happily enjoy her wealth. Without a good body, no amount of money can be enjoyed. She would still suffer the torment of illness, unable to eat, drink, or have fun. Living was worse than death. Having money couldn't bring happiness, and it was more unbearable than death. It should be about right. With half a month of acupuncture and medication treatment. Whether it can be cured will be clear in half a month. Tomorrow I will prepare some special medicine for you. She nodded, not fully convinced, but felt very confident in him after today's treatment. The three of them exited the secret room. Rongrong, how did it go? Upon seeing his daughter come out, Ji Chang'an immediately stepped forward to ask. Dad. Ji Rongrong quickly told her father about the effects of the treatment. Ji Chang'an was overjoyed. Originally, he had no hope for him. Now he looked at him with new eyes. Dad, I won't go back tonight. He'll stay at Fengchu's house, which will make it easier for him to treat me. Ji Chang'an thought for a moment. That's fine, let Yue stay with you then. All right. Ji Yue nodded in agreement to stay. Ji Chang'an spoke with Zhang Fengchu privately for a while before leaving by car. Qi Feng and Qi Mei had matters to attend to and did not stay, leaving together. At the village entrance, calmness resumed. The scene left behind was the 15-meter motorhome. Of course, this motorhome was no longer Ji Rongrong's. Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly as he got out of the car and saw that Li Zixia's Tesla had not yet left and was parked by the roadside. Inside the car, Li Zixia was looking this way. Ignoring her, he rode his tricycle into the village, leading the way. Ji Yue drove the motorhome, following him directly to his doorstep. At this moment, Zhao Genxiu and Lu Shuishui were chatting under the eaves when they suddenly heard the sound of rolling wheels and hurriedly looked outside. They saw their son returning on the tricycle. Suddenly, they saw a long vehicle come in and stop by the door, unsure of whose it was. The door opened and Ji Yue and her mother got out of the car, following Zhang Fengchu into the courtyard. Zhao Genxiu and Lu Shuishui stood up to greet them and saw two women, one dressed like a lively young girl and the other still retaining her charm, dressed like a wealthy lady adorned in gold and silver, wearing all designer brands. At a glance, it was clear they had some wealth. Fengchu, who are these two? They're my patients temporarily staying at our house for half a month. Mom, could you arrange a room for them? Zhang Fengchu replied. Zhao Genxiu nodded and said no more, leading the two to make arrangements. Lu Shuishui stepped forward, glancing back at the mother and daughter. Fengchu, these two look familiar. I feel like I've seen them somewhere. It's normal. They are public figures. How could they not be familiar? Could it really be her? It can't be mistaken. That's her. Ji Rongrong, CEO of G6 Fortune Jewelry. Oh, I really didn't expect it to be her. Is she really here to see you for treatment? Yes. Then your medical skills must be excellent. Even a billionaire like her came to ask for your treatment. Lu Shuishui looked at him with newfound respect. Zhang Fengchu smiled without saying a word. Some things did not need to be made so clear. At 3 a.m, Zhang Fengchu got up, planning to stay in ancient times for a while. Returning to ancient times, Zhang Fengchu glanced around the cave, seeing his two younger brothers sleeping soundly, and did not disturb their slumber. It was not yet dawn, so he lay down, planning to catch a bit more sleep. Bang! However, an unexpected guest arrived, interrupting his sleep. What? Zhang Fengchu sat up and glanced outside the cave, only to see 3 glowing big eyes staring at him. Upon closer inspection, they were not anything else but bears. A black bear with a crescent-shaped mark on its chest. Zhang Fengchu immediately recognized it as the legendary black bear, which is much smaller than a brown bear an adult black bear weighs only about 300 to 400 pounds. The largest ones weigh just over 400 pounds, but are less than 500 pounds, which is less than half the weight of a brown bear. However, 3 appeared at once, which was significant. The temporary wooden door at the cave entrance surely couldn't withstand the attack of 3 black bears. But it was okay, he could go out and deal with them. Zhang Fengchu took out his long sword and exited the cave, swiftly moving past the 3 black bears. Swish, 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 bang. Moments later, the 3 black bears lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise again. The 3 black bears were not even his match alone. He took out his small knife and extracted their bear gallbladders. 2 grass gallbladders and 1 iron gallbladder. There was no golden gallbladder, but it was still acceptable. He stored them in a small wooden box along with the bear corpses in his space for preservation. After brushing off his hands and scanning the surroundings, finding nothing else, he opened the wooden door and returned to the cave to rest. Brother-in-law, brother-in-law. In a daze, Zhang Fengchu heard someone calling him and opened his eyes to see the outside of the cave was already sunny. Beside him was Eru with Dahu standing at the cave entrance. After taking out food and eating until full, he planned to head to yesterday's mountain den to dig up the half-excavated 1,000-year ginseng. He had only dug half of it yesterday, and today it would likely take half a day to finish. Tap, tap, tap. After digging for a while, Zhang Fengchu heard footsteps approaching and immediately stopped his actions. Brother-in-law, what's wrong? Dahu hurriedly asked. Seeing his expression, he knew something was amiss. Don't make a sound, go behind me. Remember, no matter what you see or hear, as long as you two don't make a sound, nothing will happen. Oh, the 2 brothers hurriedly nodded, their hearts racing, and the atmosphere became tense. Tap, tap, the footsteps were getting closer. The 2 brothers listened, their faces turning pale as they looked towards the noises coming from the hillside. Suddenly, the bushes parted, and something walked out. This thing was about the height of a person, entirely yellow. Though it was a beast, it could walk upright like a human. With 2 eyes shining green as they spotted the 3, brother-in-law, could this be a yellow weasel? Da guessed. Eru was puzzled. That's not right. How could a yellow weasel be this big? I don't know either. It must be an illusion. An illusion, Legend has it that after a yellow weasel becomes a spirit, it possesses certain magical powers and can enlarge its body, becoming larger than a human. Dahu explained. Eru nodded. I've heard the old people in the village talk about it, but I didn't expect it to be true. The 2 brothers became frightened. It turns out that the yellow weasel can truly become a spirit. Zhang Fengchu had only heard about it before, but had never seen one. Today, in this ancient, deep forest, he actually encountered one. There are folk legends about the 5 immortals which he had heard of. They are known as the Yellow Immortal, White Immortal, Willow Immortal, Gray Immortal, and Fox Immortal. The Fox Immortal undoubtedly refers to the fox, while the Yellow Immortal is the yellow weasel. The White Immortal is the hedgehog, the Willow Immortal is the snake, and the Gray Immortal is the rat. Suddenly, the yellow weasel spoke to Zhang Fengchu, asking, young master, do I look like a human or a deity? It approached him. This. Upon hearing it speak, Dahu and Eru felt a chill run down their spines and hurriedly hid behind Zhang Fengchu. Brother-in-law, what's going on? Dahu asked softly in his ear. Zhang Fengchu replied, this must be the yellow weasel seeking a title. What should we do? Just let it be. Or roast it. It would be delicious. Dahu. Eru. What time is it? And yet you're making such ancient jokes. Young master, do I look like a human or a deity? Important matters are worth repeating thrice. It has already asked twice, and it is courting death. The yellow weasel drew closer. Young master, do I look like a human or a deity? This was the 3rd time. If one does not seek death, they will not die. His patience was limited. Zhang Fengchu clutched the hilt of his sword tightly. He was about to lose control. If it repeats once more, he would definitely lose control. No one knew what would happen then. Young master, do I look like a human or a deity? At this point, the yellow weasel's claws reached for his chest, intending to dig out his heart. With a swish, Zhang Fengchu could no longer hold back the sword in his hand. With a flash of sword light, the yellow weasel's head fell to the ground. The surroundings fell silent, as if the air had suddenly stopped. Suddenly, the yellow weasel's body collapsed to the ground, shrinking into a mere yellow weasel. Seeing it dead, the 2 brothers let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Fengchu stepped forward, picked up the yellow weasel from the ground, and began skinning it. He glanced at his brother-in-law and said, go fetch some kindling. The 2 brothers nodded in response and picked up some dry twigs from the ground. Zhang Fengchu took a shovel, dug a pit, placed the twigs inside, and set them on fire. He fashioned a grill and placed the marinated yellow weasel meat on it to roast. Soon the aroma of the grilled meat wafted through the air, making the brothers' eyes narrow with delight. Brother-in-law, is the yellow weasel meat really edible? Eru asked. Dahu looked at him eagerly, wanting to eat, but hesitant, though he was truly tempted. You can give it a try? Zhang Fengchu looked at the meat that was already roasted, plucked a leg, and began to feast, saying, delicious, truly delicious. Really? Is it that delicious? The 2 brothers were somewhat skeptical, but still each took a piece of meat to taste. With just that one bite, the brothers could no longer hold back and began to wolf down the food. Before long, the grilled meat was completely devoured, and they still looked unsatisfied. Delicious, truly delicious. Ere long wiped his mouth and praised endlessly. De nodded in agreement. Brother-in-law, you are truly amazing. Zhang Fengchu proudly boasted, of course, if I'm not amazing, who is? Ha! The brothers could not help but burst into laughter. Zhang Fengchu said no more and continued to dig for ginseng. Suddenly, uninvited guests appeared. Zhang Fengchu stroked his chin, activated his clairvoyance, and looked into the bushes all around. Wow! He was shocked by what he saw. He saw a group of yellow weasels rushing towards him from all directions. There were many, at least 100 yellow weasels. It is said that yellow weasels bear grudges and seek revenge. He had not believed it before, but now he truly understood. A heavy gift crab. Brother-in-law, what are you saying? De asked. Who added, brother, it seems brother-in-law is mentioning crabs. I can eat crabs. Ooh, I've had them before. I've had them too. Who laughed. Zhang Fengchu was speechless. Did these two brothers have no thoughts other than food? A heavy gift crab is not about eating crabs. What is a heavy gift crab? Who pressed for clarification. Zhang Fengchu did not want to explain. Ancient people wouldn't understand the term anyway, so he lazily said, the yellow weasels are coming over 100. You two quickly climb the tree behind me and stay silent. This. The two brothers were startled. They knew what was happening. After just killing one yellow weasel, it was definitely here for revenge, so without saying more, they climbed the tree behind them. Just in case, Zhang Fengchu said no more and took out another long sword. With two swords in hand, he prepared to fight a fierce battle against the yellow weasels. Zhang Fengchu battled the yellow weasels. The yellow weasels charged at Zhang Fengchu, determined to fight him to the death. The brothers on the tree were dumbfounded. They didn't expect that indeed 100 yellow weasels would come seeking revenge. With so many yellow weasels, they worried he might not be able to handle it. Suddenly, a yellow weasel leapt up and pounced on him. With over 100 yellow weasels attacking all at once, it was terrifying, and the brothers on the tree were sweating for him. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Fengchu moved swiftly. His twin swords flashed, and one by one the yellow weasels fell to the ground. In just a few seconds, over 100 yellow weasels lay motionless on the ground, unable to rise again. Brother-in-law is amazing. Seeing Zhang Fengchu single-handedly defeat the 100 yellow weasels, the brothers on the tree praised him endlessly. So impressive. Zhang Fengchu shook his head, wondering if he could finally dig for ginseng in peace. Glancing at the corpses of the yellow weasels on the ground, he walked towards the 1,000-year-old ginseng and continued to dig. The brothers also climbed down from the tree to help him. In the afternoon at 3:30, Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly as he unearthed the 1,000-year-old wild ginseng without a single blemish. Even the ginseng roots were intact. It was plump and perfect. He took out a small wooden box from the burlap sack in his backpack and placed the 1,000-year-old ginseng inside for preservation. Taking advantage of the two brothers not paying attention, he stored it in his spatial pocket for safekeeping. He sat down under the tree to rest for a bit. The two brothers came over and sat beside him with who asking, brother-in-law, are we going back today? Zhang Fengchu glanced around and suddenly fixed his gaze on a spot, saying, well, see. Who nodded. With him around, they could turn danger into safety, so they were not so afraid. Shueda, who looked at the sky, the sun was shining brightly, and the autumn air was crisp. With such good weather, he needn't worry about rain. Brother-in-law, I'll follow your lead. Me too. Who immediately expressed his loyalty. Suddenly, uninvited guests arrived again. Awoo, awoo. Suddenly, Zhang Fengchu heard the roar of a tiger coming from the slope ahead. Startled, the two brothers exclaimed, brother-in-law, it's a tiger. Zhang Fengchu recognized the sound and scanned the area, suddenly taken aback. It was none other than a tiger. It was estimated to weigh no less than 750 pounds. A truly adult tiger. You two hide quickly. There's a tiger. Upon hearing this, the brothers wasted no time and quickly climbed the large tree behind them. The brothers knew the danger of tigers. There had been hunters in the village who ventured into the mountains only to be killed and eaten by tigers. Hence, they feared the tiger. Tigers can climb trees, swim, and run fast. Encountering one in the mountains is indeed perilous. Zhang Fengchu stood still, watching the tiger behind the bushes. It remained motionless, and so did he. Suddenly, the tiger pounced out, moving as fast as lightning, and in a dive, it was right in front of him, lunging toward him. In an instant, Zhang Fengchu smiled slightly and sidestepped, causing the tiger to miss him completely. The tiger skidded to a halt, turned around, and swung its tail at him. Zhang Fengchu dodged once more, evading the fierce strike of the tiger's tail. Awoo, after missing twice, the tiger grew anxious, leaping into the air and raising its paw to strike at his head. If it connected, the force could crush his skull. It should be noted that the striking force of a tiger's paw can reach 1 ton. A single swipe could send a person flying. However, Zhang Fengchu simply sidestepped and easily evaded. The tiger's 3 ultimate techniques, swipe, claw, and smack, were all used against Zhang Fengchu, yet they couldn't subdue him. Of course, it had other skills as well, such as pouncing, throat locking, roaring, swimming, climbing, jumping, agility, and speed. The king of beasts and the king of the forest are not without reason. The tiger did not relent and continued its assault as Zhang Fengchu dodged while running away. The brothers in the tree were extremely worried. Brother, will the brother-in-law be all right? Shui Dao shook his head, saying, the tiger is too powerful. I'm afraid the brother-in-law is no match for it. What should we do? Shui Eru asked anxiously. Shui Dao shook his head. I don't know, we certainly can't match it. Shui Eru nodded. If even the brother-in-law can't handle it, we indeed stand no chance. Suddenly another tiger emerged from the bushes, startling the brothers. They thought there was only one tiger, but now there were two. Terrified, the brothers trembled in the tree. They knew tigers can climb trees. If the two discovered them hiding up there, they would attack. Can't see, can't see, can't see. The brothers repeatedly chanted in their hearts, hoping the tiger would not spot them hiding in the tree. Dada, but what you fear often comes to pass. The tiger approached step by step, heading straight toward the base of the tree where the brothers were hiding. It's important to note that tigers have a keen sense of smell. Even if the brothers in the tree remained silent, they could still be detected. But just because they were scared doesn't mean the tiger wouldn't come. The tiger indeed approached the tree, circling around it. The brothers felt as if they were sitting on pins and needles, their hearts racing. Swish, a flash of light. The tiger collapsed to the ground. Zhang Fengchu walked over and stored the tiger's corpse in his space. He quickly returned to meet up with the brothers. After the tiger had circled the tree a few times, it suddenly looked up, locking eyes with the brothers. The brothers in the tree were shocked. They had still been discovered. Brother, what should we do? Shui Eru was quite frightened, fearing that if it climbed up, they would be doomed. Shui Dao opened his mouth, unsure how to respond to his brother. He couldn't fight the tiger. What could be done? Brother, stay calm and don't make any rash moves. Shui Eru nodded, clutching the branch tightly, trying to make himself as inconspicuous as possible, hoping the tiger wouldn't climb up. But contrary to their wishes, what they feared came true. The tiger roared and leaped onto the trunk, quickly climbing up the tree. We're done for. Shui Da's face turned pale, feeling that both he and his brother were doomed this time. Whoosh! Suddenly a bullet flew from a distance, hitting the tiger squarely on its left shoulder. The tiger let out a pained roar and lost its balance, falling directly from the tree and landing hard on the ground, dazed. From 100 meters away, Zhang Fengchu held a 98K, aiming at the tiger. That shot had been fired by him. And it was very timely. If he had been a moment later, the two younger brothers would have been in grave danger. With the crisis averted, Zhang Fengchu stepped out from behind the bushes, appearing before the tiger. The tiger stood up, glaring angrily, realizing that it was he who had fired that shot. Brother, it was the brother-in-law who saved us. Shui Eru rejoiced upon seeing him. With him around, the tiger seemed less dangerous. Shui Dahu also breathed a sigh of relief. The reason the brothers dared to venture deep into the mountains was entirely because Zhang Fengchu had the ability to protect them, otherwise they wouldn't have dared. Zhang Fengchu made a reassuring gesture to the two younger brothers. With his current strength, he still had a chance of winning. Without his special ability, he would have been no match for even a single tiger, let alone two. Despite being injured, the tiger charged at him. Zhang Fengchu swiftly dodged and ran towards the opposite slope. The tiger followed closely behind, intent on bringing him down. After running a distance, Zhang Fengchu took out a 2.6-meter-long spear from his space and gave it a swift counterattack. Swish! The shot hit the tiger's vital spot, killing it on the spot. Job done. Zhang Fengchu glanced at the tiger's corpse, stored it in his space, and hurried back. Reaching the tree, he looked up at the two brothers, saying, "Come down." The brothers responded and climbed down from the tree together. They had gained a greater understanding of his strength. Even two large tigers were no match for him. After resting for a while, Zhang Fengchu and the brothers continued to search for wild ginseng. Awoo, awoo, awoo! Suddenly the sound of a tiger echoed from 100 meters away, startling the brothers again. They halted immediately. Brother-in-law, it seems another tiger is coming, Shui Eru pointed out. Shui Daho listened and replied, something feels off. That roar clearly doesn't belong to a big tiger. It sounds like that of a cub. Moi. Zhang Fengchu listened carefully and thought it might be the case. Let's go take a look. Although the two brothers were a bit scared, they felt reassured with him there, so they followed to check it out. A mournful howl echoed through the air. The trio had not traveled far before drawing near the source of the sound, a cave entrance from which the cries emanated. You two wait outside. I'll go in and take a look. Be careful. Zhang Fengchu ducked into the cave and ventured deeper inside. Soon he spotted a den nestled within, 3 small heads swaying gently inside. He switched on his flashlight and shone it inward, revealing 3 newborn tiger cubs, tiny and delicate, still entirely dependent on maternal milk. Thus, the 2 large tigers they'd encountered earlier must have been the cubs' parents. Now that both were dead, the orphans faced certain doom. Deprived of milk and protection, survival was impossible. They would either starve or fall prey to wolves, leopards, black bears, brown bears, wild boars, and other predators lurking in these mountains. For their safety, Zhang Fengchu had no choice but to take them in. He approached the den, carefully gathered the 3 cubs, and carried them out. One cub bore pure white fur, an anomaly, a rare albino tiger cub. Seeing him emerge, cradling the 3 cubs, the brothers rushed forward. "Brother-in-law, what's this?" "Their parents are gone. Left here, they won't last a day. We'll raise them ourselves." "Huh." The brothers exchanged uncertain glances. "Won't that be dangerous?" Their newborns, still nursing, utterly defenseless. Nodding in silent agreement, the brothers took the cubs and placed them gently into their woven bamboo baskets. Then the 3 resumed their search for wild ginseng. Yet for some time none appeared. Unexpectedly, Zhang Fengchu found himself standing at the edge of a sheer cliff. Feeling weary, he sat down with his 2 brothers-in-law on the precipice, sipping water to rehydrate. Dahu rested briefly, then rose to stretch, and strolled toward the cliff's rim, peering down into its fathomless depths. Suddenly he crouched low, squinting downward. A vivid red object clung to the vertical cliff face. What could it be? From this distance its details remained indistinct. "Brother-in-law, come see what's down there." At his call, Zhang Fengchu, an heir who stood and joined him at the cliff's edge, gazing intently downward. Indeed, a crimson object grew firmly embedded in the rock face below. Activating his spirit-perceiving eyes, Zhang Fengchu gasped inwardly. It was a Lingji mushroom. No ordinary specimen, but a millennium-old one. Not merely a decade-old or century-old Lingji, but a true millennium-old treasure. His fortune was extraordinary. Just yesterday, he discovered a 1,000-year-old wild ginseng. Today, another millennium-old Lingji. His windfall was staggering. What is it? Lingji. Looks enormous. A millennium-old Lingji. How could it be small? Whoa. The brothers stared stunned, utterly unprepared for such rarity. Without further word, Zhang Fengchu retrieved a sturdy rope, secured it tightly around a nearby tree, and began descending. His agility, speed, and strength lent his descent remarkable precision and control. Within moments, he reached the ledge where the Lingji grew, a narrow, natural stone platform jutting from the cliff face. Scattered across the platform lay droppings and massive claw prints. Something large had slept here, most likely at night. There was no doubt only a bird could perch so fearlessly upon such an inaccessible precipice. Indeed, the nest held downy feathers and carried the unmistakable musk of avian excrement. Judging by the size and depth of the prints, this bird was colossal. No ordinary raptor, but a true aerial titan. A sudden chilling sense of peril descended from above. If the creature returned now, they would be in grave danger. On this exposed cliffside, evading a massive bird's assault would be nearly impossible. Crouching low, Zhang Fengchu examined the Lingji closely. Its age was unmistakable, a genuine millennium-old specimen. Harvesting it proved arduous. It required meticulous care and 10 full minutes of painstaking effort. He produced a lacquered wooden box, opened it, placed the Lingji inside with reverence, sealed the lid, and secured the box in his basket. Then began his ascent. Clang, clang. He whirled around. Damn. It was a giant bird, the very owner of the nest, returning just as he'd plucked its precious Lingji. Even more terrifying, not one but 2, racing toward him in formation, wings slicing the air with lethal velocity. Zhang Fengchu thought grimly, what you fear most always arrives. He redoubled his pace upward. Whoosh. The first bird plummeted like a thunderbolt, talons outstretched, aiming straight for his skull. Only his lightning reflexes saved him. Had those hooked claws struck, they'd have peeled his scalp clean off. His eyes would have been gouged from their sockets. It had been that close. "Brother-in-law, what do we do?" The brothers, witnessing the twin behemoths, panicked utterly. Zhang Fengchu paused, then commanded, "Hide yourselves in that thicket. Stay silent and still. I'll handle this." Without hesitation, they bolted into the dense undergrowth and flattened themselves against the earth. Such titanic birds were far beyond the brothers' capacity to confront. Zhang Fengchu too slipped into the thicket, then tilted his head skyward, watching the 2 giants circle high above. They swooped lower, circling directly overhead. Only then did he recognize them, colossal golden eagles. He'd never seen eagles of this magnitude before, truly awe-inspiring. Their wingspans stretched 10 meters, each weighed over 50 kilograms, its plumage a deep iridescent azure, muscles coiled with raw, devastating power. Birds of this scale could easily snatch and devour a human. Whoosh. One eagle plunged from the heavens, targeting Zhang Fengchu's thicket with terrifying force. Its talons struck with such ferocity that entire saplings snapped beneath the impact. This could not continue. He'd be flushed out in moments. No choice remained but confrontation. He drew his Type 98 rifle, sighted steadily on the nearest eagle, and fired. Whip. The bullet soared upward, striking the eagle square in the head. Instantly, its flight collapsed. Like a severed puppet, it plummeted, limp, lifeless, and swift. Boom. It crashed violently beside him, shaking the ground with a thunderous impact, then lay motionless. Courage without wisdom invites ruin. Zhang Fengchu shook his head slightly, then absorbed the azure-feathered eagle into his spirit spring space. Above, the second eagle continued circling, unfazed, unwilling to retreat. With no alternative, Zhang Fengchu raised his rifle once more, aiming with cold precision. Whip! The bullet tore through its left wing, sending the eagle into a violent, unbalanced spiral. A second shot shattered its right wing. Clang! It shrieked, a raw, anguished cry, as its flight disintegrated and it spiraled helplessly downward, crashing hard beside him. Boom! It landed with brutal force. Zhang Fengchu strode forward, fired a final precise shot, not to kill but to render it unconscious, then absorbed the wounded eagle into his spirit spring space. This eagle lived, gravely injured, yet salvageable. With the threat neutralized, Zhang Fengchu exhaled deeply, then walked toward his brothers-in-law. Relieved to see him unharmed, the brothers scrambled out of the thicket. After a brief rest, Zhang Fengchu led them away from the cliff's edge. The sun dipped low, casting long shadows as dusk deepened. Nightfall approached, time for supper and rest. Zhang Fengchu selected a sheltered cave halfway up the mountainside, tonight's refuge. He unpacked provisions, kindled a warm fire inside the cave with his brothers, and shared a quiet, nourishing meal. Sated and refreshed, he gazed outward. Beyond the mouth of the cave, absolute darkness reigned, thick and impenetrable.